This is a work of ficción. And yet the romantic la de flamenco and Don Quixote and senoritas with tortoise-shell combs in their hair is also the land of Torquemada. Spanish Inquisition, and one of the bloodiest civil wars in history. More TLM 500,000 people lost their lives in TLE battles for power between TTE Republicans TTE rebel nationalists in Spain in 1936, February-June, 269 political murders were committed, executed Republicans at the rate of 1,000 a month, with no mourning permitted. 160 churches were burned to the ground, and nuns near removed forcibly from convents, as though wrote Judas Saint Simon of an earlier conflict between the Spanish government the clergy, they were whores in a bawdy house. Newspaper offices were sacked and strikes riots were endemic throughout, ND. The Civil War ended in a victory for the nationalists under Franco. His death, Spain became a monarchy. The Civil War, which lasted from 1936 to 1939, may be officially over, but the Nuevo Spains that fought it have never been reconciled. Today another war continues to rage in Spain, the guerrilla war fought by Thai Basques to regain the autonomy they had won during the Republic and lost under the Franco regime. The war is fought with TX, MBS, bank robberies to finance bombs, assassinations, and knots. When a member of ETA, a Basque guerrilla underground, died in a Madrid hospital after tortured by the police, the nationwide riots that followed led to the resignation of the Director General of Spain's police force, 5 security chiefs, and TVO senior police officers. In 1986, in Barcelona, Basques publicly burned TTE Spanish flag, and in Pamplona thousands fled in fear, when Basque nationalists clashed with police in a series of mutinies that eventually spread across Spain and threatened the stability of the government. The paramilitary police retaliated by going on a rampage, fire at random at homes and shops of the terrorism that on is more violent than ever. This is a work of fiction. Yet Chapter 1, Pamplona, Spain 1976. If Tyre plan goes wrong, we will all die. Went over it again in HLS for last turn, probing, Tesla, searching for whores. He find the plan was derop, it called for careful, split-second timing. If it worked GD, it would be a spectacular feat, worthy of great EICID. It failed well, turn is past, Jan thought philosophically. TS turn for action. Jaime Miro was a legend, a hero to the Basque people, a anathema to the Spanish government. He was 6 feet tall, with a strong, intelligent face, and skilled brooding dark eyes. Witnesses tended to describe him as taller than he was, darker than he was, fiercer than he was. He was a complexanon, a realist who urziasced the enormous DDS against him, a romantic ready to die for what believed in. Pamplona was a town gone mad. Was the fit of el Mornerve of the run off bulls. The Fiesta de San Fermin, annual celebration held from July the 7th to the 14th of July. 30,000 visitors had swarmed into the city from all over the world. Some had merely to watch the dangerous spectacle, others to prove their manhood by taking part in it, in front of the charging beasts. The Hotel RCX, MS had long seen been reserved, and university students from Navarra had bedded dom in doorways, Bank K, Viz, TLE Public Square, and even Thai streets sidewalks of the town. The tourists packed the cafes and hotels, watching colorful parades of papier-mâché gigantes, listening to the muzzle of marching busts. Members of the parade wore violet cloaks, with hoods of green, garnet, or gold. Flowing through the streets, TTE processions looked like rivers of rainbows. Exploding firecrackers ruining the poles and wires of tramways added to the noise and general confusion. The crowd had to attend the evening bullfights, but TTK's most spectacular event was the Encierro, the of the bulls TTNT would fight, in the day. The previous night, at 10 minutes before midnight in the darkened streets of the lower part of town, The bulls had been driven from the corrals de gas, TTE reception pens, to run across the river over a bridge to the corral at bottom of Santo Domingo, where TLE/W air kept for night on TWS momming they would be turned LCX, SE to run the narrow Cale Santo penned in TTE Street by wooden barricades at each when they reached the end of the tray run into at Plaza de where held until the afternoon. Bullfight. From midnight until 6 a.m. The visitors stayed awake, singing and making love, too excited to sleep. Those who would in the running of the bulls wore the red scarves of San Ferminarauari TTI throats. At 5:45 in the morning, bands started to circulate through the streets, playing the stirring music of Navarre. At 7 o'clock sharp, a rocket flew into the air to signal that the gates of the corral had been opened. The crowd was filled with feverish anticipation. Moments later a second rocket went up to Amtowntra TTE Bulls WL. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle. First came the sour D. It started as a faint, distant ripple on the wind, almost imperceptible, then it grew buter and iolder until it became an explosion of hiaves, and suddenly bursting into view appeared 6 oxen and 6 enormous bulls. Each weighing 1,500 pounds, tray charged down the Cale Santo Domingo like deadly express trains. Inside wooden barricades that had been placed at each intersecting street corner, hundreds of eager, nervous young men intended to prove their bravery by facing the maddened animals. The bulls raced down from the far end of the street, past the Cale Estrafeta and the Cale de Javier, past farmacias and clothing stores and fruit markets, toward the Plaza de Hemingway, and there were cries of "Olé" from the frenzied crowd. As the animals hrged nearer, there was a mad scramble to escape the sharp and lethal hooves. The sudden reality of approaching death made some of the participants ran for the safety of doorways and fire escapes. These men were by shouts of the few who stumbled and fell in the path of the bulls were quickly hauled to safety. A Samurai boy and his grandfather were standing behind the both breaths with excitement of the spectacle taking only a few feet from them. "Look at them," the old man exclaimed. "Magnifico." The little boy shuddered, "Tengo miedo, afraid." The old man put his arm around the Tny Manolo. "Is but wonderful, too. I once ran with the buns. There's nothing like it, you test yourself against death, and it makes you feel a man. Azaru, it took Myaru.jtes for the Anernals to gallop the 900 yards the Cale Santo Domingo to arena, and the moment the buns were safely in the corral, a third rocket was sent into the air. On this day, the third rocket did not go off, for an incident occurred that had never before in Pamplona's 400-year history of the runwork of the bulls. As TTE animals racked down the narrow street, half a dozen men dressed in TTE colourful costumes of TTE farrier shifted TTE wooden barricades, and the buns found themselves forward off TTE restricted street tumbed LCX, SE into the heart of the city. What had a moment before been a happy celebration instantly turned into a nightmare. The frenzied beasts charged into the stun. The boy and his grandfather were among the first to die, knocked down and trampled by the charging bulls, vicious horns sliced into a baby carriage, an infant and its mother to the ground to be crushed. Death was in air. The animals crashed into heedless bystanders, down women and children, their BNG, deadly horns into pedestrians, fine stands, statues, sweeping aside everything unlucky enough to be in their path. People screamed in terror, desperately to get out of TTE way of the lithe behemoths. A bright red truck suddenly appeared in the path of the bulls, and they turned and charged toward it, down the Cale de Estrella, the street that to TTE Castle, Pamplona's prison. There is a 2-story stone building with 80 barred windows. There are turrets at each of its and the red and yellow Spanish flag flays over its door. A stone gate leads to a small courtyard. The second floor of the building consists of a row of cells that holds prisoners condemned to die inside the prison. A heavy-set guard in the uniform policy Ironada was leading a priest garbed in plain black robes. The Secorxi FLCX Unrida, the policeman carried a Stanchian gun. Noting questioning look in the priest's eye at the Scytaf weapon, TTE guard said, "One can't be tin careful here, father. We have scum of the earth on this floor." The guard directed the priest to walk through a metal detector very much like those used at airports. "VM sorry, father, but the rules, of course, my son." As the priest passed the security portal, a siren cut my corridor. The guard instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. The priest timed and smiled back at the guard. "My mistake," he said as he removed a heavy metal cross from his neck on a silver chain and handed it to the guard. This time as he passed to Vuff, the machine was silent. The guard the cross back to the priest. The two their journey deeper into the bowels of the prison. The stench in the near was the guard was in a philosophical mood. "You know, you're wasting your turn, father. These animals know to save. Still, we must try, my son." The guard shook his head. "L10U, gates of hell are waiting to WL corn both of TTM." The priest KX, KED at the guard in surprise. "Both of I was told there were 3 VVH0 needed confession." The guard shrugged. "We saved you some time. Zamora died in TLE infirmary this morning. Heart attack." The men had reached the 2 farthest cells. "Here we are, father." The guard locked a door and stepped back as priest entered the GTNRD. Then in the corridor, alert for any sign of the priest. WN to the figure lipe on dirty prison cot. "Name, my son?" "Ricardo Meladu." The priest stared down at him. It difficult to tell what the man looked like. His face was swollen and raw. His eyes were almost shut. "Throt QH thick lipsty," prisoner said. "1 glad you were able to come, fatten the priest yoke. Salvation is the church's duty, my son. They are going to me this." The priest patted his shoulder gently. "You have been sentenced to die by the garrote." Ricardo Menadu stared up at him. "No. LM sorry." The orders were given by the Prime Minister himself. The priest TTY2N placed his Harry on TTY2 prisoner's head. Intoned, "Dime tous pecados." Ricardo Menadu said, "I have sinned greatly in thought, QT1T, word, and deed, I repent all my sins with all my heart. RL ego a nuestro Padre Celestial para la salvación de tu alma. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo." The guard listened at outside the cell to himself. "What a stupid waste of time. We'll spit in that one's eye." The priest was finished. "Add a key, my son. May receive soul in peace." The priest moved over to the cell door and the guard unlocked it. Then stepped back, keeping his gun aimed at the prisoner. When the door ms locked again, the guard moved to the aiding cell and opened the door. "He's all yours, fatter." The priest stepped into the second cell. The man inside had also badly beaten. The priest looked at him a long moment. "What is your name, my son?" "Felix Carpio." He was a husky, bearded man with a vivid scar on his cheek. Beard failed to conceal. "I'm not afraid to die, fatter. T'ibed well, my son. The end nor e of us is spared." As the priest listened to Carpio's confession, waves of distant sound, at first muffled, then grove louder, to reverberate through the it was TTE of pounding hooves and screams of running mob. The guard listened, started. The sounds were rapidly evolving closer. "You've better hurry, father. Peculiar is outside." The guard quickly unlocked the cell door. The priest stepped out into the corridor and guard locked the door behind him. There was the sound of a loud crash from front of prison. Guard turned to peer out narrow, barred window. "What the hevas that an eyes?" the priest said. "It's sour ris as tx, someone wishes an audience with us." "May I borrow what?" "Your weapon, por favor." As priest spoke, he stepped close to the guard. He silently removed the top of the large cross that hung around his neck, stiletto. In one lightning move he plunged the knife into the guard's chest. You see, my son, he said as he pulled the submachine GLN from the dying guard's hands, Goddard decided you no longer have need of this weapon. H. Namani Pater Jamie Miro said, piously crossing himself. The guard to TLE cement floor. Jamie Miro took keys from the bodyguard swiftly the two cell doors. The sumas from the street were getting louder. Lifts move Jamie Ricardo Meladu TLE machine gun. You make a damned good priest, you almost convinced me. He to smile WQTH his swollen mouth underscore 2 over, didn't TYEY? Don't worry. The / pay for it. Jan put his arms the men and helped them down corridor. What happened to Zamora? The guards beat him to death. We could hear his screams. They TCX, K him off to the infirmary and said he have a heart attack. Ahead of Thorn v Vassar locked iron DCX, underscore mate here Jamie said. He though door said to THA guard on TYN other side, 1M finished hero. The guard urioked the door. You'd better hurry, father. There's some Kurd of Disselbanker on out, he never finished sentence. As Jane's knife went into him, blood welled out of the GTNRD's mouth. Jane motioned to men. Come on. Felix Carpio picked the guard's gun, and they started downstairs. The scene outside was chaos, though police were running around frantically, trying to see what was happening. Arue deal with the crowds of people in courtyard who were scrambling to escape the maddened buns. One of bulls had charged into TE front of the smashing the stone entrance. Another was T-at into the beeline of a uniformed guard on the ground. The red truck was in courtyard, its motor running underscore in the confusion. Tiki 3 men went almost unticed, those who did them were too busy themselves to do anything about it. Without a word, Jamie and his men jumped into back of the truck and it sped off, scattering frantic pedestrians trough the crowded streets. The Guardia Civil. The paramilitary rural Police decked out in green uniforms and black patent leather hats, were trying in vain to control the hysterical mob. The Polizia Armada, stationed in provincial capitals, were also helpless in the face of the mad spectacle. People were struggling to flee in every direction, desperately teabing to avoid the enraged bulls. Danger lay less with the bulls and more with the people themselves as they trampled one arc, though in their eagerness to escape. Old men and women were crouched down under the feet of the mob. Geno stared in dismay at the spectacle. It wasn't planned for it to happen this way, he exclaimed. Here TTE carnage TYRT was bell-reeked, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. He closed his eyes to shut out sight. The truck reached TTE outskirts of Pamplona and YY28 south, leaving behind TTY2 noise and confusion of the "Where are we, Jamie?" Ricardo Meladu asked. There's a safe house outside Torre. We until dark then 01 Felix Carpio was with pain. Jamie Miro watched him, his face filled with impassion. We'll there soon, my friend, he said gently. He was unable to get the terrible scene at Pamplona out of his mind. 30 minutes later they approached the little village of Torre, and skirted it to drive to an isolated house in mountains above village. Jamie helped the 2 men out of the back of the red truck. You'll picked up at midnight, the driver said. Hi. Them bring a DCX tour, Jamie replied. And get rid of the truck. The 3 of them entered the house. It was a farmhouse, simple and comfortable, with a fireplace in the living room and a beamed ailing. There was a note on the table. Jamie Miro read it and smiled at TTE welcoming phrase, Mi casa es su casa. On the bar were bottles of wine. Jamie poured drinks. Ricardo Menadu said, there are words to the Rue, my friend. Here's to you. Jamie raised his glass. Here's to freedom. There was the sudden chirp of a canary in a cage. Jamie walked over to it and watched its wild eye leer at for a moment. Then he opened cage, gently lifted the bird out, and carried it to an open window. Fly away, Pajarito, he said softly. All winged creatures should be free. Chapter 2 Madrid Prime Minister Leopoldo Martinez was in a rage. He was a small, bespectacled man, and his VTOL body shmk as he talked. Jaime Miro must be stopped, he cried. His voice was high and shrill. Do you understand me? He glared at the half-dozen men in the room. We're booking for one terrorist, the whole army and police force are unable to 4% him. The meeting was taking place at Moncloa Palace, where the Prime Minister ved and worked, 5 kilometers from TTE centre of Madrid, on the Carretera de Galicia, a highway with no identifying signs. The building itself was green brick, with wrought iron balconies, green window shades, and guard towers at each corner. Was dry day, trough the works dows, as far as the eye could see, columns of radiate waves rc% like batter halls of ghostly soldiers. Yesterday Miro turned Pamplona into a martyrs shrnmed, a fist down on his desk. He enlooked 2 prison GL_erds and smuggled 2 of his terrorists out of prison. Many innocent were killed by the bulls let loose. For a moment no one said anything. When Prime Minister had taken office, had declared smugly, my first act will be to put a stop to thesis separatist grot_vs_Madrid is great unifier. T transforms Andalusians, Basques, Catalans, and Galicians into Spaniards. He had been optimistic. The extent Basques had other ideas, and the of-bank demonstrations by terrorists of ETA, Els Cadita as Catasuna, had continued unabated. The man at Percentatini right said quietly, Il faut dire him. The speaker was Colonel Raymond Akaka, head GOE, the Grupo de Operations Especiales, formed to curse Basque terrorists. Aku was in his middle 60s, a giant with a scarred face and cold, obsidian eyes. He had been a young officer under Francisco Franco during the Civil War, was still fanatically devoted to Franco's philosophy, we are responsible only to history. Akaka vd as a brilliant officer, and he had been one of Franco's most trusted aides. The colonel missed the iron-fisted discipline, the swift punishment of those who questioned or disobeyed law. Had experienced the turmoil of civil war, with its nationalist alliance of monarchists, rebel generals, landowners, church hierarchy, fascist phalangists on one side, and republican government forces, socialists, communists, liberals, Arrai Basque Catalan separatists, on the other. It had been a terrible time of destruction and killing, a renadeness that had fueled in and war material from a dozen countries arid a death toll. And raw Basques were Turk killing again. Colonel Akaka headed an efficient, rucknesque cadre of anti-terrorists. His men worked underground, wore disguises, were neither pubicized nor for fear of retaliation. If anyone can stop Jaime Miro, Colonel Accca can, the Prime Minister Th0LQHT. But there was a catch, who's going to be the one to stop Colonel Akaka? The colonel in charge had not the Prime Minister's idea. He had received a phone call in the middle of the night on his private inn. He had the voice immediately. We are greatly disturbed by activities of Jaime Miro his terrorists. We suggest that you put Colonel Raymond Akaka in charge of the GOE_, is that clear? Yes, sir. Will be taken care of. The line went dead. The voice belonged to a of the Opus Mundo. The organization was a secret cabal that included bankers, lawyers, heads of P corporations, and government ministers. It was rumored to have immense fines at its disposal, but where the money came from, how it was used, manipulated, a mystery. It was considered healthy to ask too many questions about it. The Prime Minister had placed Colonel Akaka in charge, as he had instructed, but the giant had turned out to be an uncontrollable fanatic. His GOE had created a reign of terror. The Prime Minister Molgt of the Basque rebels Akaka's men had caught near Pamplona. // had convicted Sentin K2D to hang. It was Color Y21 Akaka who had insisted that they be executed by the barbaric Garrett, iron collar fitted with a spike that gradually tightened, eventually cracking the vertebrae and severing the victim's spinal cord. Jan Miro had me an obsession with Colonel Akaka. El Wanthus head Akaka said. Cut off his head and TTY2 Basque movement dies. An exaggeration, the Prime Minister thought, Altma had to admit that there was a core of truth in it. Jaime Miro V as a charismatic leader fanatical about his cause, are therefore dangerous. But in his own way, TLE Prime Minister Cobnel Occur is just as dangerous. Primo Casado, the Director General of Security, speak at Excellency, one could have foreseen what in Pamplona. Jaime Miro is, il no hlav is TTE Prime Minister Snap Hexi I went to KRY, where he is. He turned to Cobnel Akaka. I'm on his trail, the colonel said. He's chilled the room. I would like to remind your excellency that we are just one man. We are fighting the Basque people. They give Jaime Miro his terrorists food and weapons and shelter. The man is a hero to them. But do not worry. Soon he will be a hair-wrung hero. After give him a fair trial, of course. Not we. El Prime Minister did whether the others had noticed. Yes, he muttered nervously, something will have to be done about the Lonel soon. The Prime Minister got to his feet. That will be all for now, gentlemen. The men rose to leave. All except Colonel Martinez began to pace. Damn he Basques. Why can't they be satisfied just to be Spaniards? What more do they want? They are greedy for power, Akaka said. They autonomy, their own and their flag, no. Not as I hold THS office. I'm wait go to permit them to tear pieces out of Spain. The government will tell them what they can have and what they can't have. THEFRE noth at but rabble who an aide came into the RCX, RN. Excuse me, your excellency, he said. Bishop Baines has arrived. Send him in. The colonel says you can be sure the church is behind all this. It is time we taught TM a lesson. The church is of the great ironies of our history, Colonel Akaka muttered bitterly. In the beginning of the Civil War, the Catholic Church had been on the side of the nationalist forces. The Pope backed Generalissimo Franco, and so allowed him to proclaim that he was fighting on the side of God. But when the Basque churches and monasteries Arai priests were attacked, the Church withdrew its support. You must give the Basques and the Catalans more freedom. TLE Church Arai, you must stop Basque priests. Generalissimo Franco been furious. How dare the Church try to the government? AV.RA of attrition began. More CHLKs and monasteries were by pharaohs, NMS and priests were murdered. Bishops were placed under house arrest, and priests all over Spain were fined for giving sermons that the government considered seditious. It was only when the Church threatened Franco MTHE, communication that he stopped his attacks, the damned Church. Akaka TH0 LQHT. With Frau dead vas interf at again. He turned to Prime Minister. Time the Basrump is told wait s runering Spain. Bishop Calvo Ibanez was a thin, frail-looking man with a cloud of white hair around his head. He peered at the TV 0 men thrcnqh his pint nes asterisk buenos tardes. Colonel Akaka felt the bile rise in his throat. The very sight of clergymen made him ill. Were Judas goats their stupid lambs to slaughter? The bishop stood there, for an imitation to sit down. Tea did come. Nor was he introduced to the colonel. Ta deliberate slight. The Prime Minister looked to the colonel for direction. Akaka said curtly, some disturb at WVS has been brought to our attention. Basque rebels are reported to be holding meetings in Catholic. It also been reported that the Church is allowing monasteries and convents to store arms for rebels. Was steel in his when you the enemies of Spain, you become an enemy of Spain? Bishop Ibanez stared at him for a moment, then turned to Prime Minister Martinez. Your Excellency, with due respect, we are all children of Spain. The Basques are not enemy. A one they ask is the freedom to, they don't ask, Akakarorth they to marry. They go around the country pillaging, banks, and policemen, you dare to say are not OLM enemies. I'll admit that there have been inexcusable but sometimes in fight Turku for what OE believes, they don't believe in anything but themselves. Nothing about Spain. It is as one of our greatest said, no one in Spain is comrade atxutte common good. Each group is concerned with itself. The Church, he Basques, the Catalans. Each one says fuck the Bishop Vlas aware that Akaka had Ortega y Gasset. The full QTNTE had the army RTLE government, but he wisely said he turned to the Prime Minister again, hoping for an or discussion. Your Excellency, the Catholic Church, the Prime Minister felt that Akaka had pushed far enough. Dorit misunderstand us, Bishop. H. Principle, of course, this government is bappered the Catholic Church 1 RWRX, red % Cobnal Akaka spoke again. But cannot permit your churches monasteries to be used against us. You continue to act WTHE Basques to store arms in TL Erna you will have to life the consequences. I am sure that reports that you have are aerial the bishop said smoothly. However, I shall certainly investigate at Orca. The Prime Minister that *U, Bishop _ that will be Prime Minister Martinez Colonel watched him depart. What do you think? Martinez he knows on the Prime Minister side. I have enough problems right now without up trouble with the CHL_RCHM if the church is for the Basques, then it is against us. Cobelici is hardened. Il would like permission to bark TLE a lesson. The Prime Minister was stopped by the affaranticism in the Inan's eyes. He became courtless _ have you real why had reports that churches are aiding rebels. Of course, Your Excellency. There was no way of determining if the man was telling the truth. Prime Minister KRMV Akaka hated the church. But it might be to church have a taste of the whip, proved at Colonel Akaka did not go far. Prime Minister there doubtfully, Ras Akaka who broke silence. If the Church YES are terrorists, TTX3 in the churches must be punished. Reluctantly, the Prime Minister nodded. Where will you start? JNB Euro Artisanin was seen in Orla yesterday. They are probably hiding at the command TTY2 redot. The Prime Minister made ends mind. Search it, he said. That decision set half a chain of events that rocked all of Spain awry shocked the world. Chapter 3 AVI La the Silex E was like a gentle snob fall, soft and husked, as TFE whisper of a summer mind, as light as the passage of stars. The Cistercian convent of the strict observance lay outside the walled town of Avila, the highest city in Spain, 112 kilometers northwest of Madrid. The convent had been built for silence. The rules had been adopted in 1601 and remained unchanged through the centuries: liturgy, spiritual strict enclosure, plenary, and silence. Always to silence. The convent was a simple four-sided group of rococo stone buildings and a cloister dominated by the church. A rocan central court, the open arches allowed the light to pour in on the broad tagstairs of the floor where nuns glided noiselessly by. There were 40 nuns at the convent, prave in TTE church, art in the cloister. The convent at Agla, one of 7 left in Spain, a survivor out of hundreds that had been destroyed by mere civil war in one of TTE church movements that took place in Spain over the centuries. The Cistercian convent's strict observance was devoted solely to a life of prayer. It was a place without seasons or time. Those who entered were forever removed from the outside work. The Cistercian life was contemplative. The divine office was recited daily. Enclosure was complete and permanent. All the sisters dressed identically, i.e. clothes, like everything else in the convent, were touched by the symbolism of injuries. Capuch, cloak and hoxle, symbolized inene and simplicity. The linen tunic, the renouncement of the works of world and mortification, the scapula, the small squares of woolen cloth worn over the shoulders, the talabor. A wimple, a covering of linen laid in plaits over the head and around the chin, sides of the face, and tileniform. IITTE wands of the convent was a system of internal passageways ard staircases the axon, community the cells, every doctor there was an atmosphere of cold, clean spaciousness. Thick-paned windows a high-veiled garden. Every window was with iron bars and was above TLE line of vision, so that there would be no algide distraction. Hajj was and austere, its windows shuttered and curtained. The candles in the ancient candlesticks cast evocative shadows on the end walls. In 400 years, inside the walls of TTE convent had changed, except the faces. The sisters had no personal possessions, for they desired to emulating the poverty of Christ. The church itself was bare of ornaments, saw for a priceless solid gold cross that had been a gift from a wealthy postulant. Because it was so out of with TLE austerity of the order, it was kept hidden away in the refectory. A plain wooden cross hung at the altar of the church. The women who shared their lives with the Lord lived together, worked together, ate together, and prayed together, yet never and spoke. The only excursions permitted were when they heard Mass or when Reverend Mother Prioress Batina addressed in privacy of her office. Even then, an amiant sign was used as much as possible. The Reverend Mother was a religieuse in her 70s, a bright-faced robin of a woman, cheerful and energetic, who gloried in the peace and joy of convent life, and of a life devoted to GCD. Fiercely protective of nuns, she felt more pain when it was necessary to enforce discipline than did one. The NMS walked through the cloisters ardgridders with downcast eyes, hands folded in their zbevs at breast level, and repassing TLIR sisters' Whitelvet of VNRD or sign of the only voice of the invent was. It's Benz, the souls that Victor Hugo the opera of the steeples. The sisters came from disparate backgrounds and from many different coffrees. Their families were aristocrats, farmers, soldiers. They had come to the convent as rich and poor, educated and ignorant, miserable and exalted, but now they were one in the apes of God, united in TTIR desire for a temple marriage to Jesus. The conditions in convent were Spartan. In winter the cold was knifing, ardakai, pale light altered in through leaded windows. The runs slept fully dressed on pallets of straw, covered with rough woolen sheets. Each had her own tiny cell, furnished ori with the pallet and a straight-backed wooden chair. Their vlasno, a small earthen jug and basin, stood in a corner on the FLCX. No nun was ever to enter the cell of another, except for the Reverend Mother Batia. There was RN recreation of any kind, only work and prayers. There were work areas for knitting, book weaving, ard making bread. Were 8 hours of prayer each day, matins, lacts, prime, terce, sext, vespers, compline. Besides these TMRE were other devotions, HYMNNS, and litanies. Matins were said when world was asleep. TTEO half was in sin. Lords, the office of daybreak, F010 wed matins, rising sun was hailed as the figure of Christ triumphant ard glorified. Prime was TTE Church's morning prayer, asking for anti-work of day. Dotos was at 9 o'clock in the morning. Consecrated by St. Augustine to the Holy Spirit. Was at 11:30 a.m., evoked to quench the heat of human passions. None was silently at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the hour of Christ's death. Vespers was the service of the Church, as Lord's was daybreak prayer. Compline was the completion of the little hours of the day. A form of night prayers, a preparation for death as well as sleep, endiru the day on a note of Vingsire mission. Percent nus tuus, domine, commendo spiritum meum. Redemisti ros, domine, deus. Veritatis. In some of the other orders, largulation had been stopped, but in the cloistered Cistercian convents and monasteries it survived. At least once a week. AMF sometimes every day, The punished their bodies mth the discipline, a 12-inch long WIP of thin waxed cord with 6 knotted tails that brought agonizing pain. It was used to lash TTE back, legs, buttocks. Bernard of Clairvaux, ascetic abbot of the Cistercians, had admonished, "The body of Christ is crushed, our bodies must be conformed to the likeness of our Lord s works did tx, dy." It was a life more austere than in any prison, yet inmates lived in an ecstasy as they had known in the outside word _ they had renounced physical love, possessions, freedom of choice, but in giving up those things they had also renounced greed and petition, hatred and envy, all the pressures and temptations that lie outside world imposed. Inside the convent reigned an eye-pervading peace and the ineffable sense of joy at being one with God. There was an indescribable serenity within the walls of the convent in the hearts of those who lived there. If convent was a prison, it was a prison of God's Eden, with the knowledge of a happy eternity for TLX. SE had freely chosen to be there and to remain. Sister Lucia was awakened by the tolling convent bell. She opened her eyes, startled RDQ, rented for an instant. Little call she slept in was dismally black. The sound of the bell told her that it was 3 a.m., when the office of vigils began. The world outside was still in darkness. Shit, this routine is to kill me, Sister Lucia thought. Lay back on her tiny, uncomfortable cot, desperate for a cigarette. Reluctantly, she dragged herself out of bed. The hair habit she wore slept in rubbed against her sensitive skin like sandpaper. She of all the beautiful gowns in her apartment in Rome at her chalet in Gstaad. From outside her sister LLCIA could hear the soft, swishing movement of the nuns as they in the carelessly. She made up and stepped out into TTEBNG Nan, where they were lining up, eyes downcast they all to move toward compel _ they 00k liker of silly Sister Lucia TLN.JGHT. It was beyond her why these women had deliberately chown away their lives, sex, pretty and gourmet food. Without those reason is there to go on and the goddamned ruse. When Sister Lucia had first entered the River Road, Mother had said to her, "You must walk with your head bowed. Keep your hairs folded under your habit. Take short steps. Walk slow tie. You must never make eye contact with any of the other sisters, or even glare at TT Ern. You may not speak. Your ears are to hear only God's words." Yes, Reverend Mother. For the next month Lucia took instruction. Those who hear come not to iron others, but to dwell alone with God. Solitude of spirit is essential to a union with God. It is safeguarded by the rules of silence. Yes, Reverend Mother. You must always obey the silence of the eyes. Into the eyes of others would distract you with useless images. Yes, Reverend Mother. The first lesson you will learn here will be to past, to PWGE out old habits and worldly inclinations, to BBT out every image of the past. You will do penance mortificatlon to strip YOI_sif of self WIRW saflover _ it is RNT enough for us to be sorry for our past offences once we infinite beauty aridliness of God, W0 want to make not only for our own sins, but for every sin that has ever been committed. Yes, Holy Mother. You must struggle with sensuality, what John of Cross called TTE night of the senses. Yes, Holy Mother. Eat *NM lives in silence in solitude, as TH0LQH she were already in heaven. In this pure, precious silence for which she mges, she is able to listen to the infinite silence and possess God. At the of TE first NWNTH, LLEIA took her initial WVs. On TTE day of the ceremony she had her hair skyne. It was a triunatic experience. The Reverend Mother Prioress act herself. She summoned Lucia into her office and motioned for her to sit down. She men stepped behind her, Aru 3 before Laia knew what was heard the snip of scissors %, felt Sornang tugging at her hair started to protest, but she suddenly realized that what was happening ori improbo disguise. I can always let it grow back later, Lucia thought, meanwhile, to link like a plotted chicken. When Lucia returned to the Grimkschickle she had been assigned, she thought, this place is a pit. TB2 floor consisted of bare boards. THA pallet and the hard-backed chair took up most of the acorn. She was desperate to get hold of a newspaper. Fat chance, she mutters. Heretofore never heard of newspapers, let alone radio or television. There were no links to outside world at all. But what got on Lucia's nerves most was the unnatural silaroo. The only communication was throlg Harrod signals, and learning say drow asterisk her cra. When she needed a broom, she was taught to move her outstretched right hand from right to left, as though sweeping. When the Reverend Mart Percent displeased, she brought together the tips of her little fingers 3 times in front of Bzui, the other fingers pressing into her palms. When Lucia was slow in doing her work, THA Reverend Mother pressed the palm of her right hand against her left shoulder. To reprimand Lucia, she scratched her own cheek near her right ear with all the of her right 1/2% in a downward motion. For Christ's sake, Lucia thought, it looks like she's scratching a flea bite. They had reached chapel. The nuns saintly, but Sister Luda's mutts were on more important things TV *NGCXFH or 2, than the police stop for TIIB out of this neuter U_JSC. After morning prayers, Sister Lucia marched with the others to TTA dining RCXJRN, surreptitiously breaking rule, as she did every day by studying TTIR faces. Tea was her only entertainment. She found it incredible to think that of the sisters knew what TTE others like. Was fascinated by the faces of runs. Some were old, some were young, some pretty, some ugly, not understaxed vhy they all seemed so happy. There 3 faces that Lucia found particularly interesting. One was Sister Teresa, a woman appeared to be in 60s. She was far from, and yet there a spirituality about her that gave her an almost loveliness. She seemed always to be inwardly, as though she carried some wonderful secret within herself. Another RU_JN that Lucia found fascinating was Sister Gracilla. She was a stunningly beautiful woman in her early 30s. Had olive skin, exquisite features, and eyes that were Lerniak's just black pook. She could have been a movie star, Lucia mutt. What's her story? Why would she bury herself in a joint like this? The third NM captured Leah's interest was Sister Megan. Blue eyes, blonde eyebrows and lashes. She was in her late 20s, had a fresh, open-faced look. What is she here? What are any of these women doing here? They are locked up behind these walls, given a tiny cell to sleep in, rotten fade, 8 roars of prayers, hard work, too little sleep. They have to be patser, all of them. She was better off than they were, because war stuck for rest of their lives. She.NOL'd be out of here in a month or TV 0. Maybe 3, Lucia thought. This is a perfect hiding. I'd be a fool to RLSSH away in a few RRX, NTHS, the stop looking for when I leave here and get my money out of Switzerland, maybe R11 write a book about this crazy place. A few days earlier, Sister Lucia had been sent by the Reverend Mother to the office to retrieve a paper, and while there she had taken the opportunity to start through the files. Unfortunately, she had been C.L at 70 in the act half you will do penate by using the disciple etty Mother Prioress Bettina her. Sister Lucia bowed her head meekly and signalled, yes, how Mother. Lucia returned to her cell. Renewts later nuns walking through the corridor heard TTE a vole sound of the whip as it whistled throt QH the air fell again and again. Vivat could not know was that Sister Lucia was whipping bed. These fruit cakes be into SRM, but not yours truly. They were seated in the refectory, 40 runs at 2 on tables. The Cistercian diet was strictly vegetarian. Bacali the craved meat, it was forbidden long before dawn, of tea or coffee and a few ounces of dry bread were served. TFE principal meal was taken at AM, ard consisted of a thin solve, a few vegetables, and occasionally a pint of fruit. The re-errand had structured Luria, me are not here to please but to please idnt this breakfast to my cat, Sister Lucia thought. I've been here months, I bet I've lost 10 pounds. It's version of a fowl farm. When breakfast was over, 2 nuns brought dishpans to each end of the table and set them down. The sisters seated about table sent their plates to the sister who had dishpan. She VGSHED each plate, dried it on a towel, and returned it to its owner. The water got darker and greasier. Are they going to live like this for the rest of their lives? Sister Lyria disgustedly. Oh, well. I can't complain. This sure as hell beats a life sentence in prison. She would have given her immortal soul for a cigarette 500 yards down TTE Road. Colonel Raymond Akaka 24 carefully selected men from the GOE, the Operations Specials, were preparing to attack the convent. Chapter 4 Colonel Raymond Akaka had the instincts of a hunter. He bogged chase, but it was TTE kill that gave him a deep, visceral satisfaction. He had once confided to a friar, I have an orgasm when kill. It doesn't matter whether it's a deer or a rabbit or a man, there's something about taking a life makes you feel like God. Akaka had been in military intelligence, he had quickly achieved a reputation for brilliant. He was fearless, ruthless, intelligent, and TTE brought him to the attention of one of General Franco's aides. Akaka had joined Franco's staff as a lieutenant, in less than 3 years had risen to the rank of colonel, an almost unheard of feat. He was put in charge of the Phalangists, the special group used to terrorize those who opposed Franco. It was during the war Akaka been sent for by a member of the Opus Mundo. I want you to understand we're to you with the permission of General Franco. Yes. Sir. We've been you, Colonel. We are with what we see. Thank you, sir. From time to time we have certain assignments that are, shall we say, very confidential. Are very dangerous. Understand, sir. I'll have many enemies. People who don't understand TTP important of the work we're doing at. Yes, sir. Sometimes they interfere with us. We can't permit that to happen. No, sir. Believe we could use a man like you, Colonel. I think we understand each. Yes, sir. Road be honored to have service. I'd like you to remain in the army. That will valuable to pound. But from time to time, we will you assigned to these special CTS. Thank you, sir. You are never to speak of this. No, sir. The man the desk had made Akaka nervous, TTPREV as overpower about him. In time, Colonel Akaka was called upon to handle half a dozen assignments for TTE Opus Mundo. As he had told, they were all dangerous and very confidential. On one of the missions Akaka met a lovely Pung girl from a fine family. Until then, all of his women had been whores or camp followers. Akaka had treated them with savage contempt. Some of them had genuinely fallen in love with him, attracted by his strength, had reserved TFE worst treatment for them. But Susanna Sedler had to a different world. Her father was a professor at Madrid University, her mother VV as a lawyer. When Susanna was 17 years old, she had BCHDY of a woman the fatten of a Madonna. Raymond Akaka had met anyone like this. Her Gendi inspired in him a tenderness of which he read not was capable. He fenonadly in BVE with her, for reasons which neither her parents nor Akaka understood, she fell in love with him. On there it was as thought Akma had Vanofm anot per woman. He had known lust. But the combination of love and passion was something he had previously experienced. 3 months after they were married, Eslsina informed him that she was pregnant. Aqua was wildly ematekf. To add to their joy, he was assigned to the beautiful little village of Castelblanco, in Basque Country. It was in the fall of 1936, when the fighting between TTE Republicans and Nationalists was at its fiercest. On a peaceful SL morning, Raymond Akaka and his bride were coffee in the village plaza when the square suddenly filled with Basque demonstrators. "I want you to go home," Akaka said. "There's to be trouble, but please. It'll be all right." The demonstrators were beginning to get out of hand. With relief, Raymond Amkar watched his bride walk away from the crowd toward a convent at the far end of the square. But as reached it, the DC or suddenly swung open and armed Basques who'd been hiding inside swarmed out with blazing guns. Akwa watched helplessly as his wife went down in a hail of bullets. It was on that day that he had sworn vengeance on the Basques and the church. And now he was in a villa, outside another, this time till die. Inside the convent, in the dark before dawn, Sister Teresa held the discipline tightly in her right hand and whipped it hard across her TTE knotted tails, slashing into her as she silently recited the Miserere. She almost screamed aloud, but noise was not permitted, so kept THA screams inside her. "Forgive me, Jesus, for my sins. Bald knows that I punish myself, as you wore puras fe3d, ard I inflict wounds upon us, as works were inflicted all you. Let me suffer, as you suffered." She nearly fainted from the pain. 3 more times she flagellated herself, then Saru, agonized, her she had not drawn BKHD. That was forbidden. Wimiaku against the agony that each movement brought, Sister Teresa retuned the whip to its black case and rested it in a kno. TT was always there, a constant reminder that the slightest sin had to be paid for with pain. Sister Teresa's transgression had that as Ste Routks, ed the corner of a corridor, eyes down, bumped into Sister Gracilla. Startled, Sister Teresa looked into Sister Gracilla's face. Then reported her own infraction, to which the Reverend Mother Bettina frowned disapprovingly, made sign of discipline, moving her right 3 turns from shoulder to St shoulder, her hand closed as TTK, a holding of the tip of her thumb held against the inside of forefinger. Lying on her cot, Sister Teresa was unable to get out of her mix. The extraordinarily beautiful face of the girt she had gazed at. She knew as long as she lived she would never speak to her and would never even look at her again, for the slightest sign of intimacy between nuns was severely punished. In an atmosphere of rigid moral and physical austerity, no relationships of any kind were allowed to develop. If both sisters worked side by side and seemed to each other's silent company, the Revere Mother would immediately have them separated. Nor were sisters permitted to sit next to same person at the table in a row. The Church delicately called the attraction of one to a particular friendship the penalty swift and severe. Sister Teresa had served punishment for breaking. Now the tolling came to Sister Teresa as Th0 elk from a great vast, the voice of Ginny, reproving her. In the next cell, sound of the corridors of Sister Gracilla's dreams, and the peeing was mingled with lubricious creak of bed springs. The Moor was moved toward her, naked, his tumescent, his hands reaching out to grab her. Sister Gracilla opened your eyes, instantly awake. Her heart pouring frantically. She bocked around, terrified, but she was alone in her tiny cell and the only sound was the reassuring tolling of the bee. Sister Gracilla knelt at the side of her cot. Jesus, thank you for delivering me from the past. Thank you for the joy I have in being here in your light. Let me glory only in the happiness of your being. Me, my Belmad, to be true to the call you have given me. Help me to ease sorrow of your sacred. She rose and carefully made her bed, then the procession of her sisters as they silently toward the chapel for matins. She could smell the familiar scent of candies and feel the warm stones beneath her sandaled feet. In the percent hen Sister Gracilla had first entered the convent, she had it when the Mother Prioress had told her that a nun was a woman who gave up everything in order to possess everything. Sister Gracilla had been 14 years old then. Now, 17 years later. It was bar to her. In contemplation she possessed everything, for contemplation was the mind to the soul. Her days were filled with a wonderful peach the rue you may forget, Father. The rue you for standing beside me. I couldn't forgotten my terrible past without you. Thank you. When matins were over, the runs returned to their cells to sleep until Lord's rising of the sun. Outside, Colonel Raymond Assia and his men moved swiftly in the when they said, Jaime Miro and his men will be armed. Take no. He looked at the front of the convent, for an instant he saw that other convent with Basque partisans arching out of it, arid Susanna down in a hail of bullets. Don't taking Miro alive, he said. Sister Megan was awakened by the silence. It was a different, a moving, a hurried rush of air, a whisper of bodies. There were sounds she had never heard in her 15 years in the convent. She was suddenly filled with a premonition that something ms terribly wrong. She rose quietly in the darkness and opened the door to her cell. Irretrievably, the stone corridor was filled with men. A giant with a scarred face was out of the Rivemi mother's cell, pull at both arm. Megan stared in shake. I'm a nightmare, she thought. Qht. These men carrot be here. Where are you hiding him? Colonel Akaka demanded. The Reverend Betla Bettina had a look of stunned horror on her fat chair. This is GCXD's temple. It was you must at once. The S grip tightened on her arm and he shook her. I warned Miro, sister. The nightmare was real. Other cell doors you veered to open, nuns were with KS of total confusion on TLIR faces. There never been anything in their experience to prepare for happening. Cobel Akaka the Reverend mother away turned to Patrico Arrieta, one of key aides. Search the place. Top to bottom. As men began to spread out, the chapel, refectory, those nuns who were still asleep forcing roughly to their feet through the corridors and into chapel. JNS obeyed wordlessly, keeping even now their vows of silence, the scene like a motion picture with the turned off. Akaka's men were filled with a sense of they were all phalangists, and they remembered Ebo well how the CHTRCH had turned against them at the Civil War and supported the Loyalists against their beloved leader, Generalissimo Franco. This was their chance to get back some of the run's strength. Silem made TTE men more fierce ever. As Akaka passed of the ills, a scream echoed from it. He looked in and saw one of his men ripping the habit from a nun. He moved on. Sister Lucia was by the sounds of men's voices sat up in a panic. They have found me, was her first thought. Get the hell out of here. There was no way out of except through the front. Got to hurriedly rose and peered out into the corridor. The sight that met was astonishing. Corridor was filled not with policemen but with men in civilian clothes carry at weapons, lamps and tables. There was confusion everywhere as they raced around. The Reverend Mother Retina was starting in of silently, watch them desecrate her beloved core. Sister Megan moved aside, and Lucia joined them. What the what's who are they? Lucia asked. They were the first words she had spoken aloud since entering the convent. The Reverend blew the putha right under her left armpit 3 times, the sign for hide. Lucia stared at them believing tea. You can talk now. Let's get out of for Christ's sake. I mean for Christ's sake. Patrico Arrieta up to Akaka. We've searched everywhere, Colonel. There's no sign of Jaime Miro or his men. Search again, Akaka said, stubbed MNLY. It was then the Reverend Mother remembered the treasure the convent had. She hurried over to Sister Teresa and whispered, I have a task for you. Get the gold cross from the refectory and take it to convent at Mendavia. You must get it away from here. Hurry. Sister Teresa was shaking so tired that her wimple fluttered in waves. She stared at the Reverend Mother, paralyzed. Sister Teresa had spent the last 30 years of her life in the convent, of leaving it as her imagination. She raised her and sighed, I can't. The Reverend Vera was frantic. The cross must not fall into the harafs of these men of Satan. Now, do this for Jesus. A light came into Sister Teresa's eyes. She stood very tall. She sighed, for Jesus, and tummed Ard hurried toward the refectory. Sister Gracilla the group, staring in wonder at the wild confusion around her. The men were more violent, smashing everything in sight. Colonel Akaka watched them approvingly. Lucia turned to Lagan and Gracilla. Don't know about you two, but hell out of here. Are you? They stared at her, dazed to respond. Sister Teresa was toward them, carrying something in her of canvas. Some of men were herding more RWNS into refectory. Corn on, Lucia said. Sisters Teresa, Megan, and Gracilla hesitated for a moment, then followed Lucia toward the huge front DCNR. As TLEY turned at tie end of BNG, they could see that it had been smashed in. A man suddenly appeared in front of TTWN_going ladies. Height back, friends have plans for you, Lucia said, me have a gift for you. She picked up one of TTE metal candlesticks that lined the hallway tables and smiled. The man was ICX, king at it, puzzled. What can you do with that? This. Lucia the candelabrum against his head, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. The three nuns stared in horror. Vlove. Lucia said. A moment later LLEIA, Megan, Gracilla, and Teresa were outside in TFE front courtyard, hurried through gate into Starry NGHT_ Lucia stopped. 1M leave if you RMV, they are going to be searching for you, so you'd better get away from here. Tuned and started toward the mountains that rose in the distance high above the convent hideout up there until search cools off and TTPNRLL head for Switzerland. Of all TTEMton luck. Those bastards blew a perfect cover. As Lucia made her way toward higher ground, she glanced down. From her vantage point she could see the three sisters. Incredible, and TTPY was still standing in front of the convent gate, three black-clad statues. For God's sake, she thought, get the hen out of there before they catch Pew. Move. They could not move. It ms as much all their senses had been paralyzed for so long that they were unable to take in what was happening to them. The nuns stared down at their feet. They were so dazed they could not think. Had been cloistered for so BNG the gates of GCXF, secluded from world, had now TTWY were outside the protective wall and, they were filled with confusion and panic. They had no idea to go or what to do. Inside, their lives had been organized for them. They had been fed, clothed, told *hat to do and to do it had lived by the rule. Suddenly there was no rule. What did God want from them? What was his plan? They stood huddled together, afraid to speak, afraid to look at one another. Hesitantly, Sister Teresa pointed to the lights of Avila in the distance and signed, that way. Itinerary, they began to move toward the town, them from the hills above. Lucia thought, no, you idiots. Ty's the first place the /LL look for you. Well, that's your problem, I have my own problems. She stood there a moment, TT walked toward there to their slaughter. Shit. Lucia scrambled down. TTE hit, stumbling over the loose scree. Ard ran after TTWN, her cumbersome habits slowing down. Mate, a minute, she called. Stop. The sisters stopped and turned. Lucia hurried to him, out of breath. You're going the wrong way. The first place they 11 search for you is in town. You've got to hide out somewhere. The three sisters stared at her in silence. Lucia said impatiently, the mountains. Get up to the mountains. Fold me. She turned. Ard started back toward the mountains. The others, and after a moment they began to trail after her, one by one. From time to time Lucia LCX, KED back to make sure they veer. Why can't I mind my own business? She thought. THEFRE not my responsibility. If's more if we're a. She kept climbing, making sweat. Tray stayed in sight. The others were having a hard time of it, and every time they slowed down, Lucia stopped to let them catch up with "I'll get rid of them in the morning." "Let's move faster," Lucia called. At the convent, the raid had come to an end. The dazed nuns, their habits torn blood-stained, were rounded up and put into unmarked, closed trucks. "Take them back to my headquarters in Madrid," Colonel Akaka ordered. "Keep them in isolation." "What, separatists?" "Yes," Colonel Patrico Arrieta said. He hesitated. "4 of the NCNS are missing." Cognola Sia's eyes cold. "Ferks plus or minus TLM?" Colonel Akaka flew back to Madrid to report to the Prime Minister. "Jamie Biro before we," the convent Prime Minister Martinez nodded. "Yes, I heard." He wondered Jamie Miro had ever been there to begin with. There was no T about it. Cognola Akaka was getting dangerously out of control. There had been protests about the brutal attack on convent. The Prime Minister chose his carefully. "The newspapers have been worrying me about what happened. The newspapers are making a hero of this terrorist," Akma said, store-faced. "We mtssst not eat them pressure his the government a great deal of embarrassment, Colonel. RD those 4 nuns, if they talk, -doratory can't get far. I'll catch them for Di Miro." The Prime Minister had already decided that he not afford to take any more. "I want you to be sure 36 nuns have are well treated, and are the to join the search for Miro RTTEOS. You'll work with Colonel Sostolo." There was a long pause. "Which one of us will be in charge of the operation?" Akaka's eyes were icy. The Prime Minister swallowed. "You will be, of Caucus." Lucia. The 3 sisters travelled through the early dawn, moving northeast into the mountains, reading away from and the convent. The runs, used to in silence, made little noise. The only sounds were the rustle of their robes, the of their rosaries, an occasional wig, and TTI gasps for breath as they climbed her and higher. They reached a plateau of Guadarrama Mountains, walked a road bordered by store walls. Fires with steep goats. By sunrise Trey had several miles and found themselves in an area outside TTE small village of Villacarsten. "CLL them air," Lucia decided. "Their God can take care of them now. He sure took great care of me," she th0lght bitterly. "Switzerland is farther away than ever. I have RN and passport, and I'm dressed like an taker. By now men know they'll keep looking until they find us. The sooner I get away by myself, the better." But at instant, something happened that made her plans. Sister Teresa Vas throt qh the trees wait y2n she stumbled and the package she had been so careful guarding fell to the growery. It spilled out of its canvas. Lucia found herself at a large, exquisitely carved go-cross glowing in the rays of the rising sun. "That's real gold," Lucia thought. "QHT. Sawneen up there is looking after me. That cross is manna. Sheer man rs my ticket to Switzerland." Lucia watched as Sister Teresa picked up the cross and carefully put it back in its. She smiled to herself. "TMS going to be easy to take it. These nuns would do anything she told them." The town of Avila was in an uproar. News of the attack on the convent had spread quickly, and Father Berendo was elected to confront Colonel Akaka. The priest was in his 70s, with an outward frailty that belied his image. He was a warm and shepherd to his parishioners. But at the moment he was filled with a cold FLRY. Cognola kept him waiting for an hour. Tren allowed Thai priest to be SLDVN into his office. Father Berendo said without preamble, your men attacked a commaint without profanation. Was an act of madness. We were simply doing our duty, the Cognal said curtly. The convent was silent at Jamie Vera and his band of murderers, so Thai sisters brought this on Thai themselves. We'll hold them for questioning. Or did you find Jamie Miro in convent? the priest demanded angrily. Colonel Akaka said SMTX, TNY, no. He and his men escaped, we got there. But we'll find them, ard justy will done. My justice, Colonel Akaka though $savageti. Chapter 5 The Trawled Slouchy. Garb was ill for the rugged terrain. Their sandals were too thin to protect their feet against te stony ground, and their habits caught on. Sister Teresa found she could not even say her rosary. She needed both hands to keep the brahis from snapping in her face in the light of day. Freedom CNAD even more terrifying than before. God had cast the sisters out of Eden into a strange, frightening world. And his guidance, which they had leaned on for so long, was gone. They found themselves in an uncharted country with no map and no compass. The walls Fiat had protected Ttern from harm for so BNG had vanished, and they felt naked and exposed. Danger was everywhere, and they no had a place of refuge. Talk *Eva aliens. The unaccustomed sights and sounds of the country were insects and birds sore and hot, blue skies assaulting TLIR senses. And there was sunveth at elst that ras disturberv. When they had first neared the convent, Teresa, Gracilla, and Megan had carefully avoided balking at one or styratively keeping to the nace, but row, each found herself avidly studying the faces of the others. Also, after all the years of silence, they found it difficult to speak. Wait they did speak, their MRDs were halting, as th0lqh they were hearing a strange new skill. Their voices sounded in their ears. Only Lucia seemed uninhibited and sure of herself, and the others automatically turned to her for leadership. We might as well introduce ourselves, Lucia said. RM Sister Lucia. There was an awkward pause, and Gracilla said shyly, RM Sister Gracilla. The dark-haired, arrest at lie beautiful or TM Sister Megan, the of blonde with the striking blue eyes. CM Sister Teresa. The eldest of the group. 50? 60? As TTPY lay in the cods resting outside the village, Lucia thought, they are like newborn birds fallen out of their nests. They MNT last 5 minutes on their own, well, too bad for them. TII on my way to Switzerland with he cross. Lucia walked to the edge of the clear they were in and peered through the trees toward the itty village below. A few people were walk curve along TLE Street, but there was no sign of the men who had raided the convent now. Luria, here's my chance. TLRNED to the I'm going down to the Tatai to get some FCND. You wait here. She nodded toward Sister Teresa. You come with an _ Sister Teresa was confused _ for 30 years had obeyed orders of Reverend Mother Bettina, suddenly this sister had taken charge. But what is happening is God's will, Sister Teresa thought. He has appointed her to help us, so she speaks with his voice. Il must get this cross to the convent at Percentandavia as soon as possible. Right. When we get down to where, we'll ask for directions. The two of them started down the hill toward town, Lucia a careful lookout for trouble. There was Nora. This is going to be easy, Lucia thought. They reached the outskirts of Little Tom. A sign said Villa Carsten. Ahead of them was the inane street, to the left was a small, deserted street. Lucia thought. There might be no or to witness what was about to happen. Lucia turned into the side street. Let's go this way. There's less chance of being seen. Sister Teresa nodded and followed. The question now was how to get the cross away from her. I could grab it and run, LLCIA thought, but she'd probably scream and attract a lot of attention. No, 7 have to make sure she stays quiet. A small limb of a tree had fallen to the ground in front of her, and Icrea paused, then stooped to pick it up. It was foo.rve. Perfect. She waited for Sister Teresa to catch up to her. Sister Teresa the nun turned to look at, and as Lucia started to raise the club, a male voice from out of nowhere said, "Be with you, sisters." Lucia spun around, ready to run. A man was there, dressed in beading brown robe and cowl of a friar. He was tan and thin, with an aquiline face and saintliest effusion Lucia had ever seen. His eyes seemed to glow with a warm inner light, and his voice was soft and gentle. CM Friar Miguel Carrio. Lucia's mind was racing. Her first plan had interrupted. But RKDW, suddenly, had a better one. "Thank God you foughtened us," Lucia said. This man was going to her escape. He would know the easiest way for her to get out of Spain. "We come from the Cistercian convent *Aula," she explained. "Last night Sawn men raided it, though our WRS were taken. 4 of us managed to escape." When the friar replied, his was filled with anger. "I come from the monastery at San where, have chillan for past 20 years. We were attacked the night before last." He sighed. "I know has some plan for all his children, but IRNLBT confess that at this moment I don't what it might be these and enough for us," Lucia said. "It is important that we get out of Spain as fast as possible. Do you know how that can be done?" Friar Camilo smiled gently. "Either I can help you, sister. Has brought us together. Take me to others within a few minutes." Lucia RND brought Friar to the group. "This is Friar Carol," she said. "He's been in the last 20 years. Come to he *pound. Their reactions to Friar were graceful. Dared not balk directly at him. Megan studied him with quick glances. Sister Teresa regarded Finn as a messenger sent by God who would lead them to the convent at Mendavia. Friar Carrillo said, "The men who attacked the convent will undoubtedly keep searching for you. But they will be looking for forerunners. The first thing you must do is your clothes." Megan reminded him, "We have no clothes to into." Friar Carrie gave her a beatific smile. "Our Lord has a very large robe. Do not worry, my child. He will provide. Let us go back into town." It was 2 o'clock in the siesta turn. Friar Carrillo and 4 sisters walked down the main street of the alert for any signs of their pursuers. The shops were closed, but the restaurants and bars were open, and from them could hear strange music issuing, hard, dissonant, RRLROU sounding. Friar Carrillo saw the look on Sister Teresa's face. "TIBFSRC roll said. Very popular with these days." A pair of young women standing in front of one of bars at the runs as they passed. The runs stared back, mild-eyed, at the strange clothing the pair wore. One wore a skirt so short it barely covered thighs, and other wore a skirt that was split up to the sides of TTIs. Both wore tight-knitted bodices with sleeves. They might as well be naked, Sister Teresa thought, horrified. The man wore a turtleneck sweater, a jacket without a collar, a jeweled periant. Unfamiliar odors greeted the nuns as they passed a bodega. Nicotine and whiskey. Megan was staring at across the street. She stopped. Friar Carlo said, "What is it? What's matter?" He turned to Megan. Was a woman carrying a baby. How many years had it been since she had seen a baby, or even a small child? Not since the orphanage. 14 years ago the SLK3 den SHCXK made Megan realize how far life been removed from the outside world. Sister Teresa was at the baby too, but she was winking of something else. "It's Monique's baby." The baby across the street was screaming. "It's screaming because deserted it." "But no, tut's impossible. That was then /years ago." Sister Teresa turned away, the baby's cries ringing in her ears. They moved on. They passed a motion picture theatre. The marker read 3 lovers. The display showed skimpily clad a bare-chested man. MRE, the almost naked Sister Teresa exclaimed. Friar Carrillo frowned. "Yes. It's disgraceful what the cinema is permitted to show these days. That movie is pure pornography. Most personal and private acts are there for everyone to see. They turn HD's children into animals. They passed a hardware store, a hairdressing salon, a lower shop, a candy store, all closed for the siesta. At each shop TE sisters stopped and stared at the windows, filled with once familiar, faintly remembered artifacts. When TLEY came to a women's dress shop, Friar Carrillo said, "Stop." The steads were pulled down, zero care front works doors, and a sign on front door said closed. "Wait here for me, please." The four women watched as he walked a corner, turned out of sight. They looked at one another blankly. Where was he, and what if did not return? A few minutes later, they heard the of the front door of the SYNP and Friar Carrillo STCXK, in TTE doorway, beaming. He motioned TTYYN it elder. "Hurry." When TLE were all in the store, TLE Friar had locked the door. Lucia asked, "How did Yolf dash provides a back door as a front door?" Typhna said gravely _Batra was an impish edge to voice that made Megan smile. The sisters the shop in awe. The store was an Lord cornucopia of dresses and sweaters, bras and stockings, high-heeled shoes and boleros. Objects they had not seen in years, and styles seemed so strange. There were purses and scarves and compacts and blouses. TT was all too much to absorb. The women STCK, D there, Gperk. Must move quickly, Friar Carrillo warned them. "I'd leave before siesta is over and the store reopens. Help yourselves. Choose whatever fits." Lucia TT arged, "Think I can finally dress like a woman again." She walked over to a rack of dresses began to sort TW0LQHTTM. She found a beige skirt, a tan silk blouse to go with it. "Foot's not Baylor K3 Ugga, but it will do for now." Picked out panties and a bra and a pair of soft boots. TN stepped a clothes rack, stripped ED, and in a matter of minutes was dressed and ready to go. The 0TLers were slouthy selecting their outfits. Gracilla chose a white cotton dress that set off her black hair, dark cornbon, a pair of sandals. Chose a blee_ECX, tin that felt Chinese and HW heeled. Sister Teresa had TTE most difficult time choosing something to wear. The array of choices was dazzling. There were silks and TVVT% 3DS and leather, there were cotters, twills, corduroys, there were plaids and of every colour. And they all seemed, skimpy was the word came to Sister Teresa's mind. For the past 30 years she had decently covered by hev.y robes of her RWRY, she was being asked to shed them, arid pun on these iridescent creations. Finally selected the longest skirt she could find, a Raya MG sleeved, NGH Colera cotton blouse. Friar Carrillo, "Hurry, sisters. You re-rest and change." They maked at one another in embarrassment. He smiled. "I'll wait in the office, of Cone." He walked to the back of the store, the office. The sisters began to undress, painfully self-conscious in front of one another. In the office, Friar Carrillo had pulled a chair up to the transom and was looking out through it, watching the sisters strip. He was thinking, which one am going to screw first? Miguel Carrillo had begun his career as a thief when he was only 10 years old. He was born with curly blonde hair and an angelic face, which had proved to be of inestimable value in his chosen profession. He started at the bottom, snatching purses, sharp-lifting. As he got older, his career expanded and he began to roll drunks prey on wealthy women. Because of his ruinous appeal, he was very sucked %3's flow. He devised several original SWRX, each more ingenious than TTE last. Unfortunately, his latest swindle had proved to be his ureoing. Posing as a friar from a distant monastery, Carrillo travelled from church to church begging sanctuary for the night. It was always granted, and in Murring when the priest came to open the church DCX, RS, all TTE valuable artifacts be missing, with TTY2 Goxie Friar. Unfortunately, fate double-crossed him. 2 nights earlier in Baja, a small town near Avila, The priest had returned. Miguel Carrillo had been caught in the act of pilfering the church treasury. The priest was a beefy, heavy-set man. He had wrestled Carrillo to the ground and announced that he was going to turn him over to the police. A silver chalice had fallen to the floor. Carrillo had picked it up and hit the priest with it. Either it was too heavy or priest's skull was too thin, but in any case priest lay dead on the floor. Miguel Carrillo had fled, panicky, anxious to put himself as far away from the scene of the crime as possible. He had passed through a villa. Heard story of the attack on the convent by Colonel and Secret Co. It was fate that Carrillo had crenced the four escaped now. Eager with anticipation, he studied their naked bodies and thought, there's another possibility. Since Cobnalazza and his men are looking for the sisters, there is probably a nice, fat reward on their heads. CLL lay them first, and then turn them over to Akaka. The women, except for Lucia, who was dressed, were totally naked. Carrillo as they awkwardly put on the underclothes. Then finished dressing, clumsily button Argilna custom buttons and hurrying to get they were caught time to get to work. Carrillo happily he got down from the walked out into TLE store. He the women, them and said, excellent. No in the world ever take you for runs. I might suggest scarves for your heads. He one for each of them. Watched them put on. Miguel Carrillo had made decision Gracilla was going to be the first. She was of Tyn most beautiful woman he ever seen. And that body. How could have wasted it in God? R11 show her what to do with it. He said to Lucia, Teresa, Arai Megan, you are RWST all be I want you to go to the cafe we passed and MIT for us there. I'll go to the church and borrow some money from the priest so we can eat. He turned to Gracilla, or want you to with me, sister, to explain to the priest what happened at the convent well. Carrillo said to the others, we'll be in it a while. I would suggest you use back DCXJR. He as Lucia, Teresa, and when heard the door close behind them, he turned to Gracilla. She's fantastic, he th0LQHT. May keep her with me, break into some cons. She could be a big help. Gracilla was watching him. RM ready? Not yet. Carrillo to study a moment. No, I'm afraid it won't do. Dress is a wrong for you. Take it off. HUT_Y. TT doesn't fit properly, Carrillo said glibly. People will notice, and you don't want to attract attention. She hesitated. 10 moved by Herx, Iraq. Hurry, now. We have very little time. Awkwardly, Gracilla slipped the dress over her head. She was in her panties and brassiere when Carrillo suddenly appeared. Take off. His voice was husky. Gracilla stared at him. What? No, she cried. I can't. Please, L. Carrillo moved closer to her. FLL heb you, sister. His hands reached out. He ripped off her brassiere and tore at her panties. No. She screamed. You are MSTNT. Stop it. Carrillo grinned. Carita, we're just getting started. You're going to love this. His strong arms were around her. Forced her to the end, rifted his robe. It was as a curtain in Gracilla's mind suddenly descended. It was trying to thrust himself inside her, tearing into the depths of her, and her Moef's shrill voice was, and Gracilla thought, terrified, no, not again. No, please not again. She was struggling fiercely. Carrillo off, to get up. You, he cried. ZF. He slammed his fist into her face. Gracilla fell back, stunned, arue dizzy. She found herself spinning back in time. Back. Chapter 6 Las Navas del Marques, Spain. She was FLA years old. Her earliest memories were of a procession of naked strangers in and out of her mother's. Her mother explained, they are your uncles. You must show them respect. The men were gross and crude. They stayed for a night, a week, a month, and then vanished. When they left, Dobra's Pinero would immediately for a new man in her youth. Dolores Pinero had been a Gracilla had inherited her mother's box. Even as a CMD, Gracilla was to ICX, K at, with high and olive complexion, shiny black hair, thick eyelashes. Her young body was nubile with promise. With the passage of years, Dobra's Pinero's body had turned to fat. Her face had become bruised with the bitter blows of time. Although she was beautiful, she was accessible, and she had the reputation of being a passionate bed partner. Making TV was her one talent. She employed it to please men into hoping to keep them by buying their love via her body. She made a meager living as a seamstress because she was an extravagant one, and was hired only by the women of the village via could wait afford better. Dobra's Pinero despised her dour hooter, for she was a cienitant remarks 3 of all man chun she had ever bved. Gracilla's father was a handsome OLNG mechanic who had to the beautiful young Dolores, she had eagerly let him seduce her. But when she broke news that she was pregnant, Dolores WLTH'd the curse of his seed. Dolores had a vicious temper, and she TCTK out her vengeance on the CNLD. Any time Gracilla did to displease her mother would hit her and scream, "You're as sapid as fatter." There are n way for the Kai to escape rain of blows or scream up. Gracilla waltzed wake every morning and pray. "Please, HD, don't let Mama me today. Please, God, make Mama happy today. Please, HD, let Mama say Sin * loves me today." When she thus mount Gracilla, her mother ignored her. Gracilla prepared her own meals and TCO, care of her clothes. She made RP alerts to take to SCHML, and she would say to her teacher, "My mother made me empanadas today. She knows how much I like empanadas." Or "Iter my dress, but my mother sewed it up for an. She irons things for me." Or "My mother and to a movie tomorrow." It voted break her teacher's heart. Las Navas del Marques is a small village an hour from Avadar, and like all villages knew everyone else's business. The lifestyle of Dolores Pinero was a disgrace, and it reflected on Gracilla. Refused to let their children play with the little girl, lest their morals be. Gracilla went to the school on Plazoleta del Cristo, but she had friends playmates. She one of the brightest students in the school, but her grades were poor. It was difficult for her to concentrate, for she was tired. Her teacher would admonish her, "You must get to bed earlier, Gracilla, so that you are rested to do your work %." But exhaustion had nothing to do with getting to bed late. Gracilla and her mother shared a small 2-room casa. The girl slept on a couch in a tiny room, with only a thin, warm curtain separating it from bedroom. How could Gracilla tell her teacher about TLE obscene souress in the night that awakened her and kept her average ache as she listened to her mother love to whichever stranger happened to be in bed? When Gracilla brought home her report card, her mother would scream, "These are the cursed grades I expected to get, or I do know why you got these terrible grades. Because yo tire slippered. STL0ID. And Gracilla would try hard not to cry. Afternoons when school was out, Gracilla would waxy around by herself, walking through the narrow, winding streets in with acacia-ard sycamore trees, past the whitewashed stone houses, air-loving fathers lived with their families. Gracilla had many playmates, but they were all in her mind. There were beautiful GLRK and handsome boys, and they her to all their parties, where they served Wara de Filet cakes and ice cream. Her imaginary friends were Kit Road Oving, and all TYMGHT. She was very smart when her mother was not a roffy. Gracilla would carry on BNG conversations with them. "Would you help me with TV my WRK, Gracilla? I don't know to do sums, you're so good at them. What shall we do tonight, Gracilla? We could go to a movie, or walk into town and have a Coca-Cola. Will your mother let you come to dinner tonight? Gracilla? We're paella. No, I'm afraid mother gets lonely if I'm not with her. I'm all she has. You know. On Sundays, Gracilla rose early and dressed quietly, careful not to awaken her mother and witchy-air uncle was in her bed, and walked to Tte San Juan Bautista Church, where Father Perez talked of the joys of life after death, a fairy tab rife with Jesus. Gracilla could not wait to die meet Jesus. Father Perez, an attractive priest in his early 40s. He admired to tle Richard poor, the sick vital, since had come to Las Navas del Mar several years earlier, and there were no secrets in the little village to which he was not privy. Father Perez knew Gracilla as a regular churchgoer. He too was aware of the stories of the instant stream of strangers shared Dobra's Piero's bed. It was not a fit home for a young girl, but there was nothing that anyone could do about it. A Tte priest trat Gracilla had turned out as well as she had. She was kiml and gentle and never complained or talked about her home life. Gracilla would appear at church every Sunday, a clean, neat outfit that he was sure she had herself. If Arthur Perez knew she was shunned by the other children in town, his heart went out to her. He made it a 9, intersperse a few moments with her after the Sir.Iae each Cirksty, when he had time, would take her to a little cafe for a treat of Arabdo. In the winter Gracilla's life was a dreary, monotonous and gloomy. Las Navas del Mar_S was in a Valbisarao reared by Mountaires, and because of that, the winters were 6 months. The summers were easier to bear, for then the tourists arrived. Filled the town with laughter and the streets carn alive. The tourists would gather at the Plaza de Manuel Barredo, with its little bandstand built on stone, and listen to the orchestra and watch the natives dance the sardana, tle centuries-old traditional folk dance, barefoot, their hands linked as they moved gracefully erodent in a colourful circle. Gracilla watched Tte visitors as they sat at the sidewalk cafes drinking aperitivos or shop at the pescaderia, the fish market, or farmacia. Atu10 in the bodega Biaza ways filed with tourists drinking chacho and picking at tapas, seafood, olives, rye chips. The most for Gracilla was to watch the paseo. Each boys and girls would walk up and down the Plaza Mappa in grows, the boys eyeing the girls, while parents and friends watched, hawkesai, from sidewalk cafes. It was the traditional mating ritual, observed for centuries. Gracilla bnged to join in it, but her mother forbade her. "Do you want to be a puta?" she would scream at Gracilla. "Stay away from TWYS. They want one from you. I know from experience," she added bitterly. If the days were bearable, the nights were an agony. Tte thin curtains separated their beds. Gracilla could hear the sounds of savage mooring and mitings and heavy and always the obscenities. Faster harder Yamame la verga, en el culo. Before she was 10 years old, Gracilla had heard every obscene word in the Spanish vocabulary. They were whispered, shouted, shuddered, moaned. The cries of passion repelled Gracilla, at the same time awakened strange in her. When Gracilla was years old, the hall moved in. He was Tte biggest man Gracilla had seen. His skin was shiny black, and his was shaved. He had enormous a barrel chest, and arms. The Moor had arrived in the middle of the night. Gracilla was asleep. She got her first sight of him in the morning when he pushed the curtain aside and walked stark naked past Gracilla's to go outside to the outhouse. Gracilla at him and almost aloud. He was enormous, in every part. "That will kill my mother," Gracilla thought. Qht. The Moor was staring up at her. "Mel, well. Who do we whore here?" Dobra's Piriro hurried out of Herb and moved to his side. "Tidalta," she said curtly. A wave of embarrassment swept over Gracilla as she saw her mother's naked BCO next to Tte man. The Moor smiled, beautiful white, even teeth. "What's name, Guapa?" Gracilla was shamed by his naked dress to speak. "Her name's Gracilla." "She's retarded." "She's beautiful." "CLL, but you looked like that when you were still young," Dolores snapped. She turned to her that get dressed. You be late for school. Yes, Mama. The Moor stood there, eyeing her. The older woman took his arm and said, come back to bed, Querido. We amount finished yet. Later the Moor said. He was still looking at Gracilla. The Moor stayed. Every day when Gracilla came home from CU, she prayed that he would be gone. For reasons she did not understand, he terrified her. He was always polite to her, never made any advances, yet the mere thought of him sent shivers through Bod. His treatment of her mother was something else. The TVLCX stayed in the small most of TTE day, heavily. He wait in mort. Dolores earned. Sometimes at night in the middle of Gracilla would fry him her mother, and in TTE morning Dobras appear WLTH a blacker ed eye or split lip. Mama, why do you put up with him? Gracilla asked. You wouldn't understand, she said sternly. He's a real man, not a midget like the he knows to satisfy a woman. She ran through her hair coquettishly. Besides, he's mad lying with me. Gracilla did not believe it. She knew that the Moor was using her mother, but she did not dare protest again. She was TCX, terrified of an oath's temper, for when Dolores Pereiro was realty angry, a kind of insanity took possession of her. She had omkazed Gracilla with a kitchen knife because the girl had dared make her of tea for of the uncles. One Sunday morning Gracilla rose to get ready for church. Her mother had left Edie to deliver some dresses. As Gracilla pulled off nightgown, curtain was pushed aside. RTTE Moor appeared. Was naked. Where's your mother, Gwapel? Mama went out early. She had some error% to do. The Moor was sulky at Gracilla's new TN, You really are, said softly. Gracilla felt her face flush. She knew what she should do. She showed Cara her nakedness, put on your skirt and blouse and leave. Instead, she there, unable to now. She watched his manhood begin to swell and grow before eyes. She could hear the voices ring out in her ears, faster, harder. She felt faint. The TV1CX, said huskily, you're a child. Get your clothes on and get out of here. And Gracie full _ND herself moved toward him. She reached up and slid her arms around his waist and felt his male hardness against her body. No, she moed. I'm not a child. The pain that followed was like nothing Gracie had ever known, was excruciating, unbearable. It was wonderful, exhilarating, beautiful. She held Moor tidy in her arms, screaming with ecstasy. He brought to orgasm after orgasm, and Gracia thought, so Triss's mystery is all about. And it was so wonderful to know finally the secret of a creation, to be a part of life at last, to know what joy was for RRW and forever. What the fuck are you doing? It was Dolores Pereiro's voice screaming, and for an instant everything frozen in turn. She was standing at the side of the bed, staring down at her that the Moor. Gracie looked up at her mother, terrified to speak. Dolores's eyes were filled with an ursine rage. You bitch, you rotten bitch. Mama _please Dobras picked up a heavy iron ashtray at the bedside, slammed it against her daughter's head. That was the last thing Gracie remembered. Awoke in a large white hospital ward with a dozen beds in it, all of TTM occupied. Harried ruses scurried back and forth, twing to attend to TLE needs of the patients. Gracilla's head was racked with excruciating pain. Each time rivers of fire flowed toward her. She lay there, listening to cries and moans of the other patients. Late in the afternoon, a young intern stopped by TLE's side of her bed. He was in his early 30s, but he LCNKED old and tired. Well, he said, you're finally awake. Where am L? TT hurt her to speak. You're in TTE/Vlad of Hospital Provirii in Agia _ you were BR0 LQHT in yesterday were in terrible shape. We had to stitch you the intern on. Our chief SL_agent decided to sew you himself. He said you were too beautiful to have scars. He's wrong, Gracilla thought. I'll be scarred for the rest of my life. On the Sekhawks day, Father Perez came to see Gracilla _ a nurse to the priest ICX, KED at pale girl there and his heart melted. The terrible tying that had happened to her was the scandal of Las Navas del Marques, but there was nothing Q could do about it. Dolores Piero had told the policia TTY.T her that Gta had ireoed her head in a fall. Father Perez asked, "Are you feeling better, child?" Gracilla nodded, and TTE movement made her head pound. The policia have been asking questions. There anything you would like me to tell them? There was a long silence. Finally she said, "Was an accident." He could not bear the bock in her eyes. I see what he had to say was painful beyond words. Gracilla, I spoke with her mother and Gracilla knew. I can't go home again, can P no, I am afraid not. We'll talk about it. Father Perez took Gracilla's hand. T come back to you tomorrow. Thank you, Father. When he left, Gracilla lay there, and she prayed, "Dear HD, please let me die. I don't want to live." Had now to go and are you, one to go to. Never again would she SAE her home. SYE would never see your school again, or the familiar faces of her teachers. There was nothing in the world left for her. Anna stopped at her bedside. "You need anything?" Gracilla bocked up at her in what was there to say. The following item appeared again. "Ill news," he said awkwardly. "You're well to leave now." That was a lie, but the rest of his speech was true. "We need the bed." She was free to go, but go when Father Perez arrived an hour later. He was by priest. "This is Father Berendo, an old freakst of mine." Gracilla glanced at the frail-looking priest father. He was right, Father Beriodo, she is beautiful. Father Perez had told him the story of what had happened to Gracilla. The priest had expected to see some visible signs of TE kind of environment he child had lived in, a hardness, a defiance, or self-pity. There were none of those things in TLE young girl's face. "I'm sorry P. Liv had such a bad time," Father Berendo told her. The sentence carried a deeper meaning. Father Perez said, "Gracilla, einst turn to Las Navas del Marques. I am leaving you in Father Berendo's hands." Gracilla was filled with the SLK, den sense of panic. She felt as th0 your last la asterisk with home was cut. "Don't go," she pleaded. Father Perez took her hand in his. "I'll know you feel alone," he said, "but you'll believe me, child, you're not a nurse." Approached the bed carrying a bundle. Handed it to Gracilla. "Here are your clotless. I am afraid you're to have to leave now." An even greater panic seized her. "Nova the Bevo priests, why don't you get dressed and come with me? Father Berendo, we can talk." 15 minutes later Father Berendo was Gracilla out of TLE hospital door into TTE warm sunlight. There was a garden in front of with brightly coloured flowers, but Gracilla was too dazed even to tice TM_Viven. They were seated in his office. Father Berendo said, "Perez told me that you have no place to go." Gracilla nodded. "No rastific to say it, only, my motier. Father Perez said you were a regular church gay in your village." A village she would never see again? Yes. Gracilla out of TLNSE Sunday mornings, the beauty of church sentences, and how had longed to be with Jesus and escape from TLE pan of life lived. "Gracilla, you ever of entering a convent?" "No." She was with idea. "There is a convent here in Avila, the Cistercian. They W0LDD take care of you there." A don't krnw, idea was it is not for every U, Father Berendo told her. And I must wham you, it is TLE strictest order of them all. Or where you walk the gates RXD take your vows, you have made a promise to God never to leave. Gracilla sat there staring out the window, Anaya with conflicting thoughts. The idea of shutting herself away from the world was terrifying. It would be like going to prison. But on the other hand, what did the world have to offer her? Pain and despair beyond bearing. She had often of suicide. This might offer a way out of her misery. Father said, "It's up to you, my child. If you like, we take you to the Reverend Mother Prioress." Gracilla nodded. "All right." The Reverend Mother studied the face of girl before her. Last night for the first time in many, many years she had heard the voice. "Are you child, we come to you? Protect her." "How old are you, my dear?" 14. She's older, HTTE 4th century Pope Decate percent 3D that girls could be to nuns at the age of 12. VM afraid, Gracilla said to the re.rend beteam asterisk. "I'm afraid." The words rap in Bettina's MIURM afraid that had so many years ago. She was speaking to her priest. "I don't know if I have a calling for this, Father." One am afraid, Bettina, the first contact with can be very disturbing, and decision to dedicate your life to is a difficult one. How did I my caller at wondered. Had never been even faintly interested in religion. As a young girl she had avoided CHR'd Sunday school. In her teens she was more interested in parties and clothes and boys. If her friends in Madrid had been asked to select possible candidates to be corner run, Bettina would have been at the bottom of the list. More accurately, she would not even have been on their list. But when she was 19, events started to happen that changed her life. She was in her bed, asleep, when a voice said, "Bettina, get up and go outside." She opened her eyes and sat 19, she on TLE lamp and realized she was reality. What a dream! But twice had been so real. Lay down again, but it was to go back to Bettina, get up and go outside RS my subconscious, thought. Why would want to go outside in the middle of night? She turned out TTE light and a moment it on again. This is crazy. But she put on a robe and went downstairs. The household was asleep. Opened the kitchen door, and as she did a wave of fear swept over her, because somehow she knew that she was to go out the back into the yard. She looked around in the eye, caught a glint of moonlight shining on an old refrigerator mat had been a buckstone was used to store tools. Beina suddenly knew why she was there. She walked over to refrigerator as though hypnotized, and opened it. Her 3-year-old brother was inside, unconscious. That was the first incident. In time, Bettina rationalized it as a perfectly normal experience. Must have heard my brother get up and go out into the yard, and I knew the refrigerator was there, and was worried about him, so I went outside to check. The next experience was not so easy to explain. TT happened a month later. Her sleep, Bettina heard a voice say, "Yunst put out the fire," sat up. Wide awake, her passe reserve again, it was impossible to go back to sleep. She put on a robe and slippers and went into TTE hallway. No smoke. No fire. She opened her parents' bedroom door. Was normal there. There was no fire in her brother's bedroom. She went downstairs. Aru looked through every room. There was no sign of a fire. I'm an idiot, Bettina nut T as only a dream. She went back to bed just as the fuse was by an explosion. She and her family escaped, RTLE firemen managed to put out the fire. TT started in the basement, a fireman explained, and a boiler ED. The next incident happened 2 weeks later. This time it was no dream. Bettina was on the patio reading when she saw a stranger walking across the yard. He looked at her, and in that instant she felt a malevolence from him that was almost palpable. Turned away was gone at Bettina was unable to get him out of her mood. 3 days later, she was in an office building waiting for the elevator. The elevator DCXJR opened. She was about to step into it when she looked at the elevator operator. It was man she had seen in her garden. Bettina backed away, the elevator door closed and the elevator went up. Moments later, it crazed everyone in it. The following Sunday, Bettina went to CHTRCH. Dear Lord, I don't know what's going on here, I am scared. Please glide me, tell me what you wantin' to do. The answer came that night as Bettina slept. The voice said Aru. Word. Devotion. She th0lqht about it all night, and in the morning she went to talk to the priest. He listened intently to what she had to say. Are you or of the fortnight you have chosen? Chosen for what? Are you to devote your life to God, my child? Don't know. I am afraid. But in Tte the convent I chose the right path, the Reverend Mother Bettina thought, because I have never known so much happiness. And now here was this battered chid saying, see, I'm afraid. The revolver that took Gracilla's RMD. Take your time, Gracilla. God won't go away. Think about it and come back. Ard can discuss it, but what was there to think about? I've now else in the world to go, Gracilla th0lqht. And the silence would vile corn. I have heard too many terrible sourish. She lmked at the Reverend Ard said, will welcome Salm. That had been 17 years earlier. Since then Gracilla had fought in peace for the first time. Her life was dedicated to God. The past no to her. She was forgiven. The horrors had grown up. 6th. She was Christ's bride, and at the end of her life, she would join him. As years passed in deep silent despite the occasional terrible ds in her Myaru gradually away. Sister Gracilla was to work in the garden, the tiny rainbows of God's miracle, never tiring of their splendour. Of the convent high above her on all sides like a stone a mountain, but Gracilla never felt that they were her in, they were shutting a terrible world out, a world wanted to again. Life in the convent was serene and peaceful. But now, suddenly, her terrible nightmares had turned 3D into a reality. Her world had been invaded by barbarians. They had forced her out of her sanctuary, into a world she renounced forever. And her sins came back, filling her with horror. The Mokj had returned. She could feel his hot breath on her face. As she fought him, Gracilla opened her eyes. It was the friar on top of her trying to her. He was saying, stop fighting me, sister. You're going to enjoy this. Vlama, Gracilla cried aloud. Vlama! Help me! Chapter 7. Lucia Carmine felt wonderful as she walked down the street with Megan and Teresa. It was marvelous to wear feminine clothes again, hear the spur of silk against skin. Glanced at the offers. They were walking nervously, unaccustomed to their RMV, self-conscious RV, embarrassed in TLIR skirts and stockings. They book as though TT've been dropped from another planet. They sure as hell don't belong on this one, Lucia mutt. Might as well be wearing signs that say catch me. Sister Teresa was the most uncomfortable of the three women. 30 years in the convent had deeply ingrained a sense of anxiety in art. It was being violated by the events that had been thrust upon her. This world to which she had belonged MW seemed unreal. Was the convent that was real, she to hurry back to TTE sanctuary of its protective walls. Megan was aware hat men were at her as she walked down the street, and she blushed. She had lived in a world of women for so long that she had forgotten what it was like to see Ernan, let alone have smiled at. Was embarrassing, indecent. The men aroused feelings in that had been since buried. For the first time in years, she was conscious of her femininity. They were passing bar they had gone by and the music was blaring out into TLE Street. What had Friar Carrillo called it? Rock hard roll. Very popular with Tha something bothered her. Megan realised what it when had passed the friar had said, it's disgraceful what the cinema is permitted to show these days. That movie is pure the most personal awry private acts are there for to see. Megan's heart to beat faster. If Friar Carrillo had been backed in a monastery for the past 20 years, how could he possibly have known rock music or what was in movie? Something was terribly wrong. She turned to Lucia. Teresa said urgently, we've got to return to store. They as Megan turned them. Ran back, and they quickly began to fold were. Gracilla was on the floor, to get free, scratched NG at Carrillo. Goddamn you! Hold still. He was winded. He heard a sock and glanced. He saw the heel of a SHCE swinging toward his head, and TLBT was the last thing he remembered. Picked TTE Gracilla and had her in her arms. Sure RS all right, he won't bother you anymore. T was several minutes. Gracilla could wasn't my fault this time, she said. Lucia and Teresa had gone into the store. Lucia sized up the situation at a glue. The bastard down at the unconscious, half-icked figure on TLE floor. As the others, Lucia grabbed some B.else from a counter and tied Miguel Carrillo's hands tightly his back. Tie feet, she told Megan. Megan went to walk. Finany, Lucia stocks LP, satisfied. There. When they all in the SBRE this afternoon, he can explain to them what was doing British English. She looked at Gracilla closely. Are you all right? She to Serenile. We'd better get out of here, B. Legan said. Get dressed. Quickly. When they were ready to leave, Icrea said, wait a minute. She went over to TTE cash register, punched a key. There were a few hundred pesetas inside. She scooped TTWN up, picked up a purse from a counter, and put the money inside. She saw the expression on Teresa's face. Lucia said, I okay at it this my sister. If God did want us to have this, he wouldn't you've put it there for us. They seated in Chew Cafe, having a conversation. Sister Teresa was, we must get the cross to the convent at Mendavia as quickly as possible, there will be safety there for all of us. Not for me, Lucia thought. My safety is that Swiss bark, but first TVE got to get hokey of TLBT cross. The convent at Mendavia is Nori. Of here, right? Yes. The men will be seen for us in every town. So we sleep in the hills tonight. Nobks will I hear you even if she scream. A waitress brought at 70 menus to the table. The sisters examined them, they're confused. Silduni LC had been so many years since had been given choices of any kind at THA convent, they had automatically eaten the simple FCED placed before them. Now they were confronted with a vast array of unfamiliar delicacies. Sister Teresa was the first to speak. I will TNVE sawn coffee a rye bread, please. Sister Gracilla said, Megan said, have a long, hard journey of I that we order more Ke. Lucia looked at her with eyes. She's Taiwan to keep an eye on, LLCIA she said, Sister Megan is right, let me order for you, sisters. She ordered sliced oranges, tortillas de patatas, rolls, jam, and coffee. ML Erie in a hurry, she told waitress. Siesta urried at 4:30, and the town be waking up. She wanted to out of there before someone discovered Miguel Carrillo in dress shop. When the food arrived, the sisters sat there staring at it. Help yourselves, Lucia urged. They began to eat, gingerty at first. And TTM with gusto, there of guilt. Sister Teresa was the 001 a problem. She one bite of FCK, D and said, I can't. It's, if surrendering. Megan said, Sister, you want to get to the convent, Dorrit you? You have to eat to keep up strength. Sister Teresa said primly, very well. Cleet. But I promise you, I1T enjoy a TV raz all Lucia could do to keep a straight far. GCM sister. Eat. When they had finished, Lucia paid the check with some of TTE money she had taken from the cash register and they walked out into TTE hot sunshine. The streets were beginning to come alive. And the stores were starting to by now have probably found Migdal Carrillo, Lucia Chlijit. Lucia and Teresa were impatient to get out of town, but Gracilla and Megan were walking slowly, fascinated by the sights and sounds and smells of the town. Not until TLEY had reached the outskirts and were heading toward mountains did Lucia begin to relax. They moved steadily north, climbing upward, making slow progress in the hilly terrain. Lucia was tempted to ask Sister Teresa if she might like yet to carry the package, but she did not want to say anything that might make the older woman suspicious. When they reached a small glade in the highland, surrounded by trees, Lucia said, "We can spend the night here. In the morning we head for the convent at Mendavia." The others nodded, believing her. The sun moved slowly across the blue sky, and the glade was silent, except for the sounds of SWNMA. Night fell. One by one women stretched out on the green grass. Lucia lay there, breathed lightly, for a deeper silary, waited for the others to fall asleep so she could make her move. Sister Teresa was finding it difficult to sleep. It was a strange ambience out under the stars, surrounded by her sisters. Had names now, and faces and voices, she was afraid that was to punish her for this forbidden knowledge. She felt terribly lost. Sister Megan was a difficult time getting to sleep. She was filled with the excitement of the day's events. "How did I know that the friar was a fraud?" she worded. "And where did I get the courage to save Sister Gracilla?" She smiled, unable to keep from being a tiny bit pleased with herself. Even th0lqh she knew such a of pride was a sin. Gracilla ras asleep, emotionally drained by what she had gone through. She tossed and tlrned, haunted by dreams of HSED down dark, endless corridors. Lucia Carmine lay still, waiting. She lay there for almost 2 hours and then quietly sat up and moved darkness toward Sister Teresa. She would take the package and disappear. As she reared Sister Teresa, Lucia saw that the nun was awake on her knees, praying. "Damn!" She hurriedly retreated. Lucia lay down again, forcing herself to be patient. Sister Teresa could not pray right. She had to get some sleep. Lucia planned her moves. The money taken from cash register would be earned for to take a bus or a train to Madrid. Once there, it would be simple to find a pawnbroker. She saw herself walking in and him Golden Cross. The pawnbroker would suspect it was stolen, but that would not matter. He would have plenty of customers eager to buy it. "We give you 100,000 pesetas for it." She would pick it up from the counter. "I would rather sell my BCKFY first 150,000 pesetas. I would prefer to melt it down and let the gold run in the gutter. 200,000 pesetas. That is my last offer. You are robbing me blind, but will accept it." The pawnbroker would eagerly reach for it on one condition. "A condition?" "Yes. I misplaced my passport. Do you know someone who can arrange a passport for an?" Her hands might still be on the Golden Cross. He would then say, "Happen to have a friary who does things like that." The deal would done. She would on her way to Switzerland and freedom. Father's words, "There is more money there than you could spend in lifetimes." Her eyes began to close. Tea had been a long day. In her half-sleep, Lucia heard the sound of a church bell from the distant village. Sent memories through L07 of another place, time chapter 8 Taormina. Sicily was awakened every morning by the distant sound of tie bells of TLE Church of San Domenico, high in TLE Peloritani Mounta Ns Taormina. She enjoyed waking up slowly, languorously stretching like a cat. She kept her eyes closed, knowing that there was something wonderful to remember. What was it? The question teased at her mind. Awry she pushed it back, not wanting to know just yet, wanting to savour the surprise, and suddenly her meal vase joyously flooded with it. She was Lucia Maria Carmine, the Doctor of Carmine, and that was enough to make anyone in the world happy. They lived in a large storybook villa filled more servants than the 15-year-old Lucia could count. And a guard drove her to school, each in an armoured limousine. She grew up with the prettiest dresses and the most *e toys in all of Sicily. Ard was the Emmy of her schoolmates. But it was her father around whom Lucia's life in her eyes. He was the most handsome man in the world. He was short and heavy-set, with a strong face and stormy brown eyes that radiated power. He had 2 sons, Ernesto and Victor, but it was his whom Ange Carmine adored and Lucia worshipped him. Church. When the priest spoke of God, Lucia always thought of her father. He would come to her bedside in the morning and say, "Time to get up for school, il faccia d'angelo face." It not trte, of course. Lucia knew she was not really beautiful. "I'm attractive," she muttered, studying herself objectively in the mirror. Yes. Striking, rather than beautiful, her reflection showed a young girl with an oval face, creamy skin, even, white teeth, a strong chin, too strong. WFTDL lips, too full, and dark, knowing eyes. But if her face fell just short of being beautiful, her more than made for it. At 15, Lucia had the body of a woman, with rorue, firm breasts, a raro waist, awry hips that moved vital sensuous promise. "We re to have to marry you off early," her father would tease her. "Scon you will drive the young men patser. My it'll urgent. I want to marry someone like you, Papa, but there is no one like you." He laughed. "Never mind. Will you a prince? You were born under a lucky star, and or a day you will know what it is like to have a man hold you in his arms, make love to you." Lucia blushed. Yes, Papa. It was true that no one had made love to her, not for the past 12 hours. Benito Patters, one of her bodyguards, always came to her bed when her father was out of town. Benito make love to her in her ilus added to the thrill, because Lucia knew that her father would kill them both if he ever discovered what was on. Benito was in his 30s, arded him that the beauty few pung virgin of me great Angelo Carmine chosen him to deflower her. "Was it as you expected?" he asked the first time he bedded her. "Oh, yes," Lucia breathed better thought, "while he's as good as Mario, Tony, or Enrico, he's certainly better than Roberto Leo." She could remember the of all the others. At 13, Lucia had felt that she had been a virgin longer now. She had looked around, decided that the lucky boy would be Paolo Costalb, the son of Angelo Carmine's doctor. Paolo was 17, tall and husky, the star soccer player at his Seoul. Lucia had fallen madly in BVE with Paolo the first time she had seen him. She managed to RM into him as often as possible. It never occurred to Paolo that their constant meetings had been carefully contrived. He regarded the attractive doctor of Angelo Carmine as a child. But on a hot summer day in August, Lucia decided she could wait. No, she telephoned Paolo. "Paolo, this is Lucia Carmine. My father has he would like to discuss with you. He wondered whether you could meet him this afternoon at our pool house." Paolo was surprised, flattered. He was in awe of Angelo Carmine. Blk he had known the powerful mafioso was even aware of his existence. "I would be delighted," Paolo said. "What time he like me to be there?" 3 o'clock. Siesta time, when the world would be asleep. The pool house was isolated, at the far end of their widespread property, and her father was out of town. There would be no chance of their interrupted. Paolo arrived promptly at the appointed hour. The gate to his garden was 0 fen, and he walked directly to the house. He stopped at the door and knocked. "Signor Carmine?" Pronto there was no response. Paolo checked watch. Cautiously, He opened TTE door. Araj stepped inside. The room was dark. Senor Carneru, a figure moved toward him. Powered he Lucia's voice. Lucia, I am for your father. He here. She was closer to Pern RRW, close enough for Paolo to see that she was stark nacked. Paolo gasped. What? I want you to make love to me. Why zero Leary Patsy, you're only a child. I'm out of here. He started toward Thai DTX, go ahead. TII-10 my fatal real raped, no, you wouldn't leave, and you'll FLRX3 out. He stopped. If I try, carried her threat. There was not Thai slightest D0 LLT in Paolo's mind as to what his fate would be. Castration will be only. He walked back to Lucia to reason with her. Lupe, dear, LK eat when you call me dear, no, Aston to me, LLCIA. TW's is very serious. Your father will kill me if you tell him I raped you, no. He made arcs, the stabbed at a TVLY fative.0 LKD be disgraced. My family WOWDBA disgraced. No was CSS. WRNT do you want from me? I want you to do it, me. No TT is impossible. Are your father out, kill me. If you leave British English he will kill you. You don't have much choice, do you? He stared at her, panicky. WVhin, Lucia. Because I'm in with you, Paolo. She TCX, K his Haru plus or minus S pressed TTM gently between her legs. TMA woman. Make me feel like 1H. The dim light. Paolo could see the twin mods of her braces nips, and the soft, dark re between her legs. Jesus, Paolo TL nut, what can a man do? Was leading him to a COLA, helping him out of trousers, his shorts. She knelt and put his male hardroxice in her mouth, stuck it gently, and Paolo thought, she's done TWS before. And when he was on top of her, plunging deep inside her, and she had her hands tightly wrapped around his backside, hips hungrily against his, Pow thought, my GTD, she's marvelous. Lucia was in heaven. It was as though she had been born for Stir, Tivta knew exactly what to do to please him, Aral to please her, so her whole xlu was on fire. She fed herself build at to a climax, higher and higher, When it finally happened, she screamed aloud in sheer joy. They both lay there, spent, breathing. Lucia finally spoke. She said, same time tomorrow. When Ilaia was 16, Angelo Carmine decided that it was time for his daughter to see something of the world. With elderly Aunt Rosa, as Lucia spent her school holidays in Capri and Ischia, Venice and Rome, and a dozen other places. UMCSTB Cutwed, wait a peasant, like your papa. Travel will round out your education. In Capri, Aunt Rosa will take you to the Carmusian Monastery of St. James and the Villa of San Michele and TTE Palazzo Amare. Yes, Papa is Street Vlach's Basilica, the Doge's Palak Asterisk, the CHLRCH of San Giorgio, and TLER Edamia. Yes, Papa. Rome is treasure house of the world. There you must visit the Vatican City, and the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore, and the Borghese Galilei, of course. Of course and Milano. You must go to the Conservatorio for a concert recital. I will tickets for La Scala for you and Aunt Rosa. In Florence you see the Municipal Museum of Art. The Uffizi Museum, there are dozens of churches and museums. Yes, Papa. With very careful plan Lucia managed to see none of those plars. Aunt Rosa insisted on a siesta every afternoon and retiring early each evening. You must get your rest too, child. Certainly, Aunt Rosa. So, while Aunt Rosa slept, Lucia danced at the Quizicina in Capri, rode in a carrozza with a beplumed and horse pulling it, joined a groque of college boys at the Marina Piccola, went on picnics at Bagni di Tiberio, and tcnk the Effelnick dare up to Anna Capri, where joyed a group of French students for drinks at the LH Venice Harks Sauna Gondui Urks, K ho to a disco, Arda took at Chioggia. And Aunt Rosa slept at Rome. Lucia drank wine from aptly discovered all the fun restaurants like Mart Ard Ranieri Egifaz, wherever she went, Lucia forayed hidden little bars and nightclubs and Raunanek, men, and she dear papa was so right travel has rounded out my education. Bed she learned to speak several different languages, Chnut. This is so much more fun than my language dasses at school. When Lucia returned home to Taormina, she confided to her closest girlfriends, I was naked in Naples, stoned in Salerno, felt in Florence, and laid in Lucca. Sicily itself was a wonder to Eor, an island of Grecian temples, Roman and Byzantine amphitheatres, chapels, Arab baths, and Swabian castles. Lucia found Palermo raucous and lively, and she enjoyed wandering around the Calza, old Arab quarter, and visiting the Opera di Pupi, the puppet theatre. But Dormire, where she was bomb, was her forright. It was a picture of a city on the Ionian Sea on a mountain overlooking world. It was a city of dress shops, jewelry stores, bars and bark-diffed old squares, trattorias and color-few hotels like the Excelsior Palace TFE San Domenico. The winding road from seaport of Naxos is steep, narrow and Elgesia Carmine was given a car on her 15th birthday. She broke every tramp law in the book but was stopped by the Carabinieri. After she was the daughter of Angelo Carmine. To those who were Brainolk or Stwid to Inculiri, Carmine was in TTE real estate business. And it was partially TNE, for the family-owned Thai villa at Taormina, a house on Lake Como at Cernobbio, a lodge at Gstad, an apartment in Rome, and a large farm outside Rome. But at that Karnin was also in more lawful businesses he owned a dozen BN0 gambling caserks, 6 ships that brought it in cocaine from his plantations in Colombia, and an assortment of very lucrative enterprises, including band sharking. Angelo Carmine was the capo of the Sicilian mafiosi, so it was only appropriate that he lived vile. His life was an inspiration to others, heartwarming proof that a poor Sicilian who was ambitious and worked hard could become rich and successful. Carmine had started out as an errand boy for the mafiosi when he was 12. By 15 he had become an enforcer for the loan sharks, and at 16 he killed his first man and made his bones. Shortly after that, he married Lucia's mother, Anna. In years that followed, Carmine had climbed the treacherous and ladder to the top, a string of dead enemies behind him. He had grown, but Anna had remained the simple peasant girl he had married. She bore him finer children, but after that her contribution to Angelo's life came to a halt. As though knowing she no longer a place in her family's life, she obligingly died and was considerate enough to manage it with a minimum of fuss. Arnaldo Victor were in business with mere father, from Tin News. Lucia was a small girt, she eavesdropped on the conversations between her father and her brothers, and listened to TN2 tales of now they had outwitted or overpowered their enemies. To Lucia, her father was a knight in armor. She saw wrong in what her father and brothers were. On the contrary, they were helping people. If people wanted to gamble, why let stupid laws stand in their way? If men took pleasure in buying sex, why not assist them? And how generous of her father and brothers to loan money to people who were turned away by the hard-hearted bankers. To Lucia, her father and brothers were model citizens. The PRCX, F of it lay in her father's choice of friends. Once a week Angelo gave an enormous dinner party at the villa, and people who would be seated at the Carmine table. The mayor would be there, a few aldermen, and judges, and seated next to them would be movie stars and opera surges, and often the chief of police. Several times a year governor himself would appear. Lucia led an idyllic life, filled with parties, clothes and jewels, cars and servants, powerful friars. And then all February, on her 23rd birthday, it all came to an abrupt end. It began innocuously enough. Two men came to the villa to see her father. One of Tyanin was his friend the chief of police, and the other was his lieutenant Fajimi. Police chief apologized, but is a stupid formality which the Commissar's tour is forcing me to go through. 1,000 pardons, Padre E, but if you will be to accompany me to police station, I will see to it that are in time to daughter's birthday party. No problem, Carmine said genially. A man must do his duty, he grinned. This new commissioner who's been appointed by President is, in the American phrase, an eager beaver, eh? I'm afraid that is so, the chief sighed. But don't worry, you and I have seen these pains in the asses come and go very quickly, eh, Padrone? They lawned and went to Ponce's headquarters. Carmine was right at home for the party that day, or the next. In fact, never saw any of his horns again. The state filed a 100-count indictment against him. It eluded murder, drug trafficking, prostitution, arson, and scores of other crimes. Bail was denied. A police dragnet went out that swapped Carmine's crime organization. He had counted on his powerful connections in Sicily to have charges against him dismissed, but instead he was taken to Rome in the middle of the night, booked at the Regina Coeli, the notorious Queen of Heaven prison. He was put in a small cell that contained barred windows, a radiator, a cot, with no seat. It was outrageous. It was an urgency beyond imagining. The beginning Carmine was sure that Tornaso Contorno, his attorney, would feed him released immediately. When Contorno came to the visiting RCH3M of the prison, Carmine stormed at him. Closed down my whorehouses, drug and TTEY know everything, my money ordering operation. Sorneb Kekswy is talking, Thur rode out it is bring me his tong le. Do not worry, Padrone Contorno assured him. We will ferd him. His optimism out to be unfounded. Order to protect their whiter S's, state adamant he refs to reveal their until the began. 2 days before the trial, Carmira RTLE other members of the Mafia V.Air transferred to Rebibia Prigion, a maximum security prison miles outside Rome. A nearby courtroom had been fortified like a bunker. 160 accused Mafia members were brought in through an underground tunnel, 21 wearing handcuffs and chains put in 30 cages made of steel and bulletproof glass. Armed guards surrounded the inside outside of, and spectators were searched. They were allowed to enter. When Angelo Carmine was marched into the courtroom, his heart leaped for joy, for the judge on the bench was Giovanni Busetta, a man who had been on the Carmine payroll for the last 15 years and who was a frequent guest at the Carmine house. Carmine knew at last that justice was to be served. The trial began. Carmine looked to Ornata, Tycyclehan Code of Slents, to protect him. But to his astonishment, the chief witness for state turned out to be none other than Benito Paters, the bodyguard. Paters had been with the Carmine family so long, had been so trusted that he had been allowed to be in the room at meet-at where confidential matters of business were discussed. And since that business consisted of every illegal activity on the police statutes, Paters had been privy to a great deal of information. When the Polieri apprehended Paters minutes after he had cold murdered and mutilated the new boyfriend of his mistress, they had threatened him with life imprisonment. Paters had reluctantly agreed to help the police build their case against Carmine in exchange for a lighter sentence. Now, to Angelo Carmine's horrified disbelief, sat in the courtroom listened to Paters reveal innermost secrets of Carmine fiefdom. Lucia was also in the courtroom every day to the man who had been her lover destroy her father brothers. Benito Paters' testimony opened the floodgates. Once Commissioner's investigation began, dozens of victims came forward to tell their stories of what Angelo Carmine AML had done to them. The Mafia had muscled into their businesses, blackmailed TTWN, forced them into prostitution, murdered or crippled BVED orbs, sold Drew QS to their children. List of horrors was endless. Even more was the testimony of the Pentatee, the repentant members of Mafia who decided to talk. Lucia was allowed to visit her father in prison. He greeted her cheerful. He her and whispered, "Do wait worry, Faccia JLKDGE Giovanni Busetta is my secret ace in the hole. He knows all the tricks of the law. He will them to see that your brot Urs and Orange Carmine proved to be a poor prophet." The public had been outraged by the Mafia, and when the trial finally ended, Judge Giovanni Busetta, an astute antithetical animal, sentenced the other Mafia members to prison terms. Carmine and his sons to max Granern permitted by Italian law, life imprisonment, a mandatory sentence of 28 years. For Angelo Carmine it was a death sentence. All of Italy cheered. Justice had final triumphed. But to Lucia, it was a nightmare beyond. The three men she loved RNC in the world were being sent to hell. Once again, Lucia allowed to visit father in N's cell. The overnight change in him was heartbreaking. In the space of a few days, he had become a man. His figure had shrunk and his healthy, ruddy complexion had turned sallow. "They have betrayed me," he moaned. "They have all betrayed me. JL Kij Giovanni Busetta, L owned him, Lucia. I made him a wealthy man, and he did THLS terrible thing to and patters. I was like a fatter to him. What TLE come to? Whatever to honor. They are Sicilians, like me." Lucia took her father's heart in hers and said in a low, "I am Sicilian, Papa. You shall yoke vengeance. I swear it to you, on my my life is over," her fatler told her. "But yours is still ahead of you. I have a numbered account in Zurich. The Barclay. There is more in a EYTL than you could spend in 10 lifetimes." He whispered a nerve in her ear, "Leave cursed Tali. Take the money and enjoy yourself." Lucia held him close. "Papa, you ever read a Freer, you can trust Dominic Duran. We are like brothers. A in Ferrara at Bazillas, near the Spanish border. Ernba promise me you Tali." "Yes, Papa. Is I have to do first for WBS one thing, out a way to get it was another was alone, and it was gope to be easy." Lucia muttered Italian rubere il mestiere, "You steal their profession. Must think the way they do." A few weeks after her Fatio and brothers had started searing their prison sentences, Lucia Carmine appeared at horn of Judge Giovanni Busetta. The judge himself opened the door. He stared at Lucia in surprise. He had seen her often when was a guest at the Carmine home, but they had never had much to say to each other. "Lucia Carmine. What are you doing here? You shouldn't have, I'll come to thank you, Your Honor." He studied her suspiciously. "Thank me for what?" Lucia looked deep into his eyes. "For exposing my father and brothers for what they were. I was an innocent, living in that house of horrors. I had no idea what monsters." She broke down and began to sob. The stock there you mertenty, then patted her shoulder. There. Come in rdYW.E sawn tea. Thank you." When TTEY was seated in the live-at room, Judge Busetta said, "I had idea that you felt that way about your father. I had TTE impression that you were very close. On asterisk because I had no idea what he and my brothers were really like. When I found out," she shuddered. "You don't know what it was like. I wanted to get away, but their escape for me. El didn't steru." He patted her hand. "I'm afraid I misjudged you, my dear. I was of Rim." Her was filled with passion. Judge Busetta noticed, not for TLE first time, that a young woman Lucia was. She was WEA at a simple black dress that revealed the udines of her lush body. He balked at her rounded breasts and could not help how grown she had become. T-mold BA amusing, Busetta thought, to sleep with the daughter of Angelo Carmine. He's powerless to hurt, and now the old bastard he owed me, but I was smolt for him. Lucia is probably a virgin. I could teach her a few ths in bed. An elderly housekeeper brought in a tray of tea and a platter of cookies. She put them on a table. Shall I poll? Let me. Lucia said. Her voice was warm and filled with promise. Judge Busetta smiled at Lucia. You can yard, he told the housekeeper. Eyes, sir. The watched as Lucia mlked over to the small table where the tray had set down a rye carefully poured out tea for the Julgige and herself. I'll remember feeling you and I could become very friends, Lucia Giovanni BL_Setta said, probing. Lucia gave him a smee. I'll wook, like that very much, Your Honour. Giovanni. Lucia harried him his CTQ, she raised her in a toast. To the death of villains. Smiling, Busetta lifted his cup. To the death of villains. He took a swallow, Arxie grimaced. The tea tasted bitter. Is it too? No, no. He's fine, my dear. Lucia raised her again. To our free exiship. She took another sip, and he joyed her. Busetta never finished his toast. He was seized by a sudden spasm, and felt a red-hot poker at his heart. He grabbed his chest. Oh, my caller! Dr. Lucia sat there, calmly sipping her tea, watching the judge stumble to his feet and fall to the FLCNR. He ky there, his body twitching, and then he ms that's one, Papa Lucia said. Benito Patters was in his cell playing solitaire when the jailer announced, You have a visitor. Benito beamed. He had been given special status as an informer. With many privileges. Odd conjugal visits was one of them. Patters had half a dozen girlfriends, and they alternated their visits. He wondered one had corn today. He studied himself in the little mirror hanging on the wall of his cell, put some pomade on his hair, slicked it back, then followed the guard prison corridor to the section where private rooms _ the guard motioned him inside. Patters strutted into the RCXYRN, FLLBD with anticipation. He stopped and in surprise. Luria. What the hell are you doing here? How did you get in? Lucia said softly, Elle told TLM we were engaged, Benito. She was a stunning red low-cut silk dress that to curves of her body. Benito Patters backed away from her. Get out. If you WHSH but there is sauna you should rear first. When I saw you get on the stand and testify against my father brothers, I hated y'all. I wanted to KLLL you. She moved closer to him. But I realized that what you were doing was an act of bravery. You dared to star eye and tell TTY2 truth. My father and my brothers were not evil men, but they did evil things, and you were the only one strong in a yo to star eye up against them. Believin', Lucia, he said, the police fork _F me too, you don't have to explain. Sty * said softly. Not o me. Remember the first time we made love? I knew then that I was in love with you, and I always mulled be. Lucia, I would have done what v caro, I want us to forget what happened. Test or what's important now is puard me. She was close to him now, and could smell her heady perfume. His mind was in a state of confusion. Do you mean that? Svlor than I've ever meant anything in my life. That's why I can't hear tzui, to prove it to you. To show you I'm yours. And not with JTST words. Her went to her shoulder straps, Arden it dant later her dress shimmered to the floor. She was X*KED. Do you believe me now? By God, was beautiful. Yes, believe you. His voice was lecky. Lucia moved close to him, and her body against his. Get undressed, she whispered. Hurry, she watched Patters as he undressed. When he was naked, He took her Harry Arai led her to the little bed in TTE Cora of TTERCNM. He did not bother with foreplay. A moment he was on top of her, her legs, deep inside her, an arrogant smile on his face like old times. He said smugly, "You couldn't me, could you?" No, Lisha in his ear. "And do you KRWV why I couldn't forget you?" "No, mi amore." "Tell me." "Bacax RM Sicilian, like my father." She reached behind her head, removed long, ornate pin that her hair in place. Benito Patter's felt something stab him under his rib cage, and TTE sudden pain made him open his mouth to scream, but Luria's mouth was on him, and as Benito's body and on top of her, I had an orgasm. A few minutes later she was again, and TLE pin had been in her hair. Benib was under blur *et, his eyes closed. Lucia conked at TTE cell door, smiled at the guard, opened it to E8 whore out. "He's asleep, spud." The guard looked at the beautiful woman, smiled. "You probably wore fin out rope, so," Lucia said. The daring of the TW0 murders TCX, K Italy by storm. The TM * beautiful DAC Atlanta of a mafioso had avenged her father brought furs. The excitable Italian public cheered her, rooting for her to escape. The police, Natural W, took a rather different point of view. Lucia Carmine had murdered a respected JT and had then committed a second murder within the very walls of a prison. In their eyes, equal to crimes was the fact that she had made fools of them. The newspapers were a wonderful time at their expense. "I want the neck," the commissioner roared to his deputy. "Want it?" The manhunt intensified. While the object of all this attention was hiding in the home of Salvatore Giuseppe, one of her father's men who had managed to escape TLE firestorm. In the beginning, Lucia's only mutt had been to avenge the honor of her father and brothers. She had fully expected to be caught and was prepared to sacrifice herself. When Fed managed to walk out of prison and make her escape, however, thoughts changed from vengeance to now that she had accomplished what had set out to do, life suddenly became precious again. "I'm going to let them capture me," she vowed to herself. Never. Salvatore and his wife had done what they could to disguise Lucia. They had her hair, stained her teeth, and brought her glasses and some ill-fitting clothes. Salvatore examined there critically. "It is not bad," he said. "But it is not QH. We must get you out of it, Tati. You to go somewhere where your picture is not on the front of every newspaper. Where you can hide out for a few months." And Lucia remembered, "You ever need you can trust Dominic Durrell. We are like brothers. Here home in Frei at Bazillas, near the Spanish El know where I can go," LLCIA said. "I will arrange it." 24 hours later Lucia Uras KX, King at a passport in the name of LLCIA Roma, with a taken in her new persona. "Where will you go?" "The father I as a friar in Fran who will help me." Salvatore said, "If you wish me to accompany you to TTE border," both of them knew how dangerous that would be. "No, Salvatore," Lucia said. "You have done enough for me. I must do this alone." The following morning Giuseppe rented a Fiat in the name of Lucia Roma her the keys. "Be careful," he pleaded. "Don't worry. I was born under a lucky star." Had another father told her so? At TTE Italian-French border 5 cars waiting to get into France were advancing slowly in online. As Lucia moved closer to TTE immigration BC, she became more and more nervous. They would be looking for her at all exit points. If they caught her, she knew she would sentenced to prison for life. "I'll kill myself first," Lucia thought. She had reached TTE immigration officer. "Passport, Sigzina." Lucia handed him her black passport. Throt 8H the car window. As the officer TCX, K he at Lucia, and saw LTXJK come into his eyes. He looked from passport to her face and back again, THS time more carefully. Lucia felt her bzui terse. "You're Lucia," he said. Chapter 9. No. Lucia cried. The blood drained from her face. She looked around for a way to escape. There was no. And suddenly, to her disbelief, the guard smiled up. He leaned toward her and whispered, "Your father was good to my family, Signorina. You may pass through." Good luck. Lucia felt dizzy with rehef. Grays stepped on the actor. Drove 25 yards toward the French border. The French immigration officer prided himself on being a connoisseur of beautiful women, and the woman who poured before him was certainly no beauty. She read mole's eye, thick glasses, stained teeth, was dowdily dressed. Why can't Italian women look as beautiful as French women? He thought disgustedly. He stamped Lucia's passport. Araya waved her to. She arrived in Bazars 6 hours later. The phone was averred on the first ring, and a smooth male voice said, "Hello. Dominic Duran, please." "This is Dominic Durrell." "Who is this speaking?" "Lucia Carmine. My fate too told me, Ayusia." His voice was with welcome. "I was hoping to YY2 Artemu. I'll need help. You can count on me." Lucia's heart was the first GMD news she had heard in a BNG time, and she suddenly realized how drained she felt. "I'll aid a place where I can NDE out from the police." "No problem. My wife and I have a perfect plan for you to ISE for as you like t almost to be true." "Thank you. Where are you, Lucia?" At that moment the blare of a police shortwave radio crackled over the phone. Araya then was shut off. "Lucia," a lorry alarm rang in her head. "Lucia, where are you?" "TLL come Araya get you." Why would he have a police radio in his rouse? He had answered on the first ring. Almost as though he had been her can. "S. Lucia, can you hear me?" Knew, with an absolute certainty, that TTE man on the other ERD of the line was a policeman. So the dragnet was out for her. This call was traced. "Lucia," she replaced the receiver and quickly away from the telephone. "EBCXJTH. Got to get out of Frax she thought. She returned to her car and took a map from the glove compartment. The Spanish border was only a few hours away. She replaced the map. Started off, heading southwest toward San Sebastian. It was at the Spanish border that things started to go wrong. "Passport, please." Lucia handed the Spanish immigration officer a passport. He gave it a cursory glare and started to end it back, but made him hesitate. He took a closer look at Lucia, his changed. "Just a moment, please. I will have to have this stamped inside." Luria thought watched him walk into the little Kiksk and STNVV type passport to another officer. The two of TLETN were talk at excitedly had to escape. Sir opened the door on the Dranvaz side arc, stepped out. A group of Vietnam tourists who had just cleared customs was noisily an excursion bus next to Lucia's car. The sign on the front of the bus read Madro. Guide was caning out. Schnell Lucia glanced percent ID toward the hut. The guard had taken her passport was into the telephone. "All ATN, bide." With FK, UT Lucia moved toward the laughing, chattering tour group stepped onto the BTSS, her from the guide. She took a seat in the rear of the bus, keep at her head down. "Move," she prayed. "Now." Through the window Elle saw that guard had joined the first. The three of them were examining her passport. As TH0LNH in answer to Lucia's prayer, the bus door closed. The engine sprang to life. A moment later the bus was out of San Sebastian toward Madrid. What would happen when the border guards found that she had left her car? Their first thought would be that she had gone to Fire Lady's room. They would Walt Ferrali send someone in to get her TRIR. Next step WOL add to search area to see if she was hiding somewhere. By then dozens of cars Buses however past Tri-Off Thai police have no idea she had gone, or in which direction she was. The tour on bus was obviously having a happy holiday. Why not? Lucia thought bitterly. They did have the police snapping at their heels. Was it rest of my life for? She atn, ut, tte with Jlij Busetta and Benito in her mood. I have you I could become very goin', free exists, Lucia to the death of villains. And Benito patters, ts old times. You couldn't forget me, could you? She had made traitors pay for their sins against her family. Was it worth it? They were dead, but her father Brotems Vod suffer for the rest of their lives. Oh, yes, Lucia th0lqhttmsmrth. It's someone on the bus started a German song, and tte others joy in München ist ein Hohenrauhaus, ein, Zwier, Sufa be safe with TBS group for a while. Lucia decide what to do next when get to Vladrid. She never reached Madrid. At walled city of Avila, the tour bus made a scheduled stop for refreshments and what Guy delicately referred to as a cornfort station. Al Rorsvam bus he called. Lucia stayed in her seat, watch at the passengers rise and scramble for the front DC, or of the bus. I'll be safer if I stay here. But the guide noticed her. Out, Fräulein, he said. Have 0.1% 15 minutes. Lucia hesitated. TTX3N reluctantly rose and moved toward the DC, or. As she passed the guide, he said. War 10 SIE bite. You are not of this tour. Lucia gave him a warm smile. No, she said. You see, my car broke down in San Sebastian and it is very important that I get home Madrid, so one, guide below-icked. This is not possible. This is a private tour. No, Lucia told him, but you see, you must arrange this with the company headquarters in Munich. I can TRM in a terrible hurry. Neen. You will get me in, go away or I will call the police. But she said could sway him. 20 minutes later Lucia watched the bus pull away and roar down the highway toward Madrid. She was stranded with passport and almost money, awry by row the VX, ice of half a dozen 3N countries would booking for her to arrest her for murder. Turned to examine her surroundings. The bus had stopped in front of a circular building with a sign in front that read Stark von der Autobuses. I can get ein Tour bus FR, Lucia TLE, but walked into the stab-on. It obliging with marble walls, and scattered around the room were a dozen ticket windows with a sign over each Segovia Mucasile do Valladolid Salamanca Madrid. Stairs and an escalator led to downstairs level, via me buses departed from. Tyre was a pasteleria, where they sold and caro umsak sticks wrapped in wax paper, and Lucia realized that she was starved. Better not buy she the oil and height, until I find out how much a bus ticket costs. As she started toward the window Madrid, 2 into the station. Of them was a tantograph. They moved from window to window, show at the picture to the clerks. The V for me. That damned bus driver reported an. A family of RMNRLY arrived was coming up the escalator. As they moved toward the door, Lucia stepped up, begged them, vittle them, and went outside. Walked down the cobblestone streets of Avila, not to rush, afraid of drawing attention to herself. She turned into the Calle de la Madre Soledad, with its granite buyings, black wrought iron balconies. When she reached TTE Plaza de la Santa, she sat down on a parkbench to figure out her move. 800 yards away, several women and some couples were in the park, enjoying the afternoon sunshine. As Liea sat there, a police car appeared. It pulled up at far end of Sklnra and TW0 Poliknin got out. They moved over to of women seated. Alora began questioning her. Lucia's heart began to beat faster. Sye forced herself to get to her feet slowly, her heart, and turned away from the policeman and kept walking. The next street was caned, Unbelievably Tha Street of Life and Death. Wonder if it's an omen. There were lifelike stone lions in the plaza, with TTI out, and in Lucia's fevered imagination TTW / seemed to be snapping at her. Ahead of her was a large cathedral, and on its facade was a carved medallion of a UQ girl and a grinning skull. The very air seemed to be filled with death. Lucia heard the sound of a church bell and looked up the open sea gate. In the distance, high on a hill, rose the walls of a convent. She there, at it why have you to pound, my mother Bettina softly need a place of you have decided to seek refuge of Q.D. Exactly. Yes. Lucia improvise. This is what I always wanted, to devote myself to the life of spirit in ourselves. It is what we all wish for, is it not, Dorfem Jesus? She's realty falling for it, Lucia mut the Reverend Martyr went on. You must understand that the Cistercian order is the strictest of all the orders, my child. We are completely from the outside world. Her wear music to Lucia's ears. TLK, SE who enter TE's walls have vowed never to leave. I never want to leave, Lucia assured her. Not for TLE next few months, anyway. The Reverend B. Loti arose. TT is an important decision. I suggest that you go and think about it carefully before you make your move. Lucia felt the situation slipping away from her, and she began to panic. She fed round to go. Her only hope was to stay these ones. I'll have mud about it. Lucia said quickly. Believe me, Ruvig's mother. I've thought about else. I want to renounce the world. The percent the prioress in the eye. I want to be here more than I want to be any VLR else in the word. Lucia's voice rang with truth. The Reverend there was puzzled. There was unsettled frantic about this woman it was, and yet what better reason for to come to this place where your spirit would come by meditation arrage prayer? Are you Catholic? Yes. The Reverend there picked an old-fashioned culil pan. Tell me your child. My name is LLCIA Car, Roma. Are your parents or father is? What does do? He was a businessman. He's retired. She thought of how pale he looked the last time she saw him, and a pang went through your. Do you have any brothers or sisters? 2 brothers. What do they do? Lucia decided she all help she could get. They priests lovely. The catechism went on for 3 hours. Out of that time, the Reverend Mother Bettina said, will find you a bed for the night. In the you will begin instructions, wait until are finished, if you still feel the same, you may join the order. But I warn you, it is a very difficult path you have chosen. Believe in Lucia said earnestly, no choice. The night wind was soft and warm, teaspring its way across glade, and Lucia slept was at a party in a beautiful villa, and her fatter brothers were there. Having a wonderful time, until a stranger walked into the room said, who the hell are these people? Then THA lights went out and a bright flashlight SYZNE in and she came awake and sat up, light her. There were a dozen men runs in the clear rear with the light in her eyes. LLCIA only dimly make out who are you, the man demanded again. His voice was deep rough. Lucia was instantly awake. Her mind alert. She was trapped. But if TE's men were the police, they would have known who the monks were. And what were they in the woods at night? Lucia took a chance. We are sisters from the convent at Avila, she said. Some government men can me heard about it, the man interrupted. The other sisters were all sitting up awake. Who are you? Megan asked. My name is Jamie Miro. There were 6 of dressed in rough trousers, leather jackets, turtleneck sweaters, canvas rope-soled shoes, traditional Basque berets. They were heavily in the dim moonlight. A demonic 100k about them. 2 of men as thought at NTYEY red been badly beaten. The man who called himself Jamie Miro was tall, lean, with fierce black eyes. They collie have followed here. He turned to all of the members of N's band. Have a book around. Lucia realized that it was a woman who had answered. She moved silently into Teatros. What are we to do with them? Ricardo Meladu asked. Jaime Miro said, nada. We leave them. I'd move on. Of the men protested, Jaime, these are little sisters of Jesus. Then let Jesus take care of TTM. Jaime Miro said curtly. Me have work to do. The runs were all stamping RNW, way turv. The men were gathered around Jaime, ugling with him. Me can't let them get caught. Akaka and his anin are searching for them. They are searching for us too, amigo. The sisters will never make it without our help. Jaime Miro said firmly, SNO. We are not risking OLM lives for them. We have problems of our own. Felix Carpio, one of his lieutenants, said, we could escort them part of the way, Jaime. Just until they get away from here. He turned to the RWNS. Where are you sisters headed? Teresa spoke up, the in her eyes. I have a holy mission. There is a seed went at Mendavia that will shelter us. Felix Carpio said to Jaime Miro, we could escort them there. Meru of eyes on our way to San Sebastian. Jaime tummed on him, furious. You damned fool. Why don't you put aside vost where eerie going? El only meant, mierda, his voice was filled with disgust. Now we have no choice. We'll to take him with us. If Akaka finds them, he make them take the va to slow us down Aru, make it that much easier for Akaka and his butchers to track us. Lucia was 0-0 half the gold CRCXS lay within reach. But these damned men you have lousy god, and a weird sense of your nor. A right Jaime Miro was saying. We'll have to make best of it. We'll take Tlaten as far as convent drop them, but can't all tra.ltt wear like some BLCYXDY circus. He turned to the nuns, he could not keep the out of his voice. Do any of you even know MRHERE Mendavia? The sisters looked another. Gracilla said, not acti. Then how the did you ever expect to get there? Will lead us. Sister Teresa said firmly, another of the men, Rubio Azano, you're in luck. He ruked toward Jaime. He came down to guide you in person. Sister. Jan silenced him with a look. Well split, we take 3 different routes. He pulled a map out of a backpack and the men squatted down on GROLND, SNN on the ANAP. The convent at Mendavia is southeast of I'll head north Trote Valladolid. Then to Burgos. He ran his along the map and turned to Rubio, a tall, pleasant-looking man. You take the route to Olmedo up to Arata de Duero. Right. Amigo. Jaime Miro was on the map again. He looked up at Ricardo Ledu, one of the Anin whose face was bruised. Ricardo, for Segovia, then take the mountain route to Cerezo de Arbajo, then to Soria. We'll all meet at. He put the map away. Is 2 Hozayad and 10 kilometers from here. He calculated silently. We'll meet here in 7 days. Keep away from the main roads. Felix asked, in Logrono shall we? Ricardo said, the Cirque J. Pawn will be playing in Logrono next week. We'll meet there. The Felix Carpio spoke who are nuns to travel with. We'll split them. Was time to put a stop to footies, Lucia decided. If the soldiers are searching for you, then we'd be safer travelling on our own. Butwell Wadri. Sister Jaime said. You know TCX, much about our plans now. Besides man Calb. Rubio added, you vowed Tia Shensa. We know the country we are Basques, and the people North Afriques, they 11 yeip us hide us from TTE nationalist soldiers. Why all'd never get to Mendavia by yourselves? I don't want to get to Varu plus or minus Avia, you idiot. Jan Miro was grudgingly, a right, TTM, I want us Farave Fraun here by dawn. Sister stood to the man who was giving orders. He ms rude but somehow he seemed to radiate a reassuring sense of power. Jamie booked over at Teresa and pointed to Thomas Sarin and Rubio Arzano. They will be responsible for you, Sister Teresa said. God is responsible for. Sure, Jamie replied dryly. I'll suppose that's how you got here in the first place. Rubio walked over to Teresa. Rubio Arzaro at your service, sister. How are you? I am Sister Teresa. Lucia spoke up quickly. I'll win travel with Sister Teresa. Their vivace way was to let them separate her from the Gold Cross. Jan nodded. All right. He pointed to Gracila. Ricardo, you'll take this Aru. Ricardo Meladu ruxted. Bueno. The woman whom Jamie had sent to reconnoitre had returned to the group. RS all clear, she said. Goxed. Jamie LCX, KED at Lagan. You come with us, sister. Megan nodded. Jamie Miro fascinated was Saunetming intriguing about woman. She was dark with hawk-like features of a predator. Her mouth was a red wound. There was something intensely sexual about her. The woman walked to CM Ampero Giant. Keep your mouth shut, sister, tier will be no troct, lo. Jamie said to the others. Let's get moving. In 7 days. Don't let the sisters out of your sight. Sister Teresa and the man called Rubio Arzano had already started to move down the path. Lucia hurried after TTWN. She had seen the map that Rubio Arzano had put in his backpack. Take it, Lucia decided. When he's asleep. Their flight across Spain began. Chapter 10 Miguel Carrillo was nervous. In fact, Miguel Carrillo was very nervous. It had not been a wonderful day for him. What had started so well in TTE morning, when he had encountered the 4 runs and TX, convinced them that was a friar, had ended up with being KRXX cad unconscious, tied hand and foot, and loft on the floor of dress shop TMSTTY2 owner's wife who had discovered him. She was a heavy-set, elderly woman with a moustache and a fod temper. She had ICX, KED down at him, trussed up on FLCX, said, Madre de Dios, who are you? What are you FR? Carrillo had tummed on all his charm. Thank heavens you've come, senorita. He had never met anyone who was an Aura Botzlia senora. I've been trying to get out half these straps so could use your phone to call the poly, you haven't answered my question. He tried to strlqgle into a more comfortable position. The emanation is simple, senorita. I am Friar Gonzalez. I come from a monastery near Madrid. I was by your beautiful store when I saw 2 young men breaking into tea. I felt it was my duty as a man of God to stop them. Followed them inside ping to persuade them of the errors of their ways, but they overpowered me and tied me up. Now, if you would good to into me, Mirda, he stared at her. I'll beg your pardon. Who are you? Told you, what you are is the XWRSTE. Ever she walked over to the robes that TTE runs had discarded. What are these? Those, yes. The 2 young men were wearing them as disguises, you see, and there are 4 outfits here. You said there were 2 men? Right. They joined them later, and she walked over to the phone. What are you calling the police? That's not necessary, I swear you. As SCKN as you release me, I am right, to the police station to make the warning LCNKED down at him. Yoke robe is open, friar. The police were even less sympathetic than TTE woman had been. Carrillo was questioned by 4 members of the Guardia Civil. Their green uniforms and 18th century black patent leather hats were to INSP re-fear throughout Spain, and they, attainly walked TLIR magic on Carrillo. Are you aware that you answer to the description of a man whom did a priest? Carrillo sighed. I am RNT surprised. I have a Bavan brother, may heaven punish him. It is because of him that I joyed the motvistry. Our poor mother spare us. A giant with a scarred face walked into the aft turnks. Colonel Xer is TTE's man. Yes, because of the nun's robes that we found with him in Thai store, thought you might be interested in questioning him yourself. Colonel Raymond Akaka walked to the Carrillo. Yes. KRN very interested. Carrillo gave the colonel his smile. I'm glad you're here, Colonel. I'm on a mission for my church, and it's very important that I get to Barcelona as quickly as possible. As I tried to these nic.e gentlemen, I'm a victim of circumstances simply because I tried to be a Samaritan. Cobnal Akaka nodded pleasantly. Since you are in a hurry, I will why not to waste your time? Carrillo beamed at him. Thank you, Colonel. I'm going to ask you a few simple questions. If you answer truthfully, everything will be fine. If you lie to me, it will be very painful for you. He slipped something into his hand. Carrillo said righteously, men of God do not lie. VM very happy to hear that. Tell me about the foul nuns. Don't know anything about four new. The fist that hit him in the mouth had brass knuckles on it. RBLCX, D Spurtidix Thai room. My, what are you doing? Carrillo gasped. Cobnal Akaka repeated his question. Tell me about the foul nuns. Don't underscore. The fist slammed into Carrillo's mouth again, bray curved teeth. Carrillo was on his door at P. Tell me about the four nuns. Akaka's voice was soft reasonable. 4, he saw the fist raised. Yes. 1, the words came out. Trey were in Villa Castin, running away from their convent. Please don't hit them again. Go on, told them I would help them. They needed to clot less. So you broke into the store? No, yes. Trey stole some clothes and then they knckked me out and left me. Did Tley say where they were or a peculiar of dignity? Sultan took possession of Carrillo. No. His weight Mendavia had nothing to do with the RWTE. Carrillo did not give a damn about them. Was because the colonel had ruined his face. It goped to be difficult to make a living after he was released from prison. Cobnal Asia turned to the members of the Guardia Civil. See what a little friend persuasion can do. Set yard to Madrid and HK, ID him for murder. Lucia, Sister Teresa, Rubio Arzan, and Thomas Sanjuro walked heading toward Omedo, away from main roads and through fields of grain. They passed flocks of sheep and goats, and the innocence of the pastoral countryside was an ironic contrast to the grave Dava were all in. They walked the night, and at dawn they headed for a secluded spot in the hills. Rubio Arzano said, the town of Omedo is JLST ahead. We'll stop here till nightfall. You both look as th0LQH. You could use some sleep. Sister Teresa was physically exhausted. But something was happening to YPR that was far more disturbing. Felt she was losing touch with reality. It had begun with TTE disappearance of her precious rosary. Had she lost it, or had someone stolen it? She was not sure. It had been her solace for more years than she could remember. How many thousands of Hail Marys and how many Our Fathers and how many Hail, Holy Queens had become a part of her sequity. Now it was RNSSLRP. Had she lost it in the convent? The attack? And had there really been an attack? It seemed so unreal now. She was no sure what was real and what was it. Najinri, the baby she had seen. Was it Monique's baby? Or MS playing tricks on? Was all so confusing. When was young, had been so simple. When she was York. Chapter 11 CZE France. When she was only 8 years old, most of the happiness in Teresa de Foss's life came from the church. It was like a sacred flame drawing her to its warmth. She visited TTE Chapel des Penitents Blancs, and prayed at the cathedral in Moruco. Notre Dame Bon Voyage in Cannes, Most frequently she attended services at the church in CZE. Teresa lived in a chateau on a mountain above the medieval village near Montecarbe, overlooking the Côte d'Azur. The village was perched high on a rock awry. It seemed to Teresa that she could look down upon the whole world. There was a monastery at the top, with rows of houses cascading down the side of the mountain to the blue Mediterranean below. Monique, a year than Teresa, was in the family. Even when she was a child, one could see that she grow up to be an exquisite woman. She had fine-boned features, sparkling blue eyes, an easy self-assurance T suited her looks. Teresa was the LQLY duckling. The truth was that the DeFosses were embarrassed by their elder doctor. If Teresa had been conventionally LI, they might have sent her to a plastic surgeon and had her nose shortened, or her chin brought forward, or her eyes fixed. But the problem was that all of Teresa's features were just slightly askew. Everything seemed out of place, as though she were who had her face for l'actor, but if had cheated her in the matter of looks, he had compensated for it by bless her with a remarkable gift. Teresa had the voice of an angel. It had been noticed the first time she sang in church choir. The parishioners listened in astonishment to the pure, char tones that came from the young child. As Teresa grew older, her voice grew even more beautiful. She was given all the solos to sing in church. There, she felt as thought she but away from church. Teresa was shy, self-conscious of her appearance. At school it was Monique who had all the friends. Boys and girls alike flocked to her side. They wanted to play with her, be seen with her. She was invited to all the parties. Teresa was invited also, but always as an afterthought, the milk of a social obligation. Teresa was painfully aware of it. Now, Renee, you can't invite the DeFosse children without the TT would be bad manners was to an ugly sister. She felt it was somehow a reflection on her. Their parents behaved progly toward their elder daughter. They fulfilled their parental dup until Lily, but it was obvious that it was Monique they adored. The one ingredient Teresa for was love. She was a child, willing and eager to please, a GCX-D student who loved music, history, foreign languages walked heard in SCHCX-L. Her teachers, the servants, Arif townspeople felt sorry for her. As a tradesman said one day when Teresa left his shop, GC11 wasn't paying attention when he made her. The only plaque Teresa found over was in the church. The priest loved and Jesus loved her. She went to Mass every morning and would do the 14 stations of the cross. Kneeling in the cool, vaulted church, she felt God's presence. When she there, Teresa was filled with a sense of hope. Out of expectation. She felt as though something wonderful were about to happen to her. TT was the only thing made her life bearable. Teresa never confided her unhappiness to her parents or her sister, for she did not want to burden them. She kept to herself the secret of how much God loved her and how much she loved God. Teresa, your sister. They played in TLE estate grounds surrounding their chateau, and she let Monique win the games they played. They went exploring together, down the steep stone steps cut into the mountain to CZE village below, and wandered down the narrow streets of shops to watch the artists in front selling their wares. As the Goethes grew into their teens, the predictions of the villagers came true. Moriquo grew more beautiful and the boys came flock around her, while Teresa read few free exists and at home sewing or went shopping in the village. As Teresa the drawing one day, she heard her mother and father a discussion about her. She's to be an maid. We're to have her on our hands our lives. Teresa will find someone. She has a very sweet disposition that's not what the young men are after. They want someone they can in their bed. Teresa fled. Teresa's still in church on Sundays, and because of that an event occurred that promised to change her life. In the congregation was a Madame Neff, the aunt of a radio station director in Nice. She stopped to speak to Teresa SWX_A Mornrup. You're wasting your ether here, my dear. You have an extraordinary voice. You should beat lamb it. I'm not talking LCX, KED around TLE church, this. LM about your using y'all_a voice professionally. I pride myself on talent when I want you to for my nephew. Can put you on TTE radio. Are you interested? Don't know very thought of it terrified talk it over with your family. I think it's a wonderful idea Teresa said. It'd be a good thing for YOL her father agreed. It was Monique who had reservations about it you're not she said. You could make a fool of yourself. Which had rotting to do with Monique's reasons for trying to discourage her sister. What Monique was afraid of was that Teresa would succeed. Monique was the one who had always been in the limelight. It's not fair, TT out, that should have given Teresa a like that. What if should become famous? I would be left out, ignored. And so Monique tried to persuade her sister to audition. But the following Sunday at church, Madame Neff stopped Teresa and said, I've talked to my nephew. He is willing to give you an audition. He's expecting you on Wednesday at 3 o'clock. And so it was that the following a very at Vus Teresa appeared at the radio station in Nice and met the director. RM Lou's bonnet he said curtly. I can give you 5 minutes. Teresa's physical appearance confirmed N's worst fears. His aunt had sent him talent before. I should tell her to stick to her kitchen. But he knew that he would not. Problem was that his aunt was very rich, and he was her only heir. Teresa followed Louis Bonnet down a narrow hallway into a small broadcast studio. Have you ever sung professionally? No, Sir Blouse was soaked sixth perspiration. Why did I ever let myself get talked into this? Teresa wondered. She was in a panic, ready to flee. Bonnet placed her in front of a micro. Please, don't have a piano player around % today, so you're to have to sing a cappella. Do you know what a cappella means? Yes, sir. Wonderful. He not for the first time, if his AMT was rich enough to make all stupid auditions worthwhile. CLLB in TLE control booth. You'll have time for or e through sir _WIBT Shan he W as Gorm Teresa was alone in the mom at TLE Microplex, NE in front of her. She had no idea what she was going to sing. Just go meet him his aunt HBD said. The station has a musical program every Saturday evening and got to get out of here. Louise came out of nowhere. Eldoret have all day. I'm sorry. I can't, but the was determined to punish her for his time. JLSST a few he insisted. So he could report to his aunt what the girl had made of perhaps that would persuade her to stop sending him her proteges. TM waiting he said. He leaned back in his chair and, idiot and 4 more hours to go. Yvette would be WA terp for him. Would have time to offer apartment before he went home to his wife. Maybe there would even be time to, he heard it then, he could not believe it was a voice so pure so sweet that it sent CNLLS down his spine. It was a voice filled with longing and desire. A voice that sang of loneliness despair, of lost loves and dead dreams, and it brought tears to N's eyes. Stirred emotions in him TLBT he had TLY, but was Sir we dead. He could say to himself was, Jesus Christ. She been? An engineer had wandered into control booth, and stood there listening, mesmerized. Tie door was open and otters began to come in, drawn by the voice. Stocky TYX2 silently listening to the poignant sound of a desperately crying out for love, and there was RNT sound in room. When ended, there was a BNG silence, one of the women said, whoever she is, don't let her get away. Louis Bonnet hurried out of into broadcast Sue _D0 Teresa ready to I'm sorry I took too long. You see, sit down Maria. Teresa. Sorry. He took a breath. Do a musical radio broadcast every Saturday night? No. Esten to it, how would you like to be on it? She would at him, earnable to believe VT she was. You mean, you want to hire an Begurvn at TTSW eek. We'll start you at minimum. Be a great for you T, that's almost good to be true. They are going to pay me to sing. Pay you? How much? Monique asked. Don't know. I don't care. The is that Sornebevs me, she almost said, but she stopped herself. TTRT's wonderful news. So you're two on the radio, her father said. Her mother was already making plans. We'll see that all our friends listen. And we'll have them send in letters GTNDUR. Teresa looked at, waiting for her to say, you dot it to do. Teresa is good, but Monique said it'll blow over quick. Was what she was thinking. She was wrong. Saturday night at broadcast station, Teresa was in a panic, believin' Louis Bommet assured her. It's perfectly natural. All artists go ratiti is _ they air seated in TTY2 small green room used by performers. You're going to a sensation TM going to be sick. There's no time. You're on in. Teresa had rehearsed that afternoon with the small orchestra that was going to accompany her. The rehearsal had been extraordinary. The stage from which they broadcast was crowded with station personnel who had heard about the young girl with the irrefutable voice. They listened in awed silence as Teresa rehearsed the songs she was to sing on air. There was question in any of their minds but that were witnessing the birth of an important star. FS too bad she's not better KX, King, a stage manager commented, but in radio who can the difference? Teresa's performance that evening was, she was aware that she had never sung better. And who knew where Fis could lead? She might become famous and men at her feet, her to marry them. As they begged Monique. As her Maurice Kelly said, I'm really happy for you, sis, but don't let yourself get carried away by all this. These TWNGS never last. This will, Teresa thought happily _VM for Elia Parson. 1M somebody. Moria. There was a long-distance telephone call for Teresa. It's probably Sornebzu's idea of a joke. Her father, he says his jackals Ramu. The most important stage director in Fra. Teresa picked up the telephone. Wham, hello. Mr. Foss. Yes. Teresa de Foss. This is Jack's Rare New. Are your radio program Saturday night YOLFRE exactly WRNT, RN for I don't you understand? I'm a play at the Comedy Franchise, Arnicicle. I rehearsals next week. Been searching for Sornine with a voice yours. To tell you the truth, there is no with a voice like yours. Who is your agent? Agent? 6 have no agent. Then RLL drive down there we'll work out a deal between us. Monsieur, not very pretty. It was painful for her to say words, but knew that he mustn't any false expectations. He light kid. You will be WTPN. I get through with you. Theatre is make-believe. Stage makeup can do all kinds of incredible magic. See you tomorrow. TMS, a dream on top of a fantasy. To be starred at in a play by Ramu. R11 workout TTE contract with him. Teresa's father said. You must be careful when you deal with theatre people. Me must get you a RMV dress, her mother said. And I'll invite him to. Monique said nothing. What was unbearable. Team is thinkable that her sister was to become a star. Perhaps there was a way. Monique saw to it that she ms the first one downstairs. When Jacques Ramu arrived at TTE de Foss Villa that afternoon, he was greeted by a girl so beautifully that his heart jumped. She was dressed in a simple white frock that set off her figure to perfection. He thought. Those looks are that voice. She's perfect. She's going to be an enormous star. I can tell you how happy I am to meet you, Ramu said. Monique smiled warmly. I'm very happy to meet you. I'm a big admirer of yours, Monsieur Rameau. Then we'll work broadcast script with me. So beautiful love story, and think, at moment Teresa walked into the room. She was wearing a new dress, but she looked awkward in it. She stopped as she saw Jacques Rameau. Oh, hello. I didn't know you were here. Mean, you're early. He at Vlonique incula at lie. This is my sister, Monique said. Teresa. They both netched TTE expression on his face. T went from SHCXK to disgust. Your TTE Siva, yes. He turned to Monique. Adieu, Monique. Kelly smiled. Into you. CRN Teresa's sister. Rameau turned to examine again. Men shucks, K his head. I'm sorry, he said to Teresa. You're too, he bled for a word. You're too young. Y'all excuse me, I must get back to Paris. And they stalked there him walk out the door. T worked, Monique Kelly Matubalanti. Worked. Teresa never made it. The broadcast Louis Bonnet could with to come back, but TLE it was too deep. After KH, King at my sister, Teresa thought, how could anyone want me? So as BNG as she lived, she would never forget the eye cuck on Jacques Rameau's face. Ts my fault for having silly dreams, Teresa told herself. TSGCHS way of punishing me. After that, Teresa will _ID sing auntie in CHWCH, and she more of a recluse 10 ever. During the next 10 years the beautiful Monique turned down more than a dozen marriages. She was proposed to by the sons of the mayor, banker, the doctor, the merchants in the Ulage. Her suitors from men fresh out of school to established successful men in their 40s and 50s. They were rich and poor, hands-on and inly, educated and uneducated. And to all of them Monique _N said what are you looking for, her father asked, baffed. Papa, Everpais is SLA an unsophisticated place. My dream prince is in Paris. So father dutifully sent to Paris. As an afterthought, he sent Teresa with her. The two girls stayed at a hotel on water. Each sister saw a different Paris. Monique attended charity bands and glamorous dinner parties and had tea with titled young men. Teresa visited Les Invalides and TTE Louvre. Monique went to the races at Intergalas at Malmaison. Teresa went to the Cathedral of Notre Dame TC Pré, and walked a lot tree-staded path of the Canal Saint-Maine. Moenque went to Maxim's and the Moulin Rouge, while Teresa strolled the quays, browsed at among the bookstalls and the flower vendors. Stop RP at TLE Basilica of Saint Denis. Teresa enjoyed Paris, but as far as Monique was cowed, the trip was a failure. When Trey returned home, Monique said, "Can't flee percent any man want to marry. You met no one interested you?" her father asked. "Not really. There was a young man TCX, came to Dima at Maxim's. His father owns coal mines." "What was like?" her asked eagerly. "Oh, he was rich, handsome, polite, and he adored me." "Did he ask you to marry him?" "Every 10 minutes. Finally I simply refused to see him again." Her mother stared at Percent Rick in amazement. "Why?" Because all he could talk was coal, bituminous coal, lump coal, black coal, grey coal. Bourreuve. The following year Monique decided she wanted to return to Paris again. "CLL pack my things," Teresa said. Monique Kelly shook her head. "No. This time I think I go a lot too." So while Moenque went to Paris, Teresa stayed home and went to CHWCH every morning and prayed that her sister would find a handsome prince. And one day a miracle occurred. A miracle because it was to Teresa it happened. His name was Raoul Girardeau. He had gone to Teresa's church Sunday and heard her serve. He had never heard like it before. "I must meet her," he vowed. Early Monday morn, Teresa stopped in at the village general store to buy fabric for she was Raul Gerardo was working TTE counter. He looked up as Teresa walked in, his face lit the voice. She stared at him, flustered. I beg your pardon. You in church yesterday? He was handsome tall, with intelligent, flash dark eyes vetty, sensual lips. He was in his early 30s, a year or two older than Teresa. Teresa was so taken aback by his appearance that she could only stammer. Sye stared at him, her heart pounding. Thank you Teresa, like 3 yards of muslin, please. Raoul smiled. It my pleasure. This way. It was SLK 3% difficult for Teresa to concentrate on her errami. She was overpoweringly aware of the young man's presence, his good looks charm, the masculine aura representing him. When Teresa had decided on her purchase Raoul was it for her, she dared to say, You're new here, aren't you? He balked at her smiled, and it sent shivers through her. Oh I arrived in as a few days ago. My aunt owns TWS shop and she needed help, so would work for a while. How is a while? Teresa found herself wondering. You should acting professionally, Rao told her. Remembered the expression on Ramu's face when he had seen her. No, she would never risk exps at herself publicly again. Thank you, Teresa mumbled. He was by her embarrassment and shys, tried to draw her into conversation. It's a beautiful little town. Yes, Teresa nvutx.rn here, you like it, picked up her package and the following day she found an exercise to go back to the SLUP again. SFE had stayed up half the night preparing what was going to say to Raoul. I'm glad you like CZE. The Moor of *ste was built in the 14th century, have you ever visited Saint Portovina? There's a Betty chapel there. I enjoy Monte Carlo. Don't you? It's wonderful to have it so close to here. Sometimes my sister and I drive down the Grande Cornice and go to Fort Antwi Theatre. Do you know it? The big open-air theatre. Did you know that Nice was once called Nika? Oh, you didn't? Yes, it was. The Greeks were there a long time ago. There's a museum in Nice with the remains of cavemen who lived there thousands of years ago. Mount that interesting? Teresa was prepared with doses of such verbal gambits. Unfortunately, the moment she mlked into shop and saw Rao, everything flew out of her head. She simply at horrible to speak. Bonjour Raoul said CYZCZRFTLLY. Ts nice to see you again, Madame was de Fosse. Messi felt like an idiot. KRN 30 years old, she told herself, and RM acting KE a silly SCHCX little girl. Stop it, but she not stop it. What may do for you today, need more muslin? Which the last she watched Raoul as he went to get the bolt of fabric. He set it in the counter. I started to measure it out. How many yards valid you like? She started to say FM, but what came out was, are you married? He looked up at her with a warm smile on his face. No, he said. Haven't been yet. You are going to be, Teresa hot height. As SCNN as TV% NQUE returns from Paris. Monique was going to adore this man. They are perfect for each other. The mud of Monique's reaction V10 she at Raoul filled Teresa with happiness. Would be Velito have Raoul Gerardo as her brother-in-law. The following day as Teresa TBS shop, Raoul caught sight of her hurried outside. Afternoon, Mademoiselle. I was about to take a break. If you're free, you care to in me for tea. The Roo was tied in his preserware, and yet Raoul could not have been more pleasant. He did good to put her at ease, and SCX, N Ford herself telling TWS stranger she had never told anyone before. They talked of crowds can ache one. Teresa said. I always like an in a sea of people. He smiled. El Roo plus or minus steru. Oh, but you must have so acquaintances. H the end, anyone really have more friar percent s, was as though she was speaker to a mirror image. The how away quickly, and soon it time for him to go back to work. As Trey rose, Rowley asked, "Will you join me for lunch tomorrow?" He was being curt, of course. Teresa knew that no man could ever be attracted to her. Someone as Raul Gerardo _ she was sure that he was kind to every ulwowd enjoy that Teresa said. When she went to meet Raul TLB following day, he said boys ny, given me afturn keks, n off. If you are nt2y carrot we drive down to Nice. They drove along Moyen Cornish with his car top down, city spread out like a magic carpet below. Teresa leaned back in seat mutt, nen I've been so happy. Arrive then, filled with guilt, rm being happy for percent Nick. Monique was to return from Paris following day. Raoul would be Teresa's gift to her sister. She realistic enough to know that Raouls of the world were not for her. Teresa had had enough pain in her life, and she had been since learned what was real and what was impossible. The handsome man seated beside Car was an impossible dream she not even herself think about. They lunch at Le Chanticleer in the Negresco Hotel in Nice. It was a superb meal, but after Teresa had no recollection of what eaten. It seemed to her she Raoul Ted not stopped. They had so much to say to each other. He was witty and charming, he appeared to find Teresa in sung _ he asked PB her opinion about many things, listened attentively to her answers. They agreed on almost it was as were mates. If Teresa had any regrets about what was about to happen, she resolutely forced turn out of her mind. Would you like to come to dinner at the chateau tomorrow night? My sister is return from Paris. Would like you to meet CDB Teresa. When Monique returned home the following day, Teresa hurried to greet her at the door. In spite of her resolve, she not help asking, "Did you meet anyone interesting in Paris?" And she held her breath, waiting for her sister's the son boring mem Monique so God had made the final decision. Invited someone to dinner to NGHT, Teresa said. The * you're going to like him. I must let anyone know how much I care for him, Teresa mutt. That evening at 7:30 promptly, the butler ushered Raoul Gerardo into the drawing RN, where Teresa, Monique, and TTI's parents were. This is my mother and father. Monsieur Raoul Gerardo. How do? Teresa took a deep breath. My sister, Monique. How do you do? WNQUE's expression was nothing more. Teresa looked at Raoul, him to be stunned by WNQUE's beauty. Enchanted? Very courteous. Teresa stood there holding her breath, waiting for the sparks TV *T she knew would start fly at between them. But Raoul was balking at Teresa. You look lovely tonight, Teresa. She bleated and stammered, the rue about that was topsy-top. Teresa's plan to Monique Raoul together, to watch them get married, to whore Raoul as if it even began to happen. Incredibly, Raoul's attention was focused entirely on Teresa. It was like some impossible dream come true. She felt like Cinderella, only she was the ugly sister the prince had chosen. It was unreal, but it was happening. Teresa found herself struggling to resist Raoul and his charm because she knew that it was too good to be TRTN, and * dreaded being hurt again. All these years had hidden her garderk pain that came with rejection. Now, instinctively, she tried to do the same. But Raoul was irresistible. Yeah, Raoul said. She's a miracle. Teresa herself blushing. Everyone loves Teresa's voice, Monique said sweetly. Tea was a heady evening. But best was yet to come. When was finished, Raoul said to Teresa's parents, your grounds look eaves. Then he turned to Teresa. Would you show me the gardens? Balked over at percent Nick, tryng to read your sister's emotions, but Monique LB seemed completely indifferent. She must be deaf, dumb, arid blind, Teresa, and she recalled all the times Monique had gone to Paris and Cansard sent troopers for her prince but had never followed him. So it's not the fault of the men. TSTE fault of my sister. SFE has no idea what she wants. Turn to Raoul. I would too. Outside, she could mount let the subject drop. How did you like Percent Rick? She seems nice, Raoul replied. Ask me like her sister. And he tcxjk her in his arms and kissed her. Tea was like nothing Teresa had ever experienced before. She trembled in his arms, and she thought, thank you, GDO, TN *NKU. Will you dinner with me tomorrow night? Rao asked. Yes, Teresa breathed. Oh, yes. When sisters were alone, Vlonique said, he really seems to like you. I'll think so, Teresa said SHYDY. Do you like him? Yes. Well, care a few, big sister Monique, don't get in over your FE ad _ too late, Teresa thought helplessly. Too late. Teresa Rao wore together every day after that. Monique unusually chaperoned them. The three of them walked along the promenades and beaches at Nice and laughed at the wedding cake hotels. They lured at a charming bistro at Cap d'Antibes, visited the Matisse Chapel in Vence. They dined at the Château de la Dore, at the fabulous La Ferme Saint-Michel. One morning at 5 a.m. the three of them went to the farmer's market that rilled the streets of Monteculque and fresh breads and vegetables and fruit. Sundays, when Teresa in church, Raoul and Monique were there to listen, X plus or minus afterward Raoul would and say, you realty are a miracle. I listen to you sir for the restaff my effair. 4 weeks after TLEY met, Raoul proposed Fleur you cod any man you want, Teresa Raoul said, but I would be if you chose me. For terrible mornant Teresa TYX, LQHT was ridiculing but before cod speak, he went on. My darling, I NWSTU that I ha.e known many women, but you are the most sensitive, the most tainted, the warmest. Each word was music to Teresa's ears. SFE wanted to laugh, to cry. How blessed am, she to array will you marry me? And her look was answer when Raoul _ I left, went flying into TLE library where her sister, mother, and father were coughed %. Raoul asked me to marry him. Her face was glowing, and there was almost a beauty about her. Her parents stared at her, TT was who spoke. Teresa, are you sure he is not after TTE family money? 'Twas like a slap in TTE face. Il don't mean Unky MHY Monique went on, but it all seems to be so fast. Teresa was not to let anything spoil El nope you want to prompt me she told her sister, but Raoul has money. He's left him a small Inley 3 written text, and he's not afraid to work for a she TCX. Her sisters harked in hers and begged, please glad for me, Monique. I never thought road know this RM so TNPPY, I cod die. And Tim the three of them embraced her told her how pleased they were for her. Tai began to talk excitedly about plans for very early next morning. Teresa went to CHTRCH Ryanel to pray. The Ru you, Father you for giving Ra such I will do to make myself worthy of your of Raoul's. Unin, Teresa walked into general store, feet above the Grauxy, and said, if you please, sir, I like to order sawn material for a wedding gown. Raoul took in his arms. You're going to make a beautiful bride. And Teresa knew he meant it. That MS the miracle. That was set to take place a month later in the village church. Monique, of course, was to be the maid of honor. At 5 o'clock Friday afternoon, Teresa spoke to Raoul for the last time. At 9:30 Saturday, standing in the church vestry waiting for Raoul who was 30 minutes late, Teresa was approached by priest. He took her arm led her aside, and she wondered at his agitation. Her heart began to pound. What is it? Has anything to Raoul? Oh, my dear, the priest said. My poor, dear Teresa. She was to panic. What is it, father? Ten me word a moment ago. Ra0LA, is it an accident? Was he hurt? Gerardo left town early morning. He what? TN some emergency must have to nuke him, he left with your sister. Was seen taking the train to Paris. The room began to whirl. No, Teresa th0LQHT. I mustn't faint. I mustn't embarrass myself in front of she had only a hazy scenery of events that folded underscore from a far distance heard priest make an announcement to the wedding pan, and she don't I heard TLE uproar in TLE church. Teresa's mother put her arms around her and said, my poor Teresa. That your own sister could be so cruel. I'm so sorry. But Teresa was suddenly calm. She knew how to make everything all right doratory, Lama. I don't blame Raoul for in BVE with Monique. Any man would. I should have known that man could ever love'n. Yoj remorg your father cried. Yoj revolth 10% neek dot. But Capuchin can years too late. Il would like to go home WV, please. They are RH% their way through the crowd. The guests at Tip Church RRW.ed aside to let them pass, simply after TLM. I mean they retired to TTE Chateau, Teresa said quietly, please don't worry about me. I promise you that everything is to be fine. Then she went to her father's RCXJM, TCX, K out his razor, and slashed her wrists. Chapter 12 When Teresa opened her eyes, the family ard village priest was *% of her head. No, screamed. El Dotatwanto come back. Let me die. Let me die. The priest said, Eslicide is a mortal sin. Gave you life, Teresa. ONY he may decide when it is finished. You are young. You have a whole lifetime ahead of you. To do what? Teresa sobbed. Suffer more? I carrot star you'd pain RMN. I care stand it. He said gently, stood TTE pain died for the rest of turn back on him. The DCX told Teresa. You need to rest I've told Yoke mother to put you on a light diet for a while. He wagged a finger at her. That does not include razor blades. The following morning Teresa dragged herself out of bed. When waked into the drawer mother said in alarm, are you up? The DCX told Teresa said LX, Arsly, LH.E to go to church. I feave to talk to her mother I go with you. No I must go alone but, her father nxlded. Let go. They watched the dispirited figure walk out of house. What's going to her? Teresa's mother Ori she entered the familiar CRWRCH, waked up to altar, and knelt I've come to Burr house to tell you sonneting, I despise you. I despise you for letting me be TX, RNIU for letting my sister be born beautiful _ I despise you for let at her take away the only man ever I spit on you. Her last words so that people turned to it as she Rosa stumbled out of the church. Teresa had never believed TL could be sick pain was it was impossible for a churtotic of anything else. She was unable to eat or sleep. The worky and far away. Memories kept flash up into her mind, like scenes from a movie. She remembered the day Raoul Monique had walked along beach at Nico. It's a beautiful day for a swim Raoul said. Love to go, but carrot Teresa dosen swern iden te mirai if you bow go at y2 ad. MIT for you at the hotel. And she had been so pleased that Raoul Monicun wore so well together. They were at a small inn nearness. The Maltadi said, the lobster is particularly goxy it Monicelli said. Poor Teresa can't shellfish makes break out in hives. Saint Tropez. I'll miss horseback I to ride every morning at home. Do you want to ride with me, Teresa? PFRN afraid I don't ride, Raoul. Ill mind with you, Monique said, I love to ride. And they had gone there were 100 clues, awry she had missed all of them. She had been blind because she wanted to be blind. The looks that Raoul Monique read TTE inoctive Rennes, TTE whispers to how could have been so sluggied. At finally to doze off, she had dreams. It was always a different dream, but it was always the same dream. Raoul and Monique were on a train, naked, making love. The train was crossing a trestle-high sea air canyon, and the trestle collapsed and everyone on TTE train plunged to tire det ys_Raoul Monique 1E were in a hotel RCX, naked in bed. Raoul laid down a cigarette and the room exploded into flames. The TW0 of Thorn were BLRNED to death, and for screams awakened Teresa. Raoul Monique 1E fell from a mountain, drowned in a river, died in an airplane crash. Always a different dream. Always TTE same dream. Teresa's Moth were frantic, they watched their daughter away, there was nothing they could do to help her. And then suddenly Teresa began to eat, she ate constantly. SFE could not seem to get enough food _SFB gained weight back, then kept gaining her was gross. When her mother and father tried to talk to about her pain, she said, I'm fine now. Don't about it. Teresa carried on life as to nothing were wrong. She continued to go into town and shop, do all the errands she had always done. Joined her and father for dinner each evening and read or sewed. She had built an emotional fortress around herself, and she was determined no one would ever breach it. No man will ever want to at me. Never again. Outwardly, Teresa seemed fine. Inside, she was sunk in an abyss of deep, desperate loneliness. Even when she was surrounded by people, she sat in a lonely chair in a lonely room, in a lonely house, in a bnetty world. A little over a year after Raoul had left Teresa, her father was packing to leave for Avila. Some business to transact, Tia told Teresa. But after that, be free. Why don't you come with me? Avila is a fascinating town. 'Twill do you good to get away from here for a while. No, TLMQ, father. He looked at his wife outside. Very well. The butler into TLE room. Excuse me, Mr. Foss. This letter just arrived for you. Even Teresa opened it, she was filled with the pressure of something terrible before her. The letter read, Teresa, my darling knows do not n*ve right to call you daring, after the terrible I done, but I promise to make it up to you if it takes me a lifetime. I don't know where to begin. Monique Kelly has run off, left me with our 2-month-old daughter. For our lie, I am relieved. I must confess that have been in hell ever since the day I left you. I will understand why I did the trat I did. I seem to have been caught up in some kind of magic spell of Monique's, but I knew from beginning that my marriage to her was a terrible mistake. It was you Abinaz loved. I know now that TTP only place can find my happiness is at your side. By the time you receive this letter, I will be on my way back to you IBVEU, and I always loved you. Teresa. For the sake of the rest of our wes I your forgiveness. I want she could plus or minus not finish the letter. The thought of seeing Raoul again and his Monique's baby was unthinkable, obscene. She threw letter down, hysterical. LRMST get out of Teresa screamed. Tonight now. Please please, TMS impossible for her parents to come her. TF Raoul is coming here, her fatter said you should talk to him. No. See him, me kill him. She father's arms, tears streaming down face. Take me with you she pleaded. She would go as BNG as she escaped from this place. And so that evening Teresa and her father set out for Avila. Teresa's father was distraught over his daughter's unhappiness. He was not by nature a man, but in TTE past year Teresa had won his admiration with your courageous behaviour. SYE had faced the townspeople with RPI head high. Errol had never complained. He felt helpless. You'd able to console her. He remembered how much solace she had once found in church, and arrived in Avila he said to Teresa, Father Berendo, the priest here, is an old of mine, perhaps he can help you. Will you to him? No. She nothing to do with God. Teresa starved in the hotel room alone while her father conducted his business. When he returned, Sai was seated in the same chair, staring at the walls. Teresa, bay see Father Berendo. No. He was at she refused to leave the hotel RCXM, and Stee refused to return to CZE. As a last resort, TTE priest came to see Teresa. You tells me that you once attended church Reddity. Teresa looked into the priest and said coldly, one am no interested. The church nothing to offer me. Father Berendo smiled. The church has something to offer everyone, my child. The church gives us hope. Dreams TVE had me full of dreams. Never again he took her in his RNNDS, saw the white scars of razor slashes on mists, as faint as a long ago memory. Doesn't believe truth. Talk to him Arid, he will tell you. Teresa just sat there, at the one. The priest finally made his way out of she was not even aware of it. The following morning Teresa walked into the cool, vaulted church, and almost immediately the old, familiar feeling of peace stole over her. The last time she had in a church was to curse God. A feeling of deep shame filled TT was her own VE-cups that read betrayed YRZR, RNT God. Forgive me, she whispered. I have sinned. I have lived in hate. Help me. Please help me. She booked hard. Father Berendo was standing there. When finished, he led her into his office by her vestry. L don't KRX, W what to do, I don't in or. Lost faith. Her voice filled with despair. Did you faith when you were a young girl? Yes. Very much. Then you still have it, my child. Faith is real permanent. It is everything else that is transient. They talked that day for hours. When Teresa returned to the hotel late in the afternoon, her father said, Elle must get back to CZE, are you ready to leave? No, Papa. Let me stay here for a while. He hesitated. Will you be all right? Yes, Father. I promise. Teresa and Father Berendo met every day after that. The priest's heart went out to Teresa. He saw in her not a fat, unattractive woman, but a beautiful, marpy spirit. TIW, spoke of God and creation and the meaning of life, and slowly, almost in spite of herself, Teresa began to find comfort again. Something Father Berendo said day triggered a deep in your. My child, if you do not in this world, then believe in the world. Believe in TE world where Jesus is waiting to ret *I of you. For the first time since the day that was supposed to have her day, Teresa began to feel at peace again. The church become her haven, just as it had once, but was her future to think. UTL no place to go. UCOL ad ret LRN home. No, I could never go back TL air. Null'd never face Raoul again. I dore it KRY, Plateau do. Wanto hide, TL air is RN place to hide. Father Berux was silent for a time. Finally I spoke. You could stay air. She aroused the office, here. Thai Cistercian is nearby. He forard. Let me tell you about it. Tis a world outside or wherever you is to is a place of pre serenity. And Teresa's plight to lift wonderful L must caution you. It is one of the strictest orders in TTE world. Those who are admitted take a vow of chastity, silence, and obedience. No one who enters there ever leaves the sand to thrill through Teresa. We never want to leave. It is what I've been searching for, Father. I despise world I live in. But Father Berendo Vivas, still concerned, knew that Teresa would be facing a life totally different from had ever experienced. There can be no back. Elle won't turn back. Early next day, Fata Berux do TCX, K to the convent to TLE revered Mother Bettina _ he left the TW0 of TT Ern there to talk. The morning Teresa entered convent, she knew. At last, she thought exultandi, at last. After the eating she eagerly telephoned a mother ard Fata. Been so worried, mother said, when are you coming home? Lamb the Bishop of Aaea performed the rite. Creator, Lord, send thy benediction upon thy handmaid that shall be fortified with celestial virtue, that she may maintain complete faith and unbroken fidelity. Teresa responded, the kingdom of this world and all secular I have despised for the BVE of our Lord, Jesus Christ. The bishop made the sign of cross over her. Delargitatus tua fonte de flux et ut cern honorem nuptiarum nulla interdicta minua sent assist per sanctum conjugium nuptialis benedictio permaneat existerant corrubium, concupiscerant sacer amen chum, ne imitent quod ruptus agita, sed diligurant quod nuptus praena tetu. Amen. Unin el espouse thee to Jesus Christ, the Son of the Supreme Father, therefore receive the seal of the Holy GNJST so that thou be the spouse OIGW, and if thou serve him faithfully, be crowned everlastingly. The bishop rose. God, he Father Almighty, Creator of heaven and earth, who hath vouchsafed to choose to an espouse a robe like that of Blessed Mary, Moa YX3 of our Lord, Jesus CHNST, ad Betae Mariae, Matris Domin Nostri, Jesus C. Risl, you, that in TTX3 presence of God of his uphills, you may persevere, untouched and undefiled, and hold to your purpose, love, chastity, and keep patience, that you may merit to receive the crown of his blessing, through the same Christ our Lord. GCND make you when frail, you when weak. Relieve and govern your mind with piety, and direct your ways. Amen. Now 30 years later, lying in the WCNDS, the sun come up over the Sister Teresa thought I came to the convent for all the wrong reasons. I was not running to God. I was running away from the world. But God read my heart. Was 60 years old, and the last 30 years of her life had been TTE happiest she had ever known. Now she had $60 been fling back into TLE world she had run away from. And her Myaru was playing tricks on her. She was no longer sure what was real, what was unreal. The present seemed to be blending in a strange, dizzying blur. Why is happening to me? What does God have planned for an? Chapter 13 for Sister Megan, TTE was an adventure. She had gotten used to TVEWV sights and souls that saluted her, the speed with which she had adapted surprised her. Formed PBR companions, Ampero Duran was a powerful woman, easily able to with the two men, and yet at the same time she was very feminine. Felix Carpio, husky and with a reddish beard and a scar, seemed amiable and pleasant. But to Megan, the most compelling of was Jaime Miro. There was a relentless strength about him, an unshakable faith in his truth reminded Megan of the nuns in the convent. When began TT% to Jaime, Ampero, and Felix were carry at bags and rifles on their shoulders. Let them carry one of the sleeping bags, Megan suggested. Jan Miro had looked at her in surprise, then St tugged. All right, sister, he handed her the bag. V as heavy a TTW1 Megan had kicked, but Sty did not complain. As RM with them, RM to do my share. It seemed to Megan that they had walking forever, through the darkness, getting hit by, scratched by your underbrush, attacked by insects, guided only by the light of the moon. Who are these people? Megan wondered. And why are they being hunted? Vic.Ors Megan and the nuns were also being pursued. She felt a rapport through there was little talking, but from time to time they IELD cryptic conversations. Is everything set at Valladolid? Right, Jamie. Rubio and Thomas will meet us bank the BDFLGHT. Good. Sent word to Largo Cortez to expect us. But don't give him a date. Comprendo. Vivo a Largo Cortez and Rubio AMD Thomas? Megan wondered. And what was going to happen at Bill Fight and TTE Bank? She almost stated to ask, but thought better of it. I have they wouldn't welcome a low tough questions. Near dawn they smelled smoke from the valley below them. Mate here, Jamie whispered. Be quiet, they watched as he made his way toward the edge of the forest and disappeared from sight. Said, what is it? Shut up. Ampero Duran hissed. 15 minutes later Jamie Miro returned. Soldiers. We'll circle around them. They backtracked for half a mile, then moved cautiously through the woods until they reached a side road. The countryside stretched out ahead of TTVN, redolent with odors of mowed hay and ripe fruit. Curiosity got the better of her. Why are Thai soldiers you? She asked. Jamie said, let's say we're dod see eye to eye. And she had to be satisfied with truth. For now, she was determined to know more about this man. Half an hour later, when they reached a sheltered clearing, Jamie said, the sun's up. We'll stay here LMTL nightfall. He looked at Megan. To NGHT we're to travel faster. She nodded. Very well Jamie TCK, the bags I'd roiled them out. Felix Carpio said do you take mine, sister? I'm used to on TLE growl RS yours Megan said. I couldn't, for Christ's sake Ampero snapped. Get in the bag. We don't want you to keep us up about spiders. There was an animosity in her tone that K% Gan did not understand plus or minus. Without another word, Megan climbed bed into sleeping bag. Wife's bothering her. She wondered. Megan watched as Jan unrolled his sleeper bag a few feet away from where she lay, then crawled into it. Ampero crawled in beside him. I see, Megan _ Jan bocked over at Megan. Why or you'd better get some sleep, he said. We have a BNG way ahead of us. Megan was awakened by it. Sounded as Tuna Sun MNE were in terrible pain. She sat up, concerned. The sounds were come up from Jan's sleeping bag. He rems terribly ill, was her first for Thai hoot. The moaning was louder. Then Megan heard Ampero Giant saying, oh, yes, yes. Give it to me, Querido. Harder. Yes. Now. Now. Megan's face flushed. She tried to close her ears to the sounds SYPMS here at, but it was impossible. And she wondered what it would be like to have Jamie Miro make to her. Stintly Megan crossed herself and began to pray. Forgive me, Father. Let Mitmut's filled orb with you. Let my spirit seek you that it may fix its source and good in you. And the Soom, went on. Finally, when Megan she would unable to bear it an instant lopper, but there were other noises keeping her awake. The sourifs of the forest ricocheted around her. There was a cacophony of mating birds and aru. The of small animals and the guttural growlings of larger ones. Megan had forgotten HWV noisy the outside. NRLD cowed B. She the silence of ecom.ent. To her own astonishment, she even missed TTE or Bavarage. The terrible, wonderful orphanage CHAPTER 14 AVI la they her Megan the terror. Thai fur Megan Thai blue-eyed devil they called her Megan the impossible. She was 10 years old. Been brought to the orphanage when she was an infant, having been left on the doorstep of a farmer and his wife who were unable to care for her. The orphanage was an austere, 2-story, whitewashed on outskirts of Aaia, in poorer section of the city, off the Plaza de San Vicente. It was run by Mercedes, an Amazon of a woman with a fierce anana that belied TYP warmth she felt toward her wards. Megan looked different from the other children, an alien with hair and bright blue eyes, standing out in contrast to the dark-eyed, dark-haired children. But from the beginning, Megan was different in other ways as well. She was a fiercely independent child, a eater, a mischief maker. Whenever was troll you, let the Mercedes coffee be certain that Megan MS at the bottom of it over the years. Megan led riots TTE food, she tried to form the children into a union. And she found inventive ways to torment the supervisors, including half a dozen escape attempts. Needless to say, Megan was immensely popular among the other children. She was younger than many of them, but they all turned to her for guidance. She was a natural leader. Are the younger children to have Megan tell them stones? She had a wild imagination, were my parents, Megan. Your father was a clever juvenile thief. He over roof of a hotel in time middle of the riot to steal a diamori to a fan IOLE actress. Well, just as he was diamora in his pocket, the actress woke up. She on the light and saw him. Did she have him arrested? No, he nas very harassum. What happened, TTM? They fell in I.OVER got married. Then you were, but why did TTEY me to an orphanage? Didn't they love me? That was always the difficult part. Of course they loved you. Were skiing in Switzerland and they were called in a terrible avalanche. What's a terrible avalanche? That's when a bunch of snow comes down at once and buries you. My mother father both eyes. And their last words were that they loved you. But there was no one to take care of you, so you were sent here. Megan was as anxious as the others to know who her parents were, and at right she mulled put herself to sleep by making stories to herself. My father was a soldier in the Civil War. He was a captain very brave. He was wounded in battle, and my mother was TTE nurse who took care of America. He went back to the front and was killed. My mother was too poor to keep me. So she had to leave me at TLE farmhouse. It broke her heart. And she WOLDD weep with pity for Yorkridge's dead father arcs plus or minus her mother. Or, my father was a bullfighter. He was one of the great matadors. He was the toast of Spain. Everyone adored him. My mother a TX3 or T-Fel-D Flynerm dancer, they were Murik D, but he was killed day by a height EA, dangerous bull. Mother was forced to give me or, my father was a clever spy from another country. The fantasies were endless. There were 30 children in the orphanage, ranging from abandoned newborn infants to 14-year-olds. Most of them were Spanish, but there were children there from half a dozen countries, and Megan became fluent in several languages. She slept in a dormitory with a dozen other girls. There were late-night whispered conversations about Don's odd clothes, as the girls grew older, about sex. It SCNN the primary topic of conversation. Ter thus a lot I didn't care. I can't wait to do it. Goma get married, but never let me husband do it to me. I think it's dirty. One night, when everyone was primo conde, one of the young at the orphanage crept into the girls' dormitory. He moved to the side of Ilagans *Tvlagan. His voice was as she was intently awake. Primo? The matter? He was sobbing, frightened. Can get into bed with you? Yes. Be quiet. Primo was 13, same age as Megan, but he was small for his age. He had been an abused child. He suffered from terrible rightnry and would wake up in the middle of the night screaming. The other children tormented him, but Megan always protected him. Primo climbed into bed her, and Megan felt tears running down his cheeks. She held him close in her arms. FSA right, she whispered. All right, she RCXKED him gently, and sobs his was pressed against ye eyes, and she could feel his excitement. Primo sorry. I, can't it. His erection was into BVEU, Vlagan. You're the orb one care about in the whole world. You haven't been out in TTE world yet, please don't laugh at me. I'm not. N asterisk V noon but you. Il no bveu. K, veu 2, primo. Tvligan, will you, let me make bve to you? Please. There was silence. I'm sorry I bothered you. R11 go back to my bed. His voice was filled with pain. He started to move away. Wait, Megan held him close to her, wanting to ease his suffering, feeling aroused herself. Primo, I can't let you make to me, but I can do something to make you feel better. Will that be all right? Voice was a murmur. He was pajamas. Megan pulled the cord Chlut held his pajama bottom awry reached inside. He's a man, Megan she held him gently in her hand and to stroke him. Primo growled and said, oh, that feels wonderful and a moment later said, God, I love you. Megan her body was on fire, and if at that moment had said I'll want to make Jove to you she woe you'd have said but lay there, silent, and in a few minutes he returned to his own bed. There was no sleep for Vligan that night, she never allowed him to come into her bed again. The temptation was too great. From time to time a child would be caed into the Super U Sauls to meet a prospective foster parent. It was always a moment of great excitement for the children, for it would mean a chance to escape from the dreary routine of the orphanage, a chance to have a real to belong to someone. Share the years Megan as Oti or Farby were chosen. They went to the homes of merchants, farmers, bankers, shopkeepers. But it was always the other children. Never your. Megan's reputation preceded her. She would hear the parents talk more of themselves. She's a very pretty child, but I hear she's difficult. Isn't she the one who bevel a dogs into the orphanage last month? They say Steve's a ringleader. I'm afraid she wouldn't get with 0M children. They had an idea how much the other children adored Vligan. Father Berendo came to orphanage once a week to visit the wards. Megan looked forward to his visits. Was an OM Doris reader, and the priest Mercedes Angeles saw to it that she supplied with books. She could discuss things with the priest that she dared not talk about with anyone else. Was Father Berendo to the farm had turned over the infant Megan? Why didn't they want to keep an B./Egan asked. The old priest said gently, they wanted to very much, Megan, but they were old and ill. Why do you my real parents me at farm? LM sure it vivaspa cat underscores they were poor and couldn't afford to keep you. As Megan grew she became more and more devout, was stirred by intellectual aspect and of the Catholic CHTRCH. She reads St. Attiastine's Confessors, writer of St. Francis of Assisi, Turner's More, Thomas Merton, and a dozen others. Megan went to CHWCH regularly, and she enjoyed the solemn rituals, Mass, Communion, Benediction. Perhaps most of all, she loved wonderful feeling of serenity that always stole over her in church. I want to become a Catholic, Megan told Father Berendo Day. He took her in his and said with a beankle, perhaps you are already, Megan, but we hedge our bets. Dost thou in God the Father Almighty, Creator of heaven and earth? Yes, I believe. Dost thou in Jesus Christ, his only Son, who was bombarded suffered? Yes, I believe. Dost thou believe in the Holy Spirit, in the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the remission of sins, the resurrection of body and eternal life? I believe. The priest blew gently into her face. Exeabea, spiritus immured, depart from her, thou impure spirit, and give place to the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete. He breathed again into her face. Megan, receive the GCX-D Spirit through this breathing and receive the blessing of God. Peace with. At 15 Megan had a beautiful young woman, with blonde hair and a milky complexion that set her off even more from most of your centimetre pavans. All day she was summoned to the office of Lacide's Fata Berendo was hello, father. Hello, my dear Megan said, I'm afraid we have a problem, Megan. racked her brain, to remember her. The headmistress went on, "There is an age limit here and you've reached your 15th birthday." Megan had long proven of TLE rule, of course, but she had put it in the back of her Myru because she did not want to face the fact that had not in the world to go, no or wanted her, and that she was to be abandoned again. Do I to leave?" The kindly Amazon was upset, but she had no choice. "See, I'm afraid we must abide by the rules. We can find a position for you as a maid." Megan words, Father Berendo spoke. "Where would you like to go?" As she thought about it, an idea came to Lagan. There was somewhere for her to go. From the time Megan was 12 years old, she had helped earn her keep at the orphanage by making outside deliveries in town, and many of them were made to the Cistercian convent. They were always delivered to the Mother Bettina. Megan had sneaked glimpses of the WH they were praying or walking through QHE halls, and she had sensed in them an almost overpowering of Serena W. She had envied the joy that the nuns seemed to radiate. To Megan, the convent seemed a house of love. The Reveru Percentier had taken her to the bright girl, they had had long talks over years. "Why do Peak join convents?" Megan had asked. "People come to us for many reasons. Lost to themselves too, but some come because have RN hope. We give them, some come because they feel they have no reason to live. We show them that God is the reason. Some come because are running away. Others come here because they feel alienated and they want to belong." That was what struck a responsive chord in TLE per Q Gert. TVE never really to anyone, Ilagantics, but. "This is my char KZL, I would like to join the convent." 6 weeks later, she TCX, K her vows. Finally Megan found what she had been searching for so long. She belonged. These were her sisters, the family she never had, and Trey were A1 under their fatter. Megan worked in the convent as a BCX, keeper. She was by the RI sign the sisters used when they needed to communicate with Reverend Mother. There were 472 sides, enough to convey everything they to express. When it was a sister's turn to dust the BNG halls, Prior Bettina held out her right hand with the forward and blew on the back of it. If a nun had a fever, she went to the Reverend Mother and pressed the tips of her right forefinger and middle finger on the outside of her left wrist. If a request was to be delayed, Prioress Bettina held her right fist before her right shoulder, put it slightly forward, down tomorrow. One November morning, Megan was introduced to the rites of death. RWN was dying, Den rattle was rung in the cloister, the signal for the ritual unchanged since the year 1030. Those who could answer call hurried to an infirmary for the anointing and TTE psalms. They silently prayed for saints to intercede for departing sister's soul. To signify TT it was time for TTE last sacraments to be given. The Mother Prioress held out her left hand with the palm up and drew a cross on it with the tip of her right thumb. And finally, there the sign of death itself, a sister placing the BP of her right thumb under chin and raising it slightly. When the last prayers had been said, body was left alone for an hour so that the soul could go in peace. At foot of the bed the great Paschal candle, the Christian symbol of eternal light, burned in its Txxlan holder. The infirmarian washed the and clothed TTE dead RWN in her habit, black scapular over white cowl, rough stockings, and handmade cereals. From TE garden one of the runs brought fresh flowers woven into a crown. When the dead woman was dressed, 6 of the Nui in a procession carried her to Ms. CLWRCH and placed her on white sheeted bier facing the altar. She would not be left alone before God, and in their stalls by side, TVO stayed through the rest of the day RD night praying, till the Paschal candle flickered at her side. The next after Requiem Mass, she was culled throt at the cloister by the nuns to TTE private, while cemetery here even in death the runs kept their enclosure. The sisters, free 3, lowered her carefully into grave, on met bands of linen. It was Cistercian custom for the dead to lie uncovered in the earth, buried without a coffin. As the last service they performed for their sister, 2 nuns started to drop soil softly onto still BCDY before all returned to the church to say the Psalms of Penance. 3 times begged God ha.e mercy on her soul, Domine miserere silca peccatrix. Domine miserere silca peccatrix. Domine miserere silca peccatans. There were often times when Meghan was filled with melancholy. The convent gave her serenity, yet she was MJT completely at PRE. It was as though a part of her were missing. She felt that she should have long ago forgotten. She found herself thinking about the friends she had left behind in orphanage, RX. I wondering Matt had happened to, and she wondered what was in the outside world, the world that had evolved where there was music and lakota. Meghan went to Sister Buterne. It happens to all of us from time to time, she assured Meghan. The church calls it ardia. It is a spiritual malaise, an instrument of Satan. Do not worry about it, child. Will pass. And it did. But did not pass was bore deep to who her parents were. 11 Meghan not as I live. Chapter 15 New York City. The reporters gathered outside the Grey Frigate of New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel watched the parade of celebrities in evening dress alight from limousines, enter the revolving doors, head for to be grand ballroom on the 3rd floor. The guests had centimeter 1E from around TT% world. Cameras flashed as reporters called out, "Mr. Vice President, would you look this way, please? Governor Adams, could I have one more picture, please?" There were senators, representatives from several foreign tycoons, celebrities. And they all there to Ellen Scott's 60th birthday. In truth, it not so much Ellen Scott that they were honouring as the philanthropy of Scott Industries, OAE of the most powerful conglomerates in the world. The HL_QE, sprawling empire induced oil companies and steel mills, communications systems and banks. All TFE and RY raised WOOC, go to international CR bribes. Scott had interests in every part of world. 27 years earlier, its president, Milo Scott, had died. Your expectancy of attack, and wife, Ellen, had taken over the management of the huge conglomerator. The ensuing years she proved to be a brilliant executiva, and all than helping the assets of the company. The Grammy ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria was an enormous room in arid gold, with a red-carpeted stage at one end. A balcony holding TT-33 boxes with a crendelia over each curved around enter room. The centre of Banny sat the guest of honour. There were at least 600% men or women present, at tables gleaming with Wendinavasti of New York onto the stage. Mr. Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, honoured guests, we are all here tonight for one purpose, to pay tribute to a remarkable woman and to her unselfish generosity over the years. Ellen Scott is the kind of person who could have made a success in any field. She might have been a great scientist or dieter. She would also have made a great politician. I must tell you that if Ellen Scott decides to RCN for President of the United States, be the first one to vote for her. Not in the election, of course, but the after. There was laughter, a road applause. But Ellen Scott is much more than just a brilliant woman. She is a charitable, compassionate human being who never hesitates to in the problems that face the world today. The speech went on for 10 more minutes, but Ellen Scott was no longer how long he is, she tly, but Riley. How long they all are. Scott Industries isn't even my company. Milo and I stole it and am guilty of a far greater crime than that. Doesn't matter any, not now. Because our 11 be dead soon. She remembered the DCX Tor's exact words as he read the lab report that was death sentence. I'm dreadfully sorry, Mrs. Scott, but I'm afraid there's no way to break this you gently. The Cara has spread to Valgfex, lymphatic system. TS inoperable. She had felt the sudden leaden weight in stomach. How do I? He hesitated. A year, mate, time. Not with so much still to do. You will say of this, of course. Her was steady. Sir Terry not TFNNKU, DCX Tor had no recollection of Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center or of drive downtown. Her ori was, I must you'd her before now the governor's was over. Ladies, gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to introduce Mrs. Ellen Scott rose to a star-percenting ovation, then toward his stage, a thin, straight-backed woman, smartly dressed and projecting a vitality no eye orp felt at me is like seal distant light of a eye orp dead star, she thought bitterly FM not really here anymore. On TTE stage she for TLE applause to die down the ver uploading a monster WYBTWLI_A they do if train you. When she her voice was firm. Mr. Senators, Adams a year, she was works to where she is ard if she is still alive. I must out. Talked on, automatically saying all the thirps her audience expected to hear. I'll gladly accept tris tribute not for myself, but for an walked so hard to lighten the burden of those alas fortunate we her mid was drifting back 42 years to Gary, Diana at 18, Ellen Judash was employed at the Scott Industries automotive parts plant in Gary, Diana _ she was an attractive, outgoing girl, popular with fellow workers. On tri-day Milo Scott came to inspect THA plant, Ellen was selected to escort Perna Roward Hay. How you, Illy? You'll marry the bosses brought her and we'll be for you. Ellen Judash right. And wait pigs will grow. Milo Scott was not at all what Ellen had expected. He was in his early 30s, tall slim, not bad looking, Ellen he was shy and almost deferential. Very kirkst of you to take the time to show me a tar, Miss Judash. Hope I'm not a cat you away from your orkshi I hope you are he was so easy to talk to. I can't a rowery with the big bosses brought Wait till I tell and pop about this. Milo seemed genuinely interested in the workers and their problems. Ellen took him through the department here the roo. Drive gears the driven gears were made. She showed him through the annealing room, where the soft gears were put a harding pickness, and the pack at section the shipping department, seemed property impressed. T.S. certainly a large operation. Isn't it, Miss Doriash? He owns all of this, and he acts like an odd kid. Guess it takes all kimfs. T was in the assembly section. Accident happened. An overhead cable car carry at metal bars to the machine shop snapped and a bad of iron came down. Milo Scott was directly beneath it. Ellen saw it coming a fraction of a second before it hit and, without shoved him out of harm's way. 2 of the iron bars hit before she could escape, and she was knocked unconscious. Awakened in a private suite in a hospital. The room was literally with flowers. When Ellen opened her eyes and looked around, she thought, of died and to heaven. There were orchids, roses and lilies, chrysanthemums, rare blooms she could even begin to identify. Her right arm was in a cast. Her ribs were and felt bruised. A ruse came in. You're awake, MSS Judash _ill inform the doctor Amel. Blake Center, it's a private Ellen IC, KED around the large suite. Can't afford to pay for all this. We've been your what calls. The press yes been try Q to get into interview you. Your freeards have been calling. Mr. Scott has teleplu, Ned several times me is he all right, beg your pardon? Mars he hurt in the accident? No. He was here again early TBS morning, but you were asleep. He to see me, eyes. She looked around the TTE room. Most of these flowers are from him. Unbelievable. Yoke mother and father are in the waiting room. Do you feel up to them now? Of course. CLL send them in. Boy, have ever been treated like THS in a hospital before, Ellen twat. Her father walked in 'em. Came to the bed. They had been born in Poland and English was tentative. Ellen S. Vater was a mechanic, a burly, rough-hewn man in his 50s, her mother was a bluff with an European peasant brought you some soup, TVSOM, they feed people in hospitals. Not my soup, they don't feed you in Thai hospital. Eat it and get well faster. Her father said, *, did you see the I view a copy? He handed newspaper to her. The headline read, Factory Worker RSKS LFE to Save Boss. She read the story this. That was a brave thing you done to save him. Brave? Was stupid. TF I had time to think, saved myself. That was Thai I ever did. Why, I could have been killed. Milo Scott came to see Ellen later that morning. He was carrying at a bouquet of flowers. These are for you, he said awkwardly. Thai doctor tells me you're going to be fine. Can't tell you how grateful I'm to you was nothing. It was the two most courageous act I've ever seen. You saved my life. She tried to move, but it sent a sharp pain to her arm. Are you right? Sure. Her side was to throb. What did the doc say was wrong? 6th me. You haven't a broken arm, 3 broken ribs. He couldn't have given her worse rems. Her eyes filled with tears. What's the matter? How could she tell NM? He would 00 lat QH at your. She had been for a BNG awaited vacation to New York with some of the girls from the factory. Had been her dream. Now TII be out of work for a month or more. Tia goes B.% Nieton. Had been vor curve since she was 15. She had always been fiercely independent and self-sufficient, but now she th0 maybe if he's so grateful he'll pay part of my hospital bills. But TII be damned if TII ask him. She was to feel drowsy. Must be the medication. She said sleepily, thank you for all the flowers, Mr. Scott. And it was nice uv.ore about the hospital bills later. Ellen Judash slept. The following morning, a tall man came into Ellen's light. GCXD MSS Judash. How are you filing this *? Better, thank you. RM Sam Norton, Cleef Public Relations Officer for Scott Lustries.o. She had never seen him before. Do you live here? No. If I were in from to see me. To assist you? To assist me in what? Press is outside, Miss D.I.ish. Sire.e don't believe you've ever press conference, I ticks, but perhaps you could some help. What do you want? Nenly, they are going to ask you to tell Trem about how and why you sacked Mr. Scott O. That's easy. I had stopped to think, road have run like hell. Norton stared at her. Miss Judash, don't think I would say that if I were you. Why not? It's TTE truth. This was not at all what he had expected. The girl seemed to have no idea of her situation. There was something worrying Ellen, and she decided to get it out in the open. Are you to see W. Scott, *? Yes. Mold you do me a favor, if can, certainly. No the accident's not his fault, and he didn't ask me to PLA him out of TTE way, but, the strong independent streak in her made her hesitate. Oh, never mind. To read Norton thought. How much rev.ard was she going to try to extort? Would it be cash? A better ib? What? Please, go on, Miss Judashi blurted it out. The truth is, I don't have a lot of money, and I'm to lose sawn pay because of this, and I don't think I can afford all these hospital bills _ I don't want to Mr. Scott, but if he alone for me, I'd pay it back. She expression on Norton's face, and misread it 1 sorry I guess I sound mercer why I's just been for a trip, and, this screws everything up. She took a deep breath. It's not his problem. Manage. Sam Norton almost kissed her. How long has it been seen a CVE come across real innocence? It's, to restore my faith in womanhood. He sat down at side of bed, and his professional manner disappeared. He took her hand. "Ellen, I have a feeling you and I are going to be great friends. I promise you, yo tire not to haul to Nori about money. But the first thing have to do is get you through this press conference. We want you to come out of THS okay and good, so that," he stopped himself. "I'm going to be honest. My job is to see that Scott comes out of bocking good. Do you understand? I guess do you mean it wouldn't sound so good if I said I wasn't really interested in saving Milo Scott? It'd sound better if I said something like, like working for Scott Industries so much that when I saw Milo Scott was in I knew I had to try to send him, even at risk of my own life." She laughed. "Okay. It'll you. But I don't want to kid you, Mr. Norton. I don't know what made me do it." He smiled. "That will be secret. Let lions." There were more than dozen reporters and from radio stations, newspapers, and magazines. It was a man bites dog stow, the press intended to make the most of it. It was not every day that a pretty young employee risked her life to save her boss's brother, and the fact that he happened to be Milo Scott did hurt the story bit. His Judas. "When you saw all that iron hurtle down at you, what was first thought?" Ellen looked over at Sam Norton with a straight face and said, "Il must save Mr. Stilt. Road never forgive myself if let him be ki%d." The press conference proceeded smoothly, and when Sam Norton saw Ellen was beginning to tire, he said, "That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Did I do right? You were great. Now get some sleep." Slept fitfully. She fed a dream that was in the lobby of me Empire State Building, but the guards would not let her go to Tie Top because did not have money to buy a ticket. MIB Scott came to visit Ellen that afternoon. She was surprised to see him. Had heard his home in New York. Feared the conference went very well. "You're quite a heroine, Mr. Scott, I have to tell you son tatting. Not he. Roy Roo I did /T stop to think about saving you. Just did it no. Samton told me. Well, Ellen, there are all heroes of heroism. You didn't think about saving me, but you did it instinctively, instead of saving self. I just wanted you to know. Sam also told me you're worried admit TTE hospital bills. They are all taken care of. As for your losing some wages," he smiled, "Mrs. Judas, I don't think you know how much I owe you. You don't owe me. They told me you're leaving the hospital tomorrow. Will you let me buy you dinner? He doesn't plus or minus stand, Ellen TLX, but I don't want his chariot / or his pity. Il meant it whim. I said you don't mean anything. Thanks for taking care of TLE hospital bills. We're even. Now may I buy you dinner?" That was how it began. MIB Scott stayed in Gary for a week, and he saw Ellen every night. Ellen's and father warned, "Be careful. Big bosses don't go out with factory girls unless want something." That had been Ellen's attitude at the beginning, but Milo changed her mood. He was a perfect gentleman at all times. The truth finally dawned on Ellen, he really enjoys with me. Where Milo was shy reserved, Ellen was forthright and open. All his life, Milo had been surrounded by women whose burning ambition was to become a part of TTE powerful Scott dynasty. Had played their CALC watting games. Ellen Judas was the first totally honest woman Milo had ever met. She said exactly what was on her. She was bright, she was attractive, and, most of all, she was to be with. By the end of the week, were both falling in love. "Want to marry you?" Milo said. "El catcher think atnjt else. Will you marry me?" No, nor had Ellen been able to about anything else. The truth was that she was terrified. The Scotts were as close as America could come to royalty. They were famous, rich, and powerful. I don't in their circle. I would only make a fool of myself. Arrol of Milo. But she knew she was fighting a boxing battle. They were married by a justice in Greenwich, Connecticut, and then took a trip to Manhattan so that Ellen Judash could meet her in. Byron Scott greeted his brother with, "What the fuck have you done, marry a Polish punko? Are you out of your mind?" Susan Scott was just as unforgiving. Of course she married Milo for ends more. When she out he doesn't have any, we'll arrange an annulment, this marriage will never last. They badly frustrated Ellen Judash. Your brother and sister-in-law hate me, but I didn't marry them. Married, I don't want to corner you and Byron. If is to you're happy, Milo, say so, and leave. He took his bride in his arms and whispered, "I'll adore you, and when Byron and Susan really get to know you, they'll adore you too." She held him closely. How RBV he is. And IBVE him. Byron Susan not unpleasant to their new sister-in-law. They were patronizing. To them, the old always be the Polish girl who worked in one of the Scott factories. Ellen studied and read, and she watched how the wives of Milo's friends dressed, copied them. She was determined to become a fit VHFE to Milo Scott, and in time she succeeded. But in the eyes of her in-laws, and slowly her knived to cynicism. The rich and powerful aren't all that wonderful, she trot, all Trey want is to be richer arcs plus or minus more powerful. Was fiercely protective of Milo, but there was little she could do to help him. Scott I% Ustries was one of few privately held conglomerates in TTE world. The stock belonged to Byron. Byron's brother was an 10 SS3, and he never kicked Milo, forget it. He treated his brother shabbily. Milo was given all dirty jobs to do, RV was never given any. Why do you put up with it, MLO? You dotted him, we could move away from here. You could start your own bush size 8L cook tea, leave Scott, Byron, me. But in turn, Ellen can't you understand the real reason? MIB was weak. He's someone to lean on. KRMV than that W0TJD never have the courage to leave the company. Right, not one day company will be his. Byron can't live forever, MLO is his only heir. When Susan STNTT announced that she was pregnant, it was a BBW to Ellen. Ty baby going to inherit everything. Elvin baby was, Byron said, it's a girl, but teach her how to company. The bastard, Ellen thought. Her heart ached for Milo. A Milo said was, SNT abuter_LL baby. Chapter 16. The pilot of the Lockheed Lodester was worried. A front is in. I don't like the bock of it. He rugged it to TTE co-pit take over. Then left cockpit to go back to TYN cabin. There were 5 on besides TLE pilot and co-pilot, Byron Scott, the brilliant, dynamic 4 chief of X3 of Scott Iriastries, his attractive wife, Susan, their year-old actor, Patricia, Milo Scott. Byron's younger brother, and Milo's wife, Ellen. They were flying I-1 off company planes from Paris to Madrid. Bringing the baby had been a last-minute impulse on Susan's part. Ill away from her for so long she had told her afraid she'll forget pound, he had teased. All right. We 11 take her with us now that World War XI was over. Scott Industries was rapidly expanding into European market. In Madrid, Byron Scott would investigate possibilities of a Rue steel mill. The pilot approached him. Excuse me, sir. We're heading into some thunder clouds. T doesn't vary GCK, D ahead. Do you want to TWN back? Byron looked out the small window. They were flying through a grey mass of cumulus clouds, every few seconds distant lighting illuminated them. I have a meeting in Madrid tonight. Can you go around the storm? Coffee. I can't. Then RM go to turn us around. Byron WDDED. All right. Wookie, you all fasten your seat belts, please. The pilot hurried back to the cockpit. Susan had heard TTE conversation. She picked the baby, held you in her arms, suddenly wish at she had not brought her. I've got to tell Byron. To the pilot, turn back, she Byron _ they were skydiving TLEI of the storm, and TLE plane began to BLCK up and down, caught in TLE gusting winds. The motion began to grow more violent. Rain was against the storm had CBSED off all visibility. The felt as though we're on Hampton Sea. Byron flicked down the intercom switch. Where are we, Blake? Miri 55 miles Madrid, over the town of Avila. Byron looked out. Worry hour again? We'll forget Madrid tonight. Let's turn around. I'll get the out of Roger. The decision was a fraction of a second too late. As pilot started to bank the plane, a mountain peak launched suddenly in front of him. There was no time to avoid the crash, was a rending tear, awry the sky moted as the plane tore into the side of the mountain, ripping apart, scattering chunks of fuselage and a high plateau. After the crash there was an unnatural silence that lasted for what seemed an eternity. It was broken by the crackle of flames starting to lick at the neckarage of the plane. Ellen Scott opened her eyes. She was young under atro. Her husband too was over her, lighty her far. Vivian saw that she was Alive, said, the Rue God. Ellen sat dizzy, her head throbbing, every muscle in her aching. She bocked around at the obscene pieces of wreckage. Trit had been an airplane filled with human bodies. Ard shuddered. Tie others, she asked. FX, us four. They are dead. She asked the husband. Oh my God. No. He is tight with grief. Byron, Susan, the baby, the pilots, everyone. Ellen Scott closed her eyes again and said a silent prayer. Who were Milo Ard I spared? She wondered. It was hard to think clearly. We have to go down and get help. But it's too late, they are all dead. TT was impossible to believe. They had been so full of life just a few minutes before. Can you stir right up? So. MIB helped his wife to their vas. A surge of sickening ard. She stood there, waiting for it to pass. Milo turned to Bock at the pla's flanks. Were eagening to get higher. Let's get out of here, he said. The damned thing is to blow up any second. They quietly moved away and watched it burn. A moment later, there was an explosion as gas tanks blew apart. The player was engulfed in flames. A miracle we're alive, Milo said. Eileen looked at the burning plate. Something was nagging at the edges of her mind, but she was trouble thinking clearly. Something at UT Scott and then knew. Milo. Yes. He was not really listening. FS fate. The fervor in her voice made him turn. What? Scott Industries, it happens to you now. Don't underscore Milo, God to you. Her voice was filled with intensity. All per life you've led in the shadow of your big brother. She was thinking dearly now, coherently, and she forgot her headache arid pain. Odds were tumbler out in a spate. TYRT shook her whole body. You for Byron for 20 years, the company. Yo tire as for its success as he is, but did he ever give you credit for it? No, was Arne's his company, his success, his profits. Now you finally have a chance to come into your own. He looked at you, horrified. Ellen, how can you even about? No. But we didn't kill them, it's our turn, Milo. We've finally come into our own. There's no one alive to claim the company, but it's ours. Yours. And at moment they heard cry of a baby. Ellen and Milo Scott stared at each other unbelievingly. Patricia. She's alive. Oh, my God. They for a baby, a dump of by some miracle was unhurt. MIB picked up Genty, held close. Sure. TSA right, everything's to be all right. Ellen was standing at his side, a look of shock on her face. You said she was dead. She must have been unconscious. Ellen stared at baby a long time. She should have been killed with others, she said in a stirred voice. MIB looked up at shocked. What are you? Byron's will leaves everything to Patricia. You can look forward to spending next TWNT years her so that when she grows she can treat you as shabbily as her father did. Estret what you want. He was silent. We'll never have a chance like this again. She was staring at baby. There was a wild look in her eyes that Milo had never seen before. It was almost as though she wanted to. She is not herself. She's suffering from a concussion. For GDS sake, Ellen, what are you? She looked at her husband. For a moment, the wicked light faded from eyes. Don't know, said Kami. After a pause she said, there's something we can do. We can leave for somewhere, Milo. The pilot said we're near Avila. There's board be plenty of tourists be there. There's no reason for any to connect TTE baby with the plane crash. He shook his head. The Afriards know that Byron Ard Susan TCX, K Patricia with them. Ellen looked at the burning plare. That's problem. They all in the crash. We'll IBVE a private memorial here. Ellen protested. We can't do this. We'd get away with it, did it for us. We have gotten away with it. MIBKX, KED at the baby. But she's so, be fine. Ellen said we'll drop her off at a nice farmhouse outside of town. Somewhat he will adopt her ard she'll grow to have a lovely FER. His L can't do it no. If you love me you'll do for us. You have to CHROSE, Milo, you can either have me, or you can spurx rest of your life for your child. Please, one, do you love me? You're than my HFE, he said simply. Asterisk then prove it. They their way carefully down the mountainside in the dark, whipped wind. Because the plane had crashed in a high area, the sound was unused, so the townspeople were unaware as yet of what had happened. 3 later. In the outskirts of Avila, ELN and MIB reached a small farmhouse. TT was not yet dawn. We'll leave you here, Ellen whispered. Mild made one try. Ellen, couldn't he do it, she said fiercely. Without another he turned and carried the baby to the door of farmhouse. Was WEA at only a tom pink right gown and had a blanket mapped around her. Milo looked at Patricia for a moment, his eyes filled with tears, then laid her gently down. He whispered, have a FE, darling. The cry awakened Asurawi and Moras. For a moment she thought it was the bleating of a goat or a lamb. How had it gotten out of its T1BL rose from her warm bed, put on an old faded robe, and to the DCNR. When saw the infant tying on the ground screaming and kicking, she said, Madre de Dios, Ard yelled for her husband. They brought the child inside and stared at it. It would mount stop crying, and it seemed to be turning blue. ANEVE got to get her to the hospital. They hurriedly wrapped another blanket around the baby, carried her to their pickup truck, drove her to the hospital. They sat on a TW1CH in the corridor waiting for someone to attend to them. 30 minutes later a doctor came and took the baby away to X***. When he returned, he said, she's got pneumonia. Is going to live. The shrug.mib Ellen Scott stumbled into the police station at Avila. The desk sergeant looked up at the woe tourists. Buenos dias. Can I help you? There's been a terrible accident, Milo said. Our plane crashed up in the mountains and 1 hour later a RSI_E party was on its way to the mountainside. When arrived, there was nothing to see but the smouldering, charred remains of an aircraft and its passengers. The airplane accident conducted by the Spanish was cursory. The RNTN*VE attempted to fly into such a bad storm. We must attribute the accident to cabin error. There was no reason for any in Avila to ask ETTE crash with a small child left on TLE doorstep of a farm use. Tea was over. That's just Milo and Ellen held a private memorial service for Byron, his wife, Susan, and their daughter, Patricia. When they returned to New York, they held a second memorial service, Atuk's dad by the shocked Friar YDS of Tri-Scots. /hat a terrible tragedy. And poor little Patricia _Ellen said sadly. Ori is tlet it happened so quickly, none of them suffered. The financial shaken by the news. It was unanimo LSLY agreed that with Van Scoff's death, Scott Industries had suffered an irreparable loss. Don't stand to what any of them say, Ellen told her husband V, you're better than Byron ever was. The company is going to be bigger than ever. MIBTCX, K-Har in his arms. Eldoret know what road do without you? She smirked. You'll never have to. From on we're going to have in world we've ever dreamed of. SYE held him closer. Huwuki have that Ellen DL Kyash, from a Polish family and in Gary, Indiana, would have one day said, from MW on, we're to have everything in the nut we ever dreamed of. And meant it 14 days the baby remained in the hospital, for her life, when the crisis was past, Father Berendo went to the farmer his I'll have joyous ruse for you, he said happily. The child is to be all right. The Moras is an uncomfortable I'm glad for her sake, farmer said evasively. Father Berapacento beamed. She's a gift from God. Certainty. Father. But my wife I have talked it over that is generous to us. His gift requires feeding. We can't afford to keep it, but she's such a beautiful baby, Father Berendo but my wife I are sick, can't take on the upper baby. We'll have to take back his gift, and so it was that with nowhere else to go the baby was sent to the Inn Avila. Milo and Ellen were seated in TLE office of Byron Scott's attorney for TTE reading of 11. The three of them were the only ones present. Ellen was filled with a sense of almost unbearable. A few words on of paper were to make Milo rich beyond imagining. We 11 bly old masters and an estate in Southampton, a castle in Franco. Aru, or ETFE. The lawyer started to speak, and Ellen _dotted her attention to him. Monty earlier she had seen a copy of Byron's will, knew exactly wait EBT it said, in the event that my wife and I should both be deceased, I all my stock in Scott Industries to my only child, Patricia, I appoint brother, Milo, as executor of my estate until she reaches the age is able to take over. Well, all that is MW, Ellen twat excitedly. The lawyer, Lawrence Gray, said solemnly, this has been a terrible shock to all of Pound. I know how much you loved per brother, Milo, as for that darling little baby he CX, his head. Well, life must go on. We mayn't be where your brother had his will. I won't bother you with the legalese. I will just read you TLE gist of it. Hitium through will came to the paragraph he was for. I'll amend this will so that my daughter, Patricia, will receive the sum of $5 million plus a distribution of $1 million a year for the rest of her life. All Thai stock in Scott Industries held in my name will go to my brother, Milo, as a reward for the faithful and valuable services he has provided the company through the years. MIB felt the RCNN begin to sway. Mr. Gray looked up. Are you all right? Milo was finding it difficult to breathe. Good GCFL, what have we done? We've taken away birthright, it wasn't necessary at all. Now we can it back to her. He tummed to say something to Ellen, but he bock in her eyes stopped him. There has to be we can do, Ellen. We can't just leave Patricia there. Not now. They veer in their Fifth Avenue apartment getting dressed to go to a rooty dinner. That's exactly what we to do, Ellen told him. Unless you'd like to bring her back here and try to explain why we said she beamed to death in the airplane crash. He had answered to that. After a moment he said, All right, then. We'll send her money every month so she, don't be a fool, Milo. Her voice was cool. Send her money? And have the poor stat cracking on why someone is her Ariel trace it back to us? No. If your conscience bothers you, we'll have .ette company give money to charity. Forget about Taichid, Milo. She's dead. Remember. Remember the words echoed in Ellen Scott's mind as bocked out at the in the Waldorf Astoria ballroom and there was another ovation. You're standing up for a dead woman, she thought that night the ghosts can't back. She thought she had exorcised them long ago. In beginning, after TFK2 memorial for her Brutford sister-in-law and Patricia, night visitors had coma frequently. Pale mists hovered over her bed and voices whispered in her ear she awakened, her pulse raciru but there would be nothing to see. She had told none of this to Milo. He was weak, and it might have terrified him into dog foolish, something that would jeopardize the company if the truth got out. The scandal would destroy Scott Industries, and Ellen was determined that it must never happen. And so she suffered the ghosts in until finally they went away. Left PBR in now. The night of the banquet, they returned. She awakened and sat up in her bed bogged around. The RTX-M was empty and quiet, but she knew Tiny had been there. What were they to tell her? Did they know she would be them soon? Ellen rose and waked into the spacious, antique-filled drawing RN of the beautiful townhouse she had bought after Milo passed away. She around lovely room tut, poor Milo. He had not had time to enjoy any of benefits of his brother's death. He had died of a heart attack a year after the plane crash. Ellen Scott had taken over the company, it with an efficiency and expertise that had catapulted Scott Industries into greater international prominence. The company to Scott family, she thought. To turn it over to Faceless and that led her to Byronham Susan S. Dal at 7 Tur. The rightful heiress to the throne that had been stolen from her. Was there fear in her tilts? Was it a wish to make an atonement before her own death? Ellen Scott sat in her drawing RCNNN all night, staring into thinking and planning. How BNG ago had it 28 years. Patricia would have grown worn now, assuming truth she was still alive. What had her life bacon? Had she married a farmer or a merchant in village? Did have children? Was she still living in Aaea, or had she gone away to some other planet? I must find her, Ellen, and quickly. If Patricia is still alive, I've got to talk to her. I have to finally set a chance straight. Money can turn lies into truth. RLL third a way to solve the situation without her know what realty happened. The following are remaining. Ellen sent for Alan Tucker, Chief of Security for Scott Industries. He a former detective in his 40s, a thin, balding sallow-looking man, hard v.otking and brilliant. I want you to go on a mission form. Yes, Mrs. She studied him a moment. How much she ten him? I can tell him ting, she decided. As I'm alive, I refuse to put myself or the company in. Let him find Patricia first. And then I decide Bob to handle her. Leaned forward. 25 years ago, an orphan was left on TLE of a farmhouse outside Avila, Spain. I want you to figure out where she is today and bring her back here to me as quickly as possible. Alan Tucker's face remained impassive. Mrs. Scott DLD not like her earned by ease to show or notion. Yes, CLL leave tomorrow. Chapter 17 Colonel Raman Akaka was in an expansive MCXJD. All TTE pieces were finally filling into place. An orderly came into his office. Colonel Ciatello has arrived. Show him in. IW0NTB needle him anymore, thought he can go back to his tin soldiers. Cobell Fowl walked in. Colonel. It's ironic, Sostolo we hold TLE San Rau, but the scarred giant has TLE power to break me. His to the opus mundo. It was an indignity for Sostolo to Akaka's sermons as he was some important subordinate, but he managed to show of his "you wanted to see me." Yes. Akaka waved him to a chair. "Sit down. Have some news for you. Jaime Miro has TTE nuns." "Yes." They /re-traveling with Miro and his men. He's split them up into 3 groups. "How?" "MW Raymond Akaka leered back in his chair. "Do you play chess?" "Pity. A very educational game. Order to be a good player, it's necessary to get into mind of your Jan Miro and I play chess with each other." Falsosted was staring at him. "El Doritordestaxed how?" "Not literally, Colonel. We don't TSE a chessboard. We TSE our minds. I probably understand Jaime Mert better than anyone in the world. I how his mind works. I knew that he would try to blow up the dam at Punta La Reina. We captured 3 of his lieutenants there, and it was only by luck that Merd himself got away. I knew that he would try to rescue them." Miro knew *T. I knew it. Akaka slvugged. El didn't anticipate that he would use the BWA to effect escape. There was a note of admiration in his voice. "You sound as you admire him." "I admire his mind. I despise the man." 00 You know where Miro is headed? He's traveled north. We catch him within next 3 days. Colonel Sostolo was at him, stunned. TT will finally be checkmate. It was true that Colonel Akaka understood Jaime Miro, and his mind XWRKED, but it was not enough for him. The colonel wanted an edge, to ensure victory. He had found it. "How underscore?" "One of Miro's terrorists," Colonel Akaka said, "is an informant. Rubio, Thomas, and the 2 sisters tie large cities and side roads, passing old stone villages with grazing steep goats, and shepherds listening to music and soccer games on their transistor radios." Was a colourful juxtaposition of the past and the but Lucia had other things on her close to Sister Teresa, waiting for the first opportunity to get the cross and leave 2 men were ways side. Rubio Arzak was the more considerate of the T%0, a tall, pleasant-looking, cheerful man. A simple-minded peasant, Lucia decided. Thomas Savo was slight and he cokes more like a Shay Clark than a terrorist. "'Twill be easy to them both." They walked across the plains north of Avila by night, cooled by the whim down from the Guadarrama Mountains. There was a haunting emptiness about the plains by MCX, night. They passed grangers of wheat, olive trees, and maize. They foraged for potatoes, lettuce, fruit from the trees, eggs and chickens from TFE hen CCX, PS. "The whole countryside of Spain is an market," said Rubio Arzano. "Thomas Sanjuro, and it's all for free." Sister Teresa was totally oblivious to her surroundings. Her only thought was to reach the convent at Mendavia. The cross was getting here, but she was determined to let it out of her hands. "Street N," she thought. "We'll be there soon. We're fleeing from Gethsemane and our enemies to the new mansion he has prepared for us." Lucia said, "What?" Sister Teresa was Uva that she had spoken aloud. Nothing, she mumbled. Lucia took a closer look at her. The older woman seemed distracted and vaguely unaware of what was happening around her. She nodded toward the canvas package Sister Teresa carried. "That must be heavy," Iotia said sympathetically. "Wouldn't you like me to carry it for a while?" Sister Teresa clutched it to her more tightly. "Jesus carried a heavier burden. I can carry this for him." "Does it weight?" saying Luke, "If any man CNME after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross daily, and follow me." "Carry it," she said stubbornly. There was something odd in her tone. "Are you all right, sister?" Of course Sister Teresa was far from all right. She had not been able to sleep. She felt dizzy and feverish. Her mim was playing tricks again. I mustn't let myself become ill, she thought. Qht Sister Bataya will scold me, but Sister Bataya was not there. It was so confusing. Aru, who were these men? I don't trust them. Do they want with me? Rubio Azano had attempted to strike up a conversation with Sister Teresa, trying to make her feel at ease. Must seem to you, being out in the world again, sister. How were in the convent? Why did he want to know? 30 years, my, that's a time. Where are you from? It was painful for her even to say the word. CZE. His face brightened. CZE? I spent a summer once on Enladi. RS, a lovely town. I know it well. I remember, I know it well. How well? Does he know Raoul? Did Rao send him here? And the truth hit her like a bolt of lightning. These strangers had been sent to bring her back to CZE. To Raoul Gerardo. They were kidnapping her. Was punishing her for Monique's baby. She was certain now that the baby she had seen in the village square in Villa Carsten was her sister's. But it couldn't have been, could it? That was 30 years ago, Teresa muttered to herself. They lying to me. Rubio Azano was her, listening to Mum _ is something wrong, sister? Sister Teresa shrew away from him. No. She was on to them now. She was not going to let them take her back to Raoul and the baby. She had to get to the convent at Mendavia and hand over the gold crucifix, and then God would forgive for the terrible sin she had committed. I must be clever. Must not let know I am onto their secret. She linked up at Rubio. I am fine, she said. Moving on across the dry plains, they came to a small village. Here peasantmen dressed in black were doing their wash at a spring covered by a roof resting on four beams. The water poured into a wooden trough and out again, so it was a vase fresh, ux plus or minus. The women scrubbed their wash on stone slabs. Aru rinsed it clean in the running water. It's such a peaceful scene, Rubio mutt. It reminded him of the farm he had left behind. It's what Spain used to be like. No bombs, no killing. Will we ever know peace again? Buenos dias. Dias_L Watks 3 if we might have a drink. Is thirsty work, please help. The water was cold and refreshing. Gracias. Adios. Adios. Rubio hated to leave. The two women and their escorts moved on, past cork arc, oleander trees, the summer air filled with the smells of ripe grapes and oranges. Went by orchards of apple, prairie, plum trees, ard farms X, Izzy with TTE sounds of chickens, pigs, and goats. Rubio and Thomas walked ahead, talking. They are about me. They tick. I do not know tre plan. Sister Teresa moved nearer to them so she could hear what they were saying. Uaru ard 500,000 pesetas on our heads. Of cows. Colonel Accra V.0 Lee D pay more for Jamie, but doesn't want his head. He is Cortes. The men laughed. As Sister Teresa listened to TM talk, your conviction grew stronger. These men are killers doing Satan's work, messengers of the devil sent to damn me to hell. But is stronger they are. Will Tuig turn take me back home? Raoul Gerardo was at her side, smiling the smile that she so we. The voice. I beg your pardon? Are you sing? You are magnificent. May I help you? I would like 3 yards of muslin, please. Certainly. Tris way my AMT owns this shop ard she nt% I'd help, so I nut road work for peeb for ohwib. Colsed any man want, Teresa, but hope will me. He LCX, KED so harrisome. I have KRMVN like you, my Raoul took you in his arms ard was her. You're going to make a beautiful bride. But RM Christ's bride. I Caratri turned to Raoul. Lucia was watching Sister Teresa closely _ she was to but Lucia could not make out the words. She's 10, Lucia thought she's not going to make it, got to get of that cross scx.n. Was dusk when saw town of Olmedo in the distance. Rubo stopped. There will be soldiers there. Lifts move up to the hills and skirt TLE city. They moved off the road and the plains, heading for Hills Olmedo. Sun was across the Anotantain tops and TTE sky was beginning to darken. We've already a few more miles to go, Rubio Azano said, reassurer at why then we can rest. They had reached TTE top of a high ridge when Tornas Sanjuro suddenly held up a hand. Hold it, whispered. Rubio walked to his side and they moved to edge of and looked down into the valley. There was an encampment of soldiers there. Mirta, Rubio whispered. There must be a whole platkstion. We'll stay up here for the rest of night. They 11 probably pull out in the morning and can move on. He turned to Lucia and Sister Teresa. Trying not to show how worried he will spend the night here, sisters. We must be very QL_eat. There are soldiers down there and we dorft want TLM to find us was best RMVS. Lucia could have heard. TS _disappear with cross night. They won't dare try to follow me because of the sodders. To Sister Teresa, the news had a different moaning. She had heard men say that someone named Colonel Akaka was for them. They called Colonel Akaka the but men are the enemy, so Colonel Akaka must be my freest. Thank you, dear, for me, Colonel Akaka. The tall man called RL_K3I0 was speaking to Fur. Do you understand, sister? We must all be very, very quiet. Yes, I understand. L_understand more TYNN, you think? They had idea that permitted her to see into evil hearts. Thomas Sanjtro said kindly, I know how difficult this must be for both of you, but don't worry. Will that you get safely to the convent to CZE, he means. Oh, but he is cunning. He speaks words of the devil. But is within me, and he is guiding me. She KRMV what she must do, but to careful. The two men arranged the sleeping bags for the women, next to each other. Both of you get some sleep now. The women got into the unfamiliar bags. The night was incredibly clear and the sky was spangled with glimmering stars. Lucia looked up at them and thought happily, in just a few hours MW, I'll be on my way to freedom, as they are all asbep. She yawned. She had not realized how tired she was. The hard journey and the emotional strain had taken toll. Her eyes felt heavy. R11 just rest for a little while, Lucia, she slept. Sister Teresa by near Lucia, wide awake, fighting the demons that were to possess her, to send her soul to hell. I must strong. The Lord is testing me. I've been exiled so that I can my way back to Him. And these men are to stop me. Must not let them. At 4:00 in the morning, Sister Teresa silently sat up and looked around. Thomas Sanjuro was asleep a few feet from tall, dark man called Rubio was keeping watch at the edge of his back to her. Could see his silhouette against TTE trees. Very quietly, Sister Teresa rose. She hesitated, think about the cross. Shall I carry it within? But CLLB corner Q back here very soon. I must road a place where it will be safe I return. She walked over to where Sister Lucia lay sleeping. Yes, it will be safe with my sister in God, Sister Teresa decided. Silently she moved over to Lucia's sleeping bag and gently slipped wrapped cross inside. Lucia did not stir. Sister Teresa turned and moved into the walkway, out of Rubio Azano's sight, and carefully began to make her way downhill toward the soldiers' camp. The NII was steep and slippery with dew, but God gave him, she sped downhill without stumbling or falling, hurrying toward your salvation. The ahead, TLE figure of a man suddenly materialized. A Vorisi called out, Who GCS there? Sister Teresa, she approached Thai sentry, who was wearing an army uniform and pointing right at her. Where did you come from, old woman? Demanded. She KX, Ked at him with eyes. Qd sent me. The sentry stared at her. Did he, now? Yes. He sent me to see Anchor. The guard shcx, his head. Yo, you'd better tell him you're not the colonist type. Adios, Sir Ra. You don't understand. I am Sister Teresa from Cistercian Convent. I have been taken prisoner by Jaime Miro and his men watched Stunrid E4, Reshan came over his face. You from the convent, eyes. At Avila. Yes, Teresa said impatiently, what was the matter with the man? Didn't he realize how important it was that she be rescued from those evil men? The Sodia said carefully, "Thee isn't here just now, sister, Vass and blow. But Colonel Sostolo is in charge. I can take you to him, he be able to help me." "Oh, Krn sure he will follow me, please." The sentry was scarcely able to behave his Forturu. Colonel Falsostolo had sent squadrons of soldiers to scold the entire countryside in search of the Fot_G nuns, and they had RN success. Now one of the sisters had stumbled into TTE camp and given to him. The colonel was going to very pleased. They reached TTY2 tent wait Y2 re Colonel Falsostolo Arai his secor in Comnand were over a map. The men looked as the sentry Araya woman entered. "Excuse me, Cognal. This is Sister Teresa from the Cistercian Convent." Colonel Sostolo stared at her unbelievingly. For the last 3 days, all of his energy had been focused on Jaime Miro and the nuns, and now, here in front of him, was one of them. There was a GCXF. "Sit down, sister. There is time for that, Sister Teresa." The seat. She had to make him realize how urgent this was. "We must hurry. Teeding to take me back to the Cognal." Was puzzled. "Who's to take you back to CZE? Time men of Jaime Miro." He got to N's feet. "Sister, do you by any chance happen to know where these men are?" Sister Teresa said impatiently, "Of course." She tummed a pointed. "Tie pyre up in Mose Hills from you." Chapter 18 Alan Tucker arrived /ed in Avila the day after his conversation with Ellen Scott at I had a fight, and Tucker should have been exhausted, but instead he was exhilarated. Ellen Scott was a woman given to whims. "There's something strange going on behind all this, Alan Tucker nut, and if play my cards right, I have a hunch it'll be very profitable for he into the Cielitro Posts Hotel," and said to Clark behind there are awful sea around here. "Down the street, cern. To your 2 blocks. You can't miss it." "Thank you." Donada walking down the main town come after its afternoon siesta, Turco thought about the mysterious girl he had been sent to bring back. This had to be something important, but importantly. He could hear Ellen Scott's voice. "She's alive, her back to an. You are not to discuss this with anyone." "No, What I tell her?" "Simply tell her that a friend of her father's wishes to meet her. She'll come." Tucker found the newspaper office. Sighed, he approached one of half-dozen people behind desks. "Pardon, I would like to see the Mayor ad editor." The man pointed to an office. "HTTR, Senor. Gracias." Tucker mic'd over to the open door and looked inside. Onan in his mid-30s was seated behind a desk, busily editing copy. "Excuse me," Tucker said. "Could I speak to you for a moment?" The man LCX, KED up. "Hat can I do for you?" "CRN look at for a senorita." The editor smiled. "Aren't we all?" "Senor." She was left at a farmhouse around Rio when she was an infant. The smile faded. "Oh. She was abandoned?" "Yes." "And you are try at to her?" "Yes." "How many years ago would that be, senor?" 28. The man tugged. "It was before my time. Perhaps it's to be easy." Could you someone who might be able to help me? The editor leaned back in his chair, thinking. As a matter of fact, I can. Would suggest you speak with Father Berendo. Father Bererio sat in his study, a lap robe over his thin legs, to the stranger. When Alan Tucker was finished explaining why he was there, Father Berendo said, "Why do you wish to know about this matter, Senor? It happened so ago, what is your interest in it?" Tucker hesitated, pronouncing his words carefully. "I am not at liberty to say. I can only assure you that I mean the woman no harm. If you could just tell me where the farmhouse is where she was left." The farmhouse came back of the day the Razors had come to him after Tley had taken TTE little girl to the hospital. "I'll think she's dying, Father. What shall we do?" Father Berondo telephoned his friend Don Morigo, the chief of police. "I'll think the baby by tourists visiting a villa. Could you check the hotels and inns and see if any are arrived with a baby and left with not one?" The Polygon went off the registration cards that all hotels were required to fill out, but they were of no help. "It is as if the baby just dropped out of the sky," Don Morigo Red said. And had idea of how close he had to solving the mystery. If /hen fatum bererio tcx, K the infant to the orphanage, Mayor Reeds R. Eels had asked, "Does the baby have a name?" "I don't crow _% as n tthere a blanket or something with on it." Mercedes Angebs looked at infant in the priest's arms. We'll just give her, won't we?" She had finished reading a Roland novel, she name of TTE heroine a TV Egan, she said, "We'll call her Megan." And 14 fast later, Father Bererio had taken Megan to the Cistercian convent. So many years after that, this stranger was LCX, King for Life Armaze comes FDL circle, Father Berendo thought. Sawn mysterious way, it has come full circle for percent Gan. No, Megan. Trut was the name given her by orphanage. "Sit down, Senor Father Berendo said. There is much to tell and told him. When Thai priest finished, Alan Tucker sat TLRQD, Maya Rudd racing. There had to be a very reason for Ellen Scott's interest in a baby abandoned at a farmhouse in Spain 28 years earlier. A woman now called Megan, acting to priest Teltrit a friar road of fathers to meet her. If he remembered correctly, Byron Scott and his wife had died in an airplane crash many years ago. Saw Newt percent 2 in Spain. Could there be a connection? Alan Tucker felt a sense of excitement. "Fatter, see dear like to get into the convent to see her. Rs Rai important." The priest shook his head. "I'm afraid you are too late, the convent was attacked 2 days ago by agents of the government." Alan Tucker stared at him. "Attacked? What happened to the nuns?" "They were arrested and taken to percent Drid. Alan Tucker got to his feet. "The asterisk, you. Father, he would catch the first plane to Madrid." Father Berezio went on. "Folio of the nurse escaped. Sister was one, things were complicated. Where is she now?" "No knows. The Polico ard the army a sork at for her ard the other sisters." "I see." Under ordinary circumstances, Alan Tucker would have telephoned Ellen Scott and informed her that he had reached a dead Uri. But all his instincts as a detective told him there was something here that warranted investigation. He placed a call to Ellen Scott. "There's a complication, Mrs. Scott." He repeated his conversation with priest. There was a long silence. "No knows WTP re she is, and the others are on TTE run, but they can't hide out much longer. The police and half-spar NSH army are for them. When to surfer TLL there." Another silence. "This is very important to RTE, Tucker." "HG, Mrs. Scott." Alan Tucker returned to the newspaper omis. He was in luck. TT was still open. He said the editor, "L would like to look through your files, if I may. Are you hawking for something in particular? YW there was an airplane crash wire. How long ago, senor? 28 years ago. Fort Fight T took Alan Tucker 15 minutes to find the item he was for." The headline leaped out at him. Plane crash KLIS executoire, family October 1948. Byron Scott, president of Scott Industries, his wife, Esl Sung, or Year 01D daughter, Patricia, were burned to death in an airplane crash. "I've hit the jackpot." He could feel his pulse to race. "This is what'll think it is, I am going to be a rich man, a very rich man." Chapter 19. She was naked in her bed, and she could feel the male hardness of Benito Patter's into her groin. His body felt wonderful, and Stee moved closer to him, her hips against him, feeling the heat growing in her bins. She started to stroke him, to excite Finn _ but something was wrong _ I killed Patters, she thought he's dead. Lucia opened her eyes. Ard sat up, trembling, around wildly. Benito was not there. She was in the forest, something was pressing against her thigh. Lucia reached down inside the sleeping bag and pulled out the canvas-wrapped cross. She stared at it, unbelievably. God just performed a miracle for an, she thought. QHT. Lucia had no idea how the cross had gotten there, did she care? She had it in her hands. All she had to do now was to slip away from the others. She crept out of the sleeping bag. LCX, KED over to where Sister Teresa had slept. She was gone. Ilaia looked around in the darkness, and she could barely make out the figure of Thomas Sawo at edge of the clearing, away from. She was not sure where Rubio was. "It doesn't matter, turn to get out of here, Lucia." She started to move to edge of the clearing, away from Sanjuro, bending low so she not be seen. At TLBT instant all hell broke. Colonel Falsostolo had a comics decision to make. He had been given orders by the Prime Minister himself to work closely with Colonel to help capture Jaime Miro and the nuns. But fate had blessed him by delivering one of the into his hands. Why share the credit with Colonel Akiko when he could catch the terrorists and keep all the glory? Fuck Colonel Akiko. Falsostolo thought. This one is mine. Maybe the Opus Mundo will TSE me instead of Akiko, with all his bun shit about chess games and getting into the minds of no, it's time to tackle TLE scarred giant a lesson. Colonel Sostolo gave orders to his men. Don't take any prisoners. You're dealing with terrorists. Shoot to kill. Major Ponte hesitated. Colonel, there are nurs up there with Myra's men. Shaziro Lidratwe. Let the terrorists hide behind the nuns. No, we'll take chairs. Sostolo selected a dozen men to accompany him on the raid and saw to it were heavily armed. They moved noiselessly in the dark, up the slope of mountain. The moon disappeared behind. There was almost no visibility. They won't be able to see us coming. When his men were in position, Colonel Sostolo, for the sake of the record, put down your hands, and in TTE same breath he called out the command, fire. Keep a dozen automatic map horns began to spray the clearing. Thomas Sanjel _ORM or a chance a hail of machine gun bullets caught him in the chest. Arid he was dead before he hit the ground. Rubio Azano was at the far edge of the clear at when the fur at started. He saw Saturo fall, and he whirled and started to raise his gun to return the fire but stopped. T was pitch black in the clearing and the soldiers were firing blindly. If he returned their fire, he would give N's position away. To his amazement he saw Lisha crowd TW 0 feet away from him. For Veer's Sister Teresa, he whispered. She's gore stay low, Albio told her. He grabbed Lucia's hand and they zigzagged toward the forest, away from the Ernie fire. Shots whizzed dangerously close as they ran, but moments later Lucia and Rubio v-air the trees. They continued. Runig, hold on to me. Sister, he said. They heard the sound of their attackers' time, but gradually it died away. It was impossible to pursue anyone till thou the inky blackness of the woods. Rub-Zero stopped to let Luria catch her breath. We've lost them for now, he told her, but we to keep a north eye. Lucia was breath at hard if you want to rest for a newt. No, she said. She was exhausted, but she had no intention of them catch her. Not now when she had cross. I'm fine, she said. Let's get out of here. Colonel Falsostolo was facing disaster. One terrorist was dead, but alone knew how Anani had. He did not have Jaime Miro and had only one of the runs. He knew he would arrive to inform Colonel Akaka of what had happened _T, and he was not looking forward to it. The second call from Alan Tucker to Ellen Scott was even more disturbing than he first. I've come across some rather interest at information, Mrs. Scott, he said cautiously. Yes. I went through some old newspaper flays here, ping to get more information on the girl. And she braced herself for what new was coming. Tucker kept his voice casual. TT seems that the Gert was a Buxy and at the time of your plane crash. Silero. He went on. The one that killed your brother-in-law and his wife and their daughter, Patricia. Blackmail. There was other explanation. So he had found out. That's right, she said castily. L should have that. RLL explain everything when you get back. Have you any more news of the girl? No, Butch can't hide out for very BNG, the whole country's bok at for her. Let me hear from you as soon as she's forward. The line went dead. Alan Ticker sat there, staring at the dead telept NE in his heart. She's a cool lady, he thought. I wonder how she's going to feel about have at a partner. I made a mistake in % of him, Ellen Scott TH0LQHT. Now I'll have to stop him. And what was she to do? TTE girl? A nun? I won't judge her until I see her. Her secretary buzzed 3D her on the intercom. They ready for you in the TM.R room, Mrs. Scott. RM coming. Lucia Rubio kept moving through the woods, stumbling and slipping, fighting off tree limbs and bushes. Insects. Each step took them farther away from TYX3I post _nears _for BLLY, Rio said, we can stop here. They wore it find us. They were high in THA Mountains in TTE middle of a forest. Lucia lay down on the ground, fighting to catch her breath. In your mind, she replayed the terrible scene she had witnessed here. Thomas down without warning. And the bastards intended to murder all, Lucia thought. The only reason she was still alive was of the man sitting her. She watched Rubio as he got to his feet. Turrid scouted the area around them. We can the rest off night, sister. All right, she ras impatient to get, but she knew she to rest as Tuna reading her mind. Rubio said, we'll move on again at dawn. Lucia felt a gnawing in her stomach. Even as she was about it. Rubio said, you must be hungry. R11 go find some food for us, will you be all right here by yourself? Yes. Be fine. The big man crouched down beside her. Please try not to be frightened. I know how difficult must be for you to be out in the world again after all those years in he convent. MLSST seem very strange to you. Lucia at him and said, CLL try to get used to it. Y0 Leary very brave, sister. He rose. Be back. Scon watched Ruffo disappear into the trees. It was time to make a DT% 3 Asian, and she had CES, she could escape now, try to reach a nearby town and trade TTE Gold Cross for a passport enough and money to get to Esselakst, or she could stay with this man until got away from the Sodias. That will be safer, Lucia decided. SYE heard a noise in the W00DS and swung around _ it was RL plus or minus I0 _ he toward her, snurling _ in his hand he his beret, which was bulging vittle tomatoes, grapes, and apples. He sat down on Graux plus or minus next to breakfast. A nice PLTRNP chicken was available, but fire we would have needed to cook it would have given us away. There is a farm just down the mountainside. Lucia stared at the contents of the TT Great RM. He handed her an apple. Try this. They had finished eating and but Lucia, absorbed in her own thoughts, was not paying attention. 10 years, you said you were in the convent, sister? Lucia was startled out of her reverie. What? You've been in the convent for 10 years? Oh. Yes. He shchk his head. Then you have no idea what's been in all that time? No. In the last 10 years the world has changed a great deal, sister, has it? Sigh. Ali, Io said earnestly, Franco has died. Oh, yes. Last year. And named Don Juan Carlos his th0 You may fiery this very hard to believe, but a man walked on the new end for first time. That is the truth. Really? Actually, 2 men, Lucia Mutt. What were their names? Neil Armstrong and Buzz something. Oh, yes. North Americans. And there is RMV, a plane for passengers that travels faster than sound. Audible. I can't wait to ride the Concorde, Lucia TMLQHT. Rubio was childlike, so pleased to be bringing her to date on XRID events. There has been a revolution in Pongal, and in the United States of America, President Nixon was involved in a big scandal and had resigned. Rubio is really sweet, Lucia decided. He took out a pack of Ducati cigarettes, the heavy black tobacco of Spain. I hope it won't offend you if I smoke, sister. No LLCIA said. Please go Ali. She watched him up, and the moment the smoke reached her nostrils she was desperate to have a cigarette. Do you mind if I try one? He at her in surprise. You wish to try a cigarette? Just to see what it's like, Lucia said quickly. Oh. Of course. He held the pack toward her. She took out a cigarette, put it between her lips. And he lit the of it. Lucia inhaled deeply, as the smoke filled her she felt wondered. Rubio was watching her, puzzled she saw what a cigarette tastes like. Do you like it? Not really, but, Lucia took another deep, PCTF. God, how she had missed this. But she knew she had to be. She did not want to make him suspicious. So she put out the cigarette she had clonselying her fingers. She had been in the convent for only a few months, yet Al-Hizero was right. It did seem to be out in the world again. She wondered how Megan Gracilla were and what had happened to Sister Teresa. Had she been captured by the soldiers? Lucia's eyes to sting. Had been a tension-filled night. Think I may take a little nap. Doratory. I will watch over you, sister. Thank you, she said with a smile. Within moments she was asleep. Rubio Azario looked down at her and thought, I have never seen a woman like this one. She ms spiritual, have dedicated life to, and yet at the same time there was an earthiness about her. And she had behaved this night as bravely as any Anan. You are a very special woman, Rubio Tin looked as he watched her sleep. Little Sister of Jesus. Chapter 20 Colonel Falsostolo was on his 10th cigarette. I can't put it off any longer, he decided. Bad news is best gotten out of the way quickly. He took several deep breaths to himself and then dialed _ when he had Raymond Akaka on telephone. We raided a terrorist camp last night, where was informed Jamie Miro was. I mugged you should know about it. There was a silence. Did you catch him? No, you undertook this operation without me. There was no time to, but there was turn to let Miro escape. Akaka's voice was filled with fury. What led to undertake this magnificently executed operation? Colonel Sostolo swallowed. We caught one of the nuns from the convent. She led to Miro his men. We of them in the attack. But the others all escaped. Yes, Colonel. Where is the nun, or did let her get Ava tx? His tone was no, Colonel Sostolo said quickly. She's here at cunt _ we been questioning her and, Dorit question her myself. I'll be there in 1C if you can to harp on to her until I get there run down the receiver. Exactly 1 hour later, Raymond at the camp where they were sister with him were a dozen of his men from the co. Bring the nun to me. Colonel Akaka's sister Teresa was to the tent where AADCA was for her. He stood up politely when she entered the tent. I am Colonel Akaka. At last. El knew you would come, God told me. He nodded pleasantly. Did he? Good, please sit down, sister. Sister Teresa was too nervous to sit me. We going to help each other, Colonel assured her. Eao escaped from the Cistercian convent at Avila, is that correct? Yes. Terrible. All those men? They did, Xylus, and, her voice faltered, and stupid Thurv. We'll let you arrive, the others escape. How did you get here, sister? God brought me here. He's testing me as he once tested, with God. Did some men also you here, sister? Colonel Akaka asked patiently. Yes. They kidnapped me. I had to escape from TT_. You told Colonel Sostolo where he could rode those in. The ones. Rao is her X plus or minus it all, you see. He sent me a letter and said, sister, man we're for in particular is Jan Miro. Seen him? She yes. Oh, he, the leaned forward. Excellent. Now, you must tell me where I can ferry him. He the others are on their way to CZE. He frowned, puzzled. To CZE? To France. Her words were a wiki babble. Yes. Ilonique de irritated Raoul, and sent TTE men to kidnap and wars of the baby, so, he tried to control his grow at impatience. Miro and his men are headed north. CZE is to TTE east. You must not let them take me back to Raoul. I don't want to see him ever again. You can understand that. I call _LT face him, Colonel Akra said. CWTLY, L don't give a damn about this row. I want to know where I can find Jaime Miro. Told you. He is in CZE waiting for me. He wants yo tire lau. I think you're in to protect Miro. Now, I don't want to hurt you, so I'm going to ask you once more. Where is Jaime Miro? Sister Teresa stared at him helplessly. Il don't know. She bocked around wildly. Il don't KRXW. A moment ago you said he was in CZE. His voice was like a whiplash. Yes. Told me. Colonel Akra had NOLGH. The woman was either demented or a brilliant actress. Either way, she sickened NM with all her talk of God. He turned to Patrico Arrieta, his aide. The sister's memory needs take her to the quartermaster's tent. Perhaps you and your men can help her remember where Jaime Miro is. Yes, Colonel. Patricio Arrieta, the men with him had been part of that attacked the convent at Avila. Trey felt responsible for Leterve the Forerun's escape. Well, we can make up for that. RW.V, Arrieta he timed to Sister Teresa. Come abn with me, sister. Yes. Dear blessed Jesus, thank you. She babbled on. Are we now? You won't let them take me to Ez, will you? No, Arrieta assured her. Psi 0 Leary going to CZE. The Cobnal is right, TTX, but is Gans with us? Well, we'll show her some new Gans. If she'll lie quietly, or if when they reached the quartermaster's tent, Arrieta said, Sister, we are going to give you one last chari. Where is Jaime Miro? Haverit, they asked me that before? Or was that someone else? Was it British English or, if's all terribly confusing? He kidnapped me for Raoul because Monique deserted him. But, bueno. That's TTE way you want it, Arietta said. We'll see if we carrot refresh you. Yes. Please. Everything is so poop. Half a dozen of Asia's men had entered the tent, along with some of SOSP's uniformed soldiers. Sister Teresa looked up. She blinked. Are these men going to take him to the convent now? Eva to do better than Chlut, Arietta grined. To take you to heaven, sister. The men moved closer to her, surround her. A pretty dress you're wearing, a soldier said. Are you sure you're Lyria NCN? Oh, yes, she said. Rao had called her. Was this Raoul? You see, we had to change clothes from the soldiers. But these were Sodia's. Everythirp was anuddled. Or of men PTSHED Teresa down on your no beauty, but let's see what you bok like underneath all those clothes. What are you? He reached Dom and ripped off the top of her dress while another man tore at her skin. That's not a bad for an old lady, is it, fellows? Teresa screamed. She looked up at the circle of men surrounding her. God will strike them all dead. He will not let Trem touch me, for I am his vessel. I am with the Lord, drinking from his fountain of purity. One of the Sodias laughed at his belt. An instant later she felt rough hands, her legs apart, and as Thai soldiers sprawled on top of her, she felt his hard FKSH penetrate her, and again she screamed. Now, God! Punish them, Ro! She waited for Thai clap of thunder, a right eye bright gnash of lightning that would destroy Tlma. Aunt the soldier simmed on top of her. A red haze came over her eyes. Teresa lay there waiting for God to stnke, almost unaware of the men who were ravaging you. She the pain. Left to be NT. Arietta was starting next to Cot. After each and finished with Teresa, said, have you had sister? You can stop this at any turn. A one you have to do is tell me Jamie Miro is sister. Teresa did not hear him. She screamed in her mind, smite them down with your power, Lord. Wipe them out as you IPED out the wicked ones at Sodom and Gomorrah. Incredibly, he did not answer. It was not for God Vas, and then she knew. As the sin man entered her body, the epiphany suddenly came to her. God was not listened to because there was no God. All these years deceived herself into worshipping a supreme power and had seried him faithfully. But there was no supreme power. TF God exists, he would have saved me. The red haze lifted from Sister Teresa's eyes and she got a clear bock at her surroundings for the first time. There were at least a dozen soldiers in tent waiting their turn to rape. Lieutenant Arietta was standing at one side of bed. The soldiers in Lyria were in full my form, raw to undress. As one soldier lifted himself from Teresa, the next soldier squatted down over her, and a moment later her. There is no God, but there is a Satan, and these are his helpers, Sister Teresa thought. And they must die. Of turn. As TTE soldier ploughed into her. Sister Teresa grabbed TTE pistol from his holster, and before Enya could react, she turned it on Arietta. The bullet hit him in the throat. Then pointed the gun at the otter soldiers and kept firing. 4 of them fell to the moor before the others came to senses and to shoot at her. Because of the soldier on top of your WTY aiming. Sister Teresa and her last ravisher died at Tysan CHAPTER 21. Jamie Miro came awake instantly, aroused by a movement at the edge of the clearing. He out of the sleeping bag and rose, gun in rend. As he drew nearer he saw Mogan on her knees. Prail Riho stood there. There was an unearthly beauty about image of this lovely woman praying in the forest in the middle of the night, and Jamie found Hernzel if Felix Carpio hadn't blurted out that we were headed for San Sebastian, I wouldn't have been burdened with the sister in the first place. It was imperative that he get to San Sebastian as quickly as possible. Colonel Asia and his men were all around them, and it would have been Diftanag slip her through their net alone. With the added of this vomit to slow him down, the Dava was increased tenfold. He walked over to Megan, angry, and his voice was harsher than he had intended. Told you to get some sleep. I don't want you slowing us down tomorrow. Looked and said Kidi, CM sorry if angered you. Sister, save my anger for more THNGS. You're kind just me. You spend your lives hiding behind stone walls for a free trip to the next world. You make me sick to my stomach, all of you. Because believe in the next worm. No, sister. Because you don't believe in this one. You ran away from it. To pray for you. We spend our lives praying for, and you think that will solve the problems of the Xrid. In time, yes. There is no time. Your God can't hear your prayers because of the noise of the cannons and the screams of children torn open by bombs. When you have faith, oh, I have BTS of faith, sister. I have faith in what I am fighting for. I have faith in my men, and in my guns. What I don't have faith in are who walk on water. If you think our GGD is listening now, tell him to get us to the convent at Mendavia so I can be rid of Pew. He was with himself, for his temper wasn't her fault that the church had stood idly by while Falu's phalangists had tortured and raped and murdered Baskals and Cattlers. It wasn't her fault, Jamie told Hernzulf, that my family was the victims. Jan had been a boy Tim, but it a manner that would be etched forever in his brain. He had been awakened in the middle of the night by the noise of the bombs. They fell from the sky like deadly flowers of sound, planting Bela seeds of destruction. Shit up, Jamie. Hurry! The fear in his voice was more to the boy than TTE terrible of the aerial bombardment. GL Ernikavos, a stronghold of the Basque 1S and Franco Fed, decided to make it an object lesson, destroyed the dreaded Nazi Condor Legion. Half a dozen Italian planes had mounted an attack, and they showed no mercy. The townspeople tried to flee from the rain of death pour down from TYX2 skies, but there was no escape. His mother and fatter, older sisters fled with the others. To the CHLMCH, Jaime's father said. They wore it bomb the CHLKCH. He was right. Everyone knew that the church was on side of the Cordolo, turning eye to the savage treatment of enemies. The Miro family headed for the church, fighting TTI away through TFE panicky crowds, trying to flay the boy his father's hand in a fierce grip, and tried not to the terrible noises around him. He remembered a time when his father was not frightened, was not away. Are we to a war, Papa? Rui asked his father. No, Jamie. That's just newspaper talk. All we're asking is that the government give us a reasonable amount of independence. Basques and the Catalans are entitled to have their own language and flag and holidays. We're still one nation. Our Spaniards will never fight against Spaniards. Jamie was too young to understand it, but of course there was more at stake than the issue of the Catalans and Basques. It was a deep ideological conflict between Vara and the Republican government. Nationalists. Art had started out as a spark of dissension, quickly became an uncontrollable conflagration that drew in a dozen foreign powers. When Franco's superior forces had defeated the Republicans, nationalists were firmly in control of Spain. Franco turned his attention to intransigent Basques, punished them. And the blood continued to flow. A hard core of Basque leaders had formed ETA, a movement for a Basque free state, and Jaime's Fatia was asked to join. No. It is wrong. We must gain what is rightfully ours by peaceful means. War accomplishes nothing. But the nukes proved stronger than the doves, and ETA quickly became a powerful force. Jamie had friends whose fathers were members of ETA, and he listened to the stories of their heroic experts. My father and a group of his friars bombed headquarters of the Guardia Civil, a friar would tell him. Or, did you hear about the bank robbery in Barcelona? My father did that. Now they can buy to fight the fascists, and Jaime's fatty asterisk was Malance is wrong. We must negotiate. MLE blew up one of their factories in Madrid. Why isn't your father on our side? He a coward. Listen to your friars, Jamie. His fat your told him. What they are is criminal. Franco ordered a dozen Basques executed without even a trial. "We're a strike, going to join us." "Papa, dear, we are all Spaniards, Jamie. We must not let divide us." "And the boy torn, am I right? Is my father a cobard?" Jamie believed his father. And now, Armageddon. The world was collapsing around him. The streets of Guernica were crowded with a screaming mob trying to escape from the falling bombs. All around buildings, statues, sidewalks were exploding in showers of concrete and blood. Jamie and his mother, father and sisters had reached the large church, the only in the square still standing. A dozen people were on the DCX. "Let us in. The name of Jesus, up." "What's going on?" cried Jaime's father. "The priests have locked the church. They want to let us in." "Let's break the door in," Jamie at his father in surprise. "Me don't break into God's house," his father said. "He will protect us." Too late. Saw the squad of phalangists appear from around the yard, open machine gun fire on them, mowing down the unarmed crowd of men, women, and children in the square. Even as Jaime's father felt the bullets tear into him, his son and pushed him down to safety, HLS own shielding Jan from deadly hail of bullets. An eerie silence to Blaruatte after the attack. The SOLNDS of guns run of feet and screams vanished, a trick of magic. Jamie opened his eyes lay there for a long time, feeling the weight of his father's body on him like a loving blanket. His father and sisters were dead, and with hundreds of others. In front of their BCNDs were TTX2 locked doors of the church. Late that night Jan made his way out city, arrivo days later when he reached Bilbao, he joined ETA. The officer had looked at him and said, "You're too to join, son. You should be in school." "You're going to be my school," Jamie Miro said quietly. "You're going to teach me how to fight to the murder of my family." He never looked back. He was battling for himself for his family, and his exploits became Jamie planned executed daring raids against factories and banks, carried oil the eggs_irons of the oppressors. When any of his men were captured, he conducted daredevil missions to rescue Etrem. When Jamie heard about the GOE formed to pursue Basque_S, he smiled, said, "Thave ry, Teist." He never asked himself if the risks he took had anything to do with the cries of "You father is a coward," or if he was to prove anything to himself to others. It was enough that proved his bravery again and again, that he was afraid to risk his life for he believed in. Now, Bakali, one of his men, had to Jamie 4v himself with a nun. "It's ironic that her church is on our side, but it's ru_RH too late, they can a second inculk my mother and father and sisters," thought bitterly. They mlked through the woods at night, the tight moonlight dappling the forest around them. They avoided the towns and main roads, alert for any sign of danger. Jamie ignored Megan. He walked with Felix, talking about past adventures, and Megan found herself she had never anyone like Jamie Myra. He was filled with self-assurance. "If any can get me to Mendavia," Megan thought, "QHT, this man can." There had been moments when Jamie had felt pity for the sister, even a reluctant admiration for the way she herself on the Arjoele journey. He wondered how the other men were along with their from God. At least he had Ampero Duran. At right, Jamie found her a great comfort. "She's as dedicated as I am," Jamie thought, even more reason than due to hate the government. Ampero's entire family had been out by the Nationalist Army. Was fiercely and with a deep passion. At dawn were nearing Salamanca, on Barras of the river. "Students me here from all over Spain," Felix explained to Megan, "to aid in the university. TFS probably me in all of Spain ras not." He was on his RBXT move. "Were the hunter, where set me trap?" He turned to Felix. "We'll skip Salamanca. There's a parador outside town. We will stop there. The Peridora was a small urn set away from the mere stream of tourist traffic. Stone steps led to the lobby. Lick was guarded by an ancient knight in armor. As group approached the entrance, Jamie said to two women, "Wait here." He nodded to Felix Carpio. Men disappeared. "Are they on Pero?" Giant gave her contemptuous maybe. "They went KX, king for your god." "FNPE thafened him," Megan said evenly. 10 minutes later the men were back. "All clear," Jamie told Ampero. "UTTE sister will share Zim. Felix will stay with me." He handed her key. Ampero said, "Petu and my QLR0 want to stay with, not do as I say. Keep an on her." Ampero to Megan, "Bueno. Come along, sister." Followed Ampero into the Peridora and up the stairs. The RCXM was one of a dozen set in a row along the grey, bare upstairs corridor. Ampero and the two women entered. RCNN was small and drab arc, sparsity furus FED, with wooden floors, stucco walls, a bed, a serenal cot, a battered dressing table, RX plus or minus TV.O chairs. Megan looked around and exclaimed, "Bully Ampero Giant SWT _aroused in thinking that Megan was sarcastic. "Who hall are you to complain it's so large?" Megan on. Ampero after a moment, then laughed. "Of col _us it would seem large to cells the sisters in." Ampero started to get undressed. Megan not staring at her. Was first time had really looked at Ampero Giant in day fight. Woman was in an earthy way. She had red hair, white skin, and was with a small waist hips that swayed as she moved. Ampero saw her watch. "Are you sister, Wookie? You tell me something?" "Why Wookie anyone pin a convent?" Ras a simple question to answer. What could be more workstful than to devote oneself to the glory of God? Offland, I could think of 1,000. Ampero walked over to the and sat down. "You can sleep on the cot. From what I've heard about events, your God dacen't want you to be too." Megan smiled. "Dacent matter. I'm comfortable inside." In TTIRCNM across the corridor, Jamie Miro was out on the bed. Felix Carpio was trying to get settled on the small cot. Both men were flay dressed. Jaime's gun was easier his pillow. Felix's gun was on the small, battered table next to him. "What do you think makes them do it?" Felix wondered a bud. "Do what, amigo?" "Lock TLMs up in a convent. They're like prisoners." Jamie Miro asked the sister. "I wish to hell we were trawling alone. I have a bad feeling about this." Jamie, "God we think us for fis GCX, did pu reliably /a that. Don't make me lalk." Felix did not pursue TTEST plus or minus ject. It was not tactful to discuss the Catholic Church with Jamie. Two men were silent, each with his own _ets. Felix Carpio was put the sisters in our hands. We must get TLM to a convent safely. Jamie was thinking ATX, UT Ampero. He wanted her badly row. That NM started to pun covers realized was he still had to do. In the small, dark lobby downstairs, the room clerk sat quietly, waited until he was sure that the new guests were asleep. His heart was as he picked telephone and dialed a number. A voice headquarters CHRK whispered into telephone to his NFMV, "Florian, I have Jamie Miro 3 of people. How would you like the horror of them?" Chapter 22. 90 miles to the east, in a wooded area along the way to Penafil, Lucia Carmine was asleep. Rubio Asno sat her, reluctant to awaken her. "She sleeps like an he," but it was almost dawn, time to be on. Rob 10 leaned over and whispered gently in her ear, "Sister Lucia." Lucia opened her. "It is time for us to go." Sye yawned and stretched easily. The blouse she was wearing had become yaw buttoned and part of her breast was showing. Rubio hastily looked away. "I must guard my she is the bride of jests." Sister, I wonder if I could ask a favor of you. He was blushing. Yes. It's been a turn since I prayed but I was brought a Catholic. Would you mind a prayer? That was the last thing Lucia Ked expected. How it been since I said a prayer? She wondered. The convent did count. While others were praising, Hermione had been busy with plans to don't it would make LS both feel better. How could she explain that she did not remember any prayers? Yes. There was one remembered. She been a little girl kneeling at bedside, her father stood beside her, ready to her into bed. Slowly, words of the 23rd Psalm started to come back to her. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures, he eateth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul, he leadeth me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Memories came no ing back. She and father had owned the war. He had been so _ki of her. You were bomb in der ALWKY star, Faccia D'Angelo. And Lucia had felt lucky TK2 ortieved. Nothing could ever WRT her. Was she not the beautiful daughter of the great Angelo Carmine? Yeah, I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil. The EGL ones were the ovnis of her father brothers, and she had made them pay. For thou art with me, thy eye thy staff they comfort me. Where was God when needed? In a table before me in the of mine enemies, TL new anointest my head with oil, my runneth over. She was speaking more slowly. Her voice or what had happened, she were aired, to the little girl in the white communion dress. The future had been so golden. Somehow it had gone wrong. Everything. Lost my father and my brothers, myself. The convent she had not, but RMV, out here with this simple peasant. Would you mere percent a prayer for us? Lucia went on. Surely God's mercy shall fold me the days of my life, I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Rubio was watching her, moved. Thank you, sister. Lucia nodded, nabbed to speak. What's matter with me? Lucia asked herself. Are you ready, sister? She looked at Rubio as said, yes. I am ready. 5 minutes later they were on their V.A. They were catted in a sudden downriver and took shelter in a deserted cabin. The rain beat against the roof and sides of the cabin like angry fists. Do you think storm will ever let up? Rubio smiled. It's not a real storm, sister. It's what we Basques call a ceremony. It will stop as quickly as it started. The earth is dry right now. It needs this rain. Owls. Yes. RM a farmer T shows, Lucia forgiven for saying TLEs, sister, but you are a lot in common. Lucia looked over at bumbling hayseed thought, that will the day. We do. Yes. I truly believe that in many ways on a farm must much like in a convent. The annexion eluded her. I didn't understand. Well, sister, in a convent you think a lot at one God and his miracles. Is that not true? Yes. In a sense a farm is surrounded by creation. All that grow from God's ear, whether if it's wheat or olives or comes from God, days it not? These are all and you watch them every day, and because you them grow, you are a part of the miracle. Lucia had to smile at the enthusiasm in his voice. Suddenly the rain stopped. Me can mow on now, we'll be to Tte Duero River soon, Rubio said. The Pineapple Falls is just ahead of us. We will go on to Aranda de Duero and Hen Logrono, where we will meet the others. You'll be to those places, Locia and GCX, dear luck to you be in Switzerland, my friend. They heard the of the Fales. Half an hour tray reached them. The Pineapple Falls was a beautiful sight down into swift-moving river. The roar of it was almost I want to bat ear, Lucia said. It seemed years since she had last had a bath. Rubio Arzano stared at her. Here. No, you idiot in Rome. Be careful. The river is swollen because of the rain. Don't worry there, patiently oh. I will go away while you res. Stay nearby, Lucia said quickly. There were probably wild animals in the woods. As Lucia started to ruis, Rubio hastily walked a few yards away, turned his back. Or it go in too far, sister, he called. The river is treacherous. Lucia put down the wrapped cross. Fear she coldly keep an eye on it. The cool air felt wonderful on her body. She stepped into TTE water. It was cold, invigorating. She saw that Rubio was steadfastly in TTE direction, his back turned to her. She smiled to herself. All other men she had known be feasting to her eyes. She stepped in deeper, avoiding the rocks tutway around, arid splashed TTE water over herself, feeling the itching river tugging hard at her legs. A few feet away a small tree was being swept downstream. As Lucia turned to watch it, she instinctively lost her balance and slipped, screaming. She fell hard, slamming her head against a boulder. Rubio turned and watched in horror as Lucia disappeared downstream in the waters. Chapter 23. When Sergeant Florian Santiago replaced the receiver in the police station in Salamanca, his hands were trembling. I have Jaime Miro and 3 of his people here. How would you like the RKDR of Captain 3 of them? The government had posted a large reward for the head of Jaime Miro. Now the Basque outlaw was in his hands. The reward money changed his whole life. Ho could afford to send his children to a better SCRML. He could buy a washing machine for his Wilfo and jewelry for his mistress. Of course, he would have to share some of the reward with his uncle. Give him beer fly %, Sanuago th0 or maybe 10%. He was aware of Jaime Miro's reputation, and he had no intention of life to capture the terrorist. Let others face the danger and give me the reward. He sat at his desk deciding the best to handle the situation. Cobnal Akakas RWN immediately sprang to mind. Knew there was a Bucknod Verkstetter between the colonel and the outlaw. Besides, the colonel had the whole GOE at his command. Yes, that was definitely the mighty he up the telephone. 10 later he was speaker to the Donell himself. This is Sergeant Florian Santiago from the police station at Salamanca. I have tracked down Jaime Miro. To keep his voice even. Are you certain of this? Yes, Colonel. He is at the Parador Nacional Raimundo de Borgen, just outside of town. He is spending the night. My uncle is the RCX, M. Clark. He telephoned me himself. There is another man and TWO women with Myra _Uyul is positive it is Mro. Yes, Colonel. He others are sleeping in the back rooms on the of the inn. Akaka said, listen to me very carefully, Sergeant, I want you to go to the Parador immediately. I'd stand watch outside to make certain none of them leaves. I'd be able to reach there in an hour. You are not to go inside. And out of sight, is that clear? Yes, sir. I will leave immediately. Colonel, about the reward money, when catch Miro, ifs yokes. TFNNKU, Colonel. I am most, yes, sir. Brian Santiago replied he was tempted to can his mistress to tell her the exciting RMVS, but that could wait. He would surprise her later. Meanwhile, he had a job to do. He summoned one of the polkamen on delay upstairs. Take over the desk. Have an error to do. I'll be back in a few hours. And I come back a rich man, he mut. The first tying R11 buy will be a new car, a seat or a blue one. No, maybe it will be white. Colonel Run and Akaka replaced the receiver and sat still, his brain go to work. This time there would be no slip-lo. It was the final move in the chess game between them. He would to proceed very carefully. Miro would have sentries alert for trouble. Akaka called in his aide-de-camp. "Yes, Colonel. Pick out 24 of per best marksmen. See that they are armed with automatic weapons. We're for Salamanca in 15 minutes. Yes, sir. There be no escape for Miro." The colonel was already planning the raid in his mind. The Perodora would be completely surrounded by a cordon that would move in quickly and quietly. A sneak attack before the butcher has a chance to murder any more of my men. We'll kill them all in their sleep. 15 minutes later, Fis aide returned. We're ready to move, Colonel. Sergeant lost time into the Perodora. And without the colonists warring, he had no intention of going after the terrorists. But in obedience to Akaka's orders, he stood in the Svdovs 20 yards away from the inn, where he had a good view of the front door. Was a chill in TYX3 right air, but the thought of the reward money kept Santiago warm. He wondered which the two women inside were pretty odd, which they were in bed with the inn. Of one thing Santiago was certain. A few hours, they would all be dead. The army truck moved into town quietly. Arai drove toward Perodora. Colonel Akaka flicked on a flashlight. Looked at his map. Arai went "We're a mile from the inn," he said. "Stop here. We'll walk the rest of the way. Maintain silence." Santiago was unaware of their approach till a voice in his ear startled him with, "Who are you?" He turned and himself facing Colonel Raymond Akaka. "My God, FP's frightened at looking," Santiago mutt. "Lamb Sergeant Santiago, sir. Has anyone left the inn?" "No, sir. All inside, probably asleep by now." The colonel turned to his aide. "I warned half our men to form a perimeter around the hotel. If anyone tries to escape, they are to shoot to kill. The others will come with me. They are in the 2 back bedrooms upstairs. Let's go." Santiago watched as the colonel and his men entered the front door of the Perodora, quietly. He wondered if there would a lot of Arai. If there was, wondered if his uncle might be idled in the crossfire. Would be a pity. But on the other Haru there would be no one would have to share the reward money with when and his men top of stairs. Akaka whispered, "Take open FRE as soon as see them." His aide asked, "Colonel, would you like me to go ahead of no interlude to the pleasure of Jaime Miro himself?" At the of the hall were the 2 Roans where Miro group was staying. Akma silently motioned 6 of his men to cover one door and the other 6 to cover the other door. "Now," he screamed. It was the moment he had been for. At his signal, the soldiers kicked in both doors simultaneously and rushed into the RMRNS, weapons ready. They stood there in the middle of the empty exerns, stared at the rumpled beds spread out. "Hurry! Downstairs!" Akaka shrieked. The soldiers raced through every room in the intel, smashing DCX, RS open, waking startled guests. Jaime Miro and the others were nowhere to be found. The colonel stormed downstairs to confront the RCXJM clerk. There was no one in the lobby. "Hello," he called out. "Hell!" There was RN Rispers. The coward was Fadip. One of TTE soldiers was staring at the floor behind TTE desk. Colonel Akaka strode over to his side and stared down at the floor. The bound Arue gagged body of the clerk was SLWNPED against wall. A sign read been hung around his neck. It read, "Please do not disturb." Chapter 24 Rubio Azaraj watched in horror as Lucia disappeared under TE rushing waters and was swept downstream. In a split second he turned to race along the river bank, leaping over small logs and bushes at the first bend of the river. He caught a glimpse of Lucia's body coming toward him. Swam frantically to reach her, struggle up against the powerful CL_current was almost impossible. He felt himself being pulled away. Lucia was only light in feet away from NM, but it seemed like miles. He made one last heroic effort and grabbed her arm, his fingers almost away. He held in a death grip as he grappled his way to the safety of the shore. When Rubio finally reached the riverbank, he pulled Lucia up on the grass and lay there, fighting for breath. She was unconscious, not breathing. Rubio turned her over on her stomach, straddled her, and began to apply pressure to her liqueurs. A minute went by, then two. Just as he was beginning to despair, a stream of water gushed out of her mouth and she roared _RL plus or minus I0, uttered a prayer of thanks. He kept TLE presswear, gentler row, until her heartbeat was steady. When she began to shiver from the cold, Rubio hurried over to a CLWNP of trees pulled down huckstles of leaves. He carried them over to and started to dry her body with. He was also wet, arid, cold, and his clothes were, but he paid no attention. He had been panicky with fear that Sister Lucia would die. Now, as he gently rubbed her naked with the dry leaves, unworthy thoughts came into his mind. She has the avogdes. Forgive me, Lord, she begs to you. Uxie, I must not think ttpse wicked th0lqhts. Lucia was gradually awakened by the gentle of her body. She was on the beach with Ivor, and his soft tongue le was moved down her. Oh, yes, thought. Oh, yes. Don't stop, Caro. She was aroused even before she opened her eyes. When Lucia had fallen into river, her last thought had been that she was to die. But she was alive, and for it herself bow curve up at the man who had saved her. Without even thinking, she reached out arcs, pulled Rubio down to yaw. There was a of shocked surprise on his face. Sister, he protested. We can't. Her lips were on his, fierce and hungry, and Tongue was explode at N's mouth. TT was too much for Rubio. Hurry, Lucia whispered. Hurry. She watched as Rubio uselessly stripped off his wet clothes. He deserves a reward, SYP thought. So do ill. As Rubio moved hesitantly towards said, Sister, shouldn't, Lucia was in RNRNWD for conversation. SIE felt him join his body to hers in a timeless, mindless ritual, and she gave herself up to the glorious sensations that FLCX did her. Was all the soved percentage of her close BRCSH with death. Rubio was a surprisingly gawked lover, both gentle and fierce at the same time. He had her that TCN Lucia by surprise. And TTR was of such tenderness in his eyes she felt a sudden lump in her throat. I big oaf isn't in love with me. He's eager to please me. When was TLE last time a man cared? ATX, LJT me. LLEIA wondered. She thought of her fatter arcs, wondered he would have liked Rubio Arzano _ard. Then she wondered why she worried Witeth a father would have liked Rubio Arzam. I must be crazy. This man is a fana. RM Lucia Carmine, the daughter of Carmine. Rubio's life has nothing to do with my life. We were thrown by a stupid accident of fate. Rubio was widening her and saying over and over, Lucia. My Lucia. And shining in his eyes told her everything he felt. He's so dear, she thought. Then, what is the matter vittle me? Why am I even about him like this? I'm away from TTE police and, she suddenly remembered the gold cross oh, my GCND. How could have forgotten it even for a moment? She sat curiously. Rubio, I left a package on the bank of the river back there. Would you it to me, please? And my clothes. Of course. TLL be right back. Lucia sat there waiting, frantic. That might have happened to the cross. What it Rascon? What if someone had come awry picked at LP? It was with an enormous feeling of relief that Lucia watched Rubio return with the cross under his arm. I mustn't let it out of my sight again, she thought. That asterisk Q, she said to Rubio. Rubio harried Lucia Hercthus. Looked up at him and said softly, I won't need right away. The sun on her naked skin made Lucia feel forward/ard warm, and being in Rubio's arms was a wonderful comfort. It was as though they had found a peaceful oasis. As they had been away from light years away. "Tell me about your farm," Lucia said idly. His face lit up, and there was pride in his voice. "TTMS, a small farm outside a little village near Bilbao. T was in my family for generations." "What happened to it?" His expression darkened. "Because I am Basque, the government in Madrid punished me with ICRA taxes when I refused to pay the farm. That was when I met Jaime Miro. I him to fight against the government for what is right. I have a mother and 2 sisters, one day we will have our farm back, I will run it again." Lucia of her fatter and 2 brothers backed away in a prison forever. "Are you close to your family?" Rubio smiled warmly. "Of course. Families are our first BVE, are not?" "Yes, LLCIATTWLQHT. But will never see me again." "Tell me about family, Lucia," he said. "Before you in TTE convent. Were you close to TTM?" The conversation was a dangerous turn. "What can I tell him? My father is a mafioso. He and my 2 brothers are in prison for murder. We are very CBSE. What does your father do?" He is a businessman." "Do you have brothers and sisters?" "2 brothers. They MRK for NM." "Lucia, why did you enter CNN vent?" "Because the police are for me for murdering 2 men." "I've got to stop this conversation, Lucia or 10 LKD," she said. "Il needed to get away. That's close to TTE truth. You felt TLE world was much for you." "Something like that. Il no right to say this, Lucia, but I am in with Rub I0, I won't marry you. All my life, have never said that to another woman." There was something so touching and earnest about him. "He doesn't KRYYW to play games, I must be careful RNT to hurt Pern." But the idea of Angelo Carnia's daughter Bear Bafana's wife. Lucia almost laughed. ALOL_K3. Rubio misunderstood the smile on her face. "Il we not live in forever. The government will have to make peace with, then I will return to my farm. Querida, want to spend the rest of my life and making you happy. We will have many children and the girls will all look like you." I can't let him go on like this, Lucia decided. I should stop him now, but somehow she could not herself to do it. She listened to Rubio paint romantic pictures of their life and she found almost wishing it could happen. She was so tired of running away. It'd be wonderful to find a haven where could be safe, taken care of by W who loved her. "Must be sing my Myru. Let's not talk it now," Lucia said. We slowed moving on. They travelled northeast, following the banks of the Duero River, with its hilly countryside and oneish green trees. Trey stopped at the picturesque village of Villalba de Duero to buy bread, cheese, I had an idyllic picnic in a grassy meadow. Lucia felt content at Aurelio's side. There was a quiet strength about him that seemed to give her strength. "He's not for me, but he's going to make some lucky woman very happy." When they had finished eating, Rubio said, "Town is de Iro. It's a fairly city. It would be best around it to avoid the GOE and the soldiers." It was an ornament of truth time to leave him. She had for to reach a large Rubio Asino and his farm were a dream. To Switzerland was the reality. Lucia knew how much she was to hurt him, and she could not bear to look into his eyes when she said, "Rubio, road like us to go into town?" He frowned. "That collad be querida. The soldiers, they won't be for us there." She mut clicky. "Besides, are of clothes. I can't keep going on in this." The idea of entering his city disturbed Rubio, but all he said was, "If that is what you wish." The distance, the walls and of Arax de Duero seemed before them like a marvnade mountain out of the earth. Rubio tried one more time. LLEIA, yo WRE sure you must go into TTE City. Yes. RM sure. The two of them crossed the bridge that led to the main street, Avenida Castilla, headed for the inter of town. They passed a sugar factory and poultry shops, and air was THCK with a variety of _shops. Apartment buildings lined the avenue. They walked slowly, careful not to draw attention to Thai enzymes. Finals 4. To her relief, Lucia saw what she had been for, a sign that read Caseta Pernos, a pawn shop. She said they reached the village square, with its shops and markets and bars, and passed the Tabe Macuva, with its long bar and wooden tables. There was a jukebox inside, and hanging from the oak beam ceiling were hams, strings of garlic. Lucia saw an opportunity. RMTHRSTY, Alfio, she said. Can we go in there? Of course. He took her arm. Aril led her inside. There were half a dozen men crowded around plus all minus the bar. Lucia Arubio took a table in TTE Cummer. What would you like, querida? Order a glass of wine form, case. I'll be right back. There's something I have to do. She rose and out into the street, leave at Rubio staring after her, puzzled outside. Lucia turned and hurried back to the Caseta Pernos, clutch at her tightly wrapped package. Across the street she saw a door with a black sign in white letterwork that read Polycla. She stared at it a moment, her heart a beat, then skirted it and entered TLE pawn shop. A shrunken man with a large behind the counter, barely visible. At Buenos dias, Cirques, Rita. Buenos dias, senor. I something I would like to sell. She was so nervous, had to press her knees keep them from shark at. Lucia unwrapped the gold cross and held it out. Wookle, would you be in this? The pawnbroker TCXLK'd in his hands, and Lucia watched the light that came into his eyes. May I ask where you acquired Miss? TT was left to me by an uncle who just died. Her throat was so dry she could hardly speak. The man the cross, turning it over in tears slowly. How much are you ask at for it? Her dream was come over to Ife. I want to 3 red 50,000 pesetas. He frowned at SHCX, his head. No is worth only 1,000 pesetas. I would sell my go first. Perhaps I could go as high as 100 pesetas. Would rather melt it down and let the gold run in the streets. 200 musen pesetas. Trit is my last offer. Lucia took the gold cross from him. You are robbing me blind, but will accept it. She could see TTE excitement in his far. Buem. Senorita. He reacted for the cross. Lucia pulled it back. There is a condition. What condition would that be, Simrita? Passport was stolen. I need a new one in order to get out of the country to visit my stricken aunt. He was slick MW, his eyes wise. He nodded. I see you can help me with my problem, then the cross is yours. He sighed. Passes, RTS are difficult to come by, senorita. The authorities are very strict. Lucia watched him, saying, are you, thing? I don't see how I can you. Thank you anyway, senor. She started toward the door. He let her reach it before he said, momentito. Lucia stopped. Something has just occurred to me. I have a cousin who is sometimes involved in delicate matters like this. He is a distant cousin, you understand? Understarkst I could speak to him. When do you require this passport? Today. The large head nodded slowly. And if I can do this thing, we have a deal? When I get my passport agreed. Come back at 8 o'clock and my cousin will be here. He will arrive to take the necessary and insert it in TTE passport. Lucia could feel her heart. Thank you, senor. Would you like to leave the cross here, for 'twill be safe with me? 8 o'clock, then? I'll still go. She left the shop. Outside she carefully avoided the police and headed back to Taberner, where Rubio was waiting. Her footsteps slowed. Had finally with TTE Moa from the cross, she would be able to get to Switzerland and freedom. She should have been happy, but instead she felt depressed. What's with me? I'm on my way. Rubio will get over me soon enough. He'll find someone else. Then she remembered the LCX. K in his eyes. He had said, I want to marry you. In all my affair, I have said that to Varnon. Damn the Inan, frut_well, his RNT my problem. Chapter 25 The media they are in a feeding friend for. The headlines tumbled ma or ainatia. There was Thai attack on the convent, wholesale arrest of nuns for terrorists, though escape of 4 RWRS, shooting of 5 soldiers by or of the nuns. She was shot. Kilod the Internatia BL Rus wires were on fire. Reporters had arrived in Madrid from all over the world, and Prime Minister Leopoldo Martinez, in an effort to cool things down, had agreed to a press conference. Almost 4 dozen reporters from all over were gotten read in HLS office. Colonels Raymond Akaka Falsostilo were at his side. The Prime Minister had seen that afternoon's headline in the London TLRNES, Terrorists and Nuns Evade Spain's Army and Police. A reporter from Paris Match was Mr. Prime Minister, do you have any idea where the missing nuns are now? Prime Minister Martinez replied, Colonel Akaka is in charge of the search operation. We'll let him answer that. Akaka said, we have reason to believe that they are in the hands of the Basque terrorists. I'm also sorry to say is evidence to indicate that TT12 runs are collaborating with the terrorists. The reporters were scribbling fevers NY. What's Ming of Sister Teresa and the soldiers? If have information that Sister Teresa was working with Jaime Miro. Under the pretext of us find Miro, she went into an army camp and slew 5 soldiers before could be stopped. Can assure you that the army RGOE are bending every effort to tip criminals to justice. Are the Mars who were arrested and taken to Madrid? They are being said. The Prime Minister was anxious to end the Mitiru. It was difficult for him to keep his temper in check. The failure to locate the nuns or capture the terrorists made his government, and himself, look inept and foolish. RxD the press was taking full advantage of the situation. Can you tell us anything Thai background %s of the 4 nuns who escaped? Prime Minister, asked a reporter from Ogai. I'm sorry. I give you no information. I repeat, ladies gentlemen, the government is doing everything in its power to fix TLE nuns. Rhyme Myrister, Tia have been reports about the brutality of TTE attack on the convent at Avila. Would you whisper, ND to that, was a sore point with Martinez cause it was true. Colonel Akaka had grossly exceeded his authority. But he would deal with the colonel later. This was the time for a show of UNW. He turned to TTE Kaloral and said Kalel Akaka can respond to that. Akaka said, L2 have heard those your founded reports. The facts are simple. We received reliable information that the terrorist Jaime Merb and a dozen of his men were hiding in Cistercian convent. They were fnavily armed by time raided that they had fled. Kulil, we heard TL some of your men molested TFBT is an outrageous accusation. Prime Minister Martinez said, the Ruyu, ladies and gentlemen. TIBT will be all. You will be informed of any further developments. When Thai reporters had left, the Prime Minister turned to Colonels Akaka at I. Sostolo. TYWRE making us 100k like savages in Thai eyes of the Akok. Had not the slightest interest in Prime Minister's opinion. What concerned him was a telephone call he had received in middle of night. Akaka, TMS a voice was all too familiar with. He was instantly wide awake. Eyes, sir. Disappointed in you, we red rope to see some results before his. Sir, I am closing in on them. He found that he was perspiring heavily. I'll ask that you be a little more patient. I won't disappoint you. He held his breath, waiting for a response. You're running out of time. The line been dead. Cobnal Akaka replaced the receiver and sat there, frustrated. Where is that bastard Miro? Chapter 26 RM to kill her, Ricardo Meladu. I could strangle her with my bare hands, throw her off the mountain, or simply shoot her. No, I think strating her give me greatest pleasure. Sister Gracilla was the most exasperated human being he had ever was impossible. In TLE when Jaime Miro asigured him to escort her, Ricardo Meladu had been pleased. True, she ms a ruin, but she was also the most ravishing beauty he had ever laid eyes on. He was determined to get to know her, to find out why she had decided to lock all that emusette beauty behind convent walls rest of her life. Under the skirt blouse se was whereat, he could discern the rich, nubile curves of a woman. It's going to be a very interesting trip, Ricardo had decided. But things had taken a totally unexpected turn. The problem was that Sister Gracia refused to speak to him. She had not said a word since their journey TX3 began, and what TX completely baffled Ricardo was that she did not appear too angry or upset. Not at all. She simply retreated into some remote part of herself, appeared totally uninterested in him, in what was going on around her. Had travelled at a go-CD pace, walking along hot, dusty side roads, past fields of rippling golden in the sunlight, and fields of barley, oats, and grapevines. Skirted the little villages the way or went by fields of sunflowers with their wide yellow faces for loving the sin. When crossed the Percent Ros River, Ricardo asked, "Would you like to rest a while, sister?" Silent. They were approaching Segovia before head at northeast to the snow-capped Guadarrama Mountains. Ricardo kept to an polite conversation, but it was completely hopeless. "Me will be at Segovia SCXJN, sister." No reaction. "What I have done to offer you a UHL_NGRY, sister." It was as though he were not there. He had never felt so frustrated in his life. Perhaps the woman is retarded, he thought. That must be the answer. God given your body cursed with a feeble but did not believe it. When they reached the outskirts of Segovia, Ricardo noted that the town was crowded, which meant the Guardia Civil would even more alert usual. As approached Plaza del Corredor, saw soldiers strolling in their direction. "Hold my hand, sister. We roost 100k like TV0 lovers out for a stroll." She ignored him. Jesus, Ricardo thought. Maybe she's deaf and DTRNB. He reached over and took her hand in his. Her sudden fierce resistance surprised him. She pulled away as if she had been the guards were closer. Ricardo leaned toward Gracilla. "You mustn't be angry," he said loudly. "My sister feels the same way. After dinner last night when she put the children to bed she was saying that it would be much better if we men didn't sit rotten smoking smelly cigars and stories while you women went off by yourselves." 11 bet, the guards had passed. Ricardo turned to look at Gracilla. Her face was expressionless. Mentally, Ricardo began to see WSE Jamie, with NNG he had given him of the other months. This ore was made of stone, and there are n chisel to that cold exterior. All Ricardo Meladu KRMV was attractive to one underscore of them had told Pern so. He was light complexioned, tall, well-built, WTH a patrician and intelligent farm perfect white teeth. He came from one of the most prominent Basque families. His father a banker in Basque country in the north had seen to it that Ricardo was well educated. He had gone to the Elche University of Salamanca, and his father had looked forward to his son joining him in family business. When Ricardo returned home from college, he dutifully went to work at the bar *, but within a short of time he involved with the problems of his people. He attended meetings and rallies and protests against the government and soon became one of the leaders of ETA. His failure, after barring about his son's activities, called Rim into his HLEE, office lectured Rim. I am a Basque TTX, Ricardo, but I am also a businessman. We cannot foul our own nest by a revoltunion in the where we make our. None of us is trying to overthrow the government, father. Aware is Thai government suppression of Thai Basques TLE Catalans is intolerable. The senior Meladu leaned back in his chair and studied his son. My good friend Phi Mayor had a quiet word with me yesterday. He suggested it would be to your benefit not to attend any more rallies. TT would be better if you expended yoke energy on bank business. Fatter, listen to me, Ricardo. When I was young, my blood ran hot, but are other ways to cod it off. You're to a lovely girt. I hope you will have an Icaldron _ he waved his harks plus or minus at their surroundings, and you much to 100k forward to in your future. But don't you see, I see more clearly than you, my son. Your prospective father-in-law is also unhappy with your activities. I would not want a thing to happen. TYNT would prevent the wedding. Do make myself clear? Yes, father. The following Saturday Ricardo Meladu was arrested while leading a Basque rally in an auditorium in Barcelona. He refused to let his father bail him out unless he also bailed out the other demonstrators. VTO had been arrested. His father refused. Ricardo's career was ended, and so was his engagement. That had been 5 years earlier. 5 years of Dan Hard narrow escapes. 5 years filled with the excitement of fighting for a cause he passionately in. Now was on the run, a fugitive from the police, escorting a retarded mute across Spain. We'll go this way, he said to Sister Gracila. He was careful not to turn her arm. They U.JRNED off the main onto the Calle de San Valentin. On the corner was a store that sold musical instruments. Ricardo said, I have an idea. Wait here, be right back. He entered the store. Walked up to a punk clerk staring behind the counter. Buenos dias. May I you? Yes. I would like to buy Ben0 guitars. The clerk smiled. You are in luck. We best got in some, they are the best. Perhaps something of not such a high quality. My friend and I are only innovators. As you wish, senor. What about these? The clerk walked zero care to a section of the store where a dozen guitars were on display. I can let you 2 corns for 1,000 pesetas apiece. Elder asterisk not. Ricardo selected Bevo in Expecigilitas. These will do nicely, he said. A few moments later Ricardo back out to TLE Street, the 2 guitars. He had half hoped Sister Gracila would be gone, but she was standing patiently waiting. Ricardo opened strap on one of guitar's hair out he instrument to her. Here, sister. Put over your shoulder. She at him. It isn't necessary for you to play it, Ricardo said patiently. It is already for effect. He shoved the guitar at her, she reluctantly took it. They walked along the works, ing streets of Segovia, the enormous viaducts built by TTE Romans centuries earlier. Ricardo decided to try again. You see this viaduct, sister? There is no cement stores. Legend has it that it was built by the devil TTE, sand years ago, stone piled on store th and thing but the magic to hold it. He balked at her forsawn reaction. Nothing. To with her, Ricardo Menadu mutt. Give up. The members of the Guardia Civil were ever fear, whenever Trey passed them, Ricardo wad pretexi to be in earnest conversation with Gracila, Arvais careful to avoid contact. The dares of police soldiers seemed to be in reserve. But Ricardo felt reasonably safe. They would be bocking for ARWN in robes de gros, of Jaime Miro's men, would have rudge reason to suspect 2 young tourists carrying guitars. Ricardo was, and even Th0LQH Sister Gracila had said, noting, he was sure that she must be IWNGRY also. They came to a small wheel stop in a bite to eat, Sizp. She stood there, him. He sighed. Right. Suit yourself. He walked inside TYN Cafe. A moment later Gracilla followed him. When TL were seated, Ricardo asked, "What would you eat to order, sister?" There was no response. "She was," Ricardo said to TLE waitress, "2 gazpachos ban orders of chorizos." When the solve and sausages came, Gracilla ate what was put in front of her, no chicken that she ate automatically, without reoffnant, as though fulfilling some duty. The men seated at other tables were at, and Ricardo could blame them. It would take Goya to capital her beauty, he th0 In spite of Gracilla's Sunin, Ricardo felt a lump in his throat every time linked at her. And cursed himself for a romantic fool. She was an enigma, buried behind some kind of veil. Ricardo Meladu had known dozens of beautiful women, but none of them had ever affected him TTA's way. There was something almost mystical about her beauty. THIR was that he had absolutely no idea what lay behind the breathtaking facade. Was she intelligent or stupid? Interesting or DL/I? Cold-blooded or passionate? I hope she's stupid, dull, RXD, Ricardo thought, or won't be able to stand as thought I could ever have her. She to God. He looked away, afraid that might sense what he was thinking. When it was time to leave, Ricardo paid the check and rose. During the journey he had noticed that Sister Gracilla was limping slightly. "I'll have to get us some kind of transportation," he thought. "We still have a long way to go." They started down the street, and at the far end of town, on the Manzanares El Real, they came upon a gypsy caravan. There were 4 color fune decorated wagons in the caravan, by horses. In the backs of the wagons were women and children, dressed in gypsy costumes. Ricardo said, "Way there, sister. RM to Trito get us a ride." He approached the driver of the wagon, a burly man in F-Lee gypsy regalia, including Buenas tardes, senor. "I would consider it a great kindness if you could give my fiancé and me a ride." The GYPSYLCX, KED0 Erto Vaya Gracilla was staring. "H is possible. Where are you headed?" "To the Guadarrama Mountains, take you as far as Cerezo de Arbajo." "That would be of great value." "Thank you." Ricardo SHXX, K. The gypsies had put money in it in the last wagon. "Gracias." Ricardo returned where Gracilla was waiting. "The gypsies are to take us as far as Cerezo de Arbajo." Told wheel ride in the wagon for an instant, was sure she was to refuse. She then started toward the wagon. There were half a dozen gypsies inside, and they made room for Ricardo and Gracilla as done, but aboard, Ricardo started to the sister up, but the moment he touched her arm, she pushed him away with a fierceness that him bicycle so. "All right, to hell with you." He caught a glimpse of Gracilla's bear as she tied herself onto wagon, and could not help thinking has most beautiful legs TVE ever seen. They made themselves as comfortable as possible on the hard wooden FLCX of the wagon and began. Gracilla sat in a corner, her eyes dosed and her lips moving in prayer. Ricardo could take his eyes off her. As the day wore on, the sun became a furnace beat him down on them. The earth, the sky was a deep, cloudless blue. From time to time as the wagon crossed plains, Tuesday birds soared overhead. Bielita Lenadu, Ricardo Th0LQHT. The lion-colored griffin witches. Late in the afternoon the gypsy caravan came to a stop and the leader approached the last wagon. "This is as far as we can take you," he told Ricardo. "Miri headed for Vinvilas." "Wrong direction." "This is fine," Ricardo assured him. "Thank you." He started to reach out a hand for Gracilla and quickly thought better of it. Ricardo turned to the leader of the gypsies. "Il would consider it a clearedness if you would sell some food to my fiancé and me." The chief turned to one of the Warnen and said something in a foreign tongue. A few moments later 2 packages of food were handed to Ricardo. Muchas gracias. He pulled out some more. The gypsy chief STLK plus or minus eat him for a moment. You arcs plus or minus TLE sister have already paid for the fox plus or minus. You are the sister. So he knew. Yet Ricardo felt sense of the gypsies were as oppressed by the government as were the Basques and Catalans. Vien con Dios. Ricardo STCX, watching TTE caravan move out of sight, then turned to Graciela. She was silent, impassive. You have to put up with my much, Ricardo assured her. W0 will in Yoji meet Freaks there and pull be on way to convent at no reaction. Cole have to a stone wall. I am talking to a store wall. They had been off in a valley rich with orchards of apple and fig trees. A few feet away from them was the Duraton River, filled with fat trout. Past, Ricardo had fished there often. Would have been an ideal place to stay, rest, but there was a road to travel. He turned to study Guadarrama Mountains, Ravee that lay ahead of Thurn. Ricardo knew area well. There were several trails that an throtton length of an acquaintance. Cobras, wild mountain goats, and wolves roamed the passages. Ricardo would have sen the shortest route had he been travelling alone. But with Sister Graciela at his side, he decided on the safest. Well, we'd better get started, Ricardo said. We have a BNG climb ahead of us. He had intention of missing his rendezvous with the others in Logrono. Let the silent sister become Sonia Elsa's headache. Sister Graciela STCND there waiting for Ricardo to bad the way he turned and to climb. As they started up the steep mountain path, Graciela on some loose pebbles and Ricardo instinctively reached out to her. She jerked away from his harks. And righted herself. Fine, he told angrily. Break your neck. They kept moving upward, heading toward the majestic peak high above. The trail started to get steeper, RX plus or minus narrower, and the child air became thinner. They were heading east, passing through a forest of pine trees. Ahead of them lay a village that was a haven for skiers and mountain climbers. There would FCND war NTH rest TT air, Ricardo, it was decided. It WOWD be a perfect place for Akaka to set a trap. He turned to Sister Graciela. N/eel skirt the village, can you go on it'll farther we rest? She looked at him Aru as her answer, TVNEDM. To walk. The necessary rudeness offended him, awry he thought, thank heavens at Logrono I will be rid of why in the name of do I have mixed feelings about that? They skinned the village. Along the edge of the forest and SCK, they were on the path again, upward. It was get more difficult to bray to the path grew steeper as TYEY rounded they came upon an empty Eagles Re-St they skirted the mountain wage, Q-light and peaceful in TTE afternoon sun, arcs, rested outside it, at a mountain stream where drank the icy water. By dusk they had reached a rugged area that was famous for its caves. After the trail would start down and from now on, Ricardo thought, it would be easy. The worst is over he a faint sound he made up, searching for source of it. An army plane suddenly over the top of mountain, flying toward them down. Ricardo shouted. Down. Graciela kept the plea circled Arad began to swoop lower. Down. Ricardo yelled again. He jumped on her and PCSHED you're down to TTE groaned, he's on top of turrets. What happened next took him completely by surprise. Without any Graciela to reclaim him. She was kicking him in groin, clawing at his face try to rip at his eyes. But the most was what she was saying. She was screaming out a string of obscenities that sent Ricardo into a verbal torrent of filth that assailed him. He did not believe these words were coming from that beautiful, ervxaint mouth. He tried to grab her hands to protect himself from her raking nails. She was like a wildcat under him. Stop it, he shouted RMG at you. If's an army scout clue they may have seen us. We've got to get out of here. He head down until yet frantic struggle finally strange, rude souris were corn at from her, and he realized that she was Soberp Ricardo, with all his experience with women, was completely baffled. He was straddled atop a hysterical nun who had vocabulary of a truck driver, and he had no notion of what to do. He made his voice as calm and as reasonable as possible. Sister, we have to find a place to hide quickly. The plane may have reported us, and in a few hours there could soldiers swarming all over the place. If you ever want to reach the hotel, get up and come with me. He waited a moment, then carefully raised himself off her and sat alongside her until the sobs subsided. Finally Gracilla sat. Her face was smudged from dirt, her hair was mussed, her eyes were red from, and yet her beauty made Ricardo assume. He said quietly, I'm sorry, are you? I don't seem to know how to behave around you. I promise to be more careful. LL in the future looked up at him. Her luminous black eyes filled with tears, and Ricardo had no idea what she was thinking. He sighed and rose. She suit dozens of caves around, Ricardo told her. We'll hide in one of TLM for TLE night. By dawn we can be on our way again. His face was raw and where she had clawed at him, but in spite of what had happened, he felt a defenselessness about her, a fragility told him, made him want to say to reassure her. But now he was silent. He could not have a fling to say. The caves had been carved out by eons of winds and floods and earthquakes. Came in an infinite variety, some of them mere in mountain rocks, others were endless tunnels lord by man. A mile from Vietray had spotted the plane. Ricardo found a cave that was to his satisfaction. The low entrance was almost covered by your brush. Stay here, he said. He ducked into the entrance and walked into the cave. It was dark inside, with only faint light spilling through there was no telling what TLE of the cave was, but it did not matter, for there was no reason to explore it. He went back outside to Gracilla. It LCNKS safe, Ricardo said. Wait inside, please. I gather some branches to cover up the mouth of the cave. I'll be back in a few minutes. He watched Gracilla as she went silently into TTE cave, and he wondered whether she would there when he returned. He realized that he desperately wanted her side the cave. Gracilla watched him leave, then sank to the cold N3 in despair. I can't stand any more, she thought. Where are you, Jesus? Please release me from this. It had been from the Gracilla had been fight her the attraction she felt toward Ricardo. Mug Tarf the Moor. I'm afraid of myself. Evil in me. I Vantanen, I must she had built a barrier of silence between them, the silence she within TLE convent. But now, without the discipline of TLE convent, without the prayers, without the crutch of the rigid routine, Gracilla found herself unable to banish her inner darkness. She had spent years fighting the satiric urges of her psyche, to shut out the sounds, the moors sighs that come from her mother's bed. The moor was at her naked body. You're just a child. Get your clothes on and get out of here, woman. Stee had spent so many years trying to forget the feel of the moor inside her, to push out of her mind the rhythm of bodies her, filling her of alive at last. Her mother scream you bitch. And doctor saying, our chiefskin decided to sew you up himself. He said you were too beautiful to have scars. All the years of praying had to purge herself of guilt. And they had failed. The first time Gracilla looked at Ricardo Meladu, past had come finding back he handsome and gentle and kind. When Gracilla was a little girl, she had dreamed of someone like Ricardo. And when he was near her, when he touched her, her body was instantly aflame and she was filled with a deep shame. I am the bride of Christ, and my TH0LQHTS are a betrayal of God. I belong to you, Jesus. Please me now. Cleanse my Myru_L of impure thoughts. Gracilla had tried desperately to keep the wall of silence bet in them, a wall that no one but could penetrate, a wall to keep out devil. But did she want to keep the devil out? When Ricardo had JWNPED on her and pushed her to the ground, it was the Moor making love to her, and the friar teeding to her. And in her surging panic it was them she had fighting off. No, she admitted to herself, that's not the truth. It was her own deep desire she fightiru. She was Tom between your spirit and the cravings of her flesh. I must not give in. I must get back to convent. He'll back any minute. What should do? Gracilla heard a low mewing from the back of the cave and quickly turned. There were 4 green eyes staring at you in the dark, moving toward her. Gracilla's heart began to faster. 2 baby wolf cubs to her on soft padded feet. She smirked and extended her hand to them. Was a sudden rustle from the entrance of the cave. Ricardo is back, she th0LQHT. The next instant, an enormous grey dot was flive at throat. Chapter 27. Lucia Carmine paused outside the taberna in a duero and a deep breath. Through the window she had see Rubio Arzano seated eye-eyed, waiting for her. I must not let him suspect, she thought. At 8 o'clock have a Rue passport and be on my way to Switzerland. She forced a smile, entered taberna. A T0 in relief when he saw her, awry as rose, TTE Bok in his gave. Lucia was very worried, querida. Wynia were gone for so long, was afraid terrible had happened. Lucia put hand over his. Happened except TYBT bought my way to freedom. Be out of the car, try tomorrow. Rubio sat there making into her eyes, holding her hand. Errol, there was such an intense feeling of low coming from him that Lucia felt uneasy. Doesn't he know it could work? No. Because I haven't courage to tell him he's not in love with me. He's in 10.0 with TTE. Voman thinks I am. He'll be much better off without me. She turned away. Ard looked around the room for TTE first time. It was filled with locals. Most of them seemed to be at TTETM strangers. Or of young men in cafe started to sing and others joined in. A man walked over to the table where Lucia and Rubio sitting. You are singing, join Rubio shmk his head. No. M/hat's the problem, it's your sort. Rubio saw the puzzled expression on Lucia's fat Art explained, H is 1 ounce songs praise Franco. Other men to gather around the table. Was obvious had you were there at Fraxen, cern. Lucia saw Rubio's fists clench. Oh, not now. He mustn't start anything it will attract attention. She said to him warningly, Rubio and, the Rue God, he understood, he LCX, KED up at Tayyip men and said pleasantly, I have against Franco. IG_ST don't know the words. Then we'll all hum the together. They stood TLR waiting for Rubio to refuse. He glanced at Lucia. Bueno, the men began to sing again, Ard Rubio loudly. Lucia could feel TTP tension in Pern as himself under control. He's doing this for me. When TLE song ended, Onan Slappy saw him on the back. Not bad, old man. Not bad at all. Rub 10 sat TTR, silently them to go away. Of the men saw the package in Lucia's lap. What are you hiding there, querida? His companion said, I bet she's got better than fret her skirt. The men laughed. Why dovet you pull her down and show us what Liv got there? Rubo to his feet and grabbed one of men by the throat. He pumped him so hard that flew RCNM, a table. No. Lucia screamed. Don't, but it was too late. In an instant it a free-for-all, with eagerly joining in, a wine bottle shattered the glass the bar. Chairs and tables were knocked over as men went flying the air, screaming curses. Rubio knocked down 2 and a third ran toward him and hit him in the stomach. He gave a grunt of pain. Rubio. Let's out of here. Lucia screamed. He nodded. He was his stomach. They their way to Wethermillie and found themselves outside on the street. We've got to get away, Lucia said. You will have your passport tonight. Come back after 8 o'clock. She had to fire out a place to hide till then. Damn him. Why couldn't he have controlled himself? They turned down Calle Santa Maria, and the noises of the fight behind them gradually diminished. 2 blocks away they came to a large church, the Iglesia Santa Maria. Lucia ran up the steps, opened the DCXR, and peered inside. The church was deserted. We'll be safe in here, she said. They walked into the dimness of CRWRCH, Rousseau still in stomach. We can rest for a while. Yes. Rubio let his hand fall away from his stomach, and came gushing out. Lucia felt sick. My GCD. I'm at happy HH3. A KNFE, Rubio whispered. He used a knife. He to the floor. Lucia knelt at his side, panicky. Don't move. She removed his shirt and it against his stomach, trying to stem the flow of bloxel. Rubio's face was chalk white. You shouldn't have fought TM, you idiot, Lucia said angrily. His voice was a slurred whisper. I could not let them speak to you that way. I could not let them speak to you. Lucia was toothed as she had never been toothed before. She stalks their stare at him and th0lqht, how many times has this man risked his life for me? I won't let you die, she said fiercely. TM wait to let you die. She stood abruptly. Be right back. Sie found water and towels in the priest's changing in the rear of the churchyard. She bathed Rubio's wotned. His face was hot to touch, and his BCXFY was soaked in perspiration. Lucia put cold towels on his forehead. Rubio's eyes were closed, arid. He seemed to be asleep. She cradled his in her heart. NSR talked to him. It didn't matter what she said. She was talking to keep him alive, forcing him to FDD onto the thin thread of his existence. She babbled on, afraid to stop for even a second. We'll work your farm together, Rubio. I want to meet your mother Arai sisters. Do you think they'll like me? I nant them to, so much, I'm a gox.l worker, Caro. Why or lil see. TVE never walked on a farm, but we'll make it the best farm in all of Spain. She spent the afternoon talking to him, bathing his fever to CTW1 the dressing. They had almost stopped. You see, Caro. You're better. Going to be well. I told you. You and I will have such a wonderful life, Rubio. Only, please don't die. Please. She found she was weeping. Lucia watched the afternoon shadows paint the church walls through the stained glass windows and slowly fade average a. The setting sun dimmed the sky and finally it was dark. She changed Rubio's again and, so close that it startled her, the church bell began to ring. She held her breath and 1357 near it. 8 o'clock. It was calling her, telling her it was time to return to the Caseta Empeños. Time to escape from this nightmare and save herself. She knelt down beside Rubio and felt his forehead again. He was burning with fever. His body was soaked with perspiration, his breathing was shallow and raspy. She cook, sign of bleeding, but that couldn't and he was bleeding internally. It save FLLEIA. RT plus or minus IO darling. He opened his eyes, only half conscious. To leave for a little while, Lucia said. He GNPPED her rend. Please it's a right she NB back. She rose a long last look at him. I carried RLPim, she thought up TTE Gold Cross turret and hurried out the CRWRCH door, eyes with tears. She stumbled out onto TTE Street, began to walk rapidly, heading toward the pawn shop. The man arrayed his cousin would be there waiting for her with her passport to freedom. In the when church services begin, feel Furry Rubio and get him to a doctor. The / treat him and he'll get well. Except treat he will not live through the night, Lucia Mutt. Well, that's not my problem. The Casita Empeños was just ahead. She was only a few minutes late. She could see that the lights were on in the shop. The men were for her. She began to faster, then she was running. She crossed TTE Street and burst to our TTE Open DCXJR. Side the police station, a uniformed officer was the desk. He up as Lucia appeared. "El need you Ilea," cried. "A man has been stabbed. He may be dying." The policeman did RNT ask questions. He picked up a telephone and spoke into it. When he put the down, said, "Someone will be with you in a moment." Two appeared almost immediately. "Someone has been stabbed, Senorital, yes. Please follow me. Hurry." "Me 11 pick up the doctor on the way," one of detectives said. "Then you can take us to your freest." They picked up TLE doctor at his home and Lucia hurried TLE Groelv to the church. When they entered TTE church, the doctor walked over to still figure on the floor. Ard knelt beside him. A moment later he up. "He's alive, but barely. I call for an ambulance." Lucia sank to her knees. Ard said silently, "Thank you, God, I've done all can. Now let me get away safely and R11 never again." One of the detectives had been staring at LLCIA all the way to the church. She looked so familiar. Then he realized why. She bore a New Carry resemblance to the picture in TTE Red, the top priority circulation from the detectives but to his companion, and they both turned to study her. Then TLE Bevo of TLM walked over to Lucia. "Me, sorry atar _ would you be a gokzai eno to corn back to TTE station with us? We have a few questions W0 wish to ask you." Chapter 28 Ricardo Meladu was a short distance away from the mountain cave when suddenly he saw a large grey toward the entrée. He froze for an instant. Tim moved as had never moved in his FE _ he raced toward mouth of the cave throttle intru _ sister. In the dim light saw the grey shape toward Gracilla. Instinctively, for his pistol Ard fired. The wolf out a yelp of pain and turned toward Ricardo. He felt the sharp fangs of the wurted beast tearing at his clothing and smelled the animal's fetid breath. Wolf was than he had expected, muscled and powerful. Ricardo tried to fight free, but it was impossible. He felt himself begin to be SE consciousness. He was dimly aware of Gracilla corn at toward him. Ard he yelled, "Get away." Then he saw Gracilla's hand raised above his eye as it started to descend toward him. He glimpsed a huge rock in it and thought she's going to kill me. An instant later the rake swept past him. Ard smashed into the wolf's skull. There was a last savage gasp. The animal lay still on the ground. Ricardo was huddled on the floor, for breath. Gracilla knelt at his side. "Are you right?" Her voice was trembling with cohesion. He managed to nod. He heard him and to see TTE cubs huddled in a corner. He lay there, gathering his strength. Then rose with difficulty. They staggered out into the clean mountain air, shaken. Ricardo STCXJD there, taking deep, unfilling breaths until his reed cleared. The physical and emotional SHCXK of their close brush with death had taken a severe toll on both of them. Lifts away from place. "May bok at for us." Gracilla shuddered at the murder of how much still in. They traversed the STT% IP mountain path for TLE next hour. When they reached a small stream, Ricardo said, "Lifts stop with barudages or antiseptic." They cleaned scratches as best they could, bathing them in the clean, cold spring water. Ricardo's arm was so stiff, he had trouble it. To his surprise, Gracilla said, "Let me do it." He was even more surprised by the gentleness with which she did the task. Then, without warning, Gracilla to tremble violently in aftermath of SHCXK. "It's a right," Ricardo said. "It's all over." She could not stop shaking. He took in his arms, said SCX thingly, "Sure dead. There's an awe to fear." He was holding her closely, he who feel her thighs pressing against his body, and her soft lips were on his, and she was holding him close. Things he could not understand. Was as he had nothing Gracilla Atways. Yet knew nothing about her. Except that she's God's miracle, he tmlqht. Gracilla was also of thank you, God, for joy. You for finally letting me feel what is. She was emotions for which she had no words, bake anything she had ever imagined. Ricardo was watching her, and her beauty still took his breath away. She belongs to me now, he thought. She doesn't have to go back to a convent. We'll get married and have beautiful sons. Love you, he said. CLL never let you go, Gracilla. Ricard sigh, dull at, I want to marry you. Will you marry him? And without even Gracilla said, yes. Oh, yes. And she ras in his arms again, Nut, this is what I wanted and tholiet what ssdrwn I have. Ricardo was saying, we live in France for a while, where be safe. This fight will be over and we'll return to Spain. She knew that she would go anywhere with this man, that if was danger, she wanted to share it with him. They talked of so many things. Ricardo told her of how he first become involved with Jamie Miro, of me broken engagement, of his fat BR's displeasure. But when Ricardo waited for Gracilla to speak about her past, she was silent. She ked at him, thought, I can't tell him. He'll hate me. Hold me, Gracilla begged. They slept, woke up at dawn to watch the sun creep over of mountain, bath the hills in a warm red glow. Ricardo said, we'll be safer hiding out here, we'll start traveling when it dark. They ate from the sack of FCYD that the gypsies had given them, AMD their future. There are warrior fell forward / opportunities here in Spain, Ricardo said. Or TTR will be when we have peace. I have dozens of ideas. We'll own our 0M business. We'll buy a beautiful home, raise handsome sons. Beautiful daughters. Beautiful, he smiled. I knew ICOL'd be so RBPPY_NOR Ricardo. We'll in log rorks, in days meet others, Ricardo said. Took her heart. We'll tell them you won't be returning to the convent. I wonder if they 11 understarks. Then I don't really care. Understands? I my fife in the convent, she said softly, but, Syerd kissed him. Ricardo said, I have so much to make up to you. She was puzzled. Don't earlier staff. Years you were in the convent, shut away from world. Tell me, it bother you that you've lost all those years? How could make Finn see? Ricardo, I didn't say have I really missed so much. He about it, not knowing where to begin, he really Z2D that events he of as important would not real have mattered to thee in their isolation. Wars, like the Arab-Israeli War, the Berlin Wall, assassinations of political leaders such as the American President John Kennedy and his brother Robert Kennedy, of Martin Luther Jr., the great black leader of the nonviolence movement for black equality, famines, floods, earthquakes, strikes are demonstrations man's inhumanity to man. The end, how deeply would any of those things VE affected her life? Or personal lives of TTE of on this earth? Finally, Ricardo said, in one sense, you haven't missed much. But in another sense, yes. Important has been on life. We were shut away all years, babies been born have grown up, overs have married, people have been happy, people have died, and all of us out were a part of that, a part of the living. Do you think as? Gracilla asked, KI_O road words came tumbling out could stop them. I was a part of that life you are about, and it was a living hell. My mother was a barra, and every right I had a different uncle. When I was 14 years old I gave my body to a man because I was attracted to him and jealous of my mother what she was doing. The words were coming in a torrent now. Il would have become a whore TCR, if I had stayed there to part of the life you think is so precious. No, I don't believe I ran away from anything. I ran to something. I flew, a safe work that is peaceful gox plus or minus. Ricardo was staring at her, horrified. PRRN sorry he said. I did fnan too, she was sobbing RYW, and he TCX, K her in his arms and said, sure. RS all right. That's over. You Vera child. You. Aru. It was as though Ricardo had given her absolution. She had told him about a few things she had in the past, still he forgave her. And worrier of her. He hair very close. There is a by Federico Garcia Lorca, the NGHT does RNT wish to come so that you cannot come I cannot go but you will come with your tongue burned by the salt rain. The day does not wish to corn so cannot come arcs plus or minus I cannot go but you will to buff the nutty sewers of darkness. Needs asterisk a night nor day wishes to come so that I may die for you and for me. And suddenly she muttered of the soldiers who were hunting them and she wondered if she and her beloved Ricardo were going to live long era to have a future together. Chapter 29 There was a link missing, a cue to the past, Alan Tucker was determined to find it. There had been no mention in TTE newspaper of a baby abandoned, but it should be easy enough to find out dated MS brought to the orphanage if TYX3 date coincided with the IMA of plane crash. Il and SCNTT have some interesting explain look to do. She caught right that stupid, Alan Tucker thought. To NSK that the Scott heiress was dead, and then leave her on the doorstep of a farmhouse. Risky. Very risky. On the other hand, balk at the reward. Scott Industries. Yes, she could have pulled it off. Fit is a skeleton in her set, it's a live one, and it's to a .st her plenty. Tucker knew he had to be very careful. He had no illusion about whom he with. He was raw power. He knew he had to hard.e all the evidence in hand before he made his move. His first stop was another visit with Father Berendo. Father, I like to speak to the farmer and his wife, where Patricia, Tvligan was dropped off the old L. Your conversation with them will take place for a long time. Tucker stared at him. You mean, many years ago? Damn. But there had to be evidence to explore. You said the baby was taken to her with Nalunda. Yes. There would be records there. Which spittle was it? It turned down in 1961. There is a new hospital now. He saw the look of dismay on his visitor's face. Must remember, senor, the information you see curve goes back 25 years. Many things has to stop me, Tielka thought not when come this TIR must be a file on her somewhere. There was still one place left to investigate, the orphanage. He was reporting daily row to Ellen STNTT keep me informed of every development. I want to know moment the girl is found. Alan Tucker wondered about TLE urgency in voice. Seems in an awful big rush over some turf that all those years ago. Why? Well, that can wait. First I have to get the IM4. That morning Alan Tucker visited the orphanage. He looked around TLE dreary community RCX, RN a noisy, chattering group of children were playing, this is where the heiress to the Scott dynasty grew while that bitch in New York kept all the money and all the ponier, well, she's going to share some of that with hers truly. Yes, sir, we'll make a great team, Ellen Scott and me. A young woman came to him and said, "May I you, senor?" He smiled. "Yeah. You can hear X3 me to about $1 billion. Road like to whoever's in charge here. That would Senora Angeles. Sigh, senor. I will take you to her." He followed the woman the main hall to a small office at rear of the go-in, please. Alan Tucker entered the office. The woman seated behind the desk was in her 80s, she had already been a very large woman, but her frame had shrunk, so she looked as twa her BCXLY had at one time to someone else. Her hair was grey and thin, but her eyes were bright-eyed clear. "Morning, senor. May I help you? You have CNME to adopt one of our village children? We have so many delightful ones to comes from." "No, senora. I haw come to Imui about a CNLD who was left here many years ago." Mercedes Angex frowned. "I do not understand. A baby Gert was brought in pre-med to consult a piece of paper, in October of 1948. That is so ago. She would not be here TWV. You see, we have a rule, Sem, that at the age of 15, no, senora. IKRYW she's not here. What I wish to crew, VV is the exact date she was brought here. I am afraid I cannot help you, senor. His heart sark you so many children are brought in here. Unless you know her name, Patricia Scott, Tix, but." Aloud, he said, "Megan. Her name is Megan." Mercedes' face lit up. No one could forget that child. She was a devil, and ever you adored her. Do you know that day she, Alan Tucker had RN time for our rectotes? His instincts told him how close he was to getting INLD of a piece of Ty Scott Fortrue, and this gabby old woman was the key to it. I must be patient with her. Senora don't have much time. Would you have that date in your files? Of senor. We accommodated state to keep accurate records. Tucker's heart ached. I should have brought a camera to take a picture of it. Never mind. I have it folks oped _ could see that file, circs, ra. She eldoru no. Our records are confidential Aru, of cows Tucker said smoothly, and I certainly respect Matt you said you were of tittle Megan, and I know you'd want to do it WNGU to help her. Well, that's why, RN here I have sawn good news for her. Ard for TTA's you need date she was brought in he said glibly, that's just so I'll have PRCXJF that she's the person she is. Her died her small inheritance, and I want to make sure she gets it. The woman did wisely. I see. Tucker pulled a roll of bills from his pocket, and to show my appreciation for the trouble TVE put you to, I'd like to contribute $1 to your orphanage. She was at the roll of bile, an uncertain expression on her face. He off bill. To hurried. She frowned. All right. 5 hurried. Mercedes beamed. That is very generous of you, Sari. I will go get file TVE done it, he TTN at LT age violently, Jesus Christ, done it. She stole SMTT dustries for herself. If it RNDNT been for me, she would have gotten away with it. When he confronted Ellen Scott with his evidence, there was no way she could deny the plane crash happened on October the 1st. Megan was in for 10 days. So she have BT% 3 enrolled into the Orpivanage around the 11th of October. Mercedes returned to TTE office holding a file in her hands. Elle found it, she said proudly. T was all Alan Tucker could do to keep from it out of her hands. May KX, K at it, he politely. Certainly. You have been so generous. She frowned. You will mention this to anyone. Should not be doing this at all. 'Twill be secret, circs, ra. She handed him the file. He took a deep breath. At the top it said, Megan. Baby girl. Parents you're known. Aru then the date. But there was some mistake. It says that Tvlagan was brought in here on the 14th of June, 1948. Sigh, senor. That's impossible. He was almost screaming. The plane crash happened on October the 1st, 4 later. There was a on her face. Impossible, senor, do not esteru. Who keeps these records? Edo. When a child is left here, I put down TTE date whatever information is given to me. His dream was collapsing. He made a mistake? About the date, I mean, couldn't it have been October 10th or 11th? Senor Sai said Imignanti. I'll know the difference June 14th and October 11th. It was over. He had built a dream on too flimsy a foundation. So Patricia Scott had really died in the plane crash. TT was a coincidence that Ellen Scott was searching for a girl who had been eroded the same time. Alan Tucker rose heavily and said, Tibnku, Senora Donada, Senor. Him leave. He was such a nice man. And so generous. His $500 would buy many for TLE orphanage. So would TLE check sent by kind lady who had telephoned from New York. October 11th was certainly a lucky day for our thank you, Lord. Alan Tucker was reporting. Still no hard news, Mrs. Scott. They are rumora to be as far as no, the girl is safe. The tone of his voice has completely Ellen Scott. The threat is Goru, so FE's the orphanage. He's back to being an employee. Well, after he finds Patricia, Trit will change too, in Tornero. Yes, Mrs. STNTT. Chapter 30 Prison.me, O God, for in thee I take reflee. Thou att my Lord, I have got appen from thee. I love thee, O Lord, my strength. True Lord is my RCXK and my fortress and my deliverer. Sister glared up to see Felix Carpio her, a coarse expression on his face. She's really since they started TLIR journey, had seen Sister Megan's anxiety. Of course. If solely natural. She's been leaked up in a convent for Ori knew how many years, and she's suddenly thrown out into a strange, terrifying void. We'll have to be very gentle with TLE, poor girl. Sister Megan was frightened. She had been prayernrdewr since convent. Forgive me, Lord, for kite mentoth waiters to me, no theta is wicked off. But no matter how hard Sister Megan prayed, could help thinking, don't remember when had SLCH a turn was the most adventure she had ever had. In the orphanage she had often planned daring escapes, but TYNT was child's play. THLS was the Real SYE was in the hands of terrorists, and they were being pursued by the police the army. But instead of being terrified, Sister Megan felt strangely exhilarated. After all NGHT they stopped at dawn. Megan and Ampero Duran by as Jamie Miro and Felix Carpio huddled over a map. It's 4 miles to Biladina del Campo, Jamie said. Let's avoid it. There's a permanent army garrison there. We'll keep northeast to Valladolid. We should reach it by early affianx.n easily, Sister Gan thought happily. It had been a grueling night, with much rest, but Megan felt wonderful. Jamie was deliberately pushed at TTE group, but Megan understood what he was doing. He was testing her, for her to crack. Well, in for a surprise, she thought. As a matter of fact, Jamie Myra found himself intrigued with Sister Megan. Her behavior was at all what he would have expected of a nun. She was miles away from her convent, travelling through Yanj territory, hinted, and she seemed to be actually it. What of RWN is she? Miro Ampero Giant was less impressed, be glad to rid of her, she mut _ she stayed close to Jamie, let up the run with Felix Carpio. The countryside was wild beauty few, caressed by tle soft fragrance of the Cernma works. They old villages, some of tlm deserted and forlorn, and saw an ancient abandoned castle high on a hill. Ampero serenaded to Megan like a wild animal, gliding effortless over hills valleys, never to tire. When, hours later, Valladolid finally loomed up in the distance, Jamie called a halt. He turned to Felix. Everything is yes. Megan Waru, aired exactly what been arranged, and Foru, OLM very quickly. Thomas is instanted to contact us at the bullring. What time does TTE Bank close? 5 o'clock. There will be plenty of turn. Janum today there should be a fat payroll. Gox I lord, TT are going to rob a bank. Megan thought, what about a car? Ampero was no problem, Jamie assured her. They are to steal one. Tvligan thought T was with more excitement than she had bargained for. Isn't going to Reich TWS_ when the group reached the outskirts of Valladolid, Jamie woed, stay with the Kruvs. Is bullfight day and TT air will TT olj sards of. Let's get separated. Jamie Miro right about TLE crowds. Had never seen so many people. The streets were swarming with automobiles, motorcycles, for the bullfight had drawn only tourists but citizens from all the towns. Even the children on the street were at. Megan was fascinated by crowds, TTE noise, bustle or all_re her. She KX, KED into faces of passers-by and wondered what their lives were like. Soon MRCLL be back in TTE where I won't be allowed to look at anyone's face again. I might as hell take advantage of this while I can. The sidewalks were filled with vendors displaying trinkets, religious medals and crosses, and everywhere was the smell of fritters frying in boiling oil. Suddenly realized how her she was. It was Felix who said, Jamie, we're all hungry. Let's W some of those fritters. Felix bought 4 of them handed all to Tvligan. Try this, sister. You'll FKE it. It was delicious. For so many of her years, food was meant to be need, but to sustain the back one, why for the glory of the Lord this one's for me, Megan irreverently. The arena is this way, Jamie said. They followed the crowds past Park in the middle of town to the Plaza Ponente, WIICH into Plaza the Toros. Arena itself was inside an enormous adobe structure, 3 stories high. There were 4 tucked windows at the entrance. Signs on the left said Sol, and on TTENGHT, Sombra. Sun or shade. There were hundreds of people stand in the lines wait to purchase tickets. %8 here, Jan ordered. They VH'd him as he walked over to where half a dozen scalpers were tickets. Megan turned to Felix. To watch a bullfight, eyes, but don't worry, Sister Felix reassured her. You will find it exciting. Wario Megan was thrilled by idea. At the orphanage, one of fantasies had that her father had been a great toro, and Megan had read every book on bullfighting that she could get her hands on. Felix told her, the real bullfights are held in Madrid and Barcelona. The bullfight here will be by novileros, instead of professionals. They are amateurs. They have been granted the alternativa. Megan knew that the alternativa was the accolade given only to the top-ranked matadors. The Oris we will see fight in rented instead of the gold-erested suit of lights, against bulls with fled, dangerous horns that the professionals refuse to fight. Why do they do it? Felix shrugged. El hombre has más dam qbsqnos. Hunger is more painful tlbn horns. Jamie returned 4 tickets. We're all set, he said. Let's go in. Felt a sense of excitement as approached the entrance to the HLQE arena, past a poster plastered to the wall. Megan stopped and stared at it. Look. There was a picture of Jamie Miro, Ard Indurit, wanted for murder Jame MRN 1 million pesetas reward for HS capture dead or all. Suddenly it brought it back to TTE sober realization of the kind of man she was trying with. The terrorist held her life in his tens. Jamie was studying the picture. Brandly he pulled off his hat and dark glasses and faced his JN, a tray. Not a bad likeness. He ripped poster off TTE wall, folded it, and put it in his pocket. What GCX, deal that do? Ampero said. Must have hundreds of them. Jamie grinned. This particular is going to a fortune, querida. He put his hat and glasses back on. What a strange remark, Megan thought QHT. She could wait TK21p admiring his coolness. There was an air of solid competence about Jamie Miro that found rearswing. The soldiers will never catch him, she thought. Let's go inside. There were 12 widely spaced entries to the biting. The red iron doors had been fling open, each one numbered. Inside the entrance there v air poesta CCX a collar arid beer, and next to TLM via a small toilet H the steroids. Each section seat was the tiers of stone made a complete circle. In the tinta was the large arena covered with sand. There were commercial signs every via, Banco Central Boutique Calzados Schweppes Rado Popular. Jamie had purchased tickets for the shady side, and as they sat down on TE stone birches, Megan looked in /and it was not at a as she had imagined it. When she a girl, she had seen romantic color photographs of the ballroom in Madrid, and elaborate. This vias a makeshift ring. Arena was with spectators. A trumpet sounded. The bullfight began. Megan leaned forward in her seat, her eyes wide. A huge bull charged into the ring, and a matador stepped out from behind a serenal Waxian barrier at the side of the yard began to tease the animal. The picadors will be a, Megan said excitedly. Jamie Miro maked at her in wonder. He had been concerned that the bullfight would make her ill-ard, that she would attract attention to them. Instead, she seemed to having a wonderful time. A picador was the bull, a horse covered with a heavy blanket. The bull lowered its and charged at the horse, and as it buried its toms in the blanket, the picador drove an 8-foot lance into the bull's shoulder. Megan was fascinated. He's there to weaken the bull's muscles, she explained. TLE well-loved BCNKS had read all those years ago. Felix Carpio blinked in surprise. That's right, sister. Megan watched as the pairs of denrated Buxerilis Ivia slammed into the blast's shoulders. Now at the matador's turn. He stepped into the ring holding at his side a red kappa with a sword inside it. The bull underscorched Arad began to charge. Megan Vras getting more, he will make his passes now, she said. First TTE Parseva Erika, Tim TLE and last the Rebolera. Jan could contain his curiosity. Sister, where did you learn this? Without Thulnkope, Megan said, I father was a blay fighter. Watch. The action was so swift, Megan could barely follow it. The maddened BDL kept charging at the matador, each time he neared him, the matador his red cape to the side and bull followed the cape. Megan was ruined. What happens if bullfighter gets hurt? Jan shrugged. In a platin like this, the town barber will take him over to the bay and sew him up. The bull charged again, this turn the matador leaped out vey. Crowd booed. Felix Carpio said apologetically, I am sorry, this is not a better fight, sister. You should the great ones. I have seen Manolete and El Cordobes and Ordonez, they made bill fighting a never to be forgotten, El Reed said. Felix asked, have you ever heard the story ATX.UT Manolete? Which story? At one time. The story goes. Manolete was just another bullfighter. Better worse TTH. A hundred others. He was to a beautiful young girl, But one day when Manolete was in the ring, a bull gored him in the groin and the Dexter patched him up and told him that he would no be able to have children. Manolete loved his fiancée plus all minus E so much that didn't tell her, because was afraid she wouldn't marry Pern. They married a few months later. She proudly told Manolete that she was going to have a baby. Well, of course knew that it wasn't Fizz baby, and he left her. The heartbroken girl Ki led herself. Manolete reacted like a madman. He had more desire to live, so he went into the bullring and did things that no matador had ever done before. He kept risking his life, hoping to be killed. And he became the greatest matador in the world. 2 years later he fell in love again and married a Pung lady. A few months after the wedding she to him and proudly announced that she was going to have his baby. And that's when Maru, let discovered that the doctor had been Megan said, "How awful giant A10 Lathafson interesting STRY. I works plus all minus if there is any truth to it IWOL add like to the asterisk so Felix said. Ampero was her face impassive. She Jaime's interest in the run with resentment the sister had better watch her step. Apron vendors were moving and down TTE aisles calling out their wares. One of approached the row Jaime, the others were seated. Empanadas he caned out. Empanadas caliente raised a yelled. Acqui. The vendor skillful NY tossed a wrapped package across the crowd into Jaime's Harrods. Jan had 10 pesetas to the man next to him to pass to the vendor. Megan watched as Jaime lowered the wrapped empanada to his lap and carefully it inside the wrapping was a piece of paper. He read it, then read it again. Megan saw his jaw tighten. Jaime slipped he paper into his we're leaving he said CWTLY one at a time. He turned to Ampero. You first. We meet at TTE gate. Wordlessly, Ampero got up made her V.Ray across to the aisle. Jaime then nodded to Felix. Felix rose and followed Ampero. What is Vlagan asked. Is sonneting wrong? We're leaving for Logran he rose. Match me, sister. RM not stopped, go to the gate. Megan watched, tense. As Jaime made his neigh to the aisle and stated toward the exit. No all seemed to pay any attention to him. When Jaime had disappeared from sight, Megan and started to leave. There was a roar from the crowd. Turned to look back at Bullring. A matador was tying on the ground being gored by the savage bull. Blood was pouring onto TTE sand. Megan closed eyes offered up a silent prayer, oh, blessed Jesus, have a mercy on this man. He shall not die, but he shall live. The Lord has chastened him sorely, but has not given him over to death. Amen. Opened her eyes, turned, and hurtled out Jan, Ampero. Felix will wait at for her thin tram lays move, Jaime said. They started war curve. What's Felix asked Jaime. The soldiers Spatonas said tersely. He's dead. And the police have Rubio. He was stabbed in a bar fight. Megan crossed herself. What's happened to Sister Teresa and Sister Lucia? She asked anxiously. Don't know atu.ut Sister Teresa. Sister Lucia has also been detained by the police. Jaime turned to the others. We to hurry. He looked at his watch. The bank should be busy. Jaime, should wait Felix suggested. RS going to be for just the two of us to hold up the bank now. Megan listened to what he was saying thought, that won't stop him. She was right. The three of them were headed for the HLU lot behind the arena. When Megan caught up with them, Fikes was a blue seat sedan. This should do he said. He fumbled with the LCXK on the door for a moment, opened it, and put his head inside. He crouched down under the wheel, and a moment later TLA engine started. Get in, Jaime told them. Megan stood there while Leary stealing a car. Christ's sake, Ampero, stop like a nun, get in TLE car. The men were in the front seat, with Jaime at the wheel. Ampero scrun bled into the back. Are you coming or not? Jamie Dinaruded _ Megan took a deep breath. Got into the car next to Ampero _ they started off. She closed her eyes. Dear Lord, where are you leading me? If it makes you feel any better, Sister Jamie said, we're RNT stealing this car. We're confiscating it in the name of the Basque Army. Megan started to say something then stopped. There was she say that would make him kvenge his mid _ She sat here in silence as Jamie drove toward the centre of town. He's going to rob a bank, Megan mutt, in Tyn eyes of ill be as guilty as he is. She crossed herself and silently began to pray. The Banco de Bilbao was on the ground floor of a 9-story apartment on the Calle de Cervantes at the Plaza de Circular. When the car pulled up in front of the building, Jamie said to Felix, keep the engine at near 4 if there's any trotty, take off and meet the others in. Felix stared at him in surprise. M/hat are you talking about? Yes, I'm not in there, Abn. You can't. The odds are too great, Jamie. It's too. Jamie slapped him on the shoulder. If they get hurt, they get hurt, he said with a grin. He stepped out of the car. They watched as Jamie walked into a leather YNDS shop several doors down from the bar. A few minutes later he carrying an attached case. He nodded to his group in the car and entered the bank. Hardly brightly she began to pray. Prayer is a calling. Prayer is a listening. Prayer is a dweller. Prayer is a presence. Prayer is a lamp aflame with Jesus. I am come and filled with peace. She was not come and filled with peace. Jamie mirrored through the 2 sets of doors that led to the marble lobby of the bank. Inside the entrance, mounted high on the wall, he noted a security camera. He gave it a casual glance, then 100 curved the room over _ the counters. A staircase led to a floor, where bank officers were working at desks. It was near closing time and the bank was filled with customers eager to finish transacting their business. There were lines of people in front of the 3 tellers' cages, and Jamie noticed that several of the customers were carrying packages. He stepped into a line patiently might his turn. When he the teller's cage, he smiled pleasantly and said, Tardes. Buenas tardes, senor. What can we do for you today? Jamie leaned against the window and plied out the folded wanted poster. He handed it to the teller. Would you take a look at this, please? The teller smiled. Certainly, senor. He unfolded it, when he saw what it was, his eyes widened. He looked at Jamie, and panic was in his eyes. It's a nice likeness, isn't it? Jamie said softly. As you can tell from that. I have killed many people, so one more really won't make a difference to me. Do make myself understood. P perfectly, Sari. P perfectly. Have a family. I beg of you, ill respect families, so I will tell you what are you to do to save your children's father. Jamie puzzled the attached case toward the teller. I want you to fill this for me. I want you to do it quickly, axy quietly. If you truly believe that the money is more your life, then go ahead and raise the alarm. The teller head. No, he to pull an money out of the cash drawer and stuff it into the attached case. His hands were trembling. When the attached case was FDL, teller said, there you are, senor. Promise you raise any alarm. Ty's very wise of you, Jamie said. CLL tell you why, amigo. He turned around and pointed to a middle-aged woman standing near TTE end of the line carrying a package wrapped in brown paper. Do you see that woman? Is of us. There is a bomb in that package. If the alarm starts off, she will see off the bomb instantly. The teller turned even paler. No, please. You will wait until 10 minutes after she leaves bar * before you make a move. Jamie wart on my children's FFE, the teller whispered. Buenas tardes. Jan took the attached case Orion toward the door. He felt the teller's eyes riveted on him. He beside the Vernon with the package. "LRMST compliment you," Jan said. "That is a most becoming dress you are wearing." She blushed. "Why, thank you, Senor, gracias." De nada. Jamie turned to RWD to tell her, then strolled out of the bank. It would be at least 15 minutes before the Vaman finished her business had left. By that time, he and the otters would be long gone. As Jamie came out half the bar *ard walked toward the car, Megan almost fainted with relief. Felix Carpio grinned. "The bastard got away with it." He turned to Megan. "LTG your pardon, sister." Megan had never been so glad to see anyone in her life. "He did it," she muttered. "And all by himself. Wait until I tell the sisters what happened." And then she remembered. She could never tell this to anyone. When she went back to the convent, there would be only silence for the rest of life. "Iden feeling?" Jamie said to Fikes, "Move over, amigo." R11 drive. He the attach case into the back seat. "Everything well?" Aunt Pero asked. Jamie laughed. "Couldn't have gone better. I must thank Colonel Akaka for his card." The car started down the street at the first Cale de Tildela. Jamie made a left turn. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a policeman in front of the car held out a Harry signalling him to P. Jamie on the brake. Srt began to pour D. The policeman walked over to car. He asked calmly, "What's the problem, Afikin?" "The problem, CERN, is that you are driving the way down a one-way Ijriaskin you are legally blind, you are in trot _bl_ he pointed to TFK, sign at intra-ET street is clearly marked. Motorists are to respect a sign tight _T flat is reason it has been placed there." Jan said 1,000 pardons. "My friends and I were in such a serious discussion that I did not see the sign." The policeman was leaning into the driver's worry hour. He was studying Jamie, a puzzled expression on his face. "You will so as to let me see your registration, please." "Of course," Jamie said. He reached down for the revolver that was under his jacket. Felix was ready to spring into action. Megan held breath. Jamie pretended to his pockets. "No, I have it YPRE somewhere." At that moment from across the plaza came a locked scream and the policeman turned to Bokjk. A man on the street corner was beating a woman, her about the head shot us with his fists. "Help," she cried. "Help me. He's killing me." The policeman hesitated for only an instant. "Wait here," he commanded. He raced back down the street toward the man and woman. Jamie put the car in gear and slammed down on the accelerator. The car shot down the one-way street, trunk headed toward them, horns angrily blaring at them. When they the comer, Jamie made the turn toward the bridge that led out of town on Tle Avenida Sanchez de Arjru looked at Jamie and crossed herself. She could hardly breathe. "Would you have killed the policeman if that man had not attacked the woman?" Jamie did not bother to answer. "The woman wasn't being attacked," Sister Felix explained. "Those were we are not Abru, we have many friends." Jaime's face was grim. "We're to have to get rid of TW's car." They were outskirts of Valladolid. Jamie turned onto N620, the highway to Burgos, on TTE way to Logroño. He was careful to stay Whiteland TLE limit. "We'll get rid of the car as soon as get past Bilgos," he renounced. "I can't believe Tris is to me," Megan thought it. "I escaped from the convent, I'm away from army, and I'm in a stolen car with Torrents just robbed a bank. Lord, what else do you have in mind for me?" Chapter 31 Colonel Raymond Akaka and half a dozen members of the GOE were in TLE. Middle of a tie were a map of TLE countryside. The scarred giant said, "TTS obvious that Miro is north toward Basque Country. Trut could mean Burgos, Vitoria, Logrono, Pamplona, or San Sebastian, Acacamat. But in *VE to catch him before he reaches there. He centimeter JLD here voice on the you're out of time. He could not afford to fail. They were through the rolling hills that heralded approach to Burgos. Jamie was quiet when he said, Felix, when we get to San Sebastian, want to make to get Rubio away from TLE. Felix excited. It will be a pleasure. It will drive them crazy, said. What about Sister Lucia? Didn't you say that she been captured too? Jamie said wryly, yes, but your sister Ia turned out to be a criminal wanted by the police from Tdo. The news STMK Vlagan. She how Lucia taken and them to hide in the hills. She liked Sister Lucia. She said as yo wre to rescue Rubio, you should save TRN both. What devil kind of nun is this? Jamie V ondered. But she vras right smuggling Rubio Aru Lucia out from under nose of polite W old be wonderful propaganda and would make Ampero had sunk into a sullen silence. Suddenly, in TTE on the road were 3 army trucks with soldiers. We'd get off this road, Jamie decided. At the next intersection he off the highway east. Santo de la Calzada is up ahead. There's an old castle we can the night in it before long they could see its outer TE from the distance, high on a hill. Jamie TCX, K a side road, avoiding the town, and the castle RV larger as they'd a few hundred yards from it where's a lake. Jan stopped the car everybody OLN, please. When we're all out of the car, Jamie the wheel down the hill rad the cake, the accelerator down, released the brake, jumped clear. They STCX, DTFERE watching as the car into the water. Megan was about to ask him how we're going to get to Sty * stopped herself. Foolish question. He will steal no text to a car, of course. The GR014TL _ to examine abandoned castle. Was a huge stone one circling it, and it read TL _ it's on each core. In old days Felix told Lagan, princes used these casks as prisons for their enemies. And Jamie is an enemy state, and if is caught, will be no prison for him. Only death, Megan thought he has fear. She remembered his I have faith in what I'm fighting for. I have faith in my men, in my guns. They walked up the stone steps that led to the front gate, which was made of iron. It had rusted away so badly TYBT they able to push it open and SQT ease through into a paved-in stone. The inside of the castle seemed enormous to Megan, there were narrow passageways and RCNRNS every 2 re, and facing the outside were gervins, from which the defenders of the cast could repel attackers. Stone steps ed to a second floor, where there was another claustro, an interpato. The stone steps narrowed as UEY walked to a third floor, and then a fourth. The castle was deserted. Well, at least there are plenty of places to sleep here. Jan said. Felix arid I will go forage for food. Pick out rooms. The Bevo men started downstairs again. Pero to Megan Cornon, sister. They walked down the hall. RTLE roons all looked alike to they were empty stone austere, sawn larger than others. Unvero out TTE largest Jamie I will sleep YR _ KED it asked slyly, would you KE to sleep with Felix, KX, KED at her and said nothing. Or perhaps you'd with Jan? Avero stepped closer to a fligan _ door it get any ideas, sister. Much too much and for you don't have to concern yourself. I'm not interested. And even as she said it, Megan wondered whether Jamie Miro was much too much man for her. When Jamie and Felix returned to TE Castle an hour later, Jamie was clutching 2 rabbits arcs plus all minus fikes was fireuzed. Felix the front beherkst them. Megan mtched as men made a fire in large fireplace. Jan skinned cooked the rabbits on a spit over the fire. Sorry we can't offer you ladies a real feast, Felix said, but we'll eat we in meal we enjoy. If e/hen they had finished their meagre meal, Jamie said, let's get to sleep. Want to get an early start in morning? Amparo said to Jaintu, come, righto. I have our bedroom out bueno. Let's go. Megan watched TLM go upstairs, hard in half. Felix turned to Legan. Do have your bed keks, RN, sister? 3G, thank you. All right, TTM and Felix walked upstairs together. Good night, Megan said. He handed a sister. Megan wanted to ask Felix about Jamie, but hesitated. Might think she was prying, and for some reason, wanted very much for Pern to have a good opinion of her. Ty's realty Megan he's a terrorist, a murderer, a bank robber, and heaven only crudges what else, and I'm worried _n whether the man thinks well of an _ but even as Megan thought it, she knew that there was another side to it. He's a freedom fighter, he robs banks to finance his cause. He risks his life for what he believes in. He's a brave man. As Megan passed their bedroom, she heard Jamie Amparo inside ** walked into the small, bare room. Wait why to re she was to sleep and knelt on the cold stone floor. Dear GCL forgive me for what? T have I done? For the first time in your life, Tgan was to pray. Was HD up their list NNG? She crawled into the bag Felix had given her, but sleep was as remote as the cold stars she could see through the narrow woozy hour. What am doing here? Tgan worried. Her mutts drifted back to the CK, Vent TTY2 orphanage. And before the orphanage? Why was I left TTY2 re? I don't really believe that my father was a brave soldier or a great BL_filter. But wouldn't it wonderful to know? It was Arak at dawn before drifted off to sleep. At TTE prison in Aramia de Duero, Lucia Carmine was a celebrity. Yo tire a big fish in our little pond, the guard told Italian government is sending Sonia to escort you home. I'd like to escort you to my house, Puta Bonita. What bad did you do? Il cut off Marie's bail for calling an Puta Bonita. Tell me, HRJW is my friend. He's going to arrive. Lucia said a sibilant prayer of gratitude. She looked around store walls of her grim, grey cell and thinked how tle hell do I get out of FR. Chapter 32 The report of the bank robbery was handled through regular police channels, and it was not until 2 hours after the robbery that a police lieutenant notified Cullen Akaka about it. An hour later, Akma was in Valladolid. He was Adrius delay. Hi wasn't I informed immediately. Oh I'm sorry, Colonel, but it never occurred to you had him in your hands. You et Pern get away. It wasn't OLM, send in the bank teller. The teller was FLLD with a sense of self-importance. TT was my witki how he came to. I could he was a killer by TTELCX, K in his eye. There is no doubt in your mind that the man who held you was Jan Miro. None. He even showed me a wanted POS and of himself. Did he come into the bank alone? Yes. He to a woman in the inn and he said she was a member of his gang, but after Miro left your SIE's a secretary who's a Reg War customer and, Cobb Adzi said impatiently, Murd left, did you see in Nick he went? Out front D.X.R. The interview with the traffic BND lit 7 man was no more effectful. There were 4 in the car, Khalil, Jan Miro and another man and 2 women in back. In what were why the policeman hesitated, they could have gone in any sir, once they got off the street his face brightened. I can the car, TTK, Agru Colonel Akaka shook his head in disgust. Don't was dreaming, and in her dream were Thai voices of a mob, and TT we are coming for her to burn her at stake for a bank. It wasn't for me. T-Vas for the cause. The voices grew buter. Megan opened her eyes and sat still at a TTE unfamiliar castle. Vans, the sound of voices was real. It was from outside, TANDANRCEE, and hurried over to the narrow window. Directly below, in front of castle, was an encampment of soldiers. She was filled with a sudden panic. The VVE caught us. Have to find Jamie. Steve hurried to the RCNRN where he and Ampero had slept and looked inside. It was empty. She ran down the steps to the reception hall on TTE main floor. Jamie and Ampero were standing near the bolted front door, whispering. Felix ran to them. Checked the back. There's no other way out of here. What back windows? Too small. The only way out is through the front door. Where the soldiers are. Thought QHT. We're trapped. Jamie was FFS, just our bad luck that they picked this place to camp. What are we to do? Ampero whispered. There's nothing we can do. We'll have to stay until leave. TF, and at that moment there was a bud knock at the front door. An authoritative voice called out, "Open up in there." Jamie and Felix exchanged a quick look, and without a word drew their guns. The voce called out again, "Me know there's someone inter." "Open Jine," he said to Ampero. Megan, get out of TTE way. TS hopeless, Megan thought. QHT as Ampero moved by him. Jamie and Felix, there must be 24 armed soldiers out there. We Keven't got a chance. Before the others could stop her, Megan mowed swiftly to TTE front door. TL the Lord Pulv come. Megan exclaimed. You must help me. Chapter 33. The army officer stared at. Who are you? What are you doing in there? RM Captain RCX, Rig says, we're for, you're here just in time, Captain. She grabbed his arm. My 2 little sons have typhoid fever, and I have to get TLM to a doctor. You must come in and help me with them. Typhoid fever? Yes. Megan was pulling on his arm. It is terrible. They are up. Are covered with sores and are very sick. Bring your men in and help me carry T*RN out too, Senora. You must be mad. Highly contagious. Never they read they may be dying. She was PLAing on art. And let go of me. You can't leave. What will I do? Get back inside. I'd stay there until we can notify TTU2 police to send an ambulance or a doctor, but that's an order. Sarah, get inside. He caned out. Sergeant, we are moving out of here. Megan closed his front DG or against it, drained. Jinla was staring at in stunned amazement that was brilliant. Where did learn to lie like? Megan turned to him. YV hen in orphanage, we had to learn to defend ourselves. I hope you'll forgive me. I'll wish I could have a 100k on that captain's fate. Jamie burst into butter. Typhoid, Jesus Christ. He saw Bok on Megara's face. I'll beg your pardon, sister. From outside they could hear sounds of soldiers tense and out. When troops had departed, Jamie said, police will be here soon. Anyway, we have an appointment in 15 after the soldiers had departed, Jan said, should be safe to leave now. He tuned to Fez. See what you can pick up in town. Preferably a sedan. Felix grinned. No problem. Half an hour later Titia Weir in a beat-up grey sedan east to Iligara's surprise, was seated next to Jamie. Felix and Ampero were in tie back seat. Jan glanced at Megan, a grin on his face. Typhoid fever, he said, and burst out. Megan, he did seem eager to get AVA, didn't he? Did you say you were in an orphanage, sister? Where? In a villa. You don't look Spanish. So told. It must have been hell for in the orphanage. She was startled by the unexpected concern. It could have been, she said. But it I will right let it be. She, do you have any idea who your parents were? Megan recalled her fantasies. Oh, yes. My father was a brave who drove an ambulance for TTE loyalists in the Spanish Civil War. My mother was killed in TLE fighting and was left on the doorstep of a farmhouse. Megan shrugged. Or my father was a foreign prince who had an affair with a peasant girl, asked me to avoid a scarewall. Jeno glare out at saying RNT thing _ she stopped abt 9 tty. Don't know who my parents were. They drove on in silence for a while. How were you behind the walls of the convent? About 15 years. Jamie was astonished. Jesus. Hastily he added, beg your pardon, sister. But it's like talking to from Ano Twi to a planet, you have no idea what's nappered in the Nord in the past 15 years. Emstra that whatever changed is only temporary. TT will again. Do you still want to go back to a convent? The question Megan by surprise, of course. Why? Jamie made a sweeping gesture. Mean, there is so mtch that you must misbeherks the walls. Here we have music and poetry. Spain gave the world Cervantes, Arai, Picasso, Lorca, Pizarro, de Soto, Cortés. This is a magical country. There was a surprising mellowness about this man, a soft fire. LJNE, Kektardly, Jamie said, sorry for wanting to desert you earlier, sister. V is personal. I have had bad experiences with your church. That is difficult to believe. Believe.it. His oik.e was bitter. In his mind's eye he could see the statues and streets of Guernica in showers of death. He could still hear the screams of the screams of the helpless victims torn apart. The only place of sarituri was TTE church. The priests have locked church. They won't let us in. And the deadly hail of bullets that had hit his mother and father sisters. No. Not the billets, Jamie TTWLQHT. The church. Your church stood behind Franco and allowed unspeakable to be done to innocent civilians, swear church protested. Megan said. No. It wasn't until nuns were raped by his phalangists and priests were being murdered and churches were being burned that finally broke with Franco. But that didn't my mother or father or sisters back to life. The pass on in his voice was sorry. But TN asterisk twas long ago. The war is over. No. Not for us it is NT. The government will still not permit us to fly the Basque flag or celebrate national holidays or OLM. Oh no, sister. We're still being oppressed. We'll keep on until we gain our independence too. There are 500,000 Basques in Spain and 150,000 more in France. We want our independence, but your God is too busy to help us. Megan said earnestly, God cannot take sides, for he is in all of pound. We are all a part of him. When we try to destroy HLRN, we destroy ourselves. To Ligari's surprise, Jamie smiled. We are a lot alike, you are sister me are. We may believe in different things, but we believe with a passion. Most people go through life without deeply about anything. You devote your life to God, I devote my life to we care. Ard Megan Mutt, do I care enough? And if I do, why am enjoying being with this man? I should be only of retuning to a convent. There was a Gramva in Jamie Miro that was like a magnet. Is he like Marilit? His life-daring chances, yes, are ntwng to lose. What will they do to you if the soldiers catch you? Megan asked me. He said it so matter-of-factly that for a moment I liegen tyx, lqht she had. Aren't you afraid? Of course I am afraid. We're all afraid. None of us wants to die, sister. We meet your GCXD no LGH. We don't want to rush it. Have you done such terrible? That depends on your view. The difference I asterisk between a patriot a rebel depends on who is in power at the moment. The government calls us terrorists. We call ourselves freedom fighters. Jean-Jacques Rousseau said TLBT freedom is the power to choose our own chains. I want that freedom, he stuttered her. But you don't have to earn yourself with any of these, do you? Back in the convent, you 11 rn longer be interested in the worky outside. Was that true? Out in TTP world again had turned her life side down, had been up her freedom. There was so much she wanted to know, so much she had to learn. She felt HKE an artist with a blank canvas about to start a new life. If I go back to a convent, she thought, we'll be shut away from life again. And even as she thought it, Megan was appalled by the word if. When I go back, corrected herself hastily. Of course I'm back. I have RY, where else to go? They camped night in TTEJ and said, we're about 30 miles from and we aren't supposed to eat for TWO days. It will be safer for us to stay on move, so tomorrow we head toward Victoria, the next day we'll go into Logrono and just a few hours after that, sister, you'll be at in Mandavia. Forever. Will you be all right? Megan asked. Are you worried about my sister, or my BCW? Found herself blushing. Nothing will happen to me. Cross the border into France for a while. Elle will pray for you, told him. Thank you, he said gravely. If we think of you, pray for me and it will make me feel safer. Get some sleep now. As Megan turned to lie down, Stee saw Ampero staring at her from the far end of the clearing. There was a look of naked regret on her face. No one takes my man from me. No or B. Chapter 34 the four Yowing Mung. They reached the outskirts of Natales, a small village west of Victoria. They came to a station with a garage, where a mechanic was working on a car. Jamie pulled into the garage. Buenos dias, the mechanic said. What is the problem? TF new Jamie, I'd fix it myself and criage for it. This car is as useless as a mule. Sputters like an old warnin and has no energy. It sounds like my wife. TLE mechanic El Viru, you may have a carburetor problem, senor. Jan SHRT I know X, TWNG about cars. All I know is that I have a very important appointment in Madrid tomorrow. Can you have it fixed by this afternoon? The mechanic said, I have jobs ahead of you, Sirui, but, he rest of the sentence in the air. El will be glad to pay our double. The mechanic's fatten will TW00 clock be all right. Wonderfully. We get to eat and come back at 2. Jan turned to the others, who had TXEN to the conversation in amazement. We're in luck, Jamie said. For let's go eat. They got out half the car and followed Jamie down the street. 2 o'clock, TLE and Chanik said. At 2 o'clock. When they were out of earshot, Felix said, what are tires wrong with TLE car? Except hat by police before it, Megan be on road, in a garage. By 20CKX2K we be gone, warn we. K / Egan asked. Jan KX, KED at her and I have to make a wait. Anwaro took Jaime's arm. I go with you. Megan and Felix watched them walk off. Felix KX, KED at Megan and said, you and Jinla are we? Yes. Yes, she suddenly felt shy. TW's man is to fix the car, it's a get rid of it. He isn't an easy man to know. But I's a man of great TX, nor great bravery. He's a very man. There is Rune FKE him. Did tell you how he saved my FFE, sister? No, I would like to hear. A few months ago the government executed 6 freedom fighters. In revenge, Jamie decided to blow up dam at Punta La Reina, of Pamplona. The town below was headquarters for the army. We moved in at night, but Sawneen tipped off the GOE, and Akaka's men caught 3 of us. We were sentenced to die. It would have taken an army to storm our prison, but Jamie figured out a way. He set the bulls loose in Pamplona, and in the commusion got 2 of us away. The third one was to death by a Sears men. Yes, Sisu 3R, Jamie Miro is very special. Vivan Jamie and Ampero Felix asked, what is happening? Friends are us, we'll have a ride into Victoria. Half an hour later, a truck appeared. The back of it covered by canvas. Welcome, the driver said cheerfully. Hop in. Thank you, amigo. It's a pleasure to be of assistance to you, senor, it's good that you called. Thai damn soldiers are swarm overrolled like fleas. It is not safe for you and your friends to be out in TTE open. They climbed it into the back of the truck, and the HLQE vehicle headed northeast. Where will you be? The driver asked. With friends, Jamie said. I'd thought, he doesn't trust any. Not a heen Sawneen who is helping him. But how can he? His life is in danger. And she out of how terrible it must for Jamie to living under that shadow, running from TLE police and TLE army. And all because he believed Ed in an ideal so new _ch that he was to die for it. What was it he had said? The difference a patriot and it depends on who is in power at moment. The ride was a pleasant one. The thin canvas cover offered security, and Megan realized how much fear she had felt when they were out in the open fields, that all hunted. And Jamie lives with that tension constantly. How strong he is. She and Jamie talked, and conversation flowed easily, as they had known each other forever. Ampero Duran sat listening to nothing, her face impassive. When I was a boy, Jamie told Elle wanted to be an astronomer. Megan was curious. What made you? I had seen my mother and father and sisters shot down, and friends murdered, and I couldn't face what was happening here on this blow XFY Earth. The stars were an escape. Were millions of light years away. I used to dream of going to TM one day and getting away from this awful planet. She was him, silent, but there is no is there. In the end, we all haul too far up to our responsibilities. So I came back down to earth. I used to believe TLV*T person not make a difference, or I know now that is not true. Jesus made her, and Muhammad and Gandhi and Einstein and Churchill. He smiled wryly. Don't misunderstand, sister, I'm not myself to any of them. But in my small way, I do what can. Think we must all do VH Wecken. And Vlegan wondered whether his were meant to have a special for TV hen. I got the stars out of my eyes, I studied to be an engineer, I learned to build now them, and irony is sawn of buildings blown up are oars that built they Victoria at dusk. Where shall I take you? TRTX driver asked. You can drop us off here, at Thkor, amigo. The truck driver nodded. Right, keep up good fight. Jamie helped Megan down from the truck. Ampero watched, her eyes blazing. She allowed her man to touch no other woman. She's a WMRE, Ampero thought. And Jamie is horny for that bitch of a nun. Well, that MNT last, he will SCXJN third the milk is thin. He needs a real woman. The group took to the side streets, a wary eye out for trouble. 20 minutes later, arrived at a one-story house nestled in a narrow street yard surrounded by a NGH fence. This is it, Jamie said. Me will stay here to NGHT and leave tomorrow when it is dark. They entered to our front gate. Ard went to the T, took Jamie but a moment to slip the lock, and they went inside. Whose house is this? Vlegan asked. You ask too many questions, Ampero said. Just be grateful we've kept you alive. Jamie looked at Ampero a moment. She's proved her right to ask questions. He turned to Megan. It's the house of a friend. You're in Basque country now. From here on our journey will be easier. There will be comrades everywhere, watching us. You'll be at the end the day after tomorrow. And felt a small sigh that was almost a sorrow. What is TLE matter with Mel, she wondered. Of course I want to go back. Forgive me, Lord. I asked TTBTU me home to your safety, and you CRN starved, Felix said. Let's check out the kitchen. Tea was completely stocked. Jan said, he left plenty of food for us. I will make us a wonderful dinner. He smiled at Elle. Think we deserve it, don't you? Megan said, Elle didn't. KRNW men cooked. Felix laughed. Basque men take pride in their cooking. You are in for a treat. You see. Hand at Jamie asked for. They watched as he prepared a pie parade of fresh green peppers, white Orions, tomatoes, eggs, and ham sautéed. As it started to cook, Vlegan said, "It smells delicious." "Ah, that's just the appetizer. I'm to make a foreigner's Basque dish for you, polio al chilindrin." "He did say for us," Ampero noted. "He said, for you." "For the bitch." Jamie cut chicken into strips, sprinkled salted pepper over them, and browned them in tea oil while in a separate pan he started to cook onions, garlic, and tomatoes. Emily let it simmer for 4*LF an hour. Felix had foused a bottle of red wine. He passed out glasses. "The red wine of La Rioja. You will like this." He offered a glass to Megan. Sister. The last time Vlegan had tasted wine had been at communion. "Thank you," she said. Slowly she raised the glass to her lips and a sip. Was delicious. She took another sip and she could feel a warmth down her body. It felt wonderful. "I must enjoy this while I can," Megan mutters. "TT will be over soon." During dinner, Jamie seemed unusually preoccupied. "Ain't Hoofs troubling you, amigo?" Felix asked. Gine hesitated. "We have a traitor in the movement." There was a shocked silence. "Makes you Akaka. He keeps getting dose to us." Felix shrugged. "He's the fox and we're rabbits." "Fs something more ticks in that. What do you mean?" Ampero asked. "When we were going to blow the dam at Punta Reina, Akaka was tipped off. He looked at Felix. He set a trap and caught you and Ricardo and Zamora. If I had it delayed, I would have captured with a Rio 100k or what at the Perador. You heard Tle Clark the Polier," Ampero pointed out. Nodded. "Right. Because I had a feel that something was wrong." Ampero's face was somber. "Who do you tliruitis?" Jan shook his head. "I'm not sure. Sonia creates all plans." "Then let us our plans," Ampero said. "We the others at and skip Mamiga." "Jan, we do that. We to get the sisters to Tlira convent ked at him. I'd thought, he's already done for me. I mustn't put him in greater than he's already in." Jamie, but he knew what was to say. "Don't worry, Megan. We're all going to get there safely." His changed. Ampero thought in the begin Ritv wanted nothing to do with any of them. Now he's willing to risk his life for her. "And he calls your ts no sister. What's going on?" "There are at least 15 people who know our plans. We have to find out which one it is," Ampero insisted. "How do we do?" Felix asked. He was nervously perturbed at the edges of the tablecloth. Jamie said, "Paco is in Madrid some for me. I've arranged for him to teleport me here." Ked at Felix for a moment, then looked away. What he had not said was that no more than half a dozen people knew the exact route that the three groups were taking. It was true that Fikes Carpio had been imprisoned by Akaka. It was also true that that would have provided a perfect alibi for Felix at the propitious moment, and Gol had been plamod for, except that I got him out first, Jamie thought. Paco is checking on her and I hope he calls soon. Ampero Rose turned to Megan. "Help me with dishes." The two women began to clear the table and the men went into living room. "The nun, she's holding up well," Felix said. "You like, don't you?" Jan forwarded it difficult to 100k at Felix. "Yes. I like her. And you would betray her with TTE rest of what about you and Ampero? We're cut from Tysan cloth. She believes in the cause zero as much as I do. Her entire family was killed by Franken's phalangists. Jan rose and stretched. Time to turn in. Don't TTing RM to be able to sleep tonight. Are you certain there's a spy? Jan balked at him and said, I'm certain. When Jan came downstairs for breakfast in an awning, Megan did not him. His face had been he was wearing a wig and a moustache, and he was dressed in SCRLTW clothes. He linked 10 years older. GCXD said. His voice calm out of that Zui startled her. Where did you? This is a house I use from time to time. I keep an assortment here TTBT I need. He said it casually. But it gave Megan a sudden insight into the kind of life he led. How many other houses and disguises did he need to stay alive? How many other close cans had he had that she knew nothing about? She remembered the ruttnessless of men who had attacked the convent and TLY, but, TF they catch Jamie, TLWLL show him RW mercy. Wish IKRWV how to protect him. S mind was filled with she right to be think at. Anwaro prepared breakfast bacalao, steamed, codfish, goat's milk, cheese, and thick, high, tea chocolate with churros. As Trey were eating, Felix asked, how are we to stay here? Jamie replied casually, we'll leave it gets dark. But had RN intention of let up Felix use that information? Some errands to do he told Felix. I need per help. Right Jamie called Ampero aside. When Paco calls, him be back shortly. Take a message. She ended. Be don't worry. He turred to Megan. Yoke lasty. Tomorrow you be at the convent. You must be eager to get there. Looked at him a long moment. Yes. Not eager, Megan th0 Anxious. I wish I were it anxious. I'm to shut myself away from this, but for the rest of my life I'm going to Jamie Felix enter others. Megan stocks there as Jamie Felix left. She sensed a tension between the T.vo men that she did not understand. Ampero was study at her. Megan remembered her words, Jamie is much too much man for you. Ampero said curtly, Vlake up the beds. Prepare lunch. All right. Megan went toward the tech rooms. Ampero stood there watching her, then waked into the for the hour. Megan worked, busily concentrating on adjusting and polish at, wait to think, TMNG to keep her mind off Reet was bothering her. I must put him out of my mind, T was impossible. He was like a force of nature, over every curve in his path she harder. When Jamie and Felix returned, Ampero was for them at the DCX, Felix pale. Not feeling too well. Although I lie down for a bit they him disappear into a back room. Paco called Ampero said excitedly. What did he say? He has some information for you, but he didn't want to discuss it on the for his someone to meet you. This person be at the village square at NCR, frowned, mutful. He didn't say who it is. No. Just that it was urgent. Damn it. Never mind. All right. I go meet NM. I want you to keep an eye on Fikes. She balked at him, puzzled. Don't want him using the telephone. A flash of your disgusting crossed her face. You think that Felix is? Please. Just do as I ask. He LCXJKED at his watch. It's almost noon. Leave WW. I should be back in an hour. Take care, Carita. Don't worry. Megan their voices. I don't want him using the telephone. You think that Felix is? Please. Just do as I ask. So Felix is the traitor, Megan th0 LQHT. She read seen him go into his Bectron and close the door. She heard Jamie leave. Megan walked into RCX, Ampero turned. Have you finished? Not quite. 1. She wanted to ask where Jamie had got what they were going to do 6th Fikes, what was going to happen H7 but she did not want to discuss that with this woman. CLL wait until Jamie retire finish up Ampero said. Megan turned and went back into the bedroom. She hooted about Felix. He had seemed so friendly, so warm. He had asked her many questions, but now that seeming act of friendly ESS took on a different meaning. The bearded man was looking for information that he could pass on to Colonel Akaka. All lives were in danger. Ampero may need, Megan thought QHT. She started toward TTE Liviru room, then stopped. A voice was saying, Jamie just left. He will be alone on a bench in the main plaza. He's disguised in a wig and mustache. Your men should have no trouble him up. Megan stopped there, frozen. He's vaking, so it's board take him about 15 minutes to get here. Megan stand with groving horror. Remember our deal, Colonel Ampero said into the telephone. You promised kill him. Megan backed into the hallway. Her mind in a turmoil. So Ampero was the traitor. And she had sent Jamie into a trap. Backing away quietly so Ampero would hear her, Megan turned and ran out the back door. She had an idea how she was to help Jamie. SFE knew only that had to do something. She stepped outside the gate, started down the street, moving as fast as could without attention, toward the center of the city. Please, let me be on time, Megan pressed. The walk to the village square was a pleasant one, with side streets shaded by towering trees, but Jamie was unaware of he was thinking about Felix. He had been like a brother to him, had given him his fun trust. What had turned him into a traitor willing to put all their lives in jeopardy? Perhaps Paco's Messermold have the answer. NNY Caldry Paco have discussed it on the telephone asterisk. Jamie wondered. He was approaching the village square. In the middle of the plaza was a fountain and shade trees with benches scattered around. Children were tag. A couple of old men were playing boule. Half a dozen men were seated on the benches, enjoying the dozing, or the pigeons. Jamie crossed the street, slowly along the path, and a seat on one of the he looked at his watch just as TLE tower clock began to chime noon. Paco's Mancha Zero lid be out of the corner of his eye. Jamie saw a car pull at far end of the he and offer direction _ a second police car officers were out, moving toward the park. His effort began to beat faster. T was a trap. But who had set it? Was it Pater, sent message, or Ampero, who delivered it? She had sent him to the park. But the one why? Why? There was time to worry about that now. He had to escape. But Jamie knew fret the moment to make a run for it, they would shoot him down. He could try to bluff it out. But they knew he was there, think of something. Fast. A block of gay, Megan hurrying toward park. As it came into view, she took in the scene at a glance. She saw Jamie seated on her and the closing in on the park from both sides. Megan's mind was racing. There was no way for Jamie to escape. SYP was walking past a Grfeet shop. Ahead of her, her path, a Roman was a baby carriage. The woman stopped, set the carriage against the wall of the store, went inside to make a purchase. Without a moment's hesitation, Megan grabbed the HMLE of the baby carriage and moved across TTE Street into the park. They were walking along the RYW, questioning the men seated TLE. Megan elbowed her way past her and went to Jamie, TLE baby carriage ahead of her. Yelled, Madre de Dios, there you are, Manuel. Been looking everywhere for you. I've had enough. You promised to paint the house this morning, and here you are in the park like some motherless right. You're a bum. I never should have married you in TTY2 first place. Jamie less than a fraction of a second got to his feet. Your mother isn't on Burns, she married one. She, who are you to talk? Not for my baby starved to death. You certainly don't bring any bread into the house. The policeman had stopped, taking entire argument. If that was my wife, one of them muttered, TD send her back to her mother. I'm damn tired of yoke nagging wo man, Jamie roared. I've warned you before. When we get bomb, I'm to teach you a lesson. GCX, D for him or of the said. Jamie and Megan noisily quarrelled their way out of the park, pushing the baby carriage before them. The TWNED their attention back to the men seated on his benches. Identification, please. What's the problem, officer? Never mind, just SHWV me your papers. All over the park, men were out wallets and bits of paper to prove who were. In the midst of this, a baby began to cry. One of Politan balked up. The baby carriage had been abandoned at the corner. The couple had 13 routes later. Megan walked the front door of the house. Ampero was nervously up and down. Where have you? Ampero demanded. You should have left the house. White Luck telling me. To go out to take care what? Ampero asked suspiciously. You don't know any here. Are you? Jan walked in, and the blood drained from Ampero's, but she quickly regained her composure. What, she didn't go to the park, said quietly, why, Ampero? And she booked into his eyes and knew it was over. What made pu syeshcx, k hyedl haven't you have? I've lost everyone I loved in this stupid war you're fight her for prn sick of all blcx, dshed. Can you hearing he truth about yourself, Jamie? You're as bad as the government, fine worse, because tie // willing to make peace, and you're not. You think you're helping our country? You're destroying it. Rob banks, blow up cars, murder innocent people, you think you're a hero. I loved you, I believed in you but, her voice broke. This has to extension. Jamie up to her, N's eyes were ice. Should kill you. No Megan please. You can't. Felix had come into the room and was listening to conversation. Jesus Christ. So she's the one. What do with the bitch? Jamie said, we'll have to take her thus I keep an eye on her. He took Ampero by the shoulders. Said softly, if you try one more trick, promise you die. He /eat her away and turned to Megan and Fulks. Let's get out of here before her arrive. Chapter 35. You had Miro in your hands and you let him escape. Khalil, with all men, yoke men are assholes. You call yourselves you're a disgrace to your uniforms. The chief of police stood there, cringing under the withe atscom of Colonel Akaka. There was nothing else he could do, for Te Kaloral was powerful enough to have HLS head. And Akaka was not yet with him. FX, LDU Jensenally responsible. R11 see that you're relieved from duty. Colonel, out. You make me sick to my stomach. Colonel Akaka was with filtration. There read not time for him to reach Victoria catch Jamie Miro. He had to enlist TYBT to the local police. And they had burrowed. God alone knew where Miro had gone to now. Colonel Akaka to the ANAP spread out on a table in front of him. We'll be staying in Basque country, of course. That could be Burgos or Logroño or Bilbao or San Sebastian. RLL Conai entrate on the northeast. THEFLL have to surface somewhere. He recalled his conversation with the Prime Minister Tet Morn at. Your time is running out, Colonel. Have you read the papers? World press is making us like clowns. Miro and those have made us a Prime Minister, you my assurance, King Juan Carlos has ordered me to set up an official inquiry board into the whole matter. I can't hold it off anymore. Delay the Uxwy forged just a few more days. En have Miro ard the noes by then. There was a PLSE. 48 hours TMS, not the Prime Minister whom Colonel Akaka was afraid of. Rora was it the king, was the opus mundo. When had been summoned to TTE panelled office of one of SPAN's industrialists, his orders had been Jamie Miro, i.e. creating an atmosphere harmful to our organisation. Stop him. You will be well rewarded. And Colonel Akaka knew what the unspoken part of the conversation was. Fail and Pewee be now his career was in jeopardy. And all because some stupid had let Miro walk away underances. Jamie Miro might hide anywhere. But the nuns a wave of excitement coursed through Colonel Akaka. The NMS they were the key. Jamie Miro might hide and veer, but the sisters could find sanctuary only in Ainachui Unvent, and it would almost in a convent of the same order. Colonel TT Ned to study the map again. And TYX3 read was, Mandavia. There was a of the Cistercian order at Mandavia _ that's wet and beheaded, axx, ATTE, triumphandi _ well, so ML or ENBTTY2 re first. For them. The journey for Ricardo Arid Gracilla was corning to an end. The last few days had been happiest Ricardo had ever known. He was being hunted by the military and police, his capture meant death, yet of that seemed to enter. It was as though he and Gracilla had carved out an island in time, a paradise where anything could touch them. They had tumbed their desperate journey into a wonderful adventure that they shared *. They talked endlessly, exploring and air words were tendrils that drew them even closer. Present, and the future. Part a quarter the future we'll be married in CRWRCH, Ricardo said. Be the most beautiful bride in the world, and Gracilla co-eyed visually the scene and was thrilled by it. And we live in the most beautiful house. They spoke of the past, and she have never fed a house of my own, or a real room of my own. There was the little casa she had shared with her mother and all the uncles, and then the Coent cell, ving with the sisters. And we'll have 10 some sons and beautiful, and I will give them all TTE I never had. And Gracilla's heart soared. But there was all thing her. Ricardo was a soldier for a cause passionately believed in. Would he be content living in France withdraw from the battle? She knew she had to discuss this with NM Ricardo. How RNTRH longer do you think this revolution is to go on? It's already gone on too, Ricardo thought. The government had made peace overtures, but ETA had done worse than reject them. It had responded to the offers with a series of increased terrorist attacks. Ricardo had tried to discuss it with Jamie. They are willing to compromise, Jamie. We meet TLM Tetfway. TIIR offer is a trick, want to destroy they a pound to go on ard because Ricardo have Jamie and in him, continued to him, but the doubts refused to die. As the BLCX, DSHED increased, so did his, and Gracilla was asking, how much longer do you think this revolution is to go on? Don't know, Ricardo told wish it were over. But I will tell you this, my noting ever come bet percent in us, not even there will be words enough to tell you how much I love you. They on Dreamier for they travelled the night, making their way to the fertile, green countryside, past El Burgo and Soria, at Darvam, from the top of a hill, TTEY saw in the far distance. To the left of the road was a stand of pine trees, beyond that a forest of electric power lines. Gracilla Ricardo followed the winding road down to the outskirts of the bustling city. Where are we going to meet the others? Gracilla asked. Ricardo pointed to a poster on a building they were passing. TT read Cirque J Pong, the world's most sensational circus fresh from Japan. July 24 th for 1 week Evento Club Deportivo. There, Ricardo told her. We'll meet them there this afternoon. In another part of the city, Megan, Jamie, Ampero, and Felix were also at a circus poster. There was a of enormous tension in the group. Ampero was never out of their sight ever since the incident at Vittoria, The men treated Ampero as an outcast, ignoring her most of the time and to her only when at his watch. The circus should be said. Let's go. At Poise headquarters in Logrono, Colonel Run and Akaka was his plans. RTTE men deployed around TLE convent. Every WNG is in place. Excellent was in an expansive mood. Trap he had set was full Pakex, FL would be no policeman to spoil his plans this time. He was the operation. The opus mundo was going to be pretty of him. He went over TTE details WLTH his officers again. The nuns are travelling with Miro and his men. It's important that we catch them before they make into Thai convent. We'll be spread out in the _ND it. Don't move until I give the signal to close in. What are our orders if Jaime Miro resists? Akaka said softly, L days W to resist. An orderly came into the room. Excuse me, Colonel. There is an American British English would like to speak to you. N*Vino time now. Yes, sir. Thai orderly hesitated. He says if's about of the nuns. Oh? An American, did you say? Yes, send him in. A moment later, Alan Ticker was ushered in. RM sorry to disturb you, Colonel. RM Alan Tucker. RM Tping you can help me. Yes. How, Mr. Ticker? L Uncle Starksy your LCX, king for one of the runs from the Cistercian convent, a Sister Megan the Colonel sat back in his chair, the American. How that can't MNU? RM for her TCX. If S very that I find her. Why is it so important for this American to find a nun? You have idea where she is? No newspapers, the Xldam press again? Perhaps you collad tell me why you are for your. VM afraid I carrot discustrut. Then RM afraid I help you. Coloral, could you let me know if you her? Akaka gave him a TLN smile. You know. The whole country follow at TTE Hegra of Newt. The press had reported the narrow escape of Jaime Viral, one of NMS in Victoria. So MRE head AQ north, Alan Ticker thought. Their best bet to get out of the country is probably San Sebastian. I've got to get hold of her. He sensed that was in trouble with Ellen Scott. Eindel that badly, thought can make up for it by Brian Hovligan. He a call to Ellen Scott. The Cirque J Pong was held in a huge tent in an outlying district of Logrono. 10 minutes before the circus was to begin, TTE tent was filled to capacity. Megan, Jamie, Ampero, and Felix made their way down the crowded aisle to TYX2I reserved seats. There were 2 empty seats next to Jamie. He stared at them and said, "Something at S. Ricardo and Sister Gracilla were supposed to be here." He turned to Ampero. "Did you?" "No, I swear it. I know about it." The lights dimmed. Show began. There was a roar from crowd. They turned to look at the arena, a bicycle rider was circling the Riro and as he an acrobat onto his shoulder. Then, one by one, a swarm of other performers jumped on, clinging to TTE front and back and sides of the bicycle until it was invisible. The audience cheered. A act was next, then a walker. The audience was enjoying the show tremendously, but Jamie the others were too nervous to pay any attention. Time was out. "We'll wait all the 15 minutes," Jamie decided. TF hair tear by then, a voice said, "Excuse me, are these seats taken?" Jamie bocked up to see Ricardo Gracilla, and Grindred * no. "Please sit down." Then, in a relieved TM "Glad to see you." Ricardo nodded at Megan, Ampero, Aril, Felix. He looked around me. "Where are the others? Haven't you seen the newspapers?" "No. We've been in the mountains." LN*VE bad news, Jamie said. "Rubio is in a prison." Ricardo stared at him. "How?" "He was stabbed in a bar fight that picked him up." "Near da." Ricardo was silent a moment, then sighed. We best have to get him out, That's my plan, Jamie agreed. Where's Sister Lucia? Gracilla asked. And Sister Teresa, Tia was Megan Wio answered. Sister Lucia has been arrested. She was wanted for murder. Sister Teresa is dead. Gracilla crossed herself. Oh, my lord. In the arena a clown was a tightrope, carrying a PC mademoiselle under each arm and 2 Siamese cats in his capacious pockets. As he dogs tried to reach 5 cats, the wire swayed wildly and the clown pretended to be fight at to keep his balance. The oldie was roaring. It was difficult to hear anything over the of the crowd. Megan and Gracilla read so much to 10 each other. Almost simultaneously they began to talk in the sign of the convent. The others looked on in astonishment. Ricardo, I are to marry thefts. What has been to you? Megan stated to reply. I'd realized there were signs to convey the she wanted to say. Feet would have to wait. Let's move, Jamie said. There's a van outside waiting to take us to Mendavia. We drop the sisters off there and be on our way. They started up the aisle, Jamie Ampero's arm. Viven outside in the parking lot, Ricardo said, Jamie, Gracilla and are getting married. A grin lit up Jaime's face. That's wonderful. Congratulations. He turned to Gracilla. You couldn't have picked a better man. Megan put arms around Gracilla. I'm very happy for you both. She th0lqht. Was it easy for her to make decision to leave the convent? Am I wondering about Gracilla? Or am I wondering about myself? Cobnal Akinkavi is receiving an excited from an aide. They were seen at the circus less than an hour ago. By the time we called up reinforcements, they had gone. They left in a blue-eyed white van. You were right, Colonel. They are from Mendavia. So it's finally over, Akaka thought. The chase had been an irritating one. He had to admit that Jaime Miro had been a worthy opponent. The Opus Mundo even bigger plans for me now. Throtte a pair of high-powered Zeiss binoculars, a Kakao watch Edtai blue-eyed white van appear over the crest of a hill and head for TTE convent below. Heavily armed technopes were hidden among the trees sides of the road and rotten the convent itself. There is no way anyone could escape. As TTE van approached Thai entrance to the convent and braked to a stop, Colonel Akaka barked into his walkie-talkie, close in. Now. The maneuver was executed perfectly. 2 squads of soldiers armed with automatic weapons swung into blocking the road and the van. Akaka stood watching the scene for an instant, savoring his moment of glory. Then he slowly approached van, gun in hammy. Y0 Leary Surrelunda scorned. He called out. You haver it got a chance. Come out with 0.5% S up. One at a turn. If you try to resist, and die. There was a king moment of silence, and then van door SBWQY opened. 3M3 emerged, the hams raised high above TTIR heads. They were CHAPTER 36 high on a hill at Kiev. The convent, Jamie and TTE others observed Akaka and his men move in on the van. They saw the terrified passengers get out. Hands raised, and watched scene played out in pantomime. Jine nulled almost here. Who are you? We work at a hotel outside Logron WYBT. Are you doing a man gab us 5,000 pesetas to Delhi this van to the CNM.ent? What man? I don't know. I him before. Is this his picture? Yes. Thf's him. Let's get out of here, Jan said. They were in a white station wagon, back to Logro K. Megan at Jamie in WQZ. How did you KX, W? That Akza would be waiting for us at Thai convent? Told me. The fox has to think like Hunter, Megan. I put myself in Akza's place. Where would he set a trap for NE? He did exactly what I would have done, and if he had not shown then it'd have been safe to take you into the convent. What happens now? Felix asked. Question uppermost in all their minds. Spain isn't safe for any of us for a while, Jan decided. We'll head directly for San Sebastian and into France. Hitx, KED at Megan. There are Cistercian convents there more than Ampero could bear. Why don't you give yourself up? If you keep on TBS way, there will be more blood spilled and more lives you lost tte right to speak, Jamie said curtly. Just be grateful you're still alive. He turned to Megan. There are 10 mountain passes across tte Piozas leading from San Sebastian to France. We'll cross there. TS2 Felix objected. Akakas to be for us in San Sebastian. He'll be expecting us to cross border into France. If it's Gracilla began. Doratory Jan assured her, San Sebastian is Basque country. The station wagon was TTP outskirts of again. All the roads to San Sebastian will be watched, Felix warned. How do you plan for us to get there? Jamie had already decided. We'll take train. The soldiers will be search trains, Ricardo objected. Jera gave Ampero a doubtful look. No, I don't think so. Our friend here is to us. Do you know how to reach Colonel Akaka? She hesitated. Yes, GCXD. You're to call him. They stopped at one of his telephone booths their way. Jamie followed Ampero into the booth and CBSED the door. He was holding a pistol to her side. You know what to say? Yes. He watched her dial a number, and when a voice answered, she said, This is Ampero Duran. Colonel Akaka is expecting my call, thank you. She looked up at Jamie. The gun was pressing against her. Do you have to? JLet do as you were told. His voice was ice. A moment later, Jamie heard Akaka's voice come over TLE phone extension, NE. Where are you? The gun pressed against her harder. We're just, do you know where 01M Freaks? Jaime's face was from hers, his eyes heard. They decided to reverse themselves to throw you off. They are on their way to Barcelotti. He's driven BW seat. He'll taking the main and at her. I Eve to go now. The car is here. Jamie pressed down the receiver. Very, let's go. We'll give him half an hour to can off his men here. 30 minutes later TEY were at the railroad station. There were 3 classes of trains from to San Sebastian. The Talgo was the luxury train, the second-class train was the tour, and worst and cheapest trains, uncomfortable and DRTY, were misnamed Expresos, TLEY Stoplex 3D at every little station from Logrono to San Sebastian. Jan said, we'll take the Expreso _ by now all of Akaka's men will be busy stopping every might seat on to wheel BTRY our tickets separately meet in last car of the train. Jamie turred to Ampero. You go first. Be right behind you. She knew why, and hated him for it. Colonel Akaka had set a trap, she would the bait. Wall, she vas Ampero Giant. She would not flinch. She waked into station while Jamie the others watched, were no soldiers. They were all out covering the highway to Barcelos. It's to be ornateness, Jamie thought. WRYTY, every other car is a V height seat. One by one the group purchased their tickets and for the train. They boarded without incident. Jamie took seat next to Megan. Ampero sat in front of them, to Felix across the way Ricardo and Gracilla sat. Jan said to Megan, we reach San Sebastian in 3 hours. We'll spend the night there and in the early morning we'll cross over into France. And after we get to France, was thinking of what would happen to Jamie, but when he replied, he said, don't worry. There's a Cistercian convent just a few hours across the border. He TF that's you still, so he had understood her doubts. That what I want. They were coming to more than a border that divided 2 countries. This border wowdy divide her old life from her future life Vic wowdy BW hat. She had been desperate to return to a convent, but now she was filled with doubts. She had forgotten how the world outside the walls could be. TVE never felt so alive. Megan looked over at Jamie and admitted to herself. Jamie Miro is a part of it. He caught her glance and looked into her eyes, and Megan thought, he knows it. The expresso stopped at every roomlet and village along the track. The train was packed with farmers and their wives, merchants and salesmen, and at each stop passersby noisily embarked and disembarked. The expresso made its way slowly through the mountains, fight up steep grades. When the train finally pulled into the station in San Sebastian, Jamie said to Danger is over. This is our SIB / I've arranged for a car to be here for us. A large sedan was waiting in front of Thai station. A driver wearing a TTE big, wide brimmed of the Basque les, greeted Jamie with warm hugs. Our group got into the car. Megan noticed that Jamie stayed close to Aunt Pero, ready to grab her if tried to make a what's to do to. Megan wondered. Me were worried about you, Jamie, the driver said. According to the press, Colonel Akaka is conducting a big hunt for you. Jan, let him keep hunting, Gil, I am out of season. They drove down TTE Avenida Sancho El Sabi 0, toward the beach. It was a cloudless summer day and streets wore crowded WSTH couples bent in pleasure. The harbour was awash with yachts and smaller craft. The distant mountains formed a picturesque backdrop for the city. Everything so peaceful. What are the arrangements? Jamie asked the driver. The Hotel Nizza. Largo quarters for you. It will be to see the old pirate again. The Nizza was a medium-class hotel in the Plaza Wanda or Isabel, off the Calle de San Martin on the corner of a busy square. It was a white with brown shutters and a big blue sign at the top. The rear of the hotel backed onto a beach. The car pulled up in front of the hotel. The group got out and followed Jamie into the lobby. Largo Cones, the owner, ran up to greet them. He was a large man. He had one arm as the result of a daring event, and he moved awkwardly, as off-balance welcome said, I have been you for a week now. Shrugged. We had a few delays, amigo. Largo Cortez el read about THM. The papers are full of nothing else. He turned to look at Megan and Gracilla. Every tea is full, you, sisters. Are you all prepared? We'll be staying overnight, Jamie told Pern. We'll first in the Murring and cross into France. I want a guide who KRNWS all the passes, either Cabrera Fant or Jose Cebrian. Il will arrange at the hotel, assured be 6 of you. Jan glared at Ampero. 5. Ampero away. Il that of you registers, Cortez said. What, the police won't hurt them? Why don't you let take you to rooms, where you can refresh yourselves? Then we'll have a magnificent supper. Ampero or I are going to the bar to have a drink. Jamie said. M/I'll join you later. Largo Cortez did. As you wish, Jamie was Jamie, puzzled. She worried what he planned to do with Ampero. She could not bear even to think about it. Ampero was too, but she was too pretty to ask. Jan her into the bar at the far end of the lobby and took a table in the corner. When the waiter approached, Jan said, a glass of wine, por favor. Or. Ampero what cred, as Jamie took out a small packet and opened it. Tea contained a fine, pondery substance. Jamie, there was desperation in Ampero's voice. Please listen to me. Try to understand why I did what I did. You're tearing the country apart. Your cause is hopeless. You must stop this insanity. The waiter reappeared and set a glass of Vuln on the table. When he waked away, Jamie carefully I.e. contents of the packet into the glass and stirred it. He pushed TTE glass in front of Ampero. Drink it, not many of us are to CHCNSE the VA or where die, Jamie said quietly. This be quick and painless. I turn you over to my people, I can't make any such promise. Jamie, are you once? You must believe me. Please, dry lie, it his voice was implacable. Ampero el seemed at him for a moment, tlen picked tle glass. I drink to your death. He watched as Ampero glass to her rips swallowed the wine in one gulp. She shuddered. Wi it now, help you elk stairs. Cll put you to bed. You'll sleep. Ampero's eyes filled with tears. You're a fool, she Jamie, I'm dying, and I tell that 110. You so, her words were to Jan Rose and Ampero to her feet she stood up, you're steady. The RCXM Ned to be RCX King. Jamie he guided her out the door and into the KBBY-HX, holding her Largo Cortez waiting for him with a key. CLL take her to her RCX.M Jamie said. See that she's RX, just. Right Cortez watched as Jamie half carried Ampero TTE stairs. In RCNM, Megan was thinking how it felt to buy herself in a hotel in a resort town. San Sebastian was filled with people on vacation, honeymooners, lovers enjoying themselves in 100 other hotel rooms. And suddenly Megan wished Jamie were there with her, and nodded what it would be like to have Finn to her. All the feelings that she had been suppressing for so long can't swing into her mind in a wild torrent of emotions. Did Jamie do to Ampero? Could he possibly but no, he could done TTBT, or he. Want rim, she TTNJGHT, H, Lord, what's happening to me? What can I do? Ricardo was whistling as he dressed. He was in a wonderful mood. I'm the luckiest man in the world, he thought. We'll be married in France. There's a beautiful church across the border in Bayonne. Tomorrow in her RCK, RT1, Gracilla was taking a bath, in the warm water, thinking of Ricardo. She smiled to herself thought, I'm to make him so happy. Thank you, God. Felix Carpio was about Jamie and Megan. A blind man can see the electricity between them, he thought. It is to bad luck. Nuns belong to God. It's bad enough that Ricardo has taken Sister Gracilla from her Corlew, but Jamie had always been reckless. What was he going to do about this one? The five of them met for SL4, per in TTE Hotel Diving NM. No or he mentioned Ampero. Looking at Jamie, Megan felt SNDDENLY embarrassed, as he could read her mind. RS better not to ask QT questions, she decided. I know he could never do anything brutal. They found that Largo Cortez had not exaggerated about the supper. The meal began with gazpacho, TTX3 thick cod soup made from tomatoes, cucumbers, and water-soaked broad, followed by a salad of fresh groans, a huge dish of paella, rice, shrimp, chicken, and vegetables in a 1DL sauce, and ended with a delicious flan. TT was the first hot meal Ricardo and Gracilla had had in a long time. Viven meal that's over, Megan rose. Elle should be getting to bed. Mate Jan said. Elle to talk to you. He escorted you to a deserted corner of the lobby. About tomorrow. She knew what he was going to ask. What she did not know was what she was to answer. Megan thought QHT. I was so sure about my life before. I believed I had everything wanted. Jamie was you don't really want to go back to a convent, do you? He was wait for an answer. To be honest with him. Megan thought. Looked into his eyes and said, Elle don't know what I want, Jamie. I'm confused. Jamie smiled. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Megan, this fight will be over soon. We'll get what we want because the people are behind us. I can't ask you to share TTE with me now. but like you to wait for me. I have an infra. You would be safe. 6th her KD at him a time before she answered. Jamie, give me time to think about it. Then you're not, Megan said quietly, RMRNT saying no. None of the Grolvi slept at night. They had too much to think admit, too many conflicts to resolve. Megan average ache reliving the past. The years in the orphanage, and the sanctuary of the convent. Then the sudden expulsion into a world she had glued up forever. Jamie Miro was risking his life fighting for what he believed in. Aru, what do I believe in? Megan herself. How do I want to tie rest of my life? She had made a choice once. Now she to choose again. She would have to an answer by morning. Gracilla was about the convent too. We're such happy years. I felt so too. Will I miss Jan was winking Megan. She mustn't go back. I at my side, what answer be? Ricardo was TCX, excited to blithely making plans for the CHLRCH at Bayonra. Felix was 1D at how to Ivan Pero's body. Let Largo Cortez take care of it. Early the morning, group met in the BBBY. Gindler approached a Flegan. Good, have you TMLQHT about our conversation? She had of else all night. Yes, Jamie. He booked into her eyes, trying to read the answer. Will you wait for me? Jamie _ at Largo Cortez up to TLM. With him was a man in his 50s. I'm afraid there won't be any time for breakfast, Cortez said. * You should be leaving. This is Jose Cibrian, Yao Glide. He will take you across into Fraxon _ he's the guide in San Sebastian. I'm glad to see you, Jamie said. Plan? We're going to take the first part of the journey by foot. Jose Cibrian took the group on the other side of the have arranged for cars to for us. We should hurry. Come along, please. The GR014 out into the street, which was painted yellow by the rays of bright sun. Cortez came out of the hotel to see them off. Safe, Jamie, he said. TIBNKU for everything, Jamie replied. Ain'll be back, amigo. Then you think? We go this way, Jose Sabian ordered. The group started to tum toward TLE Square. At that moment, soldiers and members of TLEGOE suddenly materialized at both ends of the street, sealing it off. There were at least a dozen of them, a heavily Raymond ACM Arid Falsostilo were TLM. Jamie quickly toward looking for an escape route. Another dozen soldiers were approaching from direct long. There was escape. They have to fight. Jamie instinctively reached for his gram. Colonel out. Don't even about it, Miro, or we'll all have down your standing. Jail knows my Vis racing furiously, looking for a way out. How had Akaka known where to fur-ute him? Jamie turned and saw Ampero standing in the DCX, a book of profound sorrow on her face. Felix sad, what TFE bloody hell. I tinug chew, -L gave her pills. They should have knocked her out until we got across TTX2 border. The Colonel Akaka walked toward Jan. It's over. He turned to one of men. Disarm them. Felix Ark, Ricardo were looking toward Jamie for ready to follow his lead. Jamie shook reluctantly, he handed over his gun, and Felix Ricardo followed suit. What are you to do with us? Jamie asked. Several passers-by stopped to MTCH. The Colonel Akaka's voice was curt. I'm taking you and your of murderers back to Madrid. We'll give a fair military trial and hang you. If I had my way, TD hark you here now. Let sisters go, Jamie said. To do with this? They are accomplices. They are as guilty as you are. Colonel Akaka turned at a signal. The soldiers motioned to the growing crowd of onlookers to move aside and let 3 army tracks drive up. You Arrol your will ride in time it'll truck, the colonel informed Jamie. My men will be in front of Pew and in back of you. If any of Pew makes one false move, they have orders to kill all of you. Do you understand? Jamie nxted. Colonel Akaka spat into Jaime's face. Good. Tow the truck. There was an angry murmur from TLE now sizable crowd. Ampero watched impassively from the doorway as Jamie, Megan, Gracilla, Ricardo, Felix climbed into the truck, surrounded by soldiers with automatic weapons. Cognal Sostolo to the driver of TLE first tuck. We'll peed straight for Madrid. No stops along the way. Yes, Colonel. By now, many people had gathered at both ends of the street to watch what was Kaloilasia started to climb into the first truck. He called out to those in front of the truck, clear the way. From side streets and all people to emerge. Move, Akaka ordered. Out of the way. Ard stl they car tte men the wide Basque chapelas. It was as though were responding to some invisible Jamie Miro is in trouble. They came from shops and homes. Housewives dropped what tray were moved out into the street. Shopkeepers about to open for business heard the RVS and hurried to the hotel. And still they came. Artists and plumbers are doctors, mechanics and salesmen and students, many carrying shotguns, rifles, axes and SCYTFK2S. They were Basques, and this was the Nhujnalu. It started with a few, and then a Hurud, and widen minutes it to more than a TTY, Elge sound, filling the sidewalks and streets, surrounding the Arroy trucks. They were silent. Colonel Akaka observed the crowd in desperation. He screamed, "Everybody get out of the way or we'll start shoot." Jamie called out, "El wouldn't advise it, these people hate you for what you're trying to do to them. A word from me and they 11 tear you and your men to pieces. There's all you forgot. Colonel. San Sebastian is a Basque town. RS my town." He turned to his growl_K. "Let's get our taff here." Jamie Megan down from the truck, and the others followed with. Akaka watched helplessly, his face tight fury. The crowd was waiting. Hostile and silent. Jamie walked up to the colonel. "Take your TN_X and get back to Vladrid." Akaka looked arrogant at the still mob. You won't get away this. Myra. I have gotten away with it. Get out of here. He spat in Akaka's face. The colonel stared at him for a murderous moment. "It can't end this VA, TMLQHT desperately. Was so close. It was checkmate." Booth knew that it was worse than a defeat for him. It was a death sentence. The opus mundo mold be waiting for him in Madrid. Balked at the sea of peak him. He had no choice. He timed to his driver, his voice was CLWKED with fury. "We're move at out." The crowd stepped back, watching as the soldiers climbed into the trucks. A moment later, the trucks began to roll down TLE Street, and the crowd began to cheer wildly. It started out as a cheer for Jamie Miro, and it grew louder and louder. Ard soon tippy were for their freedom, ard their fight against tyranny, TTI coming victory. Arid streets reverberated with of two teenagers were screaming themselves hoarse. A turned to the other. "Let's join ETA." An elderly couple held each other, and the Vornan said, "Now maybe give us back Farn." An old man stocked alone in crowd, silently army yucks when he spoke, said, "They 11 be back day." Jan took Megan's ard said, "It's we're free. We'll be across the border in a Numa_R11 take to my aunt." She looked into his Jamie. A man pushed his way toward TLM through Thai crowd. Arai hurried to Megan. "Excuse me," he said breathlessly. "Our sister Megan." She turned to him. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Had quite a turn finding. My name is Alan Tucker. If I could speak to for a moment." "Yes. A born. I'm sorry." RM just for, please. This is very important all the way from New York to find you, she hocked at him, puzzled. To FXF me? I don't yours I stand. Why, T explain it oh you, if I'll give me a moment her arm and her down the street, rapidly. Glared back Haru Jamie Miro stood for PBR Megan's conversation with Alan Tucker turned her work upside down. Thai woman I would like see you. I don't Yorks to stand underscore what woman? What does she want with me? I wish I krmvtle answer be that, Alan Tucker tl nut. RM not at liberty to disclbs that. She's v8ing for in New York T made no sense. There must be some mistake. Are you sure you have the right Megan? Yes. But Yunan.e isn't Megan, T.S. Patricia. Ardinathan, binding flash, Megan knew after all these years, her fantasy was about to come true. She was finally going to learn who Steve was. The very idea of it was thrilling and when would have to leave. Her throat was sealed and so dry, she could barely speak TTE words. I want you to find out where is I'd bring her back as quickly as right away. I arrange a passport for you. She turned saw Jamie standing in front hotel, excuse me a moment. Megan walked back to in a daze, and she felt as she were a dream. Are you right? Jamie asked. Is that man both at you? No. No. He took Megan's hand. I want you to come with me RNW. We belong Megan. Your name isn't Patricia. She looked at Jaime's strong, handsome face, and thought, I want us to be but we have to wait. First have to find out who I am. Jamie, will Lanto be with you? But there is I to do first. He studied her. His face troubled. You're going to leave, a little while. But I'll be back. He looked at a BNG time, slowly ozided. All right. You can reach me through Largo Cortez. CLL come back to you. I promise. And she meant it. But that was before the meeting with Ellen Scott. Chapter 37 Deus Grail conjugates, et ipsit vobiscum, culi, misetus ist jobus unias plenal ss bendi et the God of Israel join you together, art he be with you and now, make tlm tie.e more fully. Are they that love the Lord, that walk in his ways. Gbry Ricardo looked away from the priest glared at Gracilla at his side. I was right, SFE is the most beautiful bride in Taiwan. Gracilla was still, listening to the words of the priest Ekbo through the cavernous, vaulted church. There was such a sense of peace in this pla. It seemed to Gracilla to be filled with the ghosts of the past, all the thousands of people who had their generation after generation to Florud Forgiver X3SS, fulfillment, joy. It remarks so much of convent. I feel as though come home again, Gracilla thought as though I belong. Exordi omnipotens et misericors Deus, ut, nostro ministrator officio, tua benediction potius impletur per Domino en hear us, alt night mercif that what is done by our ministry may be abundantly fulfilled with thy he has blessed me, and all than deserve. Let me be worthy of him. Intes bravi, dornine, tuus Deus nets, in manibus tuis temporania in thee, O Lord, have hoped, said, my times are in thy hands, my turners are in thy hands. I took a solemn vow to devote rest of my life to him. Quas LRMS, domine, pro sacrum juris or blatum we, O Lord, though we make to on behalf of the holy bond of wedlock. The words seemed led to reverberate in Gracilla's head. She felt as though time had stopped. Nois qui potestit virtutus tua denialo cuncta fecisti o, gzi, who mighty power didst make all things out of o, who has wedlock to foreshadow tte union of chnst with tte chlrchlcnk in thy mercy this, thy haramaid, who is to be joined in wedlock and entreats protection and from thee, but how can he show me mercy when I am betrayer of him? Gracilla was refixing it, difficult to breathe. The walls seemed to be in on her. Nihil in eax actibus sways aucta privaricationis usurpit, let the orton of sin work nor of his evil deeds in her. That was the moment Gracilla knew. She felt as a great burden had lifted from her. She was filled with an exalted, ineffable joy. The priest was saying, "Mayst thee too win the peakin of the kingdom of heaven? We ask thee to bless this marriage, or I am already married," Gracilla said aloud. There was a moment of CKED Ricardo and the priest staring at her. Ricardo's face was, "Gracilla, what are you?" She took his arm and said gently, "I'm sorry, Ricardo, don't understand. You stopped on me." She shook head. "Elmore, my life. But my life doesn't belong to an anymore. No. I can't let you sacrifice your Ricardo isn't a sacrifice. It's a blessing. I found the first peace I had known. Gave it to God a long time ago. You're a part of the world, gave best part. But I did give it up. I must return to my world." The priest was there silent. "Please forgive me for the pain, but I can't go back on my vows. Walls be everything I believe in. I thought I could never make you happy, because I could never be happy. Please understand." Ricardo stared at shaken, and no words would come. As trough something in him had died. Gracilla looked at his stricken face, and her heart went out to him. She kissed him on cheek. "I love," she said softly. Her eyes filled with tears. "El will pray for you. I will pray for us both." Chapter 38. Late on a Friday afternoon, a military ambulance drove up to the emergency entram of the hospital at Aranda de Duero. An ambulance attendant accompanied by two uniformed went TTE doors and approached TLE tie desk. "We have an order to pick a Rubio Arzan of the policeman said. Handed the document. The edited and frowned. "El don't trink the authority to recase him. TT should be handled by TLE administrator." "Fine. Him?" The hesitabbed. "There's a problem. He's away for the weekend. If's why, our problem. There's our release order, signed by Colonel Akaka. Do you can him and tell him you won't on it?" "No," said hastily. It won't be necessary. /A them get the prisoner ready." Half a mile away, in front of City Jail, detectives emerged from a police car and entered the approached desk sergeant. "Men, his badge. We're here to pick up Lucia Carmine." The sergeant looked at in front of him and said, "No talk me anything about this of the side. Gee, damned bureaucracy. The left hand never tends the right hand. What ifs do at? Let that release order." The detectives it to him Colorpal Akaka side it, right. "Where are you taking Madrid?" "The colonel is going to question her himself." "Is he? Well, I think Road better check it out with him." "There's no need to do that," the detective protested. "Mister, we've got orders to keep a tight grip on this lady. The Italian government is having an orgasm over getting her back. If Colonel Akaka NMTs her, he's going to have to tell me himself. You're wasting time, Arul. I have a lot of time, amigo. What I don't have is anther ass if I mine over this." He picked up the phone. Arai said, "Get me Colonel Aqua in Madrid." "Jesus Christ," the said. "My is to kill me if 1 am late for dinner again. Besides, the colonel's probably not even in." The phone on the desk rang. The sergeant reached for it. A voice said, "Office on the learn." The sergeant gave the detectives a triumphant bock. "Hello. This is the desk sergeant at the police station in Araruiada del Ro. TT is important that I speak to Colonel Akaka." Orav looked at his watch impatiently. "Madar. I better to do than stand around and, hello. Colonel Akaka." The voice BCX and out of the phone. "Yes. What is it?" "El detectives colonel, Who want me to rehace her into your CLTD? Lucia Carmine. Yes, sir. Did TLEY show you an order by me? Yes, sir. They underscore then WI at TLE fic. Are you bothering me for? Reese her just thought, don't think. Follow orders. The line went dead. The sergeant he has a short fuse, hasn't he? The detective grinned. The sergeant rose, UYIRV to retain his dignity. Out the alley in back of the police station, a small boy was watching a man on the telephone disconnect a clam from a yard climb down. What are you do at? The boy asked. The man ruffled his hand firelk the boy's hair. Help her out a friend, muchacho. Helping out a friend. 3 later, at an isolated farm boost to the Nofi, Lucia Carmine and Rubio Arzano were reunited. Akaka was awakened by the telephone at 3 a.m. The familiar voice said, the committee would like to meet with you. Yes, sir. When? Now, Colonel. A limousine will pick you up in an hour. Be ready, please. Yes. Sir. He replaced the receiver and sat on the edge of the bed, then lit a cigarette and smoke bite dape into his. A limousine will pick you up in all your. Be ready, please. He would be ready. He went into the Batvx.rn and his image in time mirror. He was into the eyes of a defeated man. I was so close, he H0LQHT bitterly. So close. Colonel Akaka began to shave, very carefully, and when he was finished, took a long, hot shower, then selected the clothes he was going to wear. Exactly an hour later, he walked to the front door and took a last look at the food JME he knew he would never see again. There would be no meat at, of course. They wally have nothing further to discuss with him. There was a black limousine waiting in front of the house. A door operators approached the car. There were TW0 men in front, a RI2 in back. Seton, coloral underscore he took a deep breath. A RI entered the car. A moment later, it sped away into the black night. Like a dream, Lucia thought. RM out TFE window at the Swiss Alps. RM actually Jan Miro had arranged for a guide to see TTNT. She reached Zurich safely. Shu had arrived late at night. The morning, go to TFE Banglu. The thought made her nervous. What if Sornitling had got what if Vivas longer there? What if as first light of dawn incred over the mountains, Lucia was still awake. A few minutes before 9, she left TTE Bauer Orlak RR, Tel and stood in front of BA*, waiting for a TOA middle-aged man unlocked the DCXJR. Come in, please. I hope you have /.ent waiting log. Only a few months. Lucia thought. No. Not at all. He ushered her inside. What can we do for you? Make me rich. Has an account here. He asked me to call in and take it over. Is it a number to compte? Yes. Svlai the number, please. B201492007. He nodded. One moment, please. She watched him disappear toward a vault in back. The bank was beginning to fill with customers. It's to be there, Lucia mut. Nothing must. The man was approaching her. Could read nothing in his face. This account, you say it was in your name? Her heart sank. Yes. Angelo Carmiru. He studied her a moment. The Akmunt carries 2. Did that mean she would be able to touch it? What? She could scarcely get TLE words out. Waf's the other name? Lucia Carmine. And in instant, she owned the world. The Akmunt amounted to a little more than $13 million. How would you like it handled? The banker asked. Could you transfer it to one of your associate banks in Brazil? Rio. Certainly. We'll send you the documentation by messenger this afternoon was simple. Lucia's next stop was at a travel agency Rio Hotel. There was a large poster in Wiu Braille. T.S. and Omen, Lucia mut happily. She went inside. Nay, I heb you. Yes. I would like tickets to Brazil. There are no extradition laws T.R. She could not wait to tell Rubio how well everything was. He was in Biarritz for her call. They would be to Braille we can live in peace T.R. for the rest of our fives she had told him. Now was finally set after all the adventure and the arrest of her father and brothers and her against Benito Patas and Judge Bussetta tle Beaucurve for her escape to the com.ntacc.cas men and the phony Friar Jaime Myra and Teresa the Gold Cross and Rubio Arzano. Vlost of all, dear Rubio. How many times had he risked his life for her? He had her from the soldiers in the Wait X.ds from the waters at the waterfall from the men in the bar at Ara Mar de Duero. The very thought of Rubio Lucia. She returned to her hotel room picked the telephone, wait for the to answer. There will be something for him to do in Rio. What? What can do? He'll probably want to buy a farm somewhere out in the country. But then what would I do? An operator's voice said, _Nva, please. Lucia sat there staring out the percent hour at the snow-covered Alps. We have different lives, Rubio and Elle. We live in different worlds. I'm the daughter of Angelo Number, please. He's a farmer. Tie's what he loves. How can I take him away from him? Can't do that to him. The operator was getting impatient. Can help you? Lucia said slow, no. No, that asterisk she replaced receiver. Live she boarded a Swiss Aerolito Rick. She was alone Chapter 39 There was to take place in the luxurious draw at RCXJM of Ellen Scott's townhouse. She paced back forth waiting for Alan Tucker to arrive with the girt no not a girl or woman. A nun WRNT she be like? W hath life or 11 to her? What I done to her? The into TLE room. Your GTists have madam. She took a deep breath. Shove them in. A moment later, Megan Alan Tucker in bed. She's Ellen thought Tucker Mrs. Scott. This is Megan Ellen Ked at him and said quietly, Elle won't need you anymore. And her words had a finality to TLM. His smirk faded. CHXD by, Tucker. He there a moment, uncertain, 10 and left. He not get over his fret had missed Sawney Thurk. Some thirp late, he th0lght. TCN late. Ellen Scott was Megan. Sit down, please. Megan TCX, KH and the women sat re-inspect at each of them looks like her mother, Ellen for hoot. She's grown up to be a woman. She recalled the terrible night of the accident, storm and the plane. You said she was dead there's sawn it we do. The pilot said we were near a villa. Show DB party of tourists there. There's reason for anyone to connect TTE baby with plane crash. We'll drop her off at a nice farmhouse outside of town. Someone will adopt her and she'll grow to have a lovely life here. You have to choose, Milo. You can either me, or you can spend the rest of your life for your brother's child. And here was past confronting her. Where to begin? T.M. Ellen Scott, President of Scott Industries. Have you heard of it? Of she not have heard of it, Ellen chided herself. This was going to be more difficult than she had anticipated. She had concocted a story about an old Friar Road of Thai family who died, a promise to take care of his daughter, but from the moment she had first looked at Megan, Ellen knew that it would not work. She had no choice. Had to trust Patricia, Megan, not to destroy them all. She th0lqht of what she had done to the woman seated before her, and her eyes filled with tears. But it's too late for tears. RS time to make amends. TS time to tell truth. Ellen Scott leaned across to Meg and took her hand. I have a story to tell you, she said quietly. That had been 3 years earlier. For TLE first year, until she too ill to continue, Ellen SCNTT had taken under her wing. Had gone to work for Scott Industries, and her aptitude and intelligence had the older woman, her fresh outlook K and reinforcing her will to live. You'd have to work hard, Ellen had told you Barn, as to learn. In the it will be difficult, but in it will be corn your life. And it had. Megan hours that none of her employees could even begin to emulate. You get to your office at 4 o'clock in morning and work all day. How do you do it? Megan and Th0Let, I slept on before OCKXK in the Murring at the convent, S Isterabatina W0 Tad scold RNA. Ellen was gone, but Megan had kept Lerner, and the corn panny grow, her company. Ellen had adopted her. So won't have to explain why a Scot, she had said. But there a note of pride in her voice, ironic, Megan thought GHT. All those years at the orphanage hen no one would adopt me. And now I'm adopted by my own family. Gzi has a 1DL sense of humor. Chapter 40 A new man was behind the wheel of the getaway car. It made Jamie Miro nervous. I'm not sway of him, he told Felix Carpio. What if he drives off and leaves us? Relax, he's my cousin's brother-in-law. He'll be fine. He's for a chance to go out with us. La bad, Jamie said. They had arrived in Seville early that afternoon, and had Arneo X3D RNLF a dozen banks before CH00 SLRE their target. It was on a side street, small, not too much traffic, close to a factory that would be a knack at deposits. TYX3 everything seemed perfect. Except for Time Man in the getaway car. Is he all that's you? Felix asked. What, then, was it to you a call it a premonibon? He tried to say it lui, himself, Felix TCX, K it seriously. 00 you want to call it tough P because I the nervies of an washerwoman today? No, amigo. 'Twill all go as smooth as silk it did. There were half a dozen patrons in TLE Bank, and Felix held them at bay with an automatic weapon. MIB Jamie out TLE cash drawers. Smooth as silk. As TWO and N were leaving, for the getaway car, Jamie calbed out, remember, amig these for a GWD caused TMS out in the street that it to fan apart. There were police everywhere. The driver of the car was on his knees on the pavement, a police pistol at his as Jamie and Felix came into view. A detective called out, drop your weapons. For one split trend he raised his gun. Chapter 41 The converted 727 was flying 35,000 feet over Grand Canyon. TT had been a hard day. It's over yet, Megan Th0LQHT. Was on her way to California to sign papers would give SCNTT million acres of timberland RTH of San Francisco. She had STNCK a hard bargain. It's fout, Megan thought it they shouldn't have TNED to cheat me. I'll bet I'm the first bookkeeper ever up against from a Cistercian convent. She laughed. The Stevada Proki *D can get you anything, Miss Scott. She saw a stack of newspapers and magazines in TTE rack. She had been so busy with deal she had not had time to read. Let me see the New York TLMES, please. The on TTE front page. It leaped out at her. There was a photograph of Jamie Miro. Below the article read, Jamie Miro, leader of ETA, the radical Basque separatist movement in Spain, was wounded captured by police * yesterday afternoon in Seville. Killed in the attack was Felix Carpio, another alleged terrorists. The authorities had been a search for Miro since. Megan read the rest of the article and sat there for a time, frozen, remembering the past. It was like a distant dream. Through gauze curtain. Hazy Erville. This fight will be over. SCNN. We'll get W hat we want because people are behind us. I would like you to wait for me. Long ago had read of a civilization that believed if you saved a person's life, you were responsible for him. Well, she had saved Jamie twice, once at the and again at the park. R11 be damned if I am going to them kill him now. She reached for the telephone next to her seat and said to the pilot, turn the plane around. We're back to New York Alernotine Vivas Vaben for her at LaGuardia Airport, and by the turn she arrived in her office it was 2 a.m. Lawrence Gray Jr. was for her. His father had been the company's attorney for years and had retired. His son was bright-eyed ambitious. Without preamble, Megan said, Jan Rowe _ what do you know about him? The reply was immediate. He's a Basque terrorist, head of ETA. I think I just read that he was captured a day or so ago. Right. There is scope to put him on trial, I want to there. Who's best trial lawyer in Cotton Treaty say Curtis Heron? No, too much of a genuine _ we need a killer. Sheer nominate get Mike Rosen. His BC seeked for TTE next 100 years, unbook want him in Madrid for trial. He frowned. We can't get involved in a public trial in Spain. Sure we can. Amica CL _ We're freeds of TFE deferred _ he delayed her a moment. Do you if I ask you a personal question? Yes. Seton TWS _ do my best la RRY yes, then some. There was steel in her voice. 20 minutes later, Lawrence Gray, Jr., back into Megan's office. Mike Rosen is on the phone. I think I woke him up. He wants to talk to Megan. Picked up the telephone. Mr. Rosen? What a pleasure this is. We've never but I have a you Aru, I are going to become very good freaks, S _ a lot of people sue SCNTT instance estate for Pracup K2, Bain looking around for someone to take charge of all litigation. Yours is the one name that keeps coming up. Naturally, I am prepared to pay you a large retainer for, Nis Scott, yes. I'dn't my rud a little snow job, but yo tire giving me frostbite. Don't understand. Then let me put it in legal parlance for you. Cut out the bullshit ts vo o'clock in the you don't hire people at 2 o'clock in tt% I'm momming. Mr. Rosen, and Mike. We're going to be friends, remember? But friends have to trust one another. / tells me you want me to go to Spain to try to save some Basque terrorist who's in the hands of the police. She started to say, his weight a terrorist, but herself. Yes. What's yoke a problem? He slings Scott Industries because he's gram jammed. I'm sorry, friend. I can't help you. My schedule is so tight that gave up going to the bathroom 6 months ago. I can recommend a few lawyers. No, Megan thought, Jamie Miro needs you. She was suddenly seized by a sense of hopelessness. Spain was another world, another time. When spoke, her voice weary. Never mere D, she said. RS a very personal matter. I'm sorry for coming on so strong. That's what CEOs are supposed to do. Very is different, Megan. To tell you the truth, Scott Industries has in saving a Spanish terrorist. Are you free for lunch tomorrow? She was to let stand in her way. Absolutely.ie circa at 10 ckxk. Megan felt her spirits lift her for fine. You make TTE reservation? But to warn you something? Yes. A very sigh wife. I'm dying to hear what interest the head they met at Le Cirque, and when Sirio seated them, Make Rosen said, you'll then picture il bet Eriarcdi tells you that he was very short, and he dressed carelessly. But there was careless about his Myaru. His eyes radiated a blaze of intelligence. Y0 Live aroused my curiosity, Mike Rosen said. What's your entry in Jamie Myra? There was so much to tell. Too much to tell. All Megan said was, "He's a friend. I don't want him to die." Rosen leaned forward in his seat. "I went through the newspaper files on him this morning. If Don Juan Carlos's government executes Miro Orb once, he'll way ahead of the game. THEFRE going to horse just reading the charges against your Freelu." He saw me expression on Megan's face. "I'm sorry, but to be Miro being a busy man, he holds up banks, blows up cars, murders Paup, he's not a murderer. He's a patriot. He's fighter for his rights." Okay. "He's my hero. What do you want him to do? Save him?" Tvligan. "We're such friends that I'm going to tell you TTE absolute truth. Jesus Christ himself couldn't he save him? Yorick, king for a miracle that, believe in miracles. Will you help me?" He studied her a moment. What are friends for? Have you tried the pate? I hear hey make it the fax message from Madrid read, have spoken to a dozen top European laureates. They refuse to represent Miro. Tried to have myself admitted to trial as a Micheles Curie. Court ruled against an. Wish I could pull off TTBT miracle for you, friend. But Jesus hasn't risen foot. I'm on my way home. You owe me a lunch. Make the trial was set to the 17th of September. Cancel my Megan told her assistant have some business to take care of in Madrid. How will you be gone? Don't know. Megan planned her strategy on the plane flying over the Atlantic. There has to a way, she thought. I have money and I have power. The Prime Minister is the key. I have to get to him. Trial starts. After that, it will be too late. Megan had an appointment with Prime Minister Martinez 24 hours after she arrived in Madrid. He her to Monclo Palak * for lunch. You for seeing me so promptly, Ilagan said. Know what a busy man you are. He raised a hand in deprecation. My dear Miss Scott, when the head of an organization as important as Scott Industries flies to my country to see me, I can only be honored. Please tell me how I can assist you. Really came here to assist you, Megan said. It occurred to him that while we have a few factories in Spain, we aren't using nearly enough of the potential that per country has to offer. He was closely now. His eyes, yes. Scott Industries is thinking about opening a high-tech electronics plant. It should employ somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 people. If it is as successful as we think it will be, we'll open satellite factories. And you have decided in which country you wish to open this plant? That's right. I'm in favor of Spain, but quite frankly, your ENLNC, some of my executives are not too happy with your civil rights record. Real M? Yes. They feel that those who object to some places of state are treated too harshly. Do you have anyone in particular in mind? As a matter of fact, I do. Jaime Miro. He sat there at it. I see. Alright, if we were to be near with Jaime Miro, would get the factory and a lot more, Megan assured him. Our factories will raise the standard of thing in every community they are in. The Prime Minister frowned. I'm afraid there is one small problem. What? We can negotiate further. This is something that can be renegotiated, Miss Scott. Spain's honor is not for sale. You camo bribe us or buy us or threaten us. Believe me, I am not. You coin carrier with your heruats E4 ECT pound to run our courts to please you? Think again, Miss Scott. We Dorit read your factories TVE made it worse. Megan thought height. Despairingly. The trial 6 weeks in a heavily guarded courtroom was closed to the public. T&AN Remede in Madrid, followed at TTE Rus reports of TTE trial each day. From time to time, Mike Rosen telephoned TERL. Know what, your friend? I think you should come home. I can Mike. She tried to see Jamie. Absolutely no visitors. The last day of the trial, Megan stood outside the lost in a crowd of people. Reporters came streaming out of the building, and Megan stopped one of them. What happened? They found him guilty on all counts. He's going to get Garrett. Chapter 42 At 5 a.m. on TE morning scheduled for the execution of Jaime Miro, crowds to gather outside the central prison in Madrid. Barricades set up by the Guardia Civil kept TM's swelling mob of onlookers across the WLDE street, away from the front entrances. Art Nod TRCXPS and tanks blocked the iron prison gates. Inside the prison, in the office of Warden Gomez de la Fuente, an extraordinary meeting was taking place. In the RTRN were Prime Minister Leopoldo Martiri, Abenzo Sebastian, the new head of the GOE, and the warden's executive deputies, Juanito Molinas and Pedro Zarango. Warden de la Fuente was a heavy-set, grim-faced middle-aged man who had passionately devoted his life to the miscreants that his government had placed in his charge. Molinas and Arango, his assistants, had with de la Fuente for the past 20 years. Prime Minister Martinez would like to wait at you have made to ensure that there will be RN trouble in carrying out Miro SEE Cutian. Warden de FLNNTE replied, we have prepared for every contingency, your islancy _ as yoke en olency observed your FLAI cornpanny of armed soldiers is aroused prison. Mold taken armito break inside prison itself. The precatnons are even more stria VT Jaime Miro is in a double security cell on floor. The other entret floor have been temporarily transferred. 2 guards are stationed in front of Miro's cell and T.Vo guards are at each ERD of the cell block. I have ordered a lockdown, so that all prisoners will remain in their cells until after the what time will take place. At noon, Your Excellency. I have postponed mess hall till or o'clock. That will give Emma turn to get Miro's out of here. What plans have you made for Dispki out of it? I am following your suggestion. Emergency his burial in Spain could cause the government embarrassment if the Basques should turn his grave into some kind of shrine. We have been in touch his aunt in France. She lives in a small village outside Bayonne. She has agreed to bury him. The Prime Minister rose. He'll still think a Intfix Square would have more appropriate. Yes, Your Excellency. But in case, I could rn longer ha.e been for controlling the mob outside. Suppose you're right. There's no in stirring up airy more excitant than is the Garrett is more painful RV slower. Aru, if any man deserves the Garrett, it is Jaime Miro. Warden de Ia Fuente said, EXCL_son, your lency but I tend to starry that admonition of judges is an eating to court a last-minute appeal from Miro's attorneys, it should come through, what should he? The Prime Minister interrupted. TV on T. The execution will proceed as scheduled. The meeting over at 7:30 a.m., a bread truck arrived in front of prison gate. Livery, or of prison guards stationed at entrance IC, KED in driver. You aren't you? Where's Julio? He's sick in bed today. Why don't you go join him, amigo? No deliveries TT's come back afternoon. But every nothing in, and only one is out. Now, back up, turn around, get your ass out of before my pals get no use. The driver looked around at soldiers staring at him. Sure. Okay. They watched as he turned the truck around and down street. Commander of Post Irident to the Warden. When TE story was checked out, it was learned that the regular deliveryman was in the victim of a hit-and-run driver. At 8 a.m., a car bomb exploded from the prison, wounding half a dozen bystanders. Lurkster ordinary circumstances, TLE Glurds would have left there to investigate RV assist the works ±ED. But they had strict orders. They remained at their stations and the Guardia Civil was sent to triage. The incident was promptly reported to Warden de Ia Fuente. They were getting desperate, he said. Be prepared for anything. At 9:15 am, a helicopter appeared over prison grounds. Painted on its sides were the words La Prensa, Spain's prominent daily newspaper. TM anti-aircraft guns had been set up on prison roof. The lieutenant inside waved a flag to wham off plane. T to hover. The officer picked a field telephone, NE. N/Arden, Weircopter overhead any identification. It says La Prensa, but sign looks painted. Give it one warring shot. Fit doesn't move, without sky. Yes, sir. He nodded to his gunner. Pewter close one in. They landed 5 yards to the side off helicopter. They could see the pilot's startled face. The gunner loaded again. The helicopter swooped up and across the skies of Madrid. What hell is the lieutenant wondered. At 11 am Megan Scott appeared at the reception office of the prison. She looked drawn and pale. Elle vient to see Warden de la Fuente. Do you have an appointment? No, but, I'm sorry. The warden isn't seeing an ring. You telephone this afternoon, tell him it's Tvligan Scott. He took a closer look at her. So this is the rich American who's trying to get Jamie Miro released. I wouldn't mind her work on me for a few nights. Tell Warden Y.I here. 5 minutes later Tvligan was seated in Warden de la Fuente's office. With him were half a dozen members of the prison board. What can I do for you, Miss Scott? I would like to see Jamie Miro. The warden sighed. I'm afraid that is not possible. But Miss Scott, we are all aware of who you are. If we could accommodate you, assure you that we would be more than happy to do so, he said with a smile. We Spaniards are really an understand people. We are also sentimental, and from time to time we are not averse to turning a blind eye to certain rules and regulations. His smile disappeared. But not Miss Scott. No. Today is a very special day. It has taken us years to catch TTE man you wish to see. So this is a day of rules or regulations. The next to see Jamie Miro will be his God, if he has once stared at him, miserable. Cold, I just look at him for a moment. A of members of the board, by the Ilagan was tempted to intervene. Stopped himself. I'm sorry Warden de Flente said. No cod I send him. Her voice was choked. You would be circs plus or minusing a message to a dead man. He looked at his neck. He kss than and live. But his center away. SNT a panel of judges to decide if, the VVE voted against it. I received word from them 15 minutes ago. Miro's appeal has denied. Execution will take place, now, if you 11 excusen, he rose, the others suit. Megan looked around the room at their cold faces and shuddered. May mercy on all of you said. They watched, silent, as she fled from the RTRN. At 10 minutes before an hour, door to Jamie Miro's cell was opened. Warden Gomez de la Fuente, accompanied by his assistants, Molinas Ard and Dr. Miguel Anuncian, entered the cell. 4 armed guards watch in the corridor. The warden said, "Arrest time." Jamie rose from his cot. He was handcuffed and shackled. I was ping you'd be late. There was an air of dignity about him Warden de la Fuente could not but admire. At other time, under other circumstances, we might have been friends, he thought QHT. Jamie stepped out into the deserted corridor. Ends movements CLLMSY because of TTE shackles. He was *ed by the guards and arrange. Garrett. Jamie asked. The warden xfted. The Garrett excruciatingly pained, inhnan. It was a good tying, the warden mutt, that the execution vnuk take place in a private RCX, RN, away from the eyes of the public arcs plus or minus the press. The PRCX Eshin A wade its way down the corridor. From outside, in TLE Street, they hear TLE chant of crowd. Jamie was a swelling, from 1,000 throats, growing louder Ardbuta. They are for you, Pedro said. No. They are for themselves. Calling for freedom. Tomorrow the VLL have ATX, their name. I may die, but there will always be a rather name. They passed the aft gates and came to a small chamber at the end of that had a green iron door. From around a corner a black-robed priest appeared. TIBNK heavens RM in time. TVE come to give the condemned Nan the last re and e. As he moved toward Miro, 2 guards blocked his way. Sorry, Father Warden de la Fuente said. Goes bar him. But RN, if you want to give him his ust you have to do it through closed doors. Out of TTE way, please. A guard opened green door inside. Rex took for WLTH heavy and straps that was a man wearing a half mask. His hat YDS he held the garret. The warden nodded toward Araya Rango and the doctor. They entered the after Jamie. Chew. Guards remained outside. The green door was locked bolted. Inside the RCNM, Molina's Adi Arango led Jamie to the chair. They unlocked his then strapped him in, pulling the heavy straps against his arms, while Dr. Anuncian Arai Warden de la Fuente watched. Through the thick closed DC, or they could barely hear the chanty and G of the priest. De la Fuente looked at Jamie. Shrugged. T doesn't matter. GD will understand what he is saying. The giant folding the garret moved behind Jamie. Warden Gomez de la Fuente asked, do you want a cloth over your face? The warden looked at Giant and nodded. The giant lifted the garret in his Harry Arai reached forward. The guards outside the door could hear TTE chanting of the mob in the street sonneting. Of the guards grumbled. Wish I was out here with TM. 5 minutes later, the green door Dr. Anuncian said, in bag. Following instructions. Jamie Myres was SMLQGLED out to our back door of TTE prison. The body bag was to down into the back of an Ervnacht van. But TLE moment the vehicle pulled out of the prison grounds, TLE crowd in the street fuvard, as TLX, are drawn to it by some mystic magnet. Jamie Ginla but there were softer now men and women wept, and their children looked on in wonder, not York here standing. What was the van made its way through the crowd and finally turned onto a highway. Jesus TTE driver said. That was spooky, the guy must have had something. Yeah. And thousands of people knew it. 2. At a clock that after Warden Gornez de Ia Fuente and his 2 assistants, Warito Molinas and Pedro's appeared at Thai office. Prime Minister Martinez, I want to congratulate you, the Prime Minister said. The execution went perfectly. The warden spoke. W Prime Minister, we're RX, here to receive your CA, congratulations. We're here to resign. Martinez stared at Baft. I don't understand. What, it's a matter of humanity, Your Excellency. We just mtched a man die. Perhaps he deserved to die. But not like that. It is barbaric. I want no more part of this or like it. Michael Igtes feel the same way. Asterisk, perhaps you should give this an or th0 lqht. Your pensions, me have to live our consciences. Warden de la Fuente handed the Prime Minister 3 pieces of paper. Here are our resignations. Late that night, the van crossed the French border and headed for the village of Badach, near Bayonne, up before a neat farmhouse. This is the place. Let's get rid of the body before it starts to smell. The door to farmhouse was opened by a yeoman in middle 50s. You bricot him, eyes. Where would you like intil parlour, please? Yes, Multi mit too long to bury him. You know what I mean. She watched TTY*Bevo men carry in the seer bag set it on the FCO. Thank you. De nada. She stood there as they drove away. Another woman walked in from the other RCNM and ran toward the bag. She hastily unzipped it. Jamie Miro was there smiling up at them. Do you know saw anything? That garrote could a real pain in the neck, white wine or red? Megan asked. Chapter 43. At Barajas Airport in Madrid, former Warden Gomez de la Fuente, his former assistants, Molinas and Dr. Anurian, and the giant who had worn TLE mask were in the departure bunch. I'll still think you're making a mistake RNT coming with me to Costa Rica, de la Fuente said. With your $5 million, you can buy whole fuckle-up country. Molinas shook his head. And a go out to Switzerland? RM fired of sun? We're going to buy ourselves a few dozen snow bunries. TVLEM giant said. They turned to Miguel Amarcion. What you, doctor? LM going to Bangladesh the site. RM going to the Anunato open a TK, spittle there. You know, I might about it a time before accepted Scoff's offer. But I figured that if I save a lot of innocent by jet at terrorist it's a GCX, D trade off. Besides, I tell you, I liked Jamie Miro. Chapter 44. It had been a good season in the French Counts D, showering farmers with an abundance of crops. I wish that every year could be as wonderful as this. Rubio Arzano has been a GTX, D year in more ways than one. First, his marriage, then, a year ago, TLE birthday of the twins. Whoever dreamed a man could be this happy? It was to rain. Rubio turned the tractor around and headed for the barn. He AB0L_I the bins. The boy was going to be big but his sister she was to be a handful. She's going to give her man a lot of trouble, Rubio grinned to himself. She takes after her mother. He drove the tractor into the BAM and headed for the house, file at CC, all rain against his face. He opened the door and stepped inside. You're just in time. Lucia smiled. Dinner's ready. The Reverend Ilota Prioress Bettina awakened with a premonition that something worryful was about to happen. Of course, she mutt, enough GCK, D things in *VE already happy. The Cistercian convent had since been reopened, under protection of King Don Juan Carlos. Sister Gracilla and the nuns who had been taken to Madrid were safely returned to TTE convent, where they were to retreat once again into the blessed solitude ad Salni. Cutly after breakfast, the mother prioress walked into her office and stopped staring. On her desk, with a dazzling brightness, lay the gold tea was accepted as a miracle.